Chapter 1 First Day of Registration. Reward Lamborghini Reventón. Parallel World. Kyoto, University of Finance and Economics. Did you hear? Shangguan Wu got into a fight with someone in the freshman group. That rich second-generation Shangguan Wu from the junior year? Yeah, that's him. Why did you argue? Shangguan Wu bought a Porsche 718 Boxster and flirted with the girls in the freshman group. As a result, a freshman jumped out and said that his car is garbage and that the Porsche 718 Boxster doesn't deserve to be called a sports car. Porsche 718 Boxster is trash? It costs at least $700,000 to $800,000 on the ground. What's that freshman's name? I guess he's just a high-mouth monster. Porsche 718 Boxster is garbage. What kind of car does he have to drive to not be garbage? That's right. Now some people on the internet to see more Netflix video. Think everywhere is a million-level sports car. Not to put the Porsche 718 in the eyes. Unbeknownst to them, in reality, the Porsche 718 Boxster is a car that is unattainable for an ordinary person's lifetime. What are you chatting about? The freshmen are at the door. Don't help guide the freshmen. Su Xiaoyan, the vice president of the Student Union of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, said with a slight frown on her brow. The two student union officers hastily nodded and shut up, running to receive the new students. Su Xiaoyan was dressed in the standard uniform of the student union, the upper half of which was a small suit with a white shirt. Her proud figure held up the suit buttons to the point of falling apart. The lower half was the standard knee-length hip skirt and flesh-colored stockings combination. Her hot body coupled with her 8-point face value made her the recognized schoolflower of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. Rumble. The distinctive throttle roar of a sports car sounded. A red Porsche 718 Boxster slowly stopped in front of Su Xiaoyan. The windows of the Porsche lowered, and the driver inside was a young and handsome boy. Xiao Yan, do you have time tonight? I made a reservation at the Blue Brick restaurant. Su Xiaoyan saw that the other party was Shangguan Wu, immediately put away her smile and said coldly, no time. Blue Brick restaurant is the top Michelin 3-star restaurant in Kyoto. I made a reservation 2 months in advance to get an appointment. How many people want to go and still can't go? Not interested, not going. What Su Xiaoyan is most displeased with is this group of rich second generation, every day relying on the fact that their family is rich, thinking that all the girls in the world will surround them. She refused without hesitation and turned around to leave. Shangguan Wu was furious. The Nutrient Express in his hand was directly splashed at Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan, my Shangguan Wu's passenger seat. How many women want to sit without a chance? Don't give your face. Su Xiaoyan's upper body was drenched by Nutrient Express. Her white shirt was soaked through, clinging to her snow-white skin. The other students were all afraid of Shangguan Wu's illustrious family background. They didn't dare to come forward to rescue her. Suddenly, a strong and powerful hand knocked away Shangguan Wu's hand. Shangguan Wu froze. How could anyone dare to disobey him? He looked at the person, only to see that the other party was a plain student-dressed boy wearing a tracksuit and basketball shoes. Do you know who I am? Shangguan Wu asked angrily. The boy coldly returned a piece of trash. When Su Xiaoyan saw the boy, her cold eyes instantly became warm and her tone became gentle. She easily called out Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan revealed his white teeth sister Xiaoyan. He took off his jacket and draped it over Su Xiaoyan to solve her embarrassment. Su Xiaoyan and Qin Chuan grew up together in the staff dormitory since they were young, 1 year older than Qin Chuan. Every time Qin Chuan saw her, he would call him Sister Xiaoyan. While the two were recognizing each other, an image appeared before Qin Chuan's eyes that only he could see. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, heroic rescue, quest reward, transportation Centurion black gold card with unlimited credit card swipes. Qin Chuan touched his pocket and a card really appeared inside. Qin Chuan, right? You think you can fight? What's the point of you being able to fight? In Kyoto, it's all about money. Look at you with a poor look. You can see Su Xiaoyan living with you for a few days. After saying that, Shangguan Wu confidently pulled out the Porsche's car key and pressed the unlock button. The toad headlights immediately flashed with dazzling lights. The eyes of the car-loving boys all around let out light. Some women were dumbfounded that if Su Xiaoyan was on it, they would have a chance to be on it themselves. Qin Chuan did not even look at a glance, said disdainfully, so it was you who barked in the group yesterday. Shangguan Wu's face changed, angrily asked asterisk. You're the one who said I Porsche trash. In my eyes, you are also trash. Shangguan Wu didn't get angry, but sneered. I thought it was some kind of luxury family son yesterday, but it turned out to be a little yakuza. Have you ever touched a luxury car? Do you know how much a Porsche 718 Boxster costs? Do you know how much it costs to drive a Porsche 718 Boxster? Do you know how much it costs to drive a Porsche 718 Boxster? Moving is trash. Do you have a car you? Su Xiaoyan pulled the corner of Qin Chuan's coat, signaling to hurry to leave Xiao Chuan. Let's go. Do not provoke him. His family is rich, might do something out of the ordinary. Qin Chuan gently pacified. casually took out a car key. Press unlock. Not far away under the shade of a tree, an inconspicuous place violently emitted a roaring sound. Shang Wanwu was startled and looked at the source of the sound. Instantly, his jaw dropped in shock. Lamborghini. Lamborghini Reventón. Is Lamborghini Reventón powerful? Someone on the side asked. That's a god car. The Porsche 718 Boxster is just like a brother to a brother. Do you know how much it's worth? $15 million. It's limited to 21 units worldwide. Measured 0-100 acceleration 2.8 seconds. $15 million? Compared to the Porsche 718 Boxster, it's a piece of junk. The crowd whispered. Qin Chuan picked up Su Xiaoyan and pulled open the scissor door of the passenger side for her under the attention of the entire crowd. Su Xiaoyan, with a stunned look on her face, sat in this super sports car that was limited to 21 units worldwide. Everything happened too suddenly. Before Su Xiaoyan could react, Qin Chuan stepped on the gas and left the crowd. Shang Wanwu viciously spat out a mouthful of asterisk. When did the little wavy hoof hook up with this kind of man? Rich, right? Not rich in Kyoto. Shang Wanwu took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Brother Long, I'm Xiao Wu. I'm being bullied at school. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man covered in tattoos of dragons and phoenixes slapped the table. Angrily, who the hell dares to bully my younger brother? Does he not want to live? Kyoto, SKQ Mall. This was the largest luxury goods sales place in Kyoto, bringing together all the luxury brands in the world to open their flagship stores here. Qin Chuan pulled Su Xiaoyan and went directly to the Chanel store. When the two entered, the little hand just looked at them up and down from afar, and then chatted to himself. Qin Chuan also did not care, directly pulling Su Xiaoyan to the women's clothing. Sister Xiaoyan, you are dirty. Choose a replacement clothes. Su Xiaoyan looked at the price tag. Basically no clothes below 4 digits. Xiao Chuan, why don't we go to another store to take a look? Chanel is too expensive for me. It's fine. Sister Xiaoyan, pick whatever you want. I'll pay. Only after Qin Chuan pushed again and again did Su Xiaoyan carefully choose her clothes. She was very slow in choosing clothes, not because she was picky, she just wanted to choose the cheapest clothes to save Qin Chuan a little bit of money. After looking around, Su Xiaoyan picked up a labeled price of 999 yuan, the cheapest pure white short sleeve in the whole place. Hey, you guys just look at it. Don't move your hands and feet. You can't afford to pay for it if it's dirty or broken. Chapter 2 $10 billion group says give it away. A counter-sister who was about 30 years old walked to Su Xiaoyan in a graceful manner. She snatched the clothes. You've all wrinkled the clothes. I'll have to take them for nursing again. We'll buy it directly without nursing. Qin Chuan said. The counter-sister choked with a cold smile. Oh, pick the cheapest one to buy, but also pretended to talk like a big money. Your girlfriend touched so many clothes. You buy can not all buy? Qin Chuan frowned. I've seen a lot of people pretending like you. We are a top luxury brand. Do you know how much these clothes add up to in total? Looking at your outfit, I guess you can't even shell out $1,000. Qin Chuan didn't pick up the other party's words. Instead, he was scanning the entire room. His sharp gaze immediately landed on a timid face. Looking at the work license on the other person's chest, he said, Zhou Ling, is it? Zhou Ling nodded nervously. First day on the job? Qin Chuan could tell at a glance that Zhou Ling was still not very good at talking and continued to nod her head. All the clothes that my girlfriend touched just now, hold them up for me. Qin Chuan pulled out that Express Centurion black gold card and handed it to the other party. Zhou Ling looked at Qin Chuan incredulously. Sir, which clothes are you talking about? Qin Chuan shook his head. Not which one, but all of them. Zhou Ling only felt the sky spinning. She hurriedly took the black gold card and ran to pack the clothes. Qin Chuan walked back to Su Xiaoyan's side and glanced at the counter-sister who was dumbfounded in her place. Alas, on her first day of work, the other little sister sold your year's sales. Big sister, hurry up and retire. Chanel store manager after lunch back to the store, looked at the new Zhou Ling. Is all the clothes on the shelves to take down? The store shelves are empty half. She couldn't help but be annoyed and scolded Zhou Ling. Didn't I say during the meeting that I shouldn't do clothes care during working hours? But did my words fall on deaf ears? Zhou Ling aggravated store manager. I'm not doing care. These clothes are customers want. What customers want? How can someone buy so many at once? These clothes add up to millions? It's your first day on the job. If you don't understand, you have to ask your co-workers. You think our Chanel is some kind of stall goods? Moving all round. Has the customer finished paying? Zhou Ling shook her head. The store manager said angrily. The customer did not pay. You pack for others. You are not wanting to commission. Want crazy. Get lost and mop the floor for me. Zhou Ling took out the credit card Qin Chuan had given him and handed it to the store manager. The customer left his credit card and sent it directly to the hotel when he was done packing. The store manager was about to curse, but realized that Zhou Ling was holding an Express Centurion black and gold card. Store manager took the card. Immediately check out a single experimental authenticity. The result is that the card is completely normal. No problem. Immediately, the store manager's blood pressure violently rushed to the head. Black gold card. This customer must be grasped. He is our super VIP. Our store this year will all rely on him. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side mission, Chanel store shopping. Mission reward, character attribute upgrade to peak of level 4 Martial Way. Note, Wuda was divided into 9 levels, with each level divided into 4 stages, introductory, minor, major, and peak. Qin Chuan looked at the prompt bar in front of him and could not help but feel a tremor in his heart. Since obtaining the system the day before yesterday, he had successively obtained the Lamborghini Reventón and the Luck Pass Centurion Black Gold card. The attribute reward was still the first time. When the image in front of him returned to reality, Qin Chuan only felt the power in his body climb dramatically. The people around him, their movements were broken in their own eyes. Their movements were like slow motion. Qin Chuan felt that he could now fight 10 of them one by one. Could this be the strength of a peak level 4 martial Dao? Xiao Chuan, Su Xiaoyan called out softly, interrupting Qin Chuan's thoughts. Sister Xiaoyan. Qin Chuan returned to his senses in embarrassment. At this moment, the elevator had stopped at the 79th floor. Because Su Xiaoyan was splashed with a whole bottle of drinks by Shang Wenwu, Qin Chuan directly opened a room at the most luxurious Waldorf hotel in Kyoto, so that Su Xiaoyan could do a freshen up. Qin Chuan swiped the room card and led Su Xiaoyan into the room. Along the way, the deer in Su Xiaoyan's heart kept jumping around. Seeing her little brother again in a foreign country, the mood is very excited. However, the Qin Chuan she ran into today was a bit different from before. He was no longer like the little brother who followed her ass back then. Today's Qin Chuan stood in a straight posture, and his face was angular and manly. Today's behavior is also like a domineering president, doing things decisively, without dragging his feet. But two people sharing a room, or a king-sized room. Su Xiaoyan's white face was full of redness. Sister Xiaoyan, hurry up and go wash. Qin Chuan's words made Su Xiaoyan's face even redder. Qin Chuan did not think. Directly lying to the 2-meter-long big bed, opened the TV, watching cartoons giggling, looking at the giggling Qin Chuan. Su Xiaoyan this moment to feel that the little brother is back. She walked into the bathroom, removed the clothes that had been contaminated, rinsed in the warm water flow. Su Xiaoyan felt soothed all over. After washing up, Su Xiaoyan reacted to the fact that Chanel's clothes hadn't been delivered yet. There was nothing for herself to wear right now, but always staying in the bathroom was not a solution either. Thinking about it, she had no choice but to wrap her bath towel and walk out of the bathroom. Su Xiaoyan's deep groove was like an abyss. Rounded peach. Her proud figure could not be covered by a bath towel. Just when she was too shy to face Qin Chuan, she realized that her little brother was lying down and had fallen asleep. A faint shout sounded. Su Xiaoyan caringly walked up and leaned over to help Qin Chuan cover the quilt. As a result, the movement was too large, and with a carelessness, the bath towel slipped, and the spring light was leaked, shapely and graceful. A glimpse of it. Su Xiaoyan was busy picking up the towel and wrapping it again. Seeing that Qin Chuan was still snoring, she spat out her tongue in embarrassment. Luckily Xiao Chuan is asleep, or else it really shames me. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of the side mission, sitting on the fence. Mission reward, acquisition of the Sultan group. The sleeping Qin Chuan was awakened by a system prompt. He was baffled. I was just sleeping. How did I trigger a side mission? Reward for obtaining the Sultan group. This is a Fortune 500 company. The rewards for the branch lines quest are so generous. Wouldn't the rewards for completing the main quest be even more tantalizing? Qin Chuan uses his consciousness instead of his hand and clicks on the system taskbar that appears in front of him. Mainline mission, complete 4 years of university studies and graduate successfully. As expected, the difficulty of the mainline mission is not low, requiring at least 4 years of time to settle. Xiao Chuan, you're awake. Qin Chuan sniffed and looked over, only to see that Su Xiaoyan had already changed into the evening gown sent by Chanel. She chose a long black velvet dress with a one-shoulder design. Her shoulder and necklines were as elegant as a swan's, and she was white and round. The black long dress and snow-white skin formed a stimulating visual contrast. The waist follows the pace of the slight twist, peach buttocks followed by a light tremor. It made it impossible to detach one's gaze. Sister Xiao Ran, you are so beautiful today. Qin Chuan complimented. Su Xiaoyan's pretty face reddened and she lowered her head in shame. Qin Chuan wrapped Su Xiaoyan into his arms as he attempted the peak martial Dao strength technique tactical strength. 3 hours later. Knock knock. A sharp knock came from the hotel room door. Qin Chuan got up and opened the door, only to see a woman dressed in professional attire standing at the door with a short black skirt wrapped around her slender thighs, with a pair of half-rimmed glasses on her face. She looked lustful and sassy. May I ask if Mr. Qin Chuan is in? I am. Qin Chuan said with a yawn. The woman froze. The mysterious tycoon who had wholly acquired the Sultan Group was actually so young and a bit handsome. Chapter 3 Obtaining the Reward. 100. 000 Douyin Carnival. Rice Country. Wall Street. There was a 13-hour time difference between here and Kyoto. Today, the presidents of Gao Shang, Magic Root, and several other major consortiums received an urgent email in their mailboxes. Sitting on the top floor of the 70th floor, Claude, the president of Gao Shang Consortium, was savoring his breakfast coffee. As per usual, he clicked on his mailbox and checked the email, and in the next second, the coffee in his mouth spewed out. Claude looked at the computer screen incredulously and read out afterward in the early hours of this morning. China's mysterious funds wholly acquired the Sultan Group. He immediately turned on the TV, only to see that the Forsyth Financial News in the United States was broadcasting the news of the Sultan Group's acquisition under the headline, Breaking News. The camera switched to the scene. Missy Sultan Group was receiving a live report from Forsyth News. May I ask, Miss Sultan, your group is a wealth left behind by your ancestors. How did you suddenly change your mind and sell it off? Or sell it as a whole package to the Chinese? Miss Sultan is a famous flower lady. She wore a noble deep V dress, holding champagne in her hand. Smiling face said, "Oh, dear, this is all my father's decision. I do not know. But what I can say for sure is that the Chinese guy gave us a price that is hard to refuse." With that, she threw a wink at the camera. Claude cursed and farted, turned off the television. He immediately recruited his assistant quickly go and find out which Chinese consortium bought our rice industry. Oh God, how can those despicable Chinese people deserve to own our rice property? For a while, the whole Wall Street was shocked, and every consortium sent a team to fly to China to investigate this mysterious person who had acquired the Sultan Group. China, Waldorf Hotel, 79th floor. The woman standing at the door of Qin Chuan's room put away her out-of-control expression and presented a document with both hands. "Mr. Qin, you have just wholly acquired the Sultan Group. This is the document of your acquisition. Please consult it." Qin Chuan took the document and casually flipped through it. "Who are you?" "Sorry, Mr. Qin, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiaoying. I work at the headquarters of the Sultan Hotel Group. Your secretary." "Secretary? I don't need a secretary." Qin Chuan throws the document back to Xiaoying. "Take the document back. The group has professional managers to take care of it. I'm not going to ask about this small business." Xiaoying took the document. Her heart trembled. Sultan Group, one of the top 500 companies in the world. A mega multinational enterprise with an annual income of nearly $10 billion. The other party actually said that it was a small business, and did not ask questions, letting go of the professional manager to take care of it. And then see Qin Chuan and a look and body can be said to be the top of the beauty, talking and laughing. Xiaoying heart sure, the other party is a dude. Super loser. The Sultan Group was an asset that his parents had left for the loser. Super rich parents would always pave all the way for the children who were not capable beforehand. And the losers didn't need to work hard at all to have everything that ordinary people couldn't reach in several lifetimes. Xiaoying most despises this kind of people. Their own cold window hard study more than 10 years. Finally set foot on the road to Rome. And people, born in Rome. Xiaoying turned her head and left, not giving her new boss a good look. Qin Chuan didn't care about Xiaoying's attitude. A small secretary of the group. Not so much as to get on his nerves. He led Su Xiaoyan to the hotel's 99th floor restaurant to dine. The Waldorf Astoria Hotel was a first-class hotel, and its top-floor restaurant was renowned throughout Kyoto as the top Western restaurant, which had won the title of Michelin 3-star. Everyone who comes in and out of the restaurant is either rich or rich, and everyone treats coming to eat a 3-star Michelin as a sacred thing. All the men who came here were dressed in suits and the women were in gorgeous evening gowns, each dressed to the nines. Su Xiaoyan had one hand on Qin Chuan's small arm, her happiness overflowing. "Sorry sir, you can't go in the restaurant." The waiter at the door stopped Qin Chuan and said, "Why can't you? Could it be that the restaurant is not open today?" The waiter smiled contemptuously. "Our restaurant is a 3-star Michelin restaurant. The customers inside are all dignitaries. You are dressed too cheaply, affecting the image of our restaurant." Qin Chuan looked at the interior of the restaurant, only to see a few blonde foreigners inside, wearing short-sleeved pants, flip-flops, talking and laughing as they drank red wine. Why are they allowed to enter with short sleeves and pants? The waiter revealed a smirking expression. "They are crooked people. They love the feeling of being uninhibited. They wear it that way. It's a symbol of freedom. We have to respect their beliefs." Su Xiaoyan was about to argue, when a cell phone suddenly stretched out beside her. A girl held the phone and disliked the waiter's face. "Shot families. Today Xiaomei's store scouting live broadcast came to the Waldorf restaurant, which is known as a luxurious top restaurant. As a result, at the main entrance, we encountered a restaurant waiter who was profiling customers and prevented them from entering the restaurant because they were wearing sportswear. However, we can see that inside the restaurant, crooked people wearing short-sleeved pants and flip-flops have no problem and can enter normally. and we Chinese people are going to be turned away. Families, this is our Chinese country's territory. The era of the great powers oppressing us is over. I never thought that a top Western restaurant would still engage in this kind of differentiation. It's clearly discrimination against our Chinese people. The waiter saw the other party making a scene and just wanted to make a move to snatch the cell phone, but he suddenly realized that the other party was a store scouting anchor on Douyin. Xiao Mei takes you to eat. The anchor continuously incited the atmosphere in the live broadcast room, and the Waldorf restaurant's behavior of differential treatment instantly captured the nerves of more than 2,000 people in the live broadcast room. Netizens have live broadcast interactions, condemning the behavior of the Waldorf restaurant. They also began to impact the Waldorf Astoria bib, Douyin account, and leave messages. Xiao Mei's live broadcast room was so effective because of the interaction that Douyin's backstage recognized the situation and immediately gave him additional traffic. The number of people in the live broadcast room immediately soared from more than 2,000 people, straight to more than 5,000 people. As the situation was discovered, the front room manager of the Waldorf restaurant had to run out and understand the situation. He turned to the camera and immediately said that there was no problem with Qin Chuan's dress and that he could enter the Waldorf restaurant to dine. He also apologized to everyone for the performance of the waiter at the door just now. Regarding the performance of the lobby manager, Qin Chuan nodded his head to indicate that he was quite satisfied. Similarly, he thanked Xiao Mei at his side. "Thank you." Xiao Mei laughed. "It's a small thing. I'm just not used to seeing them acting like dogs." As the incident subsided, the number of people in Xiao Mei's live room slowly receded, and the watching crowd switched to the rubbing small anchor's end. Xiao Mei sighed a long sigh. Alas, his own preparation for a week's live broadcast is not as good as someone else's rubbing anchor's sentence of brother. The live room that peaked at more than 5,000 people was now watched by less than 1,000 people, which was also interspersed with a large number of atmosphere group robots. The atmosphere of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel was extremely suitable for dating, and Qin Chuan and his duo sat down. The waiter immediately lit candles to set the atmosphere. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, candlelight dinner. Mission reward, obtain 100,000 Douyin Carnival. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. 100,000 Douyin Carnivals? What's the use of me wanting this kind of thing? A few moments later, Qin Chuan's cell phone balance showed an inventory of 100,000 carnivals. This was a page specifically tailored by Douyin for large customers, convenient for gold master dads to use for rewarding. Chapter 4: Eating a meal that costs $500,000. Qin Chuan resentfully closed the cell phone screen, beckoned the waiter, ready to order food. The next table happened to also sit down a man and a woman, male in a black suit. Details can be seen as a set of pricey Armani. The woman is a red backless deep V evening dress. It was obvious that the two were well dressed. Honey, what's going on today? How come such a high-class place as Waldorf restaurant has poor people mixing in? Could it be a charity dinner? The woman clamped her nose and said conspiratorially. The man glanced at Qin Chuan, his brows furrowed. What's going on? The Waldorf restaurant has degenerated to such an extent that you can come in and dine in a tracksuit? It's simply a loss of our noble status. I'm going to find the manager to complain. He doesn't deserve to sit and dine with me at all. Su Xiaoyan's hand gently caresses Qin Chuan, slightly shaking her head. Xiao Chuan, don't take care of them. Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. What was his status now? How could he be generalized with mole crickets? The waiter walked over to Qin Chuan with the menu. What do you need to order, sir? Qin Chuan did not even look at the menu and directly said one chef set menu for one person. The chef's recommendation set meal is the most expensive set meal combination at Waldorf restaurant. Inside, it brings together all the crystallized dishes of the 3-star chef George. Of course, the price was also not expensive. 19,999 yuan, and it was also for one person. For two people, it was nearly $40,000. The waiter was stunned. Sir, that's a 19,999 renminbi set menu. Are you sure? Yes. The waiter immediately wrote it down and ran back to place the order. A few moments later, he seemed to recall something and ran back again. Sir, what kind of drinks do you need? Yes, the 19999 chef set is just the dishes. Alcohol is not included. Qin Chuan thought for a second and said, let's have 74 Conti, 2 bottles. The man at the next table was instantly dumbfounded and wanted to find a crack in the ground. Seeing this, the woman quietly asked, Hubby, what the hell is 74 Conti? Is it better than a 82 Lafite? The man sweated. He is talking about the 1974 Romane Conti. A bottle now sells for 240,000. 82 years of Lafite in front of it is a younger brother. The woman was also shocked and said 240,000? He wants 2 bottles at once. How can that be? How can someone spend nearly $500,000 on a dinner? The woman took another look at Qin Chuan, dressed in ordinary clothes, empty wrists and not even a watch. She was certain in her heart that the other party was charging big money, spending first and then playing rogue, eating a bully's dinner. At this time, The head of the waiter cold sweat. Customers order their own food. Originally is the normal operation. However, the first time I encountered someone. 1974 Romane Conti, but also once. 2 bottles, more than $400,000 of wine. If the other party is a liar, how to do? Sell themselves, cannot afford to lose. He hurriedly ran to the lobby manager and explained the situation to him. The hall manager is also like a big enemy. He walked up, politely said a few words, meaning that the wine is too expensive. Want to check the capital first? Qin Chuan thought about it. The hall manager approach is also right. After all, 2 bottles of red wine totaling 480,000 yuan. The risk is too big for them. But when he reached out to his pocket, but realized that his black card seems to be in the hotel room. So Qin Chuan said, sorry, I forgot my black card in the hotel room. The man at the next table looked like he had grabbed the rabbit's tail and was excited. I told you he was a liar. Coming to cheat food and drink. Pretending to be a big spender to pick up girls, but actually eating bully food. The woman smiled contemptuously. Sure enough, people rely on their clothes. A person who comes to such a high-class place and still wears sportswear is not a super rich man. That must be a punk crook. Scum man, pretending to be a god ho to cheat women. The hall manager also began to suspect Qin Chuan's identity at this time. The other party came up and ordered a chef's recommended set menu worth 19,999 renminbi, and then also asked for 2 bottles of 74 years of Conti in one breath. If it wasn't a godly man, it was definitely a fraud. Now, since he had nothing and couldn't even pay for his meal, he could definitely only be a liar. Just as the hall manager was about to kick Qin Chuan out of the store, a voice came from the entrance. So you're here. I've been looking for you for half a day, only to see Xia Ying panting and running to the table, looking at Qin Chuan. Ha 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 ha, there's a good show to watch. Looks like this scummy guy has cheated more than just one woman. Another gullible one has come to the door. The man at the next table said cheerfully. The lobby manager recognized Xia Ying. He had seen the other party's introduction on the internal official website. She was the secretary of the CEO of the group's top executive. Secretary Xia. The lobby manager greeted tremblingly. Xia Ying ignored him and instead opened the document in her hand and pushed it in front of Qin Chuan. Boss Qin, you forgot to sign the document just now. Qin Chuan calmly reached out to the waiter to borrow the pen he had on him to write the menu and wrote down the word Qin Chuan on the document. Okay. He signed his name and handed the document back to Xia Ying. Looking at Qin Chuan's face full of care and indifference, Xia Ying became angry. Mr. Qin, no matter what, our Sultan Group is also one of the top 500 in the world, with an annual income of $10 billion. Can't you show some respect? Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. A group with a revenue of only $10 billion is just a group. What do you have to be so grandiose about? You. Xia Ying was so disliked that she couldn't say anything. Who told her that he was the boss and had the capital to say such things? She twisted her head and walked away, not giving her young boss a good face in the slightest. Qin Chuan just smiled, not bothering with this kind of little girl. The faces of the man and woman at the next table went green. What were they doing just now? Mocking the big boss of the Sultan Group. The woman thought about it and a cold sweat seeped out behind her back. She had just been saying that the other party was a dead pauper. The two did not order food, secretly slipped away, afraid that if the other side is angry, the consequences are unimaginable. Tens of billions of group big boss. Pinch them to death is not the same as pinch an ant. Hall manager cold sweat. Waldorf Restaurant and Waldorf Hotel are attributed to the Weston Group. Waldorf brand is just a brand within the Weston Group only. The man in front of himself was the boss of the entire group. Qin Chuan slowly raised his head and asked flatly, now, do you still need me to check the capital? No need, no need. I'll arrange it for you right here. I'll make sure you're satisfied. After saying that, he immediately fled the scene, facing the pressure of the superior. He as a small front office manager is unable to carry. Stay one more second to be too much psychological pressure and collapse. Su Xiaoyan witnessed everything today. Her heart slowly began to accept from shock. Although she had 10,000 questions she wanted to ask Qin Chuan, she was a smart woman. There were some things that Qin Chuan would not take the initiative to ask himself as long as he did not want to say. As long as you are here, Xiao Chuan, nothing else matters. What did you say, Sister Xiaoyan? Su Xiaoyan hurriedly covered her mouth. How did she say what was in her heart? Families, look, if you eat here, you can see the CBD of East City. Wow. Families, look, the Boston Lobster tonight is so big. Fans eat first. Boston Lobster eat up. The meat is cutastic. Xiaomei sat in the corner and broadcast live. His voice was not loud, but it could be clearly seen that he was trying to mobilize the atmosphere in the broadcast room. During the wait for the dishes, Qin Chuan opened Douyin and followed Xiaomei. He had a good feeling about Xiaomei's righteous words just now. When clicking on the avatar, he entered Xiaomei's live room, only to see the viewing figure of 788 people in the upper right corner. The audience's interaction is also closely related to the number of people online. Removing the robots, the only few live people are choking Xiaomei. Anchor, quickly go back to the factory to screw. You're not suitable for this line of work. Xiaomei should change her style and be a rubbing anchor. Right. Xiaomei changed to black silk. I'll give you a reward for a light sign. In the face of the foul language in the comments, Xiaomei could only endure it silently. Her own original intention was just to share her life. Even if she had a proud body, she never thought of making money with crooked ways. Xiaomei silently calculated in her mind that tonight's live broadcast hadn't earned a 3-digit income by now. With the 4-figure dinner she ordered, she hadn't even returned a tenth of her capital. She faced the camera and let out a long sigh. For tonight's live broadcast, she had eaten instant noodles for a month. Just as she was about to click off the air, she saw her phone screen suddenly flash out a few squares, followed by 3 words slowly rising from the bottom of the screen: Carnival, Chapter 5, One Night's Pink Up Millions. Someone rewarded a carnival. Someone would actually reward a carnival for such a conservative food broadcast? Isn't it a wrong point? Xiaomei, tell me honestly, did you secretly give yourself a reward yourself? Deliberately creating a topic. In the comments section, there was a constant stream of people questioning. Xiaomei was already speechless. This was the first time she had seen a carnival. That was a $3,000 gift. It was a month of her own living expenses. Just as Xiaomei was about to look at the rewarder's name and give thanks, the cell phone screen flashed the square again. Another carnival reward. At this moment, Xiaomei was confused, and the fans in the live broadcast room were also confused. Before she could regain her senses, the third carnival rose, the fourth, the fifth. 10 minutes had passed, and Xiaomei's phone had issued an overheating alarm. The comments section was dead silent, with only the constantly scrolling prompts of newcomers entering the live room. No one dared to speak out and question Xiaomei anymore. The special effect of a carnival is 8 seconds. In 10 minutes, the person with the screen name Qin Chuan had already swiped 75 carnivals. 75 carnivals. More than 200,000 soft sister coins. After the comments section experienced silence, there was a frenzy. Witnessed history. I'm honored to see a divine hero descend. Please accept my knees. What is the identity of the one called Qin Chuan? Too good to be a hoe. 75 carnival in 10 minutes. The carnival didn't stop with the comments blowing up. The mysterious person with the screen name Qin Chuan still kept brushing the screen with special effects. The popularity of the live broadcast room went from 788 to 9,999. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 30,000 plus again. After a short period of 30,000 plus, it turned into 100,000 plus. I heard that there is a divine hero descending in this live broadcast room. Come over and clock in. Is the live broadcast room stuck? Why does it keep playing the special effects of the carnival? Silly fork, that's Papa Qin Chuan rewarding. Too ferocious. It's the first time I've seen such a brush of money. I'm not this violent even when I'm burning plutonium. The comment area in the live broadcast room completely fell, and the people who came over to take pictures and record the screen crowded the server. Douyin's backstage. The engineer responsible for the data in the live broadcast room just made a cup of tea and came back. Going to find the server in the server room issued an overload alarm. His first reaction was that there were bad people making attacks on the server. After checking, he realized that it was a small Anchor's live room that had exploded in numbers. The number of people online at the same time was about to exceed 1 million people. 1 million people watching a live broadcast online at the same time. That was a figure that could only be found on top anchors. It is simply impossible for a small anchor to happen. And the frightened engineers immediately replaced the server line for the anchor called Xiaomei to take you to eat. Expansion to the top anchor's server. The maximum can carry 2 million people to watch online at the same time. Just as the engineer switched the server, he saw the alarm light come on again. He cursed in wonder. Damn, it's not stuck in a bug. When he clicked on the alert, he was instantly stunned. The number of online viewers, which had just exceeded 1 million, was about to approach 2 million. The engineer was not calm and immediately reported to his superiors. Start the emergency expansion plan. Connect the 2 sets of servers in tandem, and let the Anchor live broadcast room called Xiaomei Take You Eat expand to 3 million. Xiaomei in front of the cell phone screen has been frozen. 20 minutes have passed. Her own live room screen has been only her forehead screen. The new fans who came in had never even seen what Xiaomei looked like. The images of the lower half of his face were all blocked by the carnival's special effects swipes. Xiaomei couldn't even count how many carnivals there were. Luckily, there were enthusiastic netizens who kept solitaire and counting. 150, 151, 152, 153. Just when the number reached 154, the signal of the live broadcast room was suddenly interrupted. Xiao Mei in the corner had a disoriented look on her face. Things were moving too fast. It had only been 20 minutes or so since the first carnival, yet she felt like she was in a big dream. In 154 carnivals, the private messages underneath her Douyin were already 99 plus, and the number of fans had skyrocketed from 1.3W at the beginning to 315W now. Xiao Mei pinched her cheeks. Everything was not a dream. Not far away, Qin Chuan looked at the cell phone screen, thought he brushed too much was blocked. As a result, soon, the black live room appeared a few big words, due to technical problems in the background. The live suspension. The staff is actively repair in the middle. This Douyin background system is really not moving on the collapse. I-100,000 Carnival. How long do I have to brush to send finished? It took me half a day to send out 154 of them. Qin Chuan secretly complained in his heart. Xiao Chuan, what are you doing? Hurry up and eat. Su Shaoyan watched Qin Chuan keep pressing his cell phone, thinking that he was dealing with official business, and never called him, but almost half an hour passed. She still couldn't help but remind Xiao Chuan, it's not good for your stomach if you eat after the food is cold. Qin Chuan put down his cell phone and smiled faintly at Su Shaoyan. At this time, the system's prompt rang out. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side mission, Wise Eyes recognizing pearls. Mission reward, obtaining the Kyoto Manor King of Floor Villa. This time, the reward was surprisingly a house in Kyoto Manor, or that King of Floor Villa. Qin Chuan was slightly surprised, remembering that a netizen had previously purchased a villa in the same neighborhood to send to his mom. It cost 10 mini objectives. Quickly, Qin Chuan closed the system tip interface, and the world in front of him returned to reality. The present time belonged to his own little research sister. A King of Floor Villa was just a villa, not so much to get himself too excited. Qin Chuan looked towards Su Shaoyan by his side. Although he hadn't seen her for 2 years, she had grown more and more beautiful, and because of a year older himself, between the eyebrows and eyes a few more points of mature charm. Su Shaoyan's cell phone rang. She looked at the caller alert. It was her mentor's phone. Su Shaoyan immediately connects. After a burst of communication, she says very apologetically to Qin Chuan, Xiao Chuan, I'm really sorry. Something happened in the school. I have to hurry back to the school. Su Shaoyan looked very anxious. Qin Chuan also did not say anything more. I send you back to school. Buy clothes today. I will let someone send to your dormitory. Su Shaoyan, originally bright eyes, dimmed a little. She still had a lot of things to tell Xiao Chuan, but something happened in the school. Just as Qin Chuan and Su Shaoyan were about to leave, the hall manager came over with 2 bottles of Romane Conti in his hands. Seeing Qin Chuan about to leave, he asked, Mr. Qin, are you leaving? Aha. Then these 2 bottles of Romane Conti. I'll save them for you and wait for your next visit. Qin Chuan shook his head and pointed at Xiao Mei in the corner. Give it to her, and say that I thank her for speaking for me at the door just now. After saying that, Qin Chuan pulled Su Shaoyan away. Corner location. Xiao Mei's live broadcast room finally returned to normal after the backstage staff struggled to repair it. As soon as she opened the live broadcast, the number of people in the live broadcast room instantly soared to 1 million people. The live broadcast room was entirely filled with water users who had gathered to watch the godly Ho reward. But a few minutes passed, and the familiar carnival special effects did not appear again. I saw the hot search inside that said that there is a divine hero in this anchor's live room, and I looked at it for half a day and there wasn't even a lighted sign. Isn't it a lie? Where would someone brush 154 carnival? Yeah, the Mordor Emperor reward record is only 82. Who can be more Ho than him? I think it's someone's intentional hype. 154 carnivals? That's 460,000 soft sister coins. No matter how rich he is, he can't spend his money like this. In the live broadcast room, the questioning voices continued. Xiao Mei didn't know how to defend herself for a while, so anxious that her tears were about to fall. Just then, the hall manager accidentally broke into the camera with 2 bottles of red wine in his hands. Hello Mr. Qin asked me to give you these 2 bottles of 1974 Romane Conti as a gift for relieving him just now. The lobby manager's voice wasn't loud, but it was just enough to be clearly captured by the live cell phone feed. Chapter 6, $15 million luxury car. Scrapped just like that? Roman what? It's Romane Conti. Asterisk. It's a Romane Conti. It's still 1974. Is it very expensive? I look how it's very ordinary. Many of the water friends in the live broadcast room heard the name Romane Conti for the first time, and some of them made a move to look it up online. There were also big gods who knew what they were doing, directly typing a series of shocked expressions on the public screen and popularizing it. Romane Conti is one of the best red wines in the world. The production is scarce. The price is ridiculously expensive. Generally rich ones can't afford to drink it, and those who can afford to drink it are exceptionally rich. Just now that man said that the one he had in his hand was a 1974 Romane Conti. I checked the price on the internet and a bottle costs $240,000. He took 2 bottles in his hand. That's $480,000. I Nima, a $480,000 red wine. Made of gold? Translated, it's probably more expensive than gold. Xiaomei looked at the Romane Conti in front of her, froze for half a day, and opened her mouth to ask, may I ask which Mr. Qin Chuan, Mr. Qin. The lobby manager replied respectfully. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. Shocked, questioning, petrified and so on emoticons. Discussion statements frantically brushed the screen. Qin Chuan? It's this person again. Has the god Ho descended into reality? Dad, where are you? Qin Chuan's husband, the water users, who had just questioned Xiaomei, all collapsed. They had once again witnessed history as the mysterious tycoon furiously swiped 154 carnivals before appearing in reality and lightly giving away 2 bottles of top red wine worth $480,000. Too crazy, too violent. Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, West Campus Gate. A limited edition Lamborghini Reventón slowly parked at the end of the road. Xiaochuan, just send it here, Su Xiaoyan said in a low voice. Qin Chuan's car was just too flashy, with a 12-cylinder engine. Just a little bit of throttle would wake up the girls in the entire building, even if it was parked at a distance. There were people who wanted to come up and take pictures. Su Xiaoyan struggled with her thoughts for a moment, and quickly flicked her vermilion lips to nod over Qin Chuan's face, then quickly opened the scissors door and trotted back to school. Qin Chuan touched his kissed cheeks and revealed a pleased smile. Sister Xiaoyan is not here, so I don't have to go back to the hotel tonight. It just so happens that I was rewarded with a villa. So let's go take a look. Qin Chuan made up his mind to take a look at his new home first and was about to start the car. Caught off guard, a silhouette appeared beside his car. Qin Chuan lowered the car window unhappily. Outside stood a woman with a hot body. She was wearing a small halter top, her plump peaks holding up the thin fabric. Seeing Qin Chuan lowering the window, she immediately leaned over and pressed herself tightly against the car door. Qin Chuan slightly frowned, asked, do you have something to do? The woman lightly raised her eyebrows, winks like silk looking at Qin Chuan. Handsome. Your car is really nice. Can you take me for a ride? Qin Chuan turned back, his face cold. No. Then he stepped on the gas and left. Only the woman stood in the original place, looking at the distant back of the Lamborghini. The woman's charming smile gradually subsided. She took out her cell phone and dialed the number. Hey, Brother Long, it's confirmed. He's the only one in the car, heading towards Shun District. Good. On the other end of the phone, Brother Long flicked his index finger. The Audi A8 on the side then accelerated away. Qin Chuan's car was traveling on the road to the villa. It was not early, and Kyoto's third ring road was not that crowded. Because of his peak martial arts ability, Qin Chuan's insight was dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary person. He quietly realized that there seemed to be a car trailing behind him. He immediately realized that he was being followed. So Qin Chuan shifted the gear to sport mode. The 12-cylinder, mechanical beast with 650 horsepower let out a roar on the ring road. Instantly, the meter pointer pleasingly moved. The A8 behind him realized that his tracking was exposed, and immediately stepped on the gas and followed closely. The two forces, chasing after each other, kept the initial distance at all times. Just as Qin Chuan was about to accelerate and upshift again, an ambulance turned on a fork in the road ahead. Qin Chuan did not hesitate to slow down and give way. The rear A8 took advantage of the situation to catch up. Half a car space between the two parties. A 8-passenger seat lowered the window. The black-clothed man inside pulled out a weapon, aimed at the Lamborghini half a parking space ahead of himself. Qin Chuan saw the other parties move in the rearview mirror, and quickly hit the steering wheel half a handful of times, and the car bit hit the front of the other party's car. A8 instantly lost control and hit the side guardrail. Looking at the rearview mirror of the A8 has no power to catch up. Qin Chuan was relieved, but just as he came back to God, a white Corolla ahead suddenly braked sharply at the fork in the ring road. Qin Chuan reacted quickly, jerked the steering wheel to avoid tailgating, but the horsepower of the Lamborghini was just too great, and after jerking the steering wheel the entire car sped towards the exit and crashed into the roadside barrier. There was a rumbling sound. Lamborghini entire front end, including half of the body, all deformed. Airbags all exploded. Fortunately, the multi-million-dollar luxury car was guaranteed in terms of safety. Coupled with Qin Chuan having the strength of a peak level 4 martial Dao, his body was only slightly bruised, and his muscles and bones were not seriously injured. He pushed open the already bent scissor door and sat sideways on the car seat. Who was the person just now? Qin Chuan pondered in his mind, but due to the impact, his head was still buzzing at this point, making him unable to think for a while. Forget it, it's better to go back to the villa first. The car for transportation had already been scrapped. Qin Chuan could only take out his cell phone and call for an online car first. The sound of the Lamborghini hitting the barrier was loud, causing many passers-by to gather around. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The crash is also too tragic. Isn't this car a Lamborghini Reventón? My god, it's that $15 million Lamborghini. Passers-by have taken out their cell phones. A burst of wild shots at the car sent the neck-doing circle of friends. In just a few minutes, several headlines appeared on the hot search of scarf doing. Shocked. Limited edition Lamborghini domestic first crash. $15 million luxury car accident. Repair costs are afraid of $1 million. Trenchless. 10 million supercars crashed. The owner calmly playing with a cell phone. Several hot searches. In addition to the Lamborghini crashed into scrap metal, there is also Qin Chuan calmly sitting in the car looking at his cell phone. The news department of Kyoto TV received the news at the same time. The director of the TV station immediately at everyone in the work group, telling the news reporters near the crash to immediately rush to the scene for the first shot and interview. Xiao Charan, who had just gotten off work and was having a late-night snack, saw the news and realized that the scene of the car accident was on the next street. She immediately dropped the fried noodles she had just eaten a bite of, straddled the backpack, took off her high heels, and ran quickly to the scene. After running for a few hundred meters, she saw a group of people gathered in the middle of the road, and Xiao Charan realized that that was the scene of the incident. She took out her cell phone and turned on the video function, ready to start recording the interview. Xiao Charan squeezed through the crowd, and the first thing she saw was a boy sitting leisurely on a supercar playing with his cell phone. It's definitely a big news, a big hot spot. Xiao Charan celebrated. He was worried that the internship period was coming to an end and he hadn't gotten a hot news interview yet. As a result, God immediately arranged a breaking news. She slightly tidied up the gray trench coat she was wearing and was about to put on the studded high heels of Valentino that she had just bought. As a result, when she looked up, she found that the other party had gotten into a white net car. Xiao Charan was in a hurry. Seeing that the other party was about to leave the range of vision, he hurriedly stopped a cab. Master, follow that white net car in front. Sister, is that your man in the car? The cab master frowned, bumping into the one who caught the cheating. Xiao Charan froze, then nodded in affirmation. Maisie, I won't pull this job. Men have men's hardships. He needs freedom. Xiao Charan pulled out money and threw it into the cab master's arms. The master took a look. At least $1,000. Old sister catch. Brother take you to punish the evil. Chapter 7, Moving Reward 10 billion. The black silk reporter chased the family home. Shun District. The manor is adjacent to the exit of the highway. Once you get off the highway and go straight for 3 minutes, you will arrive at the main entrance of the Kyoto Manor. Kyoto Manor covers an overall area of 170,000 square meters, and there are more than 200 top-quality villas inside. Kyoto Manor convenient transportation, the surrounding commercial bodies, landscape areas, parks, hospitals, schools and other supporting facilities. Security is even more top-notch. Netcar slowly drove to the gate, was stopped by the security guard. In and out of the Kyoto Manor, which is not a billionaire. In and out of the car are all supercars and luxury cars. This is a private neighborhood. Foreign vehicles are not allowed to enter. The security guard said seriously. Qin Chuan lowered the window. I am the owner of Villa 1. I want to go home now. The security guard's pupils shrunk slightly. Villa 1. That was the king of the building in the entire neighborhood. He did not dare to slack off and immediately took out the tablet he had with him. Excuse me, sir. I need to perform face recognition on you. Qin Chuan nods his head and agrees to the other party's behavior. The security guard pointed the camera at Qin Chuan and a moment later, the screen displayed Qin Chuan's property information. The information was clearly labeled that Qin Chuan was the owner of Villa 1. The security guard immediately pressed the switch and raised the railing to let in the car. The net car drove straight in and just now entered the entrance of the neighborhood. The car continued traveling for about 10 minutes before officially arriving at the gate of Qin Chuan's own villa. Villa No. 1 was the king of the building of Kyoto Manor, and its gate specifications were the most top-notch luxury. Its architectural style is French architecture. The gate is for the central axis symmetrical cast iron gate, weighing 3 tons, 10 meters long and 5 meters high, above the falling leaf pattern. All artisans hand-forged, extremely luxurious. On the way here, Qin Chuan briefly looked at the basic information of the house. Luxurious fine decoration, all with the top materials. The entire villa plus garden covers an area of 10 acres, with a floor area of 3,300 square meters, 12 bedrooms, 10 oversized parking spaces, as well as indoor and outdoor international standard swimming pools, spa, wet and dry steam, jacuzzi, billiard hall, gym, audio-visual room, and other ancillary recreational facilities. After getting off the car, Qin Chuan through the fingerprint identification, successfully entered his home. Into the eyes is a huge fountain, surrounded by planted acacia magnolia, ash, maple, Japanese red maple and other valuable trees to create a sense of colorful seasons. Restore the true meaning of beauty. Qin Chuan briefly familiarized himself with the house, and then returned to his bedroom, ready to rest, and in the meantime, think about the night's events. The car accident at night made him realize that he might be targeted by certain people. Just as he was thinking, a prompt from the system appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side mission, moving to a new house. Mission reward, receive 1,000,000,000 yuan cash reward. A reward of 1,000,000,000,000 yuan. Just right. Recently his hands were a bit tight. The previous rewards were all physical objects, no cash. Although the Express Centurion Black Gold card can be overdrawn, the credit card has to be repaid. Just when Qin Chuan intended to close the reminder interface, the system sent out another message. Warm reminder, if you fail to complete the mainline mission, the system will withdraw all rewards from the challenger. Qin Chuan's heart was flabbergasted. It seems that tomorrow he still has to go to school to study hard and complete the mainline task before he can do so. 4 years of college cannot be skipped at will to skip classes. This is the biggest constraint that the system has brought to him. At the gate of Kyoto Manor, Xiao Churan's cab slowly stopped at the side of the road. The driver probed and looked at it, and said in surprise, "Maisie, my brother-in-law is afraid that he's been adopted." Right, this is the Kyoto Manor, the top mansion in Kyoto. Xiao Churan has naturally heard of Kyoto Manor. The residents inside are at least 1 billion level up Big Brother. She swallowed her saliva with some trepidation. However, thinking about the fact that she still has to fight to stay in the TV station after the internship period, she had to put up a fight. Xiao Churan walked to the gate of the neighborhood. The security guard stopped her. "This is a private neighborhood. Idle people are not allowed to enter. I am here to find my friend. Please ask the other person's name." Xiao Churan was instantly in trouble. She didn't know the other person's name yet. "It's the one who just went in by internet car. Are you talking about Mr. Qin?" "Yes, that's him." The security guard looked Xiao Churan up and down, seeing that she is well dressed and has a high face value, thinking that it could be one of Mr. Qin's confidants. Xiao Churan sees the other party hesitates and pulls out her work permit. "You can look at my work permit if you are not sure. I guarantee that I am not a bad person." The security guard took the work permit. "Oh look, Kyoto TV," and then compared to the photo. "Is the person without error? With the Kyoto TV station's work card as a guarantee." The security guard reluctantly notified the monitoring room and asked them to call Mr. Qin. Qin Chuan had just finished his shower, wrapped in his robe and ready to rest, when his cell phone rang. "Hello there, Mr. Qin. There's a friend of yours, Xiao Churan, visiting you at the cell gate. Please let him go." "Xiao Churan?" Qin Chuan is confused. "Mr. Qin, you can watch the situation at the gate through the monitoring tablet at home." Qin Chuan picked up the tablet beside him and looked at it, only to see a girl of about 20 standing in the screen. The girl was wearing a gray trench coat that covered her knees, and underneath were 2 long legs wrapped in black stockings. Qin Chuan furrowed his brows and was about to tell the monitoring room that he didn't recognize the other party. In the next second, he saw Xiao Churan's bare feet. The black silk under her feet had been worn down and there was blood flowing out. Qin Chuan moved with compassion and faintly said, "Let her come in." At the gate, the security guard received Qin Chuan's message to let her in, and immediately respectfully invited Xiao Churan inside. Because the gate from Qin Chuan Villa there is still a long drive, the district specially arranged an electric car to send her in. On the way in, Xiao Churan was greatly shocked. Inside the Kyoto Manor are all single villas with separate courtyards. Each villa is magnificent and covers several acres of land. In any one of the villas, a toilet could be bigger than the apartment that she herself is currently renting. 10 minutes later, Xiao Churan stood at the entrance of the huge and thick villa number 1. Her heart was very nervous. She was very nervous in her heart. She had played smart to blend in and fooled the security guards, but if she met the main person right away, and if the other party was not happy, she would fall into a situation of doom and gloom. With the other party's strength and energy, playing with oneself is no different from playing with an ant. Xiao Churan took a few deep breaths, and encouraged herself. "Xiao Churan, don't be nervous, you're doing this for a job. You must keep this job. You must take root and live on in Kyoto. What kind of work do you do?" Suddenly, an icy cold voice came from the gate. Frightened, Xiao Chu then retreated 2 steps and fell on her butt on the ground. She looked at the person who spoke in shock. The other party was officially the owner of the car who was playing with his cell phone in the car accident just now. You're Mr. Qin?" Xiao Churan asked tremblingly. Qin Chuan smiled playfully. "You are that friend of mine?" Xiao Churan's pretty face reddened and her eyes averted. "Sorry. In the heat of the moment, I had to," said she. Took out her work card and handed it over. "I'm a reporter from Kyoto TV. My name is Xiao Churan. I came to visit you because I want to interview the details of the car accident just now. Car accident? That was just an ordinary accident. I didn't hit anyone else, and only my car was scrapped in the whole incident. Qin Chuan answered the other party's question in 2 simple sentences. Xiao Chuan is not willing to give up. That crash was a direct scrapping of a limited edition Lamborghini worth $15 million. The other party gave himself the same attitude as crashed a toy car of $12. Inside must not be so simple. There must be insider. She wanted to go forward to pursue the question, when a stabbing pain from the bottom of her foot made her body lurch and fall to the ground. Bright red blood seeped out of the black silk of the Parisian. Chapter 8: Recruiting a housekeeper to take care of the villa. On the first day of work, the owner actually wants. Qin Chuan, who was originally going to end the conversation, sighed lightly when he saw this scene. He walks forward and picks up Xiao Chuan with one hand. Go inside and put some medicine on it, otherwise it will leave a scar. Xiao Chuan nervously gives a soft Just after taking 2 steps, the stabbing pain in her legs made it impossible for her to continue walking. Seeing this, Qin Chuan had no choice but to pick her up in a princess hug. But after all, it was the first time she was hugged. Qin Chuan's hand unintentionally touched the soft and warm forbidden place. Xiao Chuan felt like she was stimulated by a hot electric current and reflexively let out a light Afterwards, she notices that she lost her temper and buried her head deeply in shame. The autumn night in Kyoto was cool. It took at least 10 minutes to walk from the front door of the villa to the villa. It was a good thing that Qin Chuan possessed peak martial arts strength after receiving the attribute reward. Walking with one person in his arms didn't take much energy at all. When arriving inside the villa, Xiao Chuan's pupils violently shrunk. Extremely luxurious French decorations, antique paintings, crystal chandeliers, and artwork piled up with money as far as the eye could see. It was the first time she had seen such a luxurious mansion, and the 100 Willows Academy that she had gone to before was not even a magnitude of existence. In front of the mansions of Kyoto Manor, Bailu Academy was as ridiculous as the slums of San. Qin Chuan puts Xiao Chuan on the sofa and goes to bring the medicine box himself. He first medicated Xiao Chuan's palms, and the irritation from the antiseptic solution caused Xiao Chuan's eyes to tear up, tears constantly swirling in her eyes. Take off the stockings. Ha! Qin Chuan's words make Xiao Chuan tense up for a moment. If you don't take it off, how can I give you medicine? Qin Chuan said with some displeasure as he held a disinfectant and face towel in his hand. Xiao Chuan then reacted. The last moment she thought that Qin Chuan wanted to make some attempts on her. Her white face became more and more flushed, and her hands slowly removed the already worn-out Parisienne. The snow-white thighs were unreservedly displayed in front of Qin Chuan's eyes. After careful sterilization and medication, the wound was finally considered to be treated. Qin Chuan brought a cashmere blanket and handed it to Xiao Chuan for her to cover so that she would not catch a cold. I don't want to have too much coverage of the car accident. If you took a picture of me, I hope you can delete it as soon as possible. Qin Chuan nonchalantly made his request. On the one hand, he didn't want to be too flashy, lest he invite another assassination by the men in black. On the other hand, he didn't want to be seen by his parents, lest they worry. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't want anyone to disturb him and prevent him from completing the main quest. Xiao Chuan pursed his lips, very hesitant inside. In return, you can make a price. Seeing that Xiao Chuan didn't promise, Qin Chuan threw out his chips again. Xiao Chuan immediately retorts, I'm not here to ask you for money. Then what do you want? I just want to rely on my own hands, work well and live in Kyoto. Your car accident tonight is big news, and it's going to be an important achievement for me to stay at the station after my internship. I can't. The word give up, Xiao Chuan never said. Qin Chuan treated her as a gentleman tonight and helped her with her wounds, and she kept that in mind. But Qin Chuan's request was inextricably linked to her own promotion and transfer. The job at the TV station. She had been studying at night for a whole year and had gone through many written tests and interviews to get it. As long as he can be transferred to stay in the station, he will have the capital to put down roots in Kyoto. The corner of Qin Chuan's mouth lifted up as he asked, how much is your 1-year salary when you get regularized at the TV station? Xiao Chuan thought for a moment and replied, I heard from my older siblings that counting the year-end awards and benefits, you can get at least $20,000 a month. 20,000? A year is also 240,000, right? Xiao Chuan nodded. In the real world, a monthly income of 20,000 had already surpassed 90% of the people. Those on the internet who don't move to earn $1 million a month, 9 times out of 10 are bragging and making things up. 20,000 in Kyoto. How many years do you have to go without eating or drinking before you can buy a house and put down roots? Xiao Chuan was dumbfounded. This question hadn't occurred to her. Buying a house in Kyoto was something unattainable. Even with a monthly income of 20,000, buying a house in Kyoto was still a drop in the bucket. Come over and work with me. I'll give you $1 million a year. Qin Chuan rested his head on his hands, leaning on the sofa, and said indifferently, Xiao Charan felt that her ears seemed to be having problems as she repeated 1 million? Too little? No. Xiao Charan shook her head violently. I don't mean that. It's just that I don't think I'm worthy. Qin Chuan smiled. What's worthy or unworthy? Managing this house well also requires quite a lot of experience. Xiao Charan gave a doubtful ah. If you are willing, start working tomorrow and be my housekeeper here. Take care of everything for me. Xiao Charan lowered her head in shame. It turned out to be self-serving. Qin Chuan didn't mean anything else. Housekeeper, annual salary of $1 million. Dry 1 year is worth the income of the TV station for 5 years, but also do not have to run around. Work and rest is not regular. The workplace is a threat to me. Xiao Charan thought a little, and immediately agreed. Qin Chuan stood up, stretched his waist well. It's not early, I still have class tomorrow. There are 12 rooms in the villa, other than my room. The others, you can choose one to stay by yourself. After saying that, Qin Chuan turned around and went back to the bedroom to lie down. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a familiar beep sounded. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, hire a subordinate. Mission reward, obtain a bottle of Life Original Liquid. Note, the Life Original Liquid is an extremely precious material with the efficacy of bringing the dead back to life. The system prompt faded down, and Qin Chuan's hand had an extra bottle of 10 milliliters of golden liquid. This is the Life Original Liquid? Qin Chuan lifted the Life Original Liquid high in the air, and the golden liquid blossomed with infinite vitality under the light. Having money was important, but life was more precious. The collision incident made Qin Chuan's heart palpitate. With this, it's equivalent to having one more life for me. Qin Chuan put away the Life Original Liquid as a wave of drowsiness hit him and his eyelids drooped. Gradually, he fell asleep on his 3 meter by 3 meter luxurious king-sized bed. The next day, Qin Chuan yawned and came down from upstairs, preparing to go to the kitchen to eat something. Just after taking 2 steps, he saw Xiao Charan. Xiao Charan's pretty face reddened and she turned sideways. I found out that you seem to love blushing. Is it rare for a reporter to interview the opposite sex? Qin Chuan is a bit puzzled. Since he met this girl, the other party always loves to blush and be shy. Should I reconsider the candidate for housekeeper? Qin Chuan pondered in his heart. Xiao Charan stretched out her hand and pointed towards Qin Chuan. With a puzzled face, Qin Chuan surveyed himself, only to realize that he was now wearing his summer shorts housecoat. His own brother stood guard angrily, holding an umbrella against the wind. The scene was abrupt and spectacular. Qin Chuan's face did not blush and his heart did not jump, as if there was nothing wrong now. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side mission, early to bed, early to rise, good health. Mission reward, Tanchang BMW 4S store. This can even be rewarded? Qin Chuan couldn't help but report foul language. The system's rewards were a bit too much. Gulp. Qin Chuan's stomach growls. What are you still standing there for? Said you'll work today? Hurry up. I can't stand it anymore. Xiao Charan sniffs and his breathing aggravates a few points. Didn't he say yesterday that the housekeeper doesn't need to do those? Qin Chuan sees that Xiao Charan hasn't moved yet, so he takes 2 steps forward. What's wrong? Don't want to do it? The closer Qin Chuan gets, the more the hormones emanating from his body and the body temperature of his body make the nervous Xiao Charan's mouth dry. After more than 10 seconds of long thought struggle, she hard across face to Qin Chuan, squatting down. Chapter 9, Limited Edition BMW M4. For you to buy groceries. Qin Chuan is startled by Xiao Charan's sudden move and takes several steps backward. The two pull away from each other. What are you doing? Qin Chuan said unhappily. Xiao Charan looks puzzled. You didn't tell me to work quickly. You're not going to be able to stand it. I'm telling you to hurry up and make breakfast. I'm starving and can't stand it. Qin Chuan has a head full of black lines. His heart's rating of Xiao Charan once again drops a few points. Xiao Charan drifted off, unable to raise her head in shame. What am I thinking? She self-criticizes in her heart. So she hurriedly got up and went downstairs, but before she took 2 steps, she stopped again. Boss, what do you want to eat? Whatever, anything, I'm not picky. Okay. Xiao Charan continued down the stairs, but before walking 2 steps, she stopped again. What's wrong again? Qin Chuan even wanted to cook for himself. Boss, the villa is too big. I still don't know where the kitchen is. Qin Chuan was speechless, so he had to lead Xiao Charan to the kitchen himself. The two of them walked for 5 minutes and finally arrived at the kitchen. In Villa No. 1, the kitchen alone is divided into those that do Chinese food or Western food. In the kitchen, there are pots and pans and so on. Very quickly, Xiao Charan made a small noodle and a drawer of soup dumplings. The small noodles looked simple, but Qin Chuan ate it and praised it without mincing words. Seeing that you're a bit nerdy, your craftsmanship is not bad. Hearing the boss's praise, Xiao Charan's eyes smile into a curved moon. Boss, can I take 2 days off? Because the TV station resigned, I still need to go back and do the handover. Also moving here, I need to go back to the rental house to pack my bags. Qin Chuan took a bite of the dunked soup dumplings and nodded. Both of them walked out of the villa after eating and drinking their fill. Suddenly, Qin Chuan realized a very serious problem. After the Lamborghini crashed, it seemed like he had no replacement car. It just so happened that the system had sent a 4S store, so he could go get one. He looks at Xiao Chuan again. Do you have a car? I can't even afford a wheel? How can I have a car? Let's go. First accompany me to buy a car. Xiao Chuan Fong just thought of yesterday Qin Chuan's car scrapped. Today there is no means of transportation. Alas, the world of rich people buying a car is the same as buying groceries. The two called a network car. Straight to the Kyoto Tiancheng BMW 4S store. Two people walked into the BMW exhibition hall. The hall is full of BMW cars, from the cheapest 1 series to 8 series, everything. Qin Chuan was not familiar with cars. Sweeping past, his attention fell on a cement gray M4. He had seen this car on Douyin, and a certain automobile-type netizen picked up the car and gave it a bad rap, causing this model of BMW to instantly hit the hot search. Qin Chuan circled around the car. The size is appropriate. The 2-door hardtop model is just right for transportation to buy groceries. He pointed to the M4 and asked the size is just right. You go to the street to buy a dish or parking. Ha, what do you mean, boss? This car is for you to buy groceries. Boss, it's not good. Xiao Chuan took a peek at the price tag next to the car. More than $100. You don't like it? Doesn't it look good? Xiao Chuan quickly shook her head. No, it's very nice. It's just, of course it looks good. Don't you see the edition 50 jar BMW M slogan printed on the car? This car is based on the current M4 Thunder Edition Company special Big Morning 50 years anniversary tribute work, limited to 150 units worldwide. A female saleswoman clasped her hands on her chest and said coldly. Qin Chuan didn't pay attention to her and said to Xiao Chuan, do you think it's good? Do you want to test drive it? Not waiting for Xiao Chuan to speak, the female salesman immediately interrupted. Hey, who said you can test drive? This is the 50th anniversary limited edition. This is the only one in Kyoto. Not everyone can test drive it. Female sales came over before the measure of Qin Chuan. Two people to take a car online car, one wearing ordinary domestic sportswear, one dressed like a fresh internship college students. Once again look, take a picture on the line. Don't touch it, touch bad you can't afford to pay for it. How can we buy without test driving? Xiao Chuan is also a girl who is not afraid of anything, and immediately asked back. The saleswoman laughed coldly. Oh, you can afford it. Look at you all poor look. You have to say that the bottom of the family to buy a 1 series. I still believe. Buy this limited edition M4. Are you kidding me? You what you? I say girl, you are not just to take a picture to send a circle of friends to pretend to be a pussy. You this kind of students I have seen a lot of. 50 000. If you can pull out a $50 000 now I believe you can buy. Xiao Chuan was angry pretty face and read up. $50 000. Emptied her branch. Negative treasure. Prestige fear is not come out. Call your manager. Qin Chuan did not want to talk to the minions. Directly communicate with the superiors. Sales white. Qin Chuan a glance. Although the boy who spoke looks okay, but he spoke too dragged a little. Oh, what kind of people are you? Not moving to call the manager. Each like you like to come and white rubbing the car to take pictures of all to call the manager to come. Our 4S store still open? Not open. Me. At this time, a thick voice came from behind the sales. The one who came was a middle-aged man with glasses. The salesperson, May, pouted. Manager Wang. Manager Wang stroked the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a straight face, what's going on? There's a lot of commotion. May body bones are crooked, half leaning on the chest of Manager Wang, plump buttocks slightly backward. Manager Wang felt crispy all over. Manager, these two came to the store to cause trouble. People are maintaining order in the hall. We didn't make trouble. We came to buy a car. We just want to test drive it. Xiao Chuan defended. Manager Wang coldly sized up Qin Chuan and Xiao Chuan and said in a cold voice, oh, this is a limited edition BMW M4, priced at 1.05 million yuan. Can you guys afford it? May twists her body and whines. Manager, don't talk nonsense with them. They are just two poor people. Just kick them out. I see that man is so pretentious. Very upset. Said secretly pinched a manager 2 inches of sinews. He was crisp and trembling. Hear me. Hurry up and get out of here. Manager Wang now couldn't wait to drive the duo away so that he could take May to his office to explore the operating principles of a single-cylinder piston engine. Xiao Chuan didn't want to cause trouble on her first day of work, and she pulled Qin Chuan away quickly. Boss, why don't we go to another house to take a look? Why should we go to another place to look? This is my store. Qin Chuan's words just came out, causing Manager Wang and May to laugh. Manager Wang laughed out loud and said, ha 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 ha, buying a car is out of the devil, but also your store. Kid, I've been working in Tiancheng for 8 years. I still don't know who is my boss. Before you pretend to be a bully, you don't weigh it up and see who the other side is. Dead poor guy dare to say anything. Manager, hurry up and call the security to drive them away. Just looking at this kind of poor guy is disgusting, Mei said with disgust. Mei's words crisped the bones of Manager Wang. He immediately recruited to call security, but he realized that the security guards were not in the hall, but outside driving the door for someone. The big boss is here. Manager Wang immediately pushed Mei away and tidied up his grooming. Outside the door of the 4S store, a middle-aged man came down from the back seat of a BMW 7 Series. The man was wearing a decent suit and had silver hair. He got off the car and directly entered the showroom, looked around, and walked in the direction of Manager Wang. As his pace approached, the man's hand reached out in a handshake motion. Manager Wang immediately greeted him and at the same time stretched out his hand in preparation to shake the big boss's hand. But in the next second, Big Boss directly brushed past Manager Wang and walked towards Qin Chuan. Chapter 10. Triggering a time-limited mission. Rewarding a Gulfstream G650 private jet. You must be Mr. Qin Chuan. I'm Lu Yong, the owner of Tiancheng BMW 4S store. Lu Yong said with a flattering face. Qin Chuan nodded his head without much expression on his face. Mr. Qin Chuan, are you satisfied with this store? If not, I also have a Mercedes-Benz store. You can take a look. Same price. His indifference caused cold sweat to break out on Lu Yong's forehead. Not long ago, he had just speculated in futures and lost close to a small target, and was about to be forced to close his position by the institution, when he was worried about what to do. Today, someone directly acquired a 4S store under his name, and still bought it at a price double the market price. Out of such a generous, must be an uncomplicated character. When he saw Qin Chuan, Lu Yong more sure of his idea. Young age, surrounded by beautiful women. The other party is definitely a family son. See each other attitude cold. Lu Yong heartbeat accelerated a lot, for fear that the other party backtracked. This pile of business will be lost. Lu Yong's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Manager Wang and Mei. The two were petrified on the spot. Manager Wang was even sweating coldly and his legs were shivering. What? The big boss sold the 4S store? How did he not know? Or sold to this kid in front of him? Is he really the new boss? I don't know. Just now, I had to ask the security guards to kick people out. Qin Chuan raised his eyelids and looked at Manager Wang and said, I'm qualified to look at this car now, right? Manager Wang stumbled and almost didn't stand still. Lu Yong's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the situation in front of him and instantly understood the scene. Wang Yud, you're fired. Pack up and get out. Mei's eyes were quick and immediately undid the two buttons, sticking on Qin Chuan. So you're really the big boss. People were just joking with you. Between words, her body a force. Soft boneless body directly pasted Qin Chuan's arm. Qin Chuan pushed her away and said contemptuously, get lost. At this time, Qin Chuan in front of the emergence of the system's prompts. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of the side mission, identification of scum women. Mission reward, 30% of the shares of Wanda Group. Wanda Group, a joint stock limited company founded by former richest man Wang Lin. The group operates in commercial real estate, high-class hotels, cultural tourism, film and television, sports, and network finance, with total assets amounting to $1 trillion. It can be said to be a giant industry in China. 30% of the shares, converted to about $300 billion. Without waiting for Qin Chuan to think about it in detail, immediately afterward, another prompt surfaced in front of Qin Chuan's eyes. Time-limited quest, rush to the school within 30 minutes to receive a special reward. 30 minutes to the school? Qin Chuan opened his cell phone map and looked at the drive. The route planned by the cell phone map was almost in full red, and it was estimated to take 1 hour and 30 minutes to arrive at the school. The road traffic in Kyoto during the daytime was like this. There was no such thing as not being stuck in traffic. Qin Chuan switched to public transportation and found that there was a rapid transit bus that could go straight to the school, taking exactly 30 minutes. He immediately bid farewell to Shaocharan and ran towards the bus stop. Half an hour later, the bus steadily stopped at the nearest station to the University of Finance and Economics, which was still 1 kilometer away from the west gate of Li. Qin Chuan glanced at his watch. The countdown on it showed that there were still the last 25 seconds of time left before 30 minutes. Qin Chuan immediately mobilized the power of martial arts in his body and ran towards the school gate. At the same time, a silver GTR whizzed by behind Qin Chuan. The GTR was incredibly fast, and its loud roar attracted the attention of countless people on the road. The car drove towards the west gate of the University of Finance and stopped at the west gate entrance. Li Jun intentionally parked the car at the main entrance just to show his strength. During the university period, if one could drive an Eastern God of War GTR, One could not find a second person in the entire University of Finance. The people passing by had sideways glances at the silver god of war sports car. Qin Chuan stepped over the line and entered the school at the last second. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of time-limited task, rush to the school within 30 minutes. Mission reward, Gulfstream G650 business jet. Qin Chuan had some impressions of the Gulfstream G650. It was currently the most luxurious model in private jets, priced at around 400 million. The fuselage is 34 meters long, with a wingspan of 35 meters and a height of 72 meters. It has a super spacious cabin that can accommodate up to 18 passengers. Restrooms, galley, and dining bar are all standard, and the king-size bedroom is even more luxurious. The maximum cruising speed is Mach 0.925, and the range is up to 13,000 kilometers at Mach 0.85. It has the largest cabin in this class of aircraft. As it happens, you can go home for the winter and summer vacations and go back on a private jet, so you don't have to worry about the return airfare anymore. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, and was quite satisfied with the rewards of the time-limited mission. Classmate, pull over for a moment. Don't block the main entrance. The school security guard behind Qin Chuan said to Li Jun in the driver's seat in the GTR. Li Jun glanced at the security guard and viciously said back, "You dead security guard meddling? Tell me to pull over." The security guard is a grandpa, age about 50 or so. See, Li Jun, to his own rude words, also did not get angry, still is to persuade students. "You parked here, affecting the normal traffic of the school. Trouble, move a move." The security guard's persuasion did not play the slightest role. On the contrary, it provoked Li Jun. He angrily got off the car. "You dead security guard, do you know who my father is? Do you know how much money he donated to the school? Your salary is paid by my dad's donation." The security guard was a little nervous by Li Jun's yelling, and said timidly, "Even if your father is the principal, he can't be like this." Li Jun was enraged, and raised his hand to slap the 50-something-year-old security uncle, knocking him to the ground. Immediately after that, he flew up and tucked his foot on the uncle, stomping hard. "You're a security guard. How dare you tell me what to do? One word from me and I'll directly let you roll back home." Li Jun's punches and kicks on the security guard grandpa, watching the students on the side of the road, had a moment of fear. No one dared to come forward to stop him. When he was about to swing his fist again, he was stopped by another hand. "I'll give you a minute to drive your garbage truck and get out." Li Jun froze. Someone actually dared to stop him, and talking to him like this. "Who the hell are you? Meddling in the business. Do you know who my father is?" Not waiting for Li Jun to finish, Qin Chuan slapped him, sending Li Jun's back teeth flying out. Li Jun's mouth was full of blood, whimpering, "You still have 40 seconds left." Seeing this, Li Jun was afraid that he wouldn't be able to beat the other party and immediately got into the GTR. Before leaving, he lowered the window and screamed at Qin Chuan, "You wait for me. I'll go to the principal's office and company to sue you, and I'll see that you don't want to hang around at the University of Finance in this life anymore." After saying that, Li Jun stepped on the gas and entered the University of Finance. The security uncle climbed up with difficulty, and looked at Qin Chuan with tearful eyes. "Kid, you shouldn't have stood up for me. You're in big trouble. That freshman beat up Li Jun? Li Jun, he dared to do it. He is not afraid of." Li Jun called his father to retaliate. "Who is Li Jun's father?" "Li Jun, his father you don't even know. A general manager of a listed group. Last year donated 10 million to the school." Many of the students passing by knew Li Jun's identity and were worried for Qin Chuan. The villain is not scary. What is scary is the power behind the villain. Li Jun drove for a while before he stopped and touched the swollen half of his face. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number. "Dad, I was beaten up at school." Chapter 11. You're in big trouble. Do you know who his father is? Li Jun is Li Gang's only son. Li just old son, and because of work, little time at home, weekdays will rarely go to discipline Li Jun. All along, Li Gang has been using money to make up for Li Jun. This also allows Li Jun to develop a bullying personality. Last year's exam he did not get into the University of Finance and Economics. Li Jun used the power of money. With a donation of money, his son borrowed to study in the University of Finance and Economics. This makes Li Jun feel that as long as there is money, there is nothing that can't be done. His own father could help him with everything. "Son, don't be afraid. There's Dad. When I finish my meeting with the chairman, I will go to you. Make sure the school gives a statement." Li Gang hung up the phone angrily. As the general manager of the northern region of a listed group company, his status was a cut above the chairman of an ordinary company. Moreover, he had also donated money to Kaijing University before, and also promised the president of Kaijing University that he would donate another amount afterward. With these two layers of relationship, Li Gang concluded that Kaisha University would not dare to favor the other party. Qin Chuan glanced at his cell phone and prepared to make a trip to the dormitory first. The Kyoto Manor House was good, but it was too far from the school. If you go back and forth every day, the delay on the road is too long. It would be more convenient to stay in the dormitory and wait until the weekend to go back to the villa. Anyway, the villa has Xiao Charan to take care of it, so he doesn't have to worry too much. Walked to the 5th floor of the boys' dormitory, room 511. Qin Chuan pushed open the door of the dormitory room, which is a 4-person dormitory. The bed and desk are connected together. Above is the bed, below is the desk. There is also a balcony in the dormitory where you can dry your clothes and do your washing. It was also equipped with an independent bathroom, heating and electric fan, and hanging air conditioner. Qin Chuan briefly swept a glance. All 3 of his roommates had already moved in. Seeing Qin Chuan's arrival, the boy with glasses said excitedly, "Hey, the last brother is here." He walked forward familiarly and reached out to shake Qin Chuan's hand. "Hello, my name is Tang Yuming." "Hello, my name is Qin Chuan." Tang Yuming pointed to a tall and thin man on the side and said his name is Kong Huijun. Kong Huijun was eating dumplings. He waved the chopsticks in his hand and greeted Qin Chuan. Then, Tang Yuming introduced another dark-skinned boy who was doing bicep curls with dumbbells. "That guy is called Wu Ming. Just got back from the army." Qin Chuan nodded and said hello. Tang Yuming pointed to an empty bed and said, "Our dormitory is in first come first served order. Your bed is over there." Watching Qin Chuan take his seat, Tang Yuming continued, "I've read all the basic personal information of our dormitory. Wu Ming is the oldest and is the dormitory's leader, followed by me, then Kong Huijun. Qin Chuan, you're the youngest and is the 4th. Qin Chuan nodded without comment. Kong Huijun ate dumplings and swiped the school forum. Originally, he wanted to look at the post of the school flower selection, but when he looked at it, he saw that a hot post had been topped, and he called out, "Brothers, look, big news." Tang Yuming to join in the fun to go forward, only to see the school forum. Now the top of the hottest post title, "Ying God of War GTR," blocked the school door. The new students on behalf of the security guards to teach a lesson to show off the rich lesser. Kong Huijun immediately clicked into the post, only to see a few blurry photos of the scene inside. The accompanying text below briefly described the details of what happened at the school gate. The rich young man in a GTR parked illegally. The school security guards persuaded him to leave, but to be humiliated by the rich young man, a freshman stepped in and taught the rich young man a lesson. After Kong Huijun read the description, he only praised, "Good, well done." Now some people, based on the family, has too money, all day to act recklessly, no one in the eyes. If I were there, I would have stepped in and given that what's his name rich young man 2 slaps in the face. Tang Yuming scrutinized the post and looked at the photos carefully. Afterwards, he wondered, "Hey, how come the rich man on the photo looks a bit familiar? As if, seems to be Li Jun Ah." Wu Ming put down the dumbbells in his hands and also came over. He carefully looked at the characters inside the photo, and then pointed to a person above. Said, "Wait, you guys see, this out to teach Li Jun a lesson, is not exactly our dormitory's oldest." Tang Yuming took Kong Huijun's cell phone, came over to Qin Chuan's side, pointed to the photo and asked Lao Si, "Is the person in the photo you? Did you teach that rich young man a lesson?" Qin Chuan did not deny it and nodded his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you actually even dared to hit Li Jun. Wu Ming put down the dumbbells in his hand and said with a difficult look on his face that Li Jun I know. The counselor told me. His father is the general manager of the northern region of Wanda. His background is not ordinary. Old 4, you are too impulsive. Kong Huijun stopped his chopsticks and said incredulously, "The Wanda you mentioned is Wanda Group? The Wanda Group that the richest man founded?" Wu Ming nodded his head. "Yes. Wanda Group is a domestic premier large enterprise. Its northern region general manager is even more not ordinary people. Before I heard that went to our county for an investment visit. The county inside the first and second hand personally accompanied." He moved his hand, said a sentence, "To invest in building a commercial body? That is several $1 billion of business can be said to be powerful, not to mention in the school, even if our principal meets, have to be courteous 3 times. Kong Huijun described. Tang Yuming's face was ugly and full of anxiety. "Old 4, you're in big trouble. Lao San, do you guys have any contacts that can calm this down? We need to rush the school to mediate this matter before Li Jun's father comes." Wu Ming opened his mouth and asked. As the oldest, he was the most calm at this time. Wu Ming began to analyze the arrangement and immediately started preparing to solve the problem. Kong Huijun and Tang Yuming shook their heads. Both of them were students who were admitted to Kyoto from the county. Their parents at home were ordinary company employees. Where could they have any connections? Wu Ming's face was grave, and he bowed his head and contemplated for a moment. Then, biting his lip, he said, "In that case, I'll go to the counselor and see what he can do." After saying that, Wu Ming put on a sweater and hurriedly went out, running towards the counselor's dormitory. As the big brother of the dormitory, for his brother to have an accident, he wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. No matter what method he used, he had to keep Qin Chuan. Tang Yuming was also like an ant on a hot pan, constantly walking around the dormitory, thinking of ways for Qin Chuan. Kong Huijun, on the other hand, began to contact his fellow villager. As far as he could remember, this fellow countryman of his was already a senior who was the vice president of the student union. Hey, Senior Chen, this is Kong Huijun. Oh, what is it? It's like this. Something happened to my brother today. Kong Huijun briefly combed through Qin Chuan's matter and told the other party. As a result, he was only halfway through his sentence when the other party hurriedly interrupted. Huijun, it's not that I'm not helping you. There's nothing I can do. He's Li Jun. His father is Li Gang, the general manager of the northern region of Wanda Group. I still want to intern at Wanda Group this year. If you ask me to put in a good word for him with Li Jun, I'm afraid that my internship opportunities will all be gone. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Kong Huijun looked like a deflated ball and let out a long sigh. The vice president of the University of Finance and Economics Student Union seemed to be very powerful in school, but in society, who would recognize your title? As long as you are out of school, you are just a student child, a rookie egg. Seeing this, Tang Yuming could only hope for Wu Ming. He went to the counselor. As a matter of fact, Li Jun could more or less sell the counselor a face. Tang Yuming seemed to think of something, and immediately opened his cell phone. Wei Xin, said to Kong Huijun, Lao San, how much money do you have on your side? I still have 800 for living expenses this month. You transfer me 500. I hear a total of 1500 all to Lao Si transferred. Lao Si, you can accept the $2,000. In case the other party wants to find you to compensate for the money, you can also respond to the emergency. At this time, the dormitory door was pushed open from outside. Wu Ming came in a hurry, followed by a middle-aged bald man. When the man entered the door, his entire aura gave a kind of impermissible majesty. He looked around the room and asked who is Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan raised his hand. I am. The man said with a reproachful face. TSK, you are Qin Chuan. Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Qin Chuan looked unconcerned and said how much trouble? The man wanted to kill the security guard at the entrance of the school. I stepped in to stop it. I'm considered to be righteous and courageous. How is it a trouble? If you don't believe me, you can go ask the grandfather. He can testify for me. Seeing that Qin Chuan still does not take Li Jun's matter seriously, Wu Ming was a bit anxious and said, Lao Si, this is our counselor. Wu Ming Huaigua counselor. He's here to help you. You don't think that your matter is very simple. Right now everyone is trying to figure it out for you. Be serious. Wu Ming didn't blame Qin Chuan much. As the oldest brother, a few years older than them, having experienced the army as well as society, he understood that a rash young man like Qin Chuan hadn't encountered any storms and waves, and how menacing the situation was now. Chapter 12, Compensation of $1 million. The whole school assembly kneeled down and apologized. Guo Minghui walked to the door, poked his head out and looked around, then closed the door and lowered his voice. Qin Chuan, you probably don't know the seriousness of the matter. Li Jun's father, the general manager of the northern region of the Wanda Group, previously donated 10 million to the school. This year, the school is preparing for the world's top 200 university rankings. The impact of the top 200 has a prerequisite is the need to have a world-class laboratory. This laboratory alone will cost $50 million. At present, there is still a large sum of money short of the full 50 million. Guo Huiming said here. The rest of the words were too blatant for him to express directly. He could only use a look to let them understand. Wu Ming instantly understood what the counselor meant. Now the school lacked funds to build a laboratory, and Li Gang had money and the intention to donate. But just in the window before the donation, his own son was slapped by a person at school. As a father, how could he let it go? Rich people don't care what facts you have or don't have. They only care that they can't suffer. Tang Yuming looked like he recalled something and muttered in hindsight. Guo Huiming touched his smooth head, thinking hard for half a day, spoke in this way. I try to use the identity of the counselor to talk to Li Jun, before his dad makes a move. Let's all deal with the big issues and minimize the small ones. That would be best. Thank you, counselor. With Guo Huiming's words, Wu Ming's heart was slightly relieved. No matter what, Li Jun was also a student of the University of Finance and Economics, so he didn't look at the face of the monk. Guo Huiming immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Li Jun. Hey, Li Jun, I'm Counselor Guo Huiming. What is it? Li Jun's tone on the other end of the phone was not good, with a bit of a disdainful attitude. I just learned about what happened at the school gate just now. That Qin Chuan is now my student. Young people, impulsive. Let's this thing. You see, private, deal with it. Guo Huiming attitude is very sincere, even some humble look. But what can be done? He is a district counselor only. People's family is powerful. It is not allowed to let himself out of class. Li Jun on the other end of the phone heard a bit of flavor. Feelings are that kid knows he got into trouble. and now looking for counselors to mediate. Li Jun laughed coldly. Oh, Guo Huaiming, since he is your student, I look at your face, can also be private. Guo Huaiming is on speakerphone. Li Jun's words led a few people in the dormitory for it to breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately after, Li Jun continued to say compensate me for the mental damage. Medical expenses of 1 million. And then in the whole school assembly, kneel down and kowtow to me. This matter, I'll take it as forgettable. Li Jun's words instantly hit everyone. 1 million. Then kneel down and kowtow in front of the entire school to apologize. This was simply an insult. Li Jun, your conditions. Li Jun didn't give Guo Huaiming a chance to speak. Interrupting this is all I ask. If you can't do it, let him wait for me. My dad will come to the school in the afternoon, and I'll make him get out of Qin University. Also, his details I checked. Jiangning small broken county people is it? My dad will give their county leaders to say hello, and then the whole country blocked him. I'll let him go to beg for food for the rest of his life. After saying that, Li Jun snapped and hung up the phone. Guo Huaiming put away the cell phone, looked at Qin Chuan, said Qin Chuan, things have come to this, the mistake you made, you have to carry it yourself. There is no need to worry about burning firewood. Bite your teeth, it will be over. Otherwise, with the energy of Li Jun's father, can really ruin your life. Tang Yuming persuaded. Lao Si, we are a man of strength. Not just a minute's matter. Just get through it. Kong Huijun said. Yes, Han Xian still has the humiliation of crotch. Don't give up your future for the sake of today's face. Wu Ming is more practical. He does not think that Qin Chuan can give up his identity as a university student and risk the consequences of being blocked by the whole industry and Li Jun in order to save face. The only thing he considered was the issue of Li Jun's compensation. Counselor, the 1 million that Li Jun wants. Guo Huaming's eyes narrowed slightly as he said money-wise. I'll look for the school leader Zhou Xin again at that time to see if I can pay in installments. Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun had already given Qin Chuan the money, and Wu Ming also immediately opened his cell phone. Lao Si, when I retired from the army, I was given a subsidy of 200,000. I'll give 100,000 to my family. I'll keep 5,000 for the rest, and the rest of the 95,000 will be given to you. Saying that, Wu Ming immediately V95,000 to Qin Chuan. Looking at the four people in front of him who kept helping themselves with money and effort, Qin Chuan was a bit touched. He opened his cell phone and returned all the transfers from everyone. Old four, what are you doing? Why did you return the money? Wu Ming said angrily. Qin Chuan stretched and yawned and said I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I won't accept the money. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I kneel down and kowtow to him? On the contrary, the school gate assaulted the security guard. I was righteous. I am the righteous party. I apologize to him to admit his fault. There is still fairness to speak of. Guo Huaiming shook his head at Qin Chuan's words and sighed alas. You child, what do you know? There is no fairness in this world. People have the money and power to play you to death as if you were an ant. You haven't entered society yet. You won't understand. After saying that, Guo Huaiming shook his head and left the dormitory. In his eyes, Qin Chuan was young and impetuous and would not accept Li Jun's conditions at all. As a counselor himself, he had already done his best. The other people in the dormitory were also like deflated balls. They had helped as much as they could, but Qin Chuan was too stubborn to listen to their words. The president's office of the University of Finance and Economics, Ho Yud, the director of the school affairs department, didn't knock on the door and hurriedly barged in. The principal Chang Woolley, who was resting on the sofa with his eyes closed, was startled, and he angrily rebuked. Come in, and don't you know how to knock on the door? Do you want to give me a heart attack before you give up? Ho Yud was reprimanded and lowered his head. Principal, something big has happened. Chang Wooley's eyes stared. What is it? Ho Yud immediately put the school gate thing one by one to say out. Chang Wooley's face was calm as he spoke that Li Jun is just too much. Relying on his father's somewhat strength, he acted arbitrarily. Listening to Guo Huaiming, Li Jun refused to settle the matter privately and had to stab the matter to his dad. Principal, you also know that Mr. Li loves this son the most. Chang Wooley slammed the table, said angrily Li just love his son. I do not love my students? What kind of world is this? You make a mess first, and when you are stopped, you have to fight back. There is no law. Ho Yud watched Chang Wooley finish his temper, and then reminded him, President, our university is going to be ranked in the top 200 internationally this year, and that world-class laboratory will require $50 million. Mr. Li opened his mouth last year, saying that he would sponsor 10 million. Chang Wooley suddenly remembered this and his face couldn't help but change. The University of Finance and Economics into the world ranking of the top 200. Is their own into a higher position of the key achievements? If they fell at this juncture, this life's career even if the end of the road. Just when Chang Wooley indecisive, Desk phone rings. It was a call from the defense section principal. Li Gang, the northern general manager of the Wanda Group, says he wants to see you. Chapter 13. You are given 1 minute to kneel down and apologize, or you will be blocked. A Mercedes-Benz S350 drove straight under the office building of the University of Finance and Economics. Li Gang, in a black suit, accompanied by 2 assistants, walked into the principal's office. Chang Woolley, full of smiles, stepped forward to extend his hand. Oops, Mr. Li came to visit. There is a long way to welcome na. Li just squinted at Chang Woolley, snorted coldly. Principal Chang, my son's matter, you know it. I've heard a little about it. I've heard about it a little. Young people, they fight and mess around. It happens all the time. Li Gang slammed the table, pointing at Chang Woolley's nose, and said angrily, I spent so much money on sponsoring your university in the hope that my son would have a good learning atmosphere. As a result, my son's personal safety is not even guaranteed. Chang Woolley's face changed slightly. As the head of a school, and in the society's identity is not a low figure. In normal times, he would have already called the defense section and asked someone to blast Li Gang out. However, now is the key time of his career rise. He has a request from the other party. Sometimes have to bow down. Call the kid who hit my son over. I want to take a good look. What kind of background is it that dares to be moving my son? Seeing this, Hoyut immediately ran out and went to call Qin Chuan to come. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Chuan walked slowly to the principal's office. Li Gang looked the other party up and down, seeing that he was dressed plainly and his feet were still a pair of domestic sneakers. You're the kid who beat up my son, right? Qin Chuan coldly looked down at Li Gang. You are the father of that beast? You, Principal Chang. Is this the student taught by your University of Finance? Chang Woolley glared at Qin Chuan, poured a cup of tea for Li Gang, and snorted. A student from the county town is a bit temperamental. Li Gang waved his hand and knocked off the tea on the table. That's enough. Principal Chang, I think you're just favoring this kid. At this time, Li Jun also arrived at the principal's office on his hind feet. He was still a bit intimidated at the first sight of Qin Chuan, but when he saw his father present, he immediately became arrogant. Dad, it's this kid who made a move on me. Look, my face is swollen. Li Jun is Li Gang's only child, usually pampered. See, his son's right half of the face is swollen. Li Gang was heartbroken. Principal Chang, look, this is all into what appearance? This matter must not be so forgettable. To be severely punished, must be expelled. Oh, I have to be expelled if I do it. Then how does it count if he does it? Qin Chuan took out his cell phone, opened the photo album and flipped out a video, only to see that in the video, Li Jun was punching and kicking the 50-year-old security guard, beating the other party to the ground holding his head. It was this old bastard who kept annoying me and kept asking me to move my car. That's why I did it. Li Jun defended himself. Chang Woolley knew the cause and effect of the matter and said, this matter, I also know. Li Jun, he moved the car, did not wait for the principal to finish. Li Gang, and a slap on the table. Chan, principal, now is to discuss the matter of this kid hit my son. You pull those have no why. It is not possible that you want to favor this hit the kid. Li Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. President, this year is the key time for Kaiyuan University to hit the World University Ranking Top 200. You don't want to drop the chain now. In case you are not selected, you are afraid that your career will come to an end. For Chang Wooley's pain point, Li Gang pinpointed it very well. His age was in front of him, and if he wanted to further his career, he had to complete the task this year in order to get promoted. Otherwise, once he missed out, he would end up only being able to work in the position of the president of the University of Finance until retirement. Chang Woolley face hesitation color. One side is his future career development. One side is his student's innocence. Li Jun saw that the principal was afraid of his father. Even more, please dad. Today this kid's counselor approached me to plead for leniency. I've told him that as long as he pays out $1 million and then kowtows to me in a school-wide assembly to apologize for his mistake, I'll be an adult and spare him. Chang Woolley sniffed, as if he had grasped a ray of hope that he could settle the matter. Li Gang heard, ha ha ha, laughed out. Still, my son is magnanimous. Chang, principal, you also heard? Our Li family has made the biggest concessions. Now it depends on the sincerity of the school. Chang Woolley twisted his head to look at Qin Chuan, seemingly asking for his opinion. He had read Qin Chuan's personal information. His parents were both ordinary factory workers, and his family's conditions were very average. As long as he was willing to make amends and apologize, the compensation school would find a way to help him advance. But the next second, so that Chang Woolley never expected is, Qin Chuan butt on the chair, sneered and said, I give you Li family a choice. Let Li Jun to the gatekeeper kowtow to apologize. Compensation for 1 million. I can be this thing has not happened. Otherwise, I will let your whole family get out of Kyoto and erase all positions from the Wanda Group. Your time for consideration is only 1 minute. The moment Qin Chuan said this, the entire room was silent. Then the Li family father and son laughed at the same time. Li Jun said yo 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 yo. Who do you think you are to tell our Li family to get out of Kyoto and erase my father's position in the Wanda Group? Do you know what my father's position is in Wanda Group? My dad is the general manager of the northern region of the Wanda Group, an existence under one person and above 10,000 people in the group. Qin Chuan ignored Li Jun. There are still 40 seconds left. Li just called before coming to ask the director of the school's school affairs office about Qin Chuan's identity. Dual career family, small county origin only. Kid, the factory where your parents are from is also under the name of our Wanda Group. As long as I make one phone call, I will immediately let them be laid off and go home, and then the whole industry will block them, so that they will not be able to find work for the rest of their lives. Do you know who you're talking to? Don't know the heights of heaven. Chang Woolley walked over to Qin Chuan and gave him a wink, signaling him to stop talking or else he wouldn't even be able to help him. Qin Chuan helped the principal away with one hand and looked at his watch. There are still 30 seconds left. Li Gang felt humiliated and enraged. He immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed Jiangning City Maytay Clothing Factory. Hello, is this factory director Zhou Jiangwo? I am Li Gang. Zhou Jiangwo froze. Is it Mr. Li from Wanda Group? It's me. Hello. Maytay Clothing Factory had just been acquired by Wanda Group last year and was under the northern region of Wanda Group. The general manager of this northern region, Zhou Jiangwo, had only met him at the annual meeting at the beginning of the year, and had always wanted to flatter the other party, suffering from a lack of access. Your factory, isn't there a pair of husband and wife workers? The man is called Qin Guoming, the woman Xin Hua. Zhou Jiangwo thought for a moment and replied, well, there is. Immediately fire them for me. Then put the word out to me in the city of Jiangning that whichever company dares to hire them is against our Wanda Group. Against me, Li Gang, and I will definitely snipe them. Zhou Jiangwo didn't know where Li Gang got the fire from to open fire on two ordinary workers in his factory, but on his lips, he repeatedly promised all right, Mr. Li, I'll fire them right now. Hanging up the phone, Li Gang said with a cold smile, oh, little Yakuza, you now know how big my energy is. Offend me, I'll make your whole family have no good fruit to eat. Chang Woolley let out a long sigh. The current situation is the last thing he would like to see. He whispered, alas. Originally it was a conflict between students, but now it involves adults. Qin Chuan, not Qin Chuan, but he only saw Qin Chuan with a cloudy face, leisurely said, good, time is up. You don't have a chance. Chapter 14, Immediate Dismissal. Never hire. A dead duck with a stiff upper lip. A Yakuza from a small county loves to pretend. Li Jun mocked. Qin Chuan took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Qin Chuan. Right. The general manager of the northern region of the Wanda Group is called Li Gang. Right? Good. Remove him from all positions in the group and dismiss him outright. If he makes a fuss, let the third-party audit check him to see how much money the group has embezzled in these years. Send it directly to the relevant departments. Hire the best lawyers, and sue him at the top penalty. After the dismissal, the whole country put the word out that whoever works with him and his family next to him for 3 generations is working against the Wanda Group, and will suffer the consequences. Qin Chuan finished hanging up the phone and looked at Li's father and son playfully, only to see Li Jun laughed out loud, acting on the head and fired my father. Why don't you just arrest my father? Qin Chuan revealed a hint of ferocity under his eyes and said, locked up. He can still have a free prison meal every day. What I want is for your whole family to become your most despised bottom life. Your relatives and friends spit on you. Li Gang listened to Qin Chuan's words with growing impatience and was just about to interrupt with his exit. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. When he looked at the caller's name, it was Wang Lin, the chairman of Wanda Group. Li Gang immediately changed his face and fawned. Hello, Mr. Wang. What are your instructions? In the next second, Li Gang's face changed wildly, becoming pale and without a trace of blood. The cell phone slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. Immediately after, everyone's cell phones in the room received news pushes from various apps. Breaking, Wanda Group's personnel changes. The general manager of the northern region, Li Gang, was sacked by the group due to his personal style. The office was dead silent. Everything happened too fast, too suddenly. A high-ranking executive, without warning, was sacked. Something unprecedented in the Wanda Group. Li Gang came back to his senses in a trance and immediately called Rin Zhongwei, the vice president of the group. Mr. Run, what's going on? How come the board of directors sacked me for a good reason? I was just with General Manager Wang. Li Gang, did you offend someone? Rin Zhongwei lowered his voice and asked. No, Mr. Ren, you know me. I have always been honest and thick. See which leaders are not all nodding and wasting, can eat the losses or self-eating. Mr. Run, you give me a bottom. In the end, why The other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Spoke Li Gang. I'll be honest with you. Sack you. Is the board of directors of the largest shareholders meaning? He suspected that you enrich yourself, swallowed a large sum of money group. Mr. Wang, open mouth cannot protect you. I advise you not to struggle and resist. That big shot holds 3% more shares than Mr. Wang. You can't even fight them at all. If you want any dismissal compensation, they are going to start a third-party audit to check you. After saying that, Ren Zhongwei hung up the phone. Li Gang sat on his butt on the sofa. How many people in his position have clean butts? He looked at Qin Chuan and said with a trembling voice, You're the biggest shareholder of the Wanda Group? You know too late. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're not just a bottom-feeding citizen from a small county. There's no way you could be. Qin Chuan smiled coldly, not arguing with him. Li Jun witnessed his father being jerked off by the group, and he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his identity as Li Xiao. Dad, what to do? Is our family going to be finished? Li Gang slapped him across the face. Useless guy. Your dad is not finished yet. It's just a job. I've done enough. I've saved up $100 million in the past few years. Now I'm not in Wanda Group. Even if you are the major shareholder, what can you do to me? More than 10 years of work, Li Gang saved a generous family foundation. This money, enough to let his whole family the rest of their lives without worry. Ding ding ding. Li Gang's phone rang again. He slid his phone and answered the call. Hello, this is the internal audit team of the Wanda Group. After investigation, you have taken advantage of your position during your employment to steal a total of $150 million from the group. You are restricted to return all the money within 3 days. If you do not pay it after the deadline, our company will transfer the relevant materials to the inspection unit and file a lawsuit to protect all the rights and interests of our group. After hearing this, Li Gang stumbled and collapsed to the ground. $150 million was a figure that could not be gathered even if he had to sell all the real estate under his name. His first thought was also to immediately transfer his property, only to find that all his accounts were in an abnormal state and frozen. This is to force himself to the extinction. The moment before he was arrogant and domineering. He crawled to Qin Chuan like a dog, pulling Qin Chuan's trouser leg. Mr. Qin, you have a lot of generosity. Put me as a fart. Don't rush me to the end. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Qin Chuan took a step back and retracted his pants leg, angrily rebuking, Get the hell away from me. Seeing this, Li Gang manipulated the wooden stool in the office and smashed it against his son Li Jun. You asshole. My son sent you to study, but you give a offend, Mr. Qin. See if I don't beat you to death today. Li Jun wailed as he was beaten by his own dad and rolled around on the floor of the office. The wooden chair was broken. Li Gang was still not relieved, and drew out his belt to give him a beating. Chang Wuli looked dumbfounded, and hurriedly called the defense section to take the father and son out. After the duo was racked out by a few security department grandfathers, Chang Wuli sighed long and hard, and sat on his butt on the sofa. Li Gang had been dismissed by the Wanda Group, and now he was being pursued for the stolen money. The $10 million he promised to donate to the school was definitely out of the question. It's over. It's over. There's no way to realize the world's top 200 ranking. He looked at Qin Chuan again. Qin Chuan, you go back. Next time you see righteousness, pay attention to the proportion. Chang Wuli lay down on his back, his eyes looking at the ceiling. His own decades of career, all the way to the bumpy road, in order to be able to further, desperately hard work. Originally, he could still go further, but as a result, he did not expect to fall here. He could not help but recite the poem of Lu Kozhuang, a poet of the Song dynasty. Plum mold on the morning coat, dusty boots, once wore a fine battle against the Yenha. I've been looking for my first clothes for a long time, and I don't need to love the old nest in the brocade tent. There are so few people who can read, but there are so many things that are not as good as they used to be. Half a lifetime of silence due to pedantry. Old age is shocked at the age of time. Qin Chuan did not understand why the principal so sigh, then asked to the side of the director of academic affairs Ho Yud. The other party briefly told him about the lab and the school's ranking. Alas, a foot in the door and a loss of success. Is it expensive to build a lab? That's for sure. What we want to build is a world-class lab, not a face-saving project. A lab that is truly useful to the country that can develop things. Building the smallest one will cost $50 million. The leaders above promised to allocate $40 million. And Mr. Li, no, Li Gang also promised to donate $10 million. As a result, it's just short of $10 million. I'll pay, Qin Chuan said lightly. Chang Wuli's ears twitched and rubbed up from the sofa. Chapter 15, Utilizing the Original Life Liquid to Cure the Sick and Save the People. Reward the Top Nightclub. You, Qin Chuan. Fellow student Qin, are you telling the truth? Qin Chuan smiled faintly and did not say anything. Picking up his cell phone, he called up his internet banking and entered the account number where he had paid the tuition fees before. Immediately after, the finger pressed the screen and fingerprint verification. In less than a minute, the transfer was successful. He took the interface of the successful transfer and shook it. I can go, right? Chang Wuli and Ho Yud gulped at the same time, shocked and speechless. This directly donated $10 million? It's too casual. Not even a request? Just as Qin Chuan pulled open the door to his office, one person hurriedly ran outside. The other party is the director of the school's financial office. Full of shock, rushed Zhangguoli said school principal. The school accounts suddenly transferred into a $10 million of funds. What to do? Qin Chuan had just left the office building when a system prompt surfaced in front of him. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side mission, sponsoring public welfare. Mission reward, acquire skill level 1 peak of medical Dao. Note, the martial arts path is divided into 9 levels, with each level divided into 4 stages, introductory, minor, major, and peak. The system's interface faded away, and a massive amount of medical knowledge flooded into Qin Chuan's mind at once. He was passively stuffed with medical knowledge unimaginable to normal people. After an hour, Qin Chuan let out a long sigh of relief. In the time just now, he had been forcefully stuffed by the system with 1,000 terabytes of medical knowledge, covering internal medicine, surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, pediatrics, ophthalmology, pathology, testing, infectious diseases, preventive medicine, Chinese medicine, and so on. He was now equivalent to the level of an all-disciplined professional medical professor. This was still only the strength of the peak of the first-grade medical Dao. If he continued to upgrade, Qin Chuan's ability would be limitless and terrifying. After slowing down, Qin Chuan was ready to walk towards his dormitory. A commotion suddenly rose not far ahead. Grandpa! Grandpa! A girl wearing a white tracksuit knelt on the ground with an old man in her hands. The old man collapsed on the ground, his eyes closed tightly, obviously fainted. The surrounding area was surrounded by passing students, but everyone was from Kaiyuan University, not Medical University. None of them knew how to save people. Some people took out their cell phones and dialed the school infirmary. Some dialed the hospital's phone to call an ambulance. However, in the old man's current state, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait for the medical staff to come over. Qin Chuan rushed over with a single stride and took the pulse of the old man's wrist. Frowns tightly wrinkled up. He is on the verge of death. Breathing stagnation, heartbeat weak and tends to be close to nothing. The whole body blood backflow, heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys rapid decay. The girl had long since panicked. Her own grandfather had managed to come to the school to see her today, and as a result, outside the crowd ran 3 black-clothed men in suits. The 3 men were obviously practiced, with sturdy figures. Seeing the old man lying on the ground, they were also stunned. Miss, the old man him. The girl called out at the men in black. Doctor, quickly call a doctor. The man in black dared not to be slow, and immediately took out his special cell phone and dialed the number. Wait, it's useless to call a doctor. Qin Chuan opened his mouth. The girl froze, then retorted, impossible. My grandfather, he's always been in good health. He doesn't have any basic diseases. Nothing will happen to him. No, he is not sick. He was paranoid about practicing martial arts and went off the deep end, causing his entire body's meridians to break and his qi and blood to flow backwards. The girl's beautiful eyes snapped open, incredulously looking at the young man in front of her. How did he know that Grandpa practiced martial arts? But where to care about that much now? No matter what, let the doctor take a look first. Grandpa, you can't be okay. The girl pulled the old man's hand and cried. Qin Chuan sighed softly and took out a vial from his pocket, which contained none other than the life original liquid. He opened the lid and poured it into the old man's mouth. What are you doing? You're going to harm my grandfather. The girl pushed Qin Chuan away with a hand. The glass bottle in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. Luckily, all 10 milliliters of the life original liquid had already been drunk by the old man. The girl pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and said angrily, "What did you give my grandfather to drink? Did you see that my grandfather is still alive and deliberately poison him again?" The 3 men in black sniffed and immediately stepped forward to surround Qin Chuan, ready to make a move to take him down. Just then, the old man lying unconscious on the ground suddenly spoke out. "Don't be rude." The black-clothed man immediately stopped his attack when he heard this. "Grandpa!" The girl cried with joy when she saw her grandfather's shoe waking up. The old man stroked his granddaughter's hair. Xiao Qiong, "You're scared. Grandpa is fine." Under the support of his granddaughter, the old man slowly gets up. He arched his hand at Qin Chuan and bowed. "Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name?" "Qin Chuan." The old man acted very humbly, while Qin Chuan faintly returned 2 words. The girl looked on with great dissatisfaction. What kind of person was her grandfather? How could he treat a brat with such condescension? "What attitude do you have, talking to my grandfather like this?" "Xiao Qiong, no wantonness." The old man said his granddaughter and continued to say to Qin Chuan, "Mr. Qin, my name is Kong Fu. She is my granddaughter, called Fong Qiong. Please forgive me for my rudeness." Qin Chuan waved his hand. How could he be bothered with an ignorant girl in general? Although Kong Fu regained his consciousness, he was still coughing continuously. His body was very weak. "Your illness is caused by going off the deep end. Your meridians are disorganized, and your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys are all internally injured, and the time span is too long. One tube of Life Original liquid is not enough to fully repair your internal injuries. Fang Qiong sniffed and left a tear in her heart. Kung Fu patted her shoulder. Xiao Qiong, don't cry. Grandpa has lived for 80 years and has lived long enough. It's only my fault that I forcibly raised my martial realm in order to fight against the enemy back then, which led to today's situation. Since Mr. Qin understands my grandfather's condition, do you have any methods to cure him? Fang Qiong held Kung Fu's hand tightly as her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Chuan, a hint of expectation flowing from the bottom of her eyes. As the granddaughter of the old man, she often saw her grandfather coughing painfully at home from time to time. The whole family had visited famous doctors all over the country, and they were all at their wits' end. Mr. Qin, as long as you can cure my grandfather, my Kong family can promise you anything. Qin Chuan thought about it. Kung Fu's disease was not untreatable, only that he needed a course of 6 bottles of Life Original liquid to do so. The formula of the Life Original liquid was a secret that belonged uniquely to the pinnacle of the first-grade medical Tao. The treatment isn't difficult. It's just that the potion for the treatment needs time to be configured. You give me some time. I'll prepare and come to your door to give you the treatment at that time. Is that okay? Of course. Fang Qiong jumped up happily. The original pearly pretty face showed all the colors of joy. Then I'll be grateful to Mr. Qin. After all, Kung Fu had seen the world. Even if the other party indicated that he had the ability to renew his life, he did not express the excitement in his heart. Xiao Chen, take note of Mr. Qin's cell phone number. When the gentleman is free, you come and pick him up. After saying that, Kung Fu thought again and said to Qin Chuan, Mr. Qin, my Kong family still has some connections in Kyoto. If Mr. has any trouble at that time, just open your mouth. Qin Chuan nodded and watched Kung Fu and his party leave. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, saving the dead and helping the wounded. Mission reward, obtaining Kyoto's top nightclub MIXXX. Chapter 16, biking into $1 million luxury car. Porsche Cayenne. Qin Chuan has a black line. The main task, let me study well, but the rewards are all about tempting people to get away with it. You system old 6 very. Just as Qin Chuan spit out the system rewards, ran head-on to a girl with outstanding temperament and a hot body. Xiao Chuan, why are you here? Su Xiaoyan cried tears of joy as she pounced on. Qin Chuan looked at the tears in the corner of Su Xiaoyan's eyes and was surprised. Sister Xiaoyan, what's wrong? I just came out from the principal's office. I saw the post in the forum and recognized that person as you at first glance. Then I heard that Li Jun called his dad here. Li Jun's dad is a listed group executive, and has 1,000 relationships with the school. I'm afraid that he will treat you. Qin Chuan stroked Su Xiaoyan's hair. It's okay, Sister Xiaoyan. Don't worry. It's okay? When Su Xiaoyan heard this, her gripped heart loosened up. Xiao Yan, he is your boyfriend, ah? A somewhat sharp female voice came from behind Su Xiaoyan. It was a girl wearing long boots, tight jeans, and a navel-bearing t-shirt. Although she was wearing heavy makeup, she could see that her features were three-dimensional and she was a beauty. But compared to Su Xiaoyan, it's quite inferior. Xiaochuan hasn't even confessed to me yet. I don't know if I'm considered a boyfriend. Oops, whatever. Su Xiaoyan struggled internally and said, well, his name is Qin Chuan. Xiaochuan, she is my best friend. Su Qian, you are Qin Chuan? Su Qian blinked her big eyes and asked in surprise. It's me. You're the one that Xiaoyan has been reciting in her mouth. The childhood friend Qin Chuan who grew up in the garment factory's staff dormitory building? Qin Chuan nodded, affirming once again. Su Xiaoyan's pretty face reddened at once, hastily stopping Su Qian. Xiao Qian, why are you saying everything? Shame on you. Su Qian's heart was flabbergasted. Su Xiaoyan had rejected those suitors and always said that she was waiting for her childhood friend, so everything was true. Su Qian and carefully measured Qin Chuan a glance. Seems to remember what? Oh, I remember you. Today under the bus that all the way running late man is you ah. Qin Chuan thought about it. He was doing a time-limited task, so he replied, well, it's me. Su Qian's mouth corner hooked up a touch of imperceptible cold smile. Su Xiaoyan is not high and cold. How to find such a dead poor. Write small research. Tomorrow is the weekend. My birthday. You let Qin Chuan also come together. Su Xiaoyan some difficult. She looked at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled and said, yeah, I don't have to go to class on the weekend. I have time. Oh, really is a dilly-dallying scum. Su Xiaoyan is also really. There are so many handsome men in Kyoto, but chose the one with the least money. What a waste of a good skin. Waiting until he separated from Su Xiaoyan, Su Qian took her cell phone and walked to the corner. Hey, Mr. Wang, it's me, Xiao Qian. Wang Chang seemed to be doing exercise at this time, speaking with some panting. His tone was a bit impatient. What is it? I saw Su Xiaoyan's boyfriend. Wang Chang on the other end of the phone immediately stopped the activity of the body. curiously asked which family son. Hey, it's not what family man, it's the childhood friend that Su Shayan always mentions. What is his origin? Nothing to come from. Before Su Shayan said, the two families are Jiangning and garment factory workers. The two grew up in the factory staff quarters. Workers? Workers' son? That's it? Yes, Wang Xiao. The other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then laughed maniacally, ha 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 ha. Damn Su Shayan, when he refused to lousy, said he had a boyfriend. I thought it was a rich young man, but it turned out to be an ordinary worker's son. Wang Xiao, I just had the bright idea to say that tomorrow weekend is my birthday. Su Qian reminded. Wang Chang froze, then praised, very good. Tomorrow I'm going to meet this kid. I'm going to humiliate his man in front of Su Shayan. Let her know that in this world, no money is. Wang Xiao, then alright, tomorrow for your birthday, I'll give you an LV bag. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Boys' dormitory 5th floor, room 511. Qin Chuan just pushed open the door. Tang Yuming, Wu Ming, and Kong Huijun all rushed up, carefully looking Qin Chuan up and down. Old 4, are you alright, old 4? Li Jun and the others didn't embarrass you, right? Lao Si, is there enough money? Not enough for us to think of a way. I'll go and ask my comrades to borrow some. We have more people to solve the problem together. A few people came up to Qin Chuan and asked him about his problems. Not because he messed with a big shot and avoided him. This made Qin Chuan very pleased. It's fine. Justin and the principal's office are dealt with. Qin Chuan laughed. Principal's office? A few people had a sigh of regret and fear. This matter actually still stabbed the principal's side. Wu Ming was from the army, and was considered to have touched down in society. As soon as he heard about the principal's office, he understood the reasoning behind it. The principal of Kyoto University of Finance? The leader of the top academic institutions. There is an existence of an official position in his body. Students were just conflicting with each other. He stepped in to mediate. Much better than a counselor. How much was the compensation? Qin Chuan froze and laughed. What money to lose? There's no need to lose money. A few people looked at me and I looked at you, making such a big mess. No need to lose money? At that time, Li Jun had sworn to pay up and kowtow to apologize. How could it be possible that he didn't have to pay out money? Could it be? Wu Ming made a wink to Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun, and saw Qin Chuan's face of indifference. Forced calm and frank look. A few people heart. There are some things that can't be said even after they're done. Old 4, since things are settled, let's get together at the dormitory, as a way to remove your bad luck and embrace a better tomorrow. Yeah, boss's proposal is good. I second it. I also second it. Wu Ming slapped one hand on Qin Chuan's shoulder. Old 4, today this meal is hosted by Big Brother. You can eat and drink openly. Forget all the unpleasant things. As night fell, the four rode a shared bicycle to the snack street at the west gate of the University of Finance. There was a paradise for late-night snacks, with beer, fried chicken, kebabs, and spicy hot pot available. Because of the growing autumn, Wu Ming proposed that we eat kebabs and roast lamb to nourish. Kebabs on wine. The more you eat, the more you have. Wu Ming and Tang Yuming, in order to let Qin Chuan forget the day of shame, one after another to add dishes, add wine. 4 people ate nearly $1,000 of kebabs. Beer. Good thing Wu Ming veterans pension enough, or put on an ordinary student. The next days of the month are to gnaw on steamed bread. Several people are drinking some head. Qin Chuan and Wu Ming walk. Kong Huijun drink happy. Had to stand in the back of Tang Yuming car singing, let him all the way back to school. Tang Yuming did not refuse, but just did not ride 2 steps. But he realized that the brakes of his shared bicycle is broken. Did not brake. Clang. Directly into the front of the Porsche Cayenne illegally parked on the side of the road. The two men's faces were blue. Then the wine sobered up most of the time. Just see the rear bumper of the Porsche Cayenne. Was shared bicycle hit a groove. The owner of the car sitting in the car, heard a loud noise, immediately get off to check. Chapter 17, damaging a Porsche Cayenne for $600,000. The owner of the Porsche Cayenne was a man in his 40s with a face full of horizontal meat. He got out of the car to check the vehicle for the first time, and then saw that the crashers were 2 student-like youths. Without saying a word, he came up and clunked to the 2. Slapped. I lost your mother. You 2 dead poor will not ride. You know how much money this car. Do you know how much this car costs? Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun were hit and did not dare to fight back, only lowered their heads and stood in place. I'm sorry, we didn't do it on purpose. It's the brakes on this shared bike that's broken. We'll compensate. Tang Yuming saw that this Cayenne was an old Cayenne, which should now cost around $600,000. And at the moment, it was only the bumper that had a problem, so it shouldn't take too much money to fix it. The 2 men could afford to pay for it if they put it together. The man spat. You 2 don't run. I'll let the 4 S's come over now to assess the damage. The other party made a phone call. and soon the people from the 4S store arrived at the scene. A Porsche Panamera car down 3 big men wearing undershirts. The leader was a bald man. The man saw this and hurriedly went forward to hand over a cigarette. Brother Long, why did you personally come so late? Brother Long nodded and took the cigarette. Hong Tao, you wait. I'll have someone check and inspect. The staff around Brother Long went up to check the vehicle problems, and soon came to a conclusion. Initially, the rear bumper is scrapped. The car trunk circuit board is damaged. The hydraulic rod ruptured. The door is squeezed and dented. Preliminary estimates. The entire car repair costs conservatively estimated to require 600,000. Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun were shocked when they heard the price 600,000. How could it be so much? We did not just hit a little bumper. Hong Tao said angrily. You two poor bastards know what kind of car is this? Porsche Cayenne. You ing sat in a million luxury cars, have not. Know how much the repair cost of luxury cars? 600,000 is only the repair cost. You also need to pay me to repair the car when the cost of lost labor. Taxi fare. Tang Yuming argued. Your car is clearly the old Cayenne. According to the current second-hand market, the whole car is about 600,000. You actually dare to ask for 600,000 yuan. I don't recognize this price. Seeing Tang Yuming resist, Kong Huijun also opened his mouth to say I also do not recognize. Besides, who are these people? They don't look like the staff of Porsche 4S store. I want to contact another 4S store to come and see. Otherwise I won't recognize this accident appraisal. Hong Tao, see around the backing of Brother Long. Do not bother to talk nonsense with the two boys. Go up to one person afoot. Stop. Wu Ming and Qin Chuan were one step late. Seeing their two brothers being violently beaten, they immediately spoke out to stop them. Why are you guys hitting people? Qin Chuan asked angrily. Hong Tao smiled coldly. Damn. There are quite a lot of dead poor bastards. Fine. I'll tell you if you want to know. He pointed to a dent in the back of the Porsche Cayenne and said, your good brother, riding a broken shared bicycle, crashed my precious Cayenne. You say, shouldn't it be compensated? Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly and a fierce light flashed under his eyes. How much compensation? 600,000. Not counting the cost of my lost labor in taxi fare. Forget it, seeing as you few poor bastards are pitiful. Give 600,000 and this matter will be over. 600,000? How can I ask for so much? It's just a bumper dent. Wu Ming was shocked and said. Hong Tao smiled. Thumbs up. Pointed to the side of the dragon, said I have a professional 4S store staff on-site identification. If pulled back to the store identification, compensation will only be more, will not be less. Qin Chuan looked at Brother Long and then at Hong Tao. With his fingers together, he pulled out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Brother Long. Swiped the card. Brother Long, who was originally smoking a cigarette with an unconcerned face, violently shrunk his pupils. He looked at the card and looked at Qin Chuan. Hong Tao grabbed Qin Chuan's credit card with a hand full of joy and let the staff around him swipe the card. The black gold card had no password, and in the blink of an eye, the POS swiped 600,000 away. Looking at the POS machine to print out the transaction ticket, Hong Tao's mouth are almost laughing split. Nima, today's luck is also too good. All of a sudden earned 600,000 yuan. Wu Ming. 3 people saw this scene, shocked. Old four, how so rich? Hong Tao pulled open the door of the car, ready to drive away. To pack a sister to spend. No, he thought for a second. Two. The moment he pulled open the car door, Qin Chuan kicked the door back. Hong Tao turned his head and looked at Qin Chuan angrily. What do you want? Qin Chuan, hands in his pockets, coldly said, the car thing is considered to be over, but my brother's beatings, you have to return. Hong Tao was not happy to hear. He was busy to the side of the dragon. Winked, whispered dragon, in the $100,000 given to you, it also includes solving these troubles. Brother Long looked back at Qin Chuan. Hong Tao pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and said, your kid is quite capable, right? With me to put a hard word. You also do not inquire. I Shangang. Hong Tao is what character? Qin Chuan is not afraid. Still look like a light breeze. He faintly spoke. Brother Long, is it? How much he gave you to do this? I give you 10 times. The only requirement, I don't want him to be able to drive in this life. When Brother Long heard this, his eyes bloomed with golden light. Hong Tao's heart went cold. What's the situation? Give 10 times and let me not be able to drive in my life? He immediately pulled Brother Long's hand. Brother Long, don't listen to him. He, is a poor bastard. He lied to you. You can't fall for it. Brother Long snorted coldly and took down Hong Tao's hand. This gentleman is not an ordinary person at a glance. Hong Tao, let's put one size fits all. I'm really sorry. What people give is really too much. Only to see Brother Long make a wink left and right. The two staff around him took out 2 wrenches from the trunk, then dragged Hong Tao to a shady place by the side of the road. A few moments later, 2 heartbreaking cries came out from there. the two walked back. Brother Long. It's done. Brother Long had a fawning smile on his face. Gongzi, how do you feel about this job? Not bad. After saying that, Qin Chuan handed it over again. Brother Long waved his hand repeatedly. How can I charge money for doing a small job for your excellency? After saying that, he handed over a business card with both hands. This is my business card. If you have any use for me in the future, please feel free to order. Qin Chuan took the business card and nodded. Brother Long and the two people beside him got into the car and left the scene. Lao Si, thank you. That money, we'll save up to pay you back as soon as possible. Tang Yuming said timidly. Kang Huiju nodded in agreement on the side. Qin Chuan smiled and put his arm around the shoulders of the two. Who are our brothers with who? That little bit of money. Forget it. Porsche Panamera car. The side of the person asked Brother Long. You to that kid so polite. Money also do not receive. Brother Long slapped his face and called over. You ing no. You did not see what card you just swiped? That's the black gold card of the Centurion of Transportation. Without a centuries-old powerful family, there is no chance of getting that card. He leaned back on the seat and looked up at the night sky above the skylight to be able to get to know such a big shot. I, Zhou Zhanglong, am going to be rich. Chapter 18, buy a replacement car, even if it's a Ferrari. Lao Si, where did you get so much money? Didn't the counselor say that your family are all ordinary workers? Is it hard to believe that you are participating in some rich second-generation reality show? Where is the camera? The three roommates asked questions one after another, causing Qin Chuan to not know how to answer for a while. I am a small county in the ordinary family out. There is no background. That little bit of money is considered to be what I earned myself. A few people sucked in a breath of cool air. Only a freshman in college. He earned more than $1 million. Lao Si, what do you do? Qin Chuan thought for a moment and replied, I do a little business. Open a hotel, and sell a car. Buy and sell. Hotel, sell cars? Three people. You look at me, I look at you. Silently stopped asking questions. Nowadays, college students abound in entrepreneurship. Many people in the school inside the business of second-hand car trading, and then do a B&B hotel or something. A few people a burst of envy. The old four is also too promising. Saturday was a rare good weather. Bright sunshine, cloudless. Today, I have an appointment to celebrate Su Xiaoyan's best friend's birthday. At 10 a.m., Qin Chuan dialed the number. The other end of the phone came Su Xiaoyan's lazy and soft voice. Obviously not yet awake. Hey, Xiao Chuan, Sister Xiaoyan, when are we going to meet? I'll pick you up. Half an hour later. I'll get up and wash up and put on some makeup. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs in your dormitory. Aha. Su Xiaoyan sweetly mumbled twice. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan spent 10 minutes to wash and dress before going out and walking towards the girls' dormitory building. 2 hours later, Su Xiaoyan trotted downstairs. When she saw Qin Chuan's first glance, she spat out her tongue in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Xiao Chuan. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Qin Chuan looked at Su Xiaoyan in front of him. She was wearing a white fine linen vintage blouse with yellow daisies adorning the neckline and cuffs. Underneath was a knee-length black skirt, and her feet were wearing white mid-calf socks and small brown leather shoes. The whole person looks pure and beautiful, coupled with super high face value. None of the boys passing by did not look sideways. Qin Chuan naturally did not lose his temper. For Su Xiaoyan, he could have unlimited tolerance. It's fine. They are at the Starbucks in the city center. Let's go over and find them. Sister Xiaoyan, my car crashed 2 days ago. Qin Chuan told her truthfully. Su Xiaoyan's first reaction was shock. She immediately looked up and down at Qin Chuan. Xiao Chuan, are you alright? Where are you hurt? Qin Chuan shook his head. Only then did Su Xiaoyan let go of her heart, then call an internet car. It just so happens that the road to the city center is very congested. You can take a good rest without driving. Well, but Sister Xiaoyan, the car broke down, always can't be repaired. Go out and need a transportation tool. Why don't you accompany me to buy a car first? Su Xiaoyan looked at the time. It was also just after 12 o'clock. That a few ladies, she is clear. Each person mouth said to the arrival. Not until the sun sets, is not to see them go out. All listen to you, Xiao Chuan. Qin Chuan took out his cell phone and pondered. Although there was a BMW 4S point in his name, because of what happened 2 days ago, he didn't like this brand too much all of a sudden. In the case of Lamborghini, with the crash incident, there was something vaguely twisted in his heart. So he entered his destination and called for a special car. After the two got in the car, after nearly an hour's journey, they finally arrived at the Ferrari sales center on the financial street of the Eastern District. This sales center, a store under the direct jurisdiction of the Ferrari headquarters, had higher reception specifications compared to other agents. It can order exclusive models, accessories and so on. The whole Ferrari sales center occupies 2 floors and consists of 2 stores. From the outside, it seems that the area is not big, but the internal depth is very vast. As far as the eye can see, the walls along the street are all built with a block of glass. Pedestrians passing by could see the red soul of the demonic movement inside the store at a glance. Qin Chuan held Su Xiaoyan and walked into the sales center. The elegant and quiet fragrance greeted him, and a sense of superiority that was born instantly surged to his heart. The hall is exceptionally clean. In addition to the various models of Ferrari, and a few suits, long legs and black staff, there is no one else. After all, any Ferrari is priced at millions of dollars, which is not something that ordinary people can afford. Ordinary people would only stand outside the store and look at it through the glass, and very few would have the courage to come in and visit. Those mechanical beasts with hundreds of horsepower sat quietly in the showroom, waiting for their owners. Hello sir, ma'am, welcome to the Ferrari sales center. May I ask if you have an appointment? A tall, distinguished young woman with black half-rimmed glasses stepped forward to greet her. She was wearing a professional sales black suit, a wrap-around skirt, and black stockings with high heels. The well-tailored clothing allowed her plump figure to be displayed just right. Although her face displayed a professional smile, her body still exuded a hint of distance. This was the aura that a female salesperson of a luxury car should have. Without a 7 out of 10 face value, she wouldn't even be qualified to come over for an interview. No appointment. Qin Chuan replied. That's okay, then I'll register for you. Okay, my name is Qin Chuan. The other party did not treat Qin Chuan and Su Xiaoyan with cynicism because of their student-like appearance. The first and foremost thing about super luxury car sales was the service attitude, and this point was the biggest difference from other car sales. After a few minutes, the other party came over. Hello Mr. Qin, my name isn't Xiao Xiao, just call me Xiao Xiao. Qin Chuan nodded, and Xiao Xiao led the duo into the showroom in style, introducing the vehicles in the showroom as she walked. This is Ferrari's Roma. The car is equipped with a 3.9L V8 turbocharged engine, accelerating at 3.4 seconds for 100 kilometers, priced at 2.4 million. This is the Ferrari Portofino 10 hardtop convertible, with a 3.9L twin-turbo V8 engine on board, accelerating to 100 kilometers in 3.5 seconds, priced at 2.9 million yuan. This is the Ferrari F8. The 3.9-liter V8 twin-turbo engine has been upgraded to produce 818 horsepower of maximum power and 930 Nm of peak torque, 0 to 100 km per hour in 2.6 seconds and a top speed of 340 km per hour. This is the Ferrari SF90 Spider, Ferrari's first production externally rechargeable hybrid roadster, powered by a turbocharged V8 engine and 3 electric motors. It has a maximum output of 1,000 HP. Equipped with all-wheel drive, it accelerates to 100 km in 2.5 seconds and 0 to 200 km in 7.0 seconds. The selling price is slightly higher than the first two, priced at 4.98 million. Qin Chuan, while listening to Xiao Xiao's introduction, looks at Su Xiaoyan's sister Xiaoyan. Which one do you think is better? Su Xiaoyan bristled. It seems none of them are very good looking. They all look the same. And Xiao Xiao heart, that is a sweat face. Really women's eyes. Sports car is the biggest difference is the car label. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyan pulls up Qin Chuan and walks towards the deepest part of the exhibition hall. She points to a Ferrari placed in the innermost part of the room and says, Xiao Chuan, this one looks good. It's not the same as the others. I think it's very suitable for you. And Xiao Xiao quickly followed, only to see that the car Su Xiaoyan pointed to was precisely Ferrari's top flagship supercar, La Ferrari. Chapter 19 Ferrari worth $500 million. Swiped the card and bought it. La Ferrari, Chinese commonly known as Rafa, equipped with a 6.3L V12 naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum output of 800 horsepower. The external motor is able to provide 163 horsepower. The maximum torque is 900 Newton meters, matched with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. The acceleration of 100 kilometers in less than 3 seconds. And Xiao Xiao was full of consternation and wanted to speak. The two people in front of her looked like people who didn't know anything about cars, and they were afraid that they didn't know what Lafa meant. Qin Chuan looked at Lafa and said, since Sister Xiaoyan said yes, let's buy this one. And Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment and spoke. Mr. Qin, this is a Lafa. It's Ferrari's top-of-the-line limited edition flagship model. Its selling price is higher than any current Ferrari, and it's higher by more than just a star. And Xiao Xiao used as much euphemistic language as possible to express the difference of the Lafa. She was also implying to the two people in front of her that the Lafa was an unattainable existence for them. You know, this Lafa in front of you, the starting price alone is 25 million yuan, ladder plus private customization options. There are a series of costs down a variety of taxes, may have to reach the level of 50 million. $500 million of luxury cars, even a billionaire, have to weigh their own strength. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, has a face that doesn't care, and asked flatly how much does it cost, not counting the later options and tax aspects. The starting price is 25 million yuan. When Su Xiaoyan heard this, She only felt a little dizzy throughout. Her small mouth slightly opened. 25 million yuan? Her reaction. And Xiao Xiao looked in her eyes and was not surprised. In her heart, she laughed coldly. The little girl is still too young and hasn't seen much of the world. Seeing Su Xiaoyan so surprised, Qin Chuan was afraid that she was heartbroken about the money. So he let Su Xiaoyan go to the VIP lounge to take a short rest, and came to talk about the price himself. When Su Xiaoyan left, Qin Chuan was calm. 25 million, plus the Ferrari's late options and taxes. Then it's almost 50 million, right? And Xiao Xiao nodded. It's that much needed if the configuration is pulled full. Good then. Order 1. Qin Chuan said casually, and Xiao Xiao froze, feeling like she had tinnitus and misheard. Sir, what do you mean? Qin Chuan said again. Order 1. Only then did Xiao Xiao react. She had heard correctly. The young man wearing a tracksuit and looking like a student in front of her was talking about ordering one. She was not mentally prepared at all, and it took her a long time to get over it. Mr. Qin, the procedures for purchasing a Lafa, it's a bit different from other Ferraris. First, we need to check the capital with you. And Xiao Xiao replied cautiously. There was someone who came to the store before and came up to order the Lafa. As a result, it was later realized that the other person was a Douyin anchor, who actually couldn't afford the Lafa at all. He came over to order the car just to shoot a video to get traffic. Qin Chuan nodded and took out his credit card, handing it to Xiao Xiao. Pick up and swipe it. Or do you want to see the balance in my bank? And Xiao Xiao took the card in Qin Chuan's hand and at first glance recognized it as an Express Centurion black gold card. My goodness, it's actually a black gold card, the legendary king of cards, a credit card with no limit on the amount of credit, which could theoretically buy any item with a price. With this card, it was more authoritative than any asset proof report. Seeing that Xiao Xiao didn't say anything, Qin Chuan thought it was because the other party didn't recognize the black gold card. So he opened his cell phone, tapped on the Hua Bank app, and then went to the personal total assets section. After passing the face recognition verification, he handed the phone to Xiao Xiao. The other party took the phone, only to see a long string of numbers above the phone balance. And Xiao Xiao silently recited in her mind. Individual, 10, 100, 1,000, husband, father, grandfather. After counting to 100 million, she sucked in a breath of cold air and didn't dare to look any further. These are not any stocks, real estate, those unreal numbers, but real cash deposits. Now, I'm considered to have passed the capital inspection, right? And Xiao Xiao's pretty face was a little stiff, and she timidly said when. Of course, possessing a black gold card and a deposit of nearly $1 billion of worth, if this was not qualified, then there were not many people in the world who could be qualified. Unexpectedly, such a young boy in front of her could actually have so much wealth. What exactly is he? At this moment, all of Xiao Xiao's proud body, appearance and so on became worthless in front of this young man. The ethereal sense of distance, the high and cold temperament of rejecting people was gone. All her pride, in front of Qin Chuan, is not even a fart. She, who treated herself as a cold and noble goddess, was so inferior that she somewhat dared not raise her head to look directly at her. At this moment, Shen Hui, the supervisor of the Ferrari Center, walked over. He had been sitting in his office on the second floor drinking tea and saw two students come into the store, thinking that most of them were coming in to see a novelty. He did not think so, but after half a day, the other party did not have the intention to leave, and Xiao Xiao's expression is still very difficult, concluded that the other party is teasing their own employees. He had to get up and come over to relieve Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Shen Hui didn't directly talk to Qin Chuan, but was first concerned about his employee, and Xiao Xiao stammered back, supervisor, this Mr. Qin wants to order a fight. Shen Hui was instantly confused, as if he hadn't heard clearly, and Xiao Xiao repeated, this Mr. Qin wants to order a fight. Shen Hui was stunned. What kind of cowhorse is this, coming up and ordering a Lafa with half a small target? Xiao Xiao, as a professional salesperson of the Ferrari sales center, didn't you tell the customer about the price of the Lafa? Shen Hui intentionally raised his pitch a bit so that Qin Chuan could hear him, and Xiao Xiao timidly returned, supervisor, I said it. Shen Hui stared blankly. Then did you explain to the customer that ordering Rafa requires a capital inspection? Well, just now Mr. Qin showed me his Hua bank account balance, which has close to 1 billion yuan in cash. Saying this, and Xiao Xiao handed Qin Chuan's Express Centurion black gold card to Shen Hui. Shen Hui's body shook as he sucked in a breath of cool air. What? There was $1 billion in cash? There was actually a black gold card with an unlimited limit. His attitude immediately shifted 180 degrees. Rubbing his hands together, he respectfully said to Qin Chuan, hello Mr. Qin, I am the sales supervisor of the Ferrari sales center. Shen Hui. Qin Chuan nodded. I just checked the capital. Now I can order the car, right? Your efficiency is too low. I'm in a hurry. Cold sweat broke out on Shen Hui's forehead. Does this young man in front of him have no concept of money? This was a $500 million supercar. He had only been in the door for less than half an hour. In his mouth, how can he say it as casually as buying chickens at the food market? Qin Hui didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly led Qin Chuan into the matching room. He handed Qin Chuan an iPad. Mr. Qin, please look at the configuration. Need to add something? Not? No need to look. Just follow the color scheme, wheels, and interior of the one in the showroom, and the rest of the configuration will be full. Qin Hui sweating. Configuration full. Really half a small goal is gone. At this time, and Xiao Xiao hurriedly ran in from outside. Qin Hui was a little unhappy. Xiao Xiao, your hasty appearance is too out of shape. And Xiao Xiao leaned over and whispered 2 sentences in Qin Hui's ear, only to see Qin Hui's face change and lock the iPad screen in his hand. Then with an apologetic face, he said to Qin Chuan, I'm really sorry. Mr. Qin, you cannot purchase this Rafa. Chapter 20 Need qualifications to buy a Lafa? Then come straight to 5 units. Qin Chuan was surprised why. Qin Hui said with some embarrassment, I'm really sorry Mr. Qin, it's an oversight in our work. Because the headquarters has regulations. Want to buy Lafa? It is a prerequisite. It is that the buyer has at least 2 limited edition Ferrari models or 5 Ferraris under his name. Just now we checked. You don't have a single Ferrari under your name. And Xiao Xiao was also remorseful. How could she have never imagined that Qin Chuan, who owned a black gold card in hundreds of millions of dollars, actually didn't have a single Ferrari under his name? This order was going to fly today. It was a big order of $50 million. Enough for her to sell 10 ordinary Ferraris. To know that Ferrari, this kind of luxury car, belongs to 3 years do not open. Open 3 years, a person a year hold up also sells 7 or 8 cars. Qin Hui was very disappointed. Selling a Lafa is something that cannot be found. He will definitely get a promotion and a raise, and double his year-end bonus. But now, Qin Chuan had a glowing face. Ferrari still has this kind of rule. Well, I'm really sorry Mr. Qin. And Xiao Xiao still bowed and apologized. Then wouldn't it be fine if I buy 5 Ferraris first and then buy the Lafa? Well, theoretically yes, Mr. Qin. And Xiao Xiao replied. Qin Chuan pulled out his black gold card and pushed it in front of, and Xiao Xiao just won each of the Ferrari Roma, Ferrari Portofino, Ferrari SF90 Spide, and Ferrari F8 you just introduced. There seems to be one more missing. I heard that Ferrari is coming out with an SUV, right? This way, 5 cars will make up the total. You salespeople need to use your brains. You don't know how to deal with this small matter flexibly. And Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded at the scene. Who would have thought of buying 5 Ferraris first, followed by this operation of buying a Lafa, to change into other customers? They said this program shall not be killed on the spot. Qin Hui is dumbfounded. He has been in the business for many years, never seen so by Ferrari customers. Even if the national husband Wang principal to come, but also just ordered adjust. He rushed to operate the next process, and Xiao Zhao's heart was pounding wildly at this time. She took out her cell phone. Mr. Qin, is it convenient to leave a prestige? You can contact me directly if you need anything in the future. The face of this top tycoon, and Xiao Xiao has long been moved, just in the way of Su Shayan presence. The other side of the face value of their own have to retreat. But men, she has seen a lot. There are a few do not like to play exciting. And Xiao Xiao was glad that her performance just now was still passable and she didn't judge people by their appearance. Otherwise she would have missed a great opportunity. Qin Chuan nodded and took out his cell phone to scan the code for her. After adding friends, Qin Chuan asked, which car can I drive away today? And Xiao Xiao said apologetically, Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. We are all customers' order, sent to the headquarters to review the production. The fastest will take 3 months to pick up the car, meaning I can't even drive one today? And Xiao Xiao bowed apologetically. And seeing that the other party had such a sincere attitude, Qin Chuan could only shake his head helplessly. He had bought 6 cars himself, but in the end, he still had to take an online car. He came to the lounge. Sister Xiaoyan, let's go. Su Shaoyan trotted into Qin Chuan's arms. Has Xiao Chuan bought it yet? The car still has to wait for 3 months. We still can only take a taxi first. That way. And Xiao Xiao immediately took out her cell phone and prepared to take a taxi, only to see that the number of people in the queue had reached 3 digits. Seeing the opportunity, and Xiao Xiao immediately grabbed it and said, Mr. Qin, why don't you use my car first? Qin Chuan hesitates for a moment and nods his head. That's fine. Thank you. I'll return it to you when I'm done with it today. And Xiao Zhao's car was a white Mercedes-Benz C200, priced at around $300,000. Qin Chuan drove all the way to the Starbucks in the city center, Kyoto, downtown Starbucks. This was the shopper's paradise in Kyoto. where hipster men and women would always gather no matter if it was a weekday or a weekend, dressed in the most fashionable clothes, carrying large and small shopping bags through the various brand counters. Su Qian and her group had long been sitting in the Starbucks located all the way down the street to take a break. Starbucks, as a representative of light luxury drinks, was once regarded by young people as a dating mecca. Su Qian and her entourage had already been sitting in Starbucks for a while, and the photos had filled several GS. Hey, Xiao Qian, I heard that today Xiaoyan's going to bring his boyfriend? A girl with a pretty face and long wavy hair asked. She is also Su Xiaoyan's BFF. Her name is Zhao Yu. Yes, I specially invited. Quickly tell me, which luxury young man is it? Xiaoyan has such a high vision. I just want to know what kind of person she would actually choose as her boyfriend. Su Qian sneered. Oh, it's her childhood friend. What do you think Su Xiaoyan is thinking? Letting so many rich and powerful young people not want to, but want to find a poor boy. That boy looks okay, but his whole body is permeated with a poor flavor. No, I don't believe it. Previously, someone said that Su Xiaoyan got into a Lamborghini during orientation. Lamborghini? Either it's another person or he rented it. I personally saw that boy take the bus, and when he got off the bus, he even ran all the way, as if he was afraid of being seen taking the bus to school. Ha! What a disgusting scumbag. Xiao Yan must have been cheated. Su Qian smiled in disbelief. At this time, a clamor came from the crowd not far away, only to see a black Big G leading the way, followed by a BMW X5, Audi Q7 and two luxury cars, parked on the side of the road. The Big G car walked down a man dressed in a fashionable manner, with the appearance of an aristocratic son. He led the rest of the two car owners and walked straight towards Su Qian, Zhao Yu and the two of them. Zhao Yu's hands were sweating nervously. Wang, why is Wang Cheng here as well? Wang Xiao specially came to support me today. Su Qian rose proudly to welcome Wang Cheng. Zhao Yu warily stood up as well, her two long, white jade-like legs unabashedly on display. Wang Cheng slightly side-eyed and glanced Xiao Yu. You're here too. Zhao Yu was filled with joy that a top-rich young man like Wang Cheng actually remembered herself. Wang Cheng searched around and asked, did Su Xiaoyan not come? Xiaoyan said the road some traffic jam. Soon too. Oh, what car is still traffic jam? I drive my Big G time never feel traffic jam. The words just fell, only to see not far away, a white Mercedes-Benz C-Class slowly parked on the side of the road. From the car walked down a body value of the top girl, the person formerly University of Finance School flower Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan wrapped her arms around Qin Chuan's arm as if she was a little birdie, and walked towards Su Qian and her group. Xiao Qian, happy birthday. Chapter 21, can't even afford Starbucks. When Wang Cheng saw Su Xiaoyan, the harumphs were dripping from the corners of his mouth. However, seeing Qin Chuan beside Su Xiaoyan again made him very upset. Big beautiful Su. Who is this? Wang Cheng said knowingly. My boyfriend, Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, right? Where do you make your fortune? Looks like he's doing well. He's driving a Mercedes-Benz C-Class at such a young age. Wang Cheng said teasingly. The few friends around him were all red-faced and stifling their laughter. I'm a freshman at the University of Finance and Economics. That car is not mine. It's a friend's. Qin Chuan said indifferently. Oh, borrowed. Scared me. I thought that nowadays young people are so fierce. Come up to drive a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Su Qian saw the situation, also opened his mouth. Qin Chuan, have not introduced you. This is Wang Cheng Wang's son, Postal University students. The family is doing hotel business. The 5-star hotel at the South Gate, full-star hotel, is his family's property. This is Gu Xiao. His family is in the garment business. He owns a garment factory in the south, with annual sales of $40 to $50 million. This is Qian Xiao, a native of Kyoto. The south has 3 suites in the Shiyuan neighborhood. Each set is nearly 100 square feet. That is a square meter of 30,000 yuan of luxury housing. Su Qian motionlessly introduced the identity background of several people, invisibly putting pressure on Qin Chuan. He was facing some rich sons of the rich and famous. His borrowed Mercedes-Benz C could not even make it to the stage. Qin Chuan, so what does your family do? Gu Xiao stepped forward next and asked. My parents are ordinary workers at the Jiangning garment factory. The 3 great young men sniffed and the corners of their mouths curled up, revealing a hint of seeming contempt. Damn, what class? Actually able to tease Su Xiaoyan. Su Qian greeted the duo Qin Chuan. Xiaoyan, what do you want to drink? Order a cup. Matcha frappuccino. Su Xiaoyan said. Qin Chuan shook his head. I don't like coffee. Su Qian snorted coldly in her heart. This man is also too stingy. Right, to Starbucks are not willing to order a cup. It's fine Qin Chuan, my treat. No really, thanks. Qin Chuan still refused. Seeing that the other party's face is so thick-skinned, it's not good for her to continue. Wang Cheng saw the opportunity and immediately ran to buy Su Xiaoyan a cup of matcha frappuccino. Xiaoyan, Your boyfriend is thrifty enough. A cup of Starbucks are not willing to buy. No, Xiao Chuan, he really can't get used to coffee. When Wang Cheng heard this, he was furious. This is still defending the dead poor guy. Su Qian saw the jealousy on Wang Cheng's face, thought for a moment, and said, Shouyan, today it was not agreed that we would gather at noon. Why did you come at this moment? Is accompanying Qin Chuan to borrow a car? Wang Cheng couldn't help but cast a satisfied look when he saw Su Qian being so uptight. Qin Chuan, you are also really. Why bother to borrow a car when you come out to play? Directly let Xiao Yan make a call to me. I'll come over to pick you guys up. Saying that, he pressed the Big G's car key. Not far away, the square and imposing Big G flashed its warning lights twice. Su Xiaoyan put down the hand of Star Ice Lu, said we are to buy a car, the result of the payment only to know that the car to half a year later to arrive, because of the rush to come over. The sales of her car lent to us. Wang Chen laughed with a playful face. Oh, buying a car to go. What kind of car has to wait for half a year to pick up the car? Honda Accord? Toyota Highlander? Or the new Mercedes CA? Qin Chuan said calmly, Ferrari. Wang Cheng thought he had a problem with his ears and heard wrongly. You're talking about a Ferrari? Su Xiaoyan nodded her head. That's right, it's a Ferrari. The entire room was dead silent. Wang Cheng, Gu Xiao, and Xian Xiao's faces instantly turned iron blue. Su Qian was also energized at first before looking at Qin Chuan again. In her heart, she didn't believe a million times because the other party didn't look like a rich person. She tentatively asked, which one did you buy? Su Xiaoyan blinks her big eyes. Xiao Chuan, what is the name of the one we are looking at? Rafa. Qin Chuan faintly said back. Lafa? Rafa. Rafa. Wang Xiao's trio's faces instantly turned red from iron blue. On the sidelines, they laughed and laughed and laughed. Su Chen did not understand why the three of them suddenly lost their composure. So she asked Wang Xiao, what are you guys laughing at? Wang Cheng slapped his thighs and said, oops, sorry, I didn't mean it. It's just that Qin Chuan's joke was so funny, I just couldn't help it. Gu Xiao pinched his thighs and stifled his laughter. Ferrari's Lafa, the car that starts at $25 million? Ha 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 ha. Do you know how much the whole car option plus tax costs in total? 50 million, $500 million. Small goal. Qian Xiao added. The purchase of the Lafa is not something that can be done by just anyone at any time. It is a super sports car that is limited to 499 units worldwide. The buyer must be a loyal Ferrari customer, and either own 2 limited edition Ferraris or at least 5 Ferraris in their hands. Only then can they qualify to buy the Rafa. May I ask if you have 2 limited edition Ferraris? No, Qin Chuan replied frankly. Su Qian was a bit unable to look at it. Qin Chuan was too much of a pretender. He didn't even make a draft when he lied. Since you don't have one, how did you buy the Lafa? Wang Cheng relentlessly pursued the question. Because I bought 5 Ferraris directly on the spot and then I was qualified to buy the Lafa, Qin Chuan said in a breezy manner, as if buying 5 Ferraris and 1 Lafa time at a time was insignificant. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cool air. How could they not expect Qin Chuan to actually be able to say this kind of operation? This was followed by a group of laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Holy, this brain hole is simply amazing. It's a pity if you don't go write novels. 5 Ferraris and 1 Lafa. It's almost $100 million. Even national husband Principal Wang isn't as luxurious as you are. Su Xiaoyan was also shocked. Qin Chuan hadn't even mentioned the extra Ferraris he had just bought to her. Seeing this, Zhao Yu walked over to Su Xiaoyan's side, pulled her sleeve, and whispered with her ear. Xiaoyan, quickly tell your boyfriend to stop talking. Wang Xiao, they are people who have seen the world. Your boyfriend can't bluff them. Qin Chuan and Su Xiaoyan's face not to argue with these people. After all, these people have met today after one side. The future will not have contact. Wang Cheng saw that Qin Chuan did not respond, so he took out a dark brown handbag from behind him. Qian, happy birthday. When Su Qian saw the bag for the first time, her eyes lit up. That is printed Louis Vuitton handbag. She could not wait to receive the handbag. Opened the packaging, only to see that inside was a shoulder bag with an old flower pattern. Wow, it's this year's new LV shoulder bag. Wang Cheng smiled and said it's small. It's just over $20,000. Wang Xiao, it's too expensive. Su Qian was polite on her lips, but she had already put on her bag and started taking selfies. Wang Cheng looked at Qin Chuan meaningfully and asked Qin Chuan, it's Qian's birthday. You can't come empty-handed. What's your gift? Chapter 22, birthday present? Giving you a Ferrari. Qin Chuan thought about it. It seems like he didn't prepare a gift beforehand, but it just so happens that he just bought 5 more Ferraris for Rafa, and there are too many cars to drive. So he said, I don't have anything to prepare, just send a Ferrari. Su Qian froze. She was never expected Qin Chuan actually said to send a Ferrari. A time to be shocked. Opened his mouth and asked, what Ferrari? Now there are Ferrari Roma, Ferrari Portofino, Ferrari SF90 Spide, Ferrari F8 and a Ferrari's newly released SUV Purosang, Su Qian. You see which one you like and tell me. By the time the car comes to take you along to pick up the car is it? But waiting for the car may take half a year, and the Ferrari Purosang is estimated to be nearly a year. When these words came out, Wang Chang several people laughed and clapped their hands. Ha 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 ha. Send a Ferrari. Why don't you send an atomic bomb? I've seen blowing awesome. I've never seen such blowing awesome. Qin Chuan, do you know how much a Ferrari costs? Just the Roma you just mentioned. A down one would cost a small $3 million. Qin Chuan realized that the other party's attitude was a bit problematic, and his temper began to rise. You don't believe me? Let's go to the Ferrari Center and take a look. Su Qian's face turned green and white for a while, as if she was being fooled. She secretly glared at Su Xiaoyan, thinking that she deliberately instigated her boyfriend to make fun of herself, so she said in a bad mood, "Oh, Ferrari is too expensive. I cannot afford it, or you keep your own to drive it." Su Xiaoyan did not want to make their girlfriend's birthday party unpleasant, so pulled the corner of Qin Chuan's coat, whispered Xiaochuan, "Forget it, don't be general with them." With Su Xiaoyan's words, Qin Chuan pressed down the anger in his heart and stopped arguing with these people. Zhao Yu saw that the atmosphere is not right, and quickly rounded off the scene. Oops, since everyone is so happy, do we want to change the venue to play always sitting here in Starbucks, the buttocks are going to grow calluses. Wang Chang got up and said, "The second half of the game has already been arranged. Let's go to MIXXX. When Su Qian heard this, her eyes lit up. Wang Xiao, are you talking about the top nightclub in Kyoto? Nix? That's not true. Otherwise where else in Kyoto would there be a nightclub that dares to call itself by that name? But I heard that the consumption of MIXXX is higher than other nightclubs by a large margin. The low consumption of a small card seat is 30,000 to 40,000 yuan na. Today is still the weekend." Wang Chang waved his hand. "Hey, how can other nightclubs be compared to MIXXX? I have booked a card seat, $50,000 only. Shanxian, how can you be shabby on your birthday?" Su Qian smiled with a flamboyant smile. Mix was a place for high society to socialize. She was all ready to empty her cell phone's memory. She had to shoot enough material for a whole year tonight. Wang Chang glanced at Qin Chuan and snorted coldly. "Damn, dead poor bastard. Why don't you say anything this time? The money I spent on alcohol for one night is the living expenses of your whole family for a year. What the hell are you going to fight with me for Su Xiaoyan and Ferrari? Yuck." After saying that, several people drove to MIXXX nightclub. Mix is located in the East District of Kyoto, and can be considered the largest nightclub in the whole of Kyoto, with an area of 5,000 square meters. It has more than 90 large and small card seats. There are 3 luxury boxes. The overall industrial style is cyberpunk. World-class top 100 DJs are invited to perform here all year round. National husband's favorite to come here to spend, but also created a night of consumption over 1 million records. From last year's opening to date, every day full. The door will always have countless handsome men and women waiting in a 100-meter-long line to enter. When Qin Chuan and his party arrived at MIXXX, it was already the prime time in the evening. The queue at the entrance is lined up to the corner of the road. A glance at the net is stocking's long legs. At the entrance of MIXXX nightclub, 20 to 30 security guards were maintaining order. Wang Chang drove his big G, ready to park in front of MIXXX. A security guard came forward, parked the car in the basement. Wang Chang was not happy. "I'm a big G." The security guard sneered. "Oh, sir, look at the cars parked in front of the entrance. You have the nerve to drive this and park next to them?" Wang Chang looked toward the entrance of MIXXX, only to see the entrance parked McLaren Senna, Ferrari 458, Porsche 918 Spider, which is not a god car, which is not a limited edition. Wang Chang, a Mercedes-Benz G500 parked on the side of these luxury cars. "Simply a joke," he said with an embarrassed face. "How come there are so many ruthless people today? Where does the basement go?" Wang Chang went to the basement. Behind him Gu Xiao, Qian Xiao's X5, Q7 is even more unseemly. Without saying a word, automatically followed down the basement. Qin Chuan drove a Mercedes-Benz C200, saw an empty space at the entrance of MIXXX, and was ready to park over, only to see a security guard hurriedly ran over, shouting, "Stop! Stop!" The handsome men and women in the queue on the side looked at the sound and couldn't help but scoff. "Another dirt pussy, don't know the rules. How can a Mercedes C200 have the nerve to park there? Isn't he ashamed? How dare he parked in front of the door? My Audi A6L can only park on the side of the road." Really embarrassed for him to pick his feet, the security guard panted and went forward. "Do you know the rules of blind parking? Park on the street. This is not a place why cannot park here." Qin Chuan questioned. "You do not open your eyes to see the door or what cars? You, a Mercedes C200, also have the cheek to park here. The parking space is for parking. Is it possible that the parking space is also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes? The security guard first saw such a thick-skinned person, said in a bad mood, "Hey, you're a really interesting person. The skin can be really thick. Do you know what kind of place this is? Mix. Its main entrance is where there are 3, 6, 9 classes." Qin Chuan coldly snorted, "I have to stop here today. Call your manager here, just say Qin Chuan is here." The security guard crossed his arms. "I'm telling you, it's no good calling anyone." But a moment later, the security guard paused and hesitated. "Qin Chuan? This name is so familiar. It seems like I've heard it somewhere. Wait, during the meeting the day before yesterday, the supervisor seemed to have said that NMIXXX had a new boss, and the name was none other than Qin Chuan." The security guard's face bristled with iron. Cold sweat whooshed and dampened his back. He couldn't decide if the person in front of him was the new boss or not, but the aura displayed by the other party was not an ordinary person at all now. He hastily took 2 steps back and pressed the intercom's call button. "Manager, manager." Mix's general manager was called Daijun. At this moment, he was in the office with the girls from the Atmosphere group, discussing car skills. Being interrupted by a series of calls on the intercom, Daijun said in a bad mood, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, which is taking up the channel all the time. Is your mom dead or is the sky collapsing? Doing things without a little measure." The security guard returned with trepidation. "Manager, there is a customer called Qin Chuan said to see you. See you paralyzed. You one I Atmosphere group is a guest to seek and see," said. Daijun suddenly realized that it is not right. A push away from the side of the girl, pinched the walkie-talkie, asked in a loud voice, "What did you say the customer called?" "Qin Chuan." The security guard returned. "I Nima." Daijun stumbled, ran out of the office. Chapter 23 Showdown. "I'm the owner of the top nightclub." Daijun flew to the front door of MIXXX and looked around. In the crowd lined up on the side, there were MIXXX regulars who recognized Daijun and let out exclamations of surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Look, Mix's general manager Na. You're talking about the one in a suit?" "Yeah." As the general manager of the biggest nightclub in all of Kyoto, he really has a different aura. Daijun saw a security guard standing by a small Mercedes. He pulled on his collar, straightened his messy hair, and walked forward briskly. Daijun made an effort to look at the main driver's seat of the Mercedes and saw that the young and handsome man in the driver's seat was the one on the profile. A smile hung on his face. "Boss Qin, I'm Xiao Dai, Daijun, general manager of Mix. Why don't you notify me in advance of today's inspection so I can get ready?" Qin Chuan snorted coldly. "I still need to report to you when I come? You have a big official authority." As soon as Daijun heard this, the big boss got angry. On their first meeting, he looked around and immediately reacted with a kick to the security guard's ass. "You're ing blind. This is the big boss of our MIXXX. Am I qualified to park here now?" Qin Chuan said with impatience in his tone. Yes. Too much. Boss Qin, this is a small matter. I'll park it for you." With that, Daijun respectfully helped Qin Chuan open the car door. For a moment, all the people around were astonished. The hipster men and women who were just now mocking the other party for not knowing the rules and being thick-skinned, and who had the nerve to park a small broken Mercedes-Benz at the entrance of MIXXX, all turned mute at once. The general manager of the biggest nightclub in Kyoto, Daijun, was so respectful to the owner of a small Mercedes-Benz. What kind of identity must that person have? What rules? He is the ing rules. After parking the car, Daijun walked to Qin Chuan with small steps. "Boss, the car is parked for you. I'll arrange a private room for you right away." Qin Chuan nodded. Daijun jogged off to make arrangements. At this time, parked the car, Wang Chang and his entourage walked up from the basement. Wang Chang looked at Qin Chuan standing in the doorway, went up and sneered, "Oh, it seems that cars under 500,000 yuan, even the qualification to enter the basement are not, can only park on the side of the road." The crowd roared with laughter. Qin Chuan pointed to the side and said, "Open your eyes to see. Where is the car parked?" The crowd followed the direction of Qin Chuan's finger, only to see a white Mercedes-Benz C200, parked in the C seat of the MIXXX gate. It was surrounded by a circle of top supercars. Su Qian covered her face and said in shame, "Oops, how embarrassing. How do you have the nerve to park your car there? Do you know the rules?" Wang Chang said, "I advise you to move your car quickly, or else you will be called by the security guard to tow the car away. You don't even look at what supercars are on the side. You dare to park there." "Gushao," said Qin Chuan, "Kyoto is not your small county. A Mercedes-Benz C can pretend to be Broad Place. Do you know how much those cars on your side of the gods? You open the door to cut and rub a little. Your family will be ready to sell your house." Zhao Yu walked up, pulling Su Shayan's hand. "Shayan, you persuade Qin Chuan. Those cars look like a few $1 million. Really want something to happen. It's over." Su Shayan's emotions are a little on the head. Originally thought that today is Su Qian's birthday. Their own as a guest slightly endure. But these people are getting more and more excessive towards Qin Chuan, so she said those cars are nothing to Xiao Chuan. We parked the car there solely because Xiao Chuan is the owner of my XXX. You guys are underestimating Xiao Chuan. Ha, ha 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 ha. Su Xiaoyan, you're saying that your boyfriend is the boss of my XXX? I can't, I'm going to die laughing. You just bought a Ferrari, and now you're the boss of my XXX. Why don't you say you're the president of my XXX? Su Qian said with a displeased look on her face. Xiao Yan, I know you're jealous because you saw Wang Xiao send me the LV, but please be realistic and stop talking nonsense and fantasizing. At this time, a sales walked out from the nightclub. Wang Chang recognized at a glance that the other party was the salesman Li Yuan who contacted him. He walked up brotherly. Have you arranged my card seat yet? My friends are all here. Li Yuan glanced at Wang Chang and said, there are too many people today. Your card seat has been robbed. What? Wang Chang was furious. I booked with you 2 days in advance. How can I say no? Li Yuan lit a cigarette. Said in a bad mood the other boss came up and ordered $100,000 of wine. You want to compare with others? Wang Chang's face turned green when he said this. One night consumption of $100,000? What kind of cow or horse is that? He spent $50,000 and was half dead. But to spend $100,000, don't even think about it. He said with a pleasing face. Brother Li, we have come. You can't let me lose face, right? I usually don't contribute much to your performance either. Li Yuan snorted coldly. Damn, your consumption of $1 to $2 million a month is nothing. There's only room for the bar. Bar? Doesn't that mean you have to sit side by side with someone? Wang Chang looked embarrassed. Just the bar, love it or not. There are so many people at the door waiting in line to go in, Li Yuan said in a bad mood. To be. Wang Chang thought for a moment. It is better to be able to get in than not to be able to get in. Get in and then see if there are any acquaintances. You can put together a seat. With the 3 beautiful women on his side, there must be someone willing. So he returned to Su Qian with a difficult face in front of them. Said our card seat today was a big shot grab. The other party directly ordered $200,000 wine. The salesman Li also has no way to keep the seat. However, I persuade him to give us a bar position. Let's go in first. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't say anything. After all, the other party was a big shot who ordered $200,000 wines at once. And ordinary people were simply not qualified to grab a seat with the other party. Just as Wang Chang and his party were about to enter the store, Su Xiaoyan spoke up and said there are no seats? That's just right. We can go to Xiao Chuan's box. Su Qian said with an impatient face. Xiaoyan, it's already time. Don't brag for your boyfriend anymore. Wang Chang said, do you know how much Mix's box costs? At least $500,000 to start. And it's still unattainable. The ones who book the seats are those big bosses and big stars. Even if ordinary people have money, they can't book it at all. Zhao Yu at this time also skipped Su Xiaoyan's hand. She never thought that her own best friend had a boyfriend after becoming like this. All the way to favor the boyfriend, but also for him to blow powerful. Lying. She really can't bear it anymore. She didn't want to see her best friend fall again, so she opened her mouth and said, Xiaoyan, can you stop bragging like Qin Chuan? Even if he's good at everything, he's just an ordinary person. No matter how much you fantasize, he can't become a rich man or a tycoon. If you really want to have a rich boyfriend, you can always change to another person. Just like the one who drove the limited edition Lamborghini that was rumored to be crazy in the school some time ago. If Qin Chuan is replaced with him, we will believe whatever you say. Su Xiaoyan listened to the words of these people in front of her, angry and amused, and was about to open her mouth to retort. Dai Jun ran out towards his side in a fiery rage. Wang Chang instantly recognized the outsider as the general manager of MIXXX, only to see Dai Jun walk to the front of Qin Chuan. Respectfully said boss, 001 box packed up, you can take your friends in. The air instantly solidified. Wang Chang, Su Qian and other people's faces suddenly changed. Jaws are going to drop. Chapter 24, Sniping 5-star hotels. Industry blocking. What's going on? Mix's general manager Dai Jun calling Qin Chuan his boss? What boss? The boss of MIXXX? Qin Chuan was really the boss of this nightclub? The crowd's minds went blank at this point. They simply couldn't believe their ears. Dai Jun's face was full of pandering as he led the way in front, bringing the group to the second floor of the suspended 001 box. Inside the 001 box where Qin Chuan was, the front of the box was a large glass of exaggerated size. Through the glass, one could look down on the entire MIXXX nightclub, directly in front of the DJ booth. People downstairs need to raise their heads and look up to get a glimpse of the corner of the box. It could be said to be both private and extremely atmospheric. Shen Xiaoguxiao was so nervous that he was about to pee his pants when he entered the box. Given their millions, tonight, the consumption of this box could be all that the two of them had. Recalling the words they had said to Qin Chuan earlier, Their entire being was bad. The self-confidence on their faces, as well as their disdainful eyes towards Qin Chuan, were gone. The two of them only dared to sit in the corner with their legs clenched coyly. Su Qian and Jia Yu were stunned when they entered the box. Although they often came to MIXXX, they had never landed in Nix's second floor box. With their 7 points of beauty, there wasn't a single powerful young man who would even look at them. There was no woman who could go upstairs with less than an 8-point face value. Now Su Qian is gutted and wants to give herself 2 slaps on the spot. How could she be so blind? Helping Wang Chang to provoke Qin Chuan for that broken LV bag? Qin Chuan people opening is to send a Ferrari to their own Su Qian thought. See Su Shayan bathroom gap. Even quickly stick to the side of Qin Chuan Qin Xiao. You just said to send my Ferrari. Not just half a year. Well, I can wait. Oh, it's too late. You don't have a chance. Qin Chuan said coldly. Su Chen did not care about Qin Chuan's cold tone, and borrowed the dynamic music and dim lights. Starting to involuntarily show off in front of Qin Chuan, she tried to grab Qin Chuan's hand and send it into her arms. Young Qin, I blame Wang Chang for making me misunderstand you today. In order to express my apologies, I'll do whatever you want to play with me, as long as you're willing to take the heat off. Qin Chuan looked coldly at the flirtatious Su Qian and said sternly, get lost. Su Qian is still unforgiving. Roll wherever you want. As long as you command, I will do it. Thus, the crowd saw Su Qian, who has always been arrogant and incomparable, lying down on the ground, rolling back and forth. There was also wailing laughter coming out of her mouth as she tried her best to please Qin Chuan. It was a different person from when she had despised and mocked Qin Chuan before. Qin Chuan had never seen such brazen people. Coming here today and asking these people to open a box was considered giving Su Shayan all the face. Himself and the group of people in front of him are not all the way. There is no need to hard together. Wang Chung depressed, drinking a few mouthfuls of Louis XIII. He began to get a little head. Seeing Su Qian scratching her head in front of Qin Chuan was very unpleasant. How can there be a man more tricky than himself? This obviously does not put himself as the prince of a 5-star hotel in the eyes. He raised his wine glass and chided Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan coldly squinted at Wang Chung. You blindly roar. What? What else? Damn, you a yakuza from the county. You think I'm afraid of you just because you're the boss of my XXX. They are afraid of you, but I, Wang Chang, am not afraid of you. Let me tell you, you are nothing in my eyes. This is Kyoto. This is Kyoto, not your little county of Jiangning. You're just a nightclub owner. What's the big deal? My family's 5-star hotel has a market value of $100 million. Your family property in front of me, just like a child playing house, said. Wang Cheng embraced Su Qian said, you say is not just a Ferrari. You serve me well tonight. I'll buy you. Su Qian seems to be the point through the 2 chakras. Suddenly woke up. Yes, Qin Chuan no matter what, is only a nightclub owner. And Wang Chang was the real rich second generation, the crown prince of a 5-star hotel. She climbed up, pointed at Qin Chuan and said damn, I was almost fooled by you. A small nightclub owner also dares to clamor with Wang Xiao. Seeing Su Qian's attitude, Wang Xiao was very satisfied and started to head up. He held up his wine glass and stood on the sofa, waving his hands and saying it's come to this, I won't hide it from you. My family's 5-star hotel will soon be an international brand for strategic cooperation, renamed to join their group camp. By then, my family's hotel will be an international branded super 5-star hotel, with a 5-fold increase in market value. Tail between their legs, Xian Xiao and Gu Xiao were energized. This kind of insider information was the first time they had heard it. Young Wang, what group are you working with? Young Wang, a 5-fold increase in market value. Wouldn't that mean that your fortune is about to break $500 million? Wang Chang laughed out loud. Qin Chuan, when it's time to successfully cooperate with the Sultan Group, I'll open a bigger and more luxurious nightclub right next to you, dig up all your people, and screw you over. Sultan Group? Su Qian's entire body was going to be confused when she heard this. Cooperating with the Sultan Group. That was a Fortune 500 company. Anyone who cooperated with it was no different from holding a gold mountain. At this moment, she also disregarded how perverted and violent Wang Chang was. The little bird snuggled in Wang Chang's arms. Young Wang, I'll follow you from now on. I'll be in whatever position you want me to be in. Wang Chang pinched Su Qian's chin. You dog, you're really cheap. Woof woof woof. Sultan Group? Qin Chuan's brows tightened as he took out his cell phone. Seeing Qin Chuan's reaction, Wang Chang is even more pleased. Turtle, you don't know about the Sultan Group? Still taking your cell phone to Baidu. That's a Fortune 500 company, a foreign enterprise with an annual turnover of $10 billion US. Rich people tend to be like a brand, the representative of luxury. The most common room is 4 digits to start. If you're scared, let Su Shayan accompany me for a night, and I can consider not sniping this MIXXX of yours. Wang Chang did not see Qin Chuan's plea for mercy, but instead watched him dial a phone number. Hey, Xia, is the group going to acquire a hotel called Full Sky Star recently? Xia on the other end of the phone was surprised. This big boss wasn't not asking about the group's affairs. Why would he call to inquire today? But out of the professional ethics of a secretary, Xia replied, yes boss, the group is negotiating to acquire a local hotel in Kyoto because the group is interested in its land. Not waiting for Xia to finish, Qin Chuan interrupted, call off the project, stop the acquisition, and the whole industry to put out the word. Which company intends to acquire the Star of Heaven? Is against our Western group? I will not hesitate to snipe it in the secondary market. Xia froze, boss, the acquisition projects are all up to signature. Are you the boss or am I the boss? Qin Chuan angrily scolded. Yes. Xia timid voice came from the other end of the line. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan looked at Wang Chang as if he was looking at a clown. Chapter 25, Obtaining Shares in a Media Company with a National Goddess in it. Wang Chang slammed his wine glass and despised Qin Chuan. It's come to this, you're still pretending to pretend. In a few seconds, his cell phone rang. Wang Chang picked it up and looked at the caller ID. It was his father, Wang Mingquan. The person he was most afraid of in his life was his own father. Without saying a word, he quickly picked up the phone and coyly said, Dad. On the phone, Wang Mingquan hissed and growled. You're a rebellious son. What kind of people have you offended? What kind of trouble have you caused me outside? Now, the Zilton Group has terminated all cooperation with my family, and all previous verbal agreements are null and void. Do you know what my family's debt situation is now? If this deal fails, our entire family will have to go to the rooftop. Wang Mingquan gave a scolding and kept counting down his son. After a while, Wang Mingquan on the other end of the phone seemed to have received another message. He was silent for a moment, with despair in his tone. It's over. It's over. The Zilton Group has released words in the industry, naming us and saying that they are blocking our Wang family. No one dares to cooperate with us anymore. Our Wang family is finished. Wang Chang listened to the voice from his cell phone. His entire face instantly turned pale, cold sweat dripping down from his forehead. He was suddenly weak. The cell phone slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground, shattering. Wang Chang's legs went limp, kneeling on the ground, crawling towards Qin Chuan. What the hell are you? What kind of person are you in the end? Why did you do this to our Wang family? Qin Chuan kicked Wang Chang away and looked down at him. I'm the new boss of the Zilton Group. From the very beginning, I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it and provoked again and again. The second son of a 5-star hotel in the district, yelling at me all day. Didn't your father teach you that the water in Jiangning is also very deep? I know I'm wrong. I apologize to you. I'm not right. I beg you, let our Wang family go. Spare us. Wang Chang knelt on the ground and kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. He raised his head to look at Qin Chuan again. That young, white and handsome face. At this moment, it was more frightening and suffocating than any devil. In just 2 words, he had sentenced his Wang family to death, never to turn over a new leaf. Qin Chuan looked inside the room. I'll give Xiaoyan face today. Otherwise, from your first words, each of your families will have to be like the Wang family. Gu Xiao cowered in the corner, shivering and trembling. Su Qian was too scared to move, her body covered in cold sweat. She repeatedly jumped horizontally and mocked Qin Chuan many times. Compared to Wang Chang, there was more than enough. Suddenly, a hot, fishy liquid flowed down from the root of her black silk. Su Qian frantically tugged at her skirt to cover her ugliness. Qin Chuan turned around. The box is left for you guys to play slowly by yourselves. And in the future, whoever dares to chew the cud in front of Xiaoyan, I'll let his whole family be buried with him. Said. He opened the door and left the box. MIXXX nightclub, outside the second floor box. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, intolerable, mission reward, obtain 50% of Jiahang Media's shares. Qin Chuan looked at the prompts in front of him and could not help but be shocked. Jiahang Media? Isn't that the company founded by Boss Yang Mi? As far as I can remember, it seems that Boss Yang only took up 19% of the shares. I now have 50% of the shares. Wouldn't I be the company's biggest shareholder, boss? Wait, it seems like Reba is also in this company. Qin Chuan decided in his mind that he would go to the company to take a look when he had time. Closing the prompt interface. At this time, the system did not directly exit like before. Instead, it jumped to a new page. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts Dao, peak level 4. Medical Dao, peak level 1. Qin Chuan looked at the page. Many parts of it were blank. Only the healing Dao and martial Dao were lit up. He once again drove his mind and closed the system interface. Both eyes instantly returned to normal, and there was clarity in front of him. What took Xiaoyan so long to go to the restroom? Qin Chuan looked at the signage and searched for the past. Just as he was about to descend to the first floor, he ran into Su Xiaoyan, who was walking back in a hurry. Xiao Chuan, why did you come out? Seeing Su Xiaoyan's expression was not right, Qin Chuan asked vigilantly Sister Xiaoyan. What's wrong with you? You don't look well? Su Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and said, nothing. Sister Xiaoyan, I'm a bit sleepy. Let's go first. Su Xiaoyan nodded. She also didn't like this noisy environment. The two held hands and walked outside. Mix's first floor. The largest card seat 001. A wearing boy big logo short-sleeved. Fat head and ears of middle-aged men sat on the sofa. Violet Lee drank a mouthful of beer. Indignation. Damn. Just saw a face value super wow woman. Looks really Nima pure. Come to the nightclub to play. There are a few serious women. I just want to call him to the card seat to play. See if there is a chance to bring back at night. As a result, heck, just after hitching his shoulder, she slapped me. Boss Chen, who was so bold and slapped you? You tell me what it looks like. I'll check it out for you. A revealingly dressed escort on the seat spoke up. That was wearing a white fine linen vintage blouse with yellow daisies dotting the neckline and cuffs, and a knee-length black skirt underneath. Boss Chen described it colorfully. Is that the one? The man sitting in the main seat pointed in the direction of the doorway and spoke. Boss Chen followed the direction and looked. Yes, brother Hao. It's her. Damn it, pretending to be innocent in front of me. But she was still led away by a man. The man on the main seat moved his finger and the bodyguard standing beside him bowed and went forward with his ear attached. Bill, take someone to bring that woman over to Boss Chen. Yes, boss. Biao nodded his head and brought along the three men on the side. Pacing away, Boss Chen was shocked and delighted. He hurriedly picked up his wine glass and moved his but to come forward. Brother Hao, I'm afraid it's not good to come strong. After all, this is Kyoto. The man on the main seat glanced at Boss Chen and said disdainfully, there is me, Zhang Tianhao. What are you afraid of? Or are you looking down on me, Zhang Tianhao? Boss Chen was in a cold sweat after being glanced at by Zhang Tianhao, and hurriedly finished off the wine in his cup in one gulp. The Zhang Tianhao in front of him could be said to be a ruthless person in the suburbs of Kyoto and the area of Jizhou. The two ways to eat the big brother. Tianhao Financial Company's chairman, worth 10 million, under the financial company to support more than 100 people. Jizhou, once a director said to check his financial company. The result is that within a few days this person's position as director lost. After that, everyone knew how powerful the backer behind him was. Zhang Tianhao's female companion laughed. Boss Chen, although Hao's industrial center of gravity is in Jizhou, however, his hands and eyes have been through the sky for a long time. Don't worry. Boss Chen smiled and nodded his head repeatedly with Brother Hao around. There is nothing I don't worry about. Brother Hao, the development of that mine in the village. Let's split it in half. Hearing this, Zhang Tianhao finally revealed a trace of smile. Chapter 26, is this the strength of a 4th level powerhouse? Beating a level 2 is like beating a sun. Kyoto, in front of MIXXX. Qin Chuan held Su Xiaoyan, exited the nightclub and walked towards the white Mercedes C200 sedan. After the two of them got into the car, Qin Chuan lit the fire and was just about to put it in gear and drive, only to see 4 men in suits with serious faces standing in front of the car. Su Xiaoyan was a bit scared and trembled. Xiao Chuan, they won't be sent by that person, right? That person? Qin Chuan asked in confusion. Su Xiaoyan then tells Qin Chuan the complete story of what happened in front of the restroom. Xiao Chuan, let's call the police. Su Xiaoyan's voice trembled as she spoke. The 4 men in front of her were all nearly 1 meter 9 in height, with gnarled muscles all over their bodies. Qin Chuan reached out and touched Su Xiaoyan's forehead. It's okay, Sister Xiaoyan. I'm here. I'll go down and see what's going on. Su Xiaoyan pulled Qin Chuan and shook her head. It's too dangerous, Xiao Chuan. It's fine. Besides, in front of my own nightclub. What happened? The people in the store will help me. After saying that, Qin Chuan walked out of the car and said to the 4 people in front of the car, what do you want to do? Seeing a man speak down from the limousine, Bill said coldly, our brother Hao wants to treat this beautiful woman to a drink and let her come with us. How? Which brother Hao? Jizhou, Zhang Tianhao. A big shot you can't afford to mess with. Qin Chuan sneered. What kind of mole dares to call himself a big shot? The corner of Bill's mouth twitched and he winked at the 3 people around him. The 3 swarmed forward, ready to forcefully subdue Qin Chuan. However, before the 3 of them could get even half a step closer to Qin Chuan's body, they saw him knock down one of them with a whip leg. The remaining 2 were dumbfounded, frozen in place. Immediately after, 2 more whip kicks swept. 2 people fell to the ground, fainted. In just 3 legs, 3 1 meter 9 strong men fell to the ground unconscious. When Bill saw this, his heart was shocked. What are you, in the martial arts? Bill didn't expect to run into someone from the martial arts path here. He couldn't help but pay attention. What kind of person am I? Qin Chuan crooked his neck and spoke. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. This statement of his caused Bill's anger level to pull full. You kid is too crazy. Do you think that you can be invincible and have no one in your sight when you first enter the martial arts path? Today, you're unlucky to run into me. I'm going to let you have a good look at how there's a heaven beyond the heavens, and there's a man beyond the man. After saying that, Bill transported and sat on his chi, mobilizing the power of martial arts in his body, filling up the meridians of his entire body. He instantly transformed from an ordinary practitioner into a strong martial arts practitioner. Bill was the #1 fierce general under Zhang Tianhao. It was a character that Zhang Tianhao fished out from the army dungeon in the Golden Triangle. With his explosive temper, he had once single-handedly taken out an armed squad in the Golden Triangle. In the end, a company of people was sent to capture him. For more than 10 years after being fished out by Zhang Tianhao, he had fought countless sandy piers for Zhang Tianhao and made great achievements. Back then, when Zhang Tianhao was ambushed, he repelled more than 20 people from the other side with the strength of one person. Bill's martial power was externalized, and an unnameable aura was faintly emanating above his body. The mosquitoes and flies at the scene were all deterred from flying around by his aura. You're young, and judging by the way you struck out, you're at most a level 1 martial Dao peak. A peak level 1 martial Dao may be the existence of a god of war in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of a martial Dao cultivator, it is only the most elementary level of strength. As for me, level 2 martial Dao peak, you and I are a whole level apart. Saying that, Bill fiercely stomped on the ground with his left foot and slammed his fist. His figure moved fast, bringing a whistling wind with him as he traveled. If an ordinary person received this punch, they would definitely break a few ribs. Su Shayan sat in the car and exclaimed, "Xiaochuan, dodge!" Qin Chuan, who was outside the car, had a calm face. His left hand was placed behind his back and his right hand was held in one hand. The palm of his hand was open and he used his palm to receive this punch from Biao. Biao immediately turned pale. This punch of his could punch a hole even in an iron door, but it was actually caught by the teenager in front of him with one hand. After a split second, Bill felt as if his iron fist had struck a 100-ton steel plate. His hand was shocked with raw pain, vaguely having the feeling of bone cracking. He busily withdrew his hand. "I didn't expect that you are also a second-level powerhouse?" Bill resized the teenager in front of him. So young, how could he be a second-level powerhouse? He had to use his full strength. In the last punch, he was afraid that his punch would be too heavy and cause an accident. In this punch, Bill mobilized his entire body to condense the power of martial arts into his right fist. Although he couldn't tell which grade of martial arts powerhouse the other party was, Bill could no longer take it lightly. His entire body flew towards Qin Chuan. This punch was thrown by Bill utilizing the waist and horse unity technique, and the fallen leaves on the ground were all whipped up by the wind brought about by the punch's strength. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. His opponent could tell that he was going for the kill with this punch. Since this was the case, he could no longer hide his clumsiness. Qin Chuan violently raised his leg and knee, and sent a flying kick out, sending Bill flying through the air. This kick directly sent Bill flying 10 meters away and smashed heavily into the ground. The cement floor was smashed into a large depression. This was the battle power of a peak level 4? Qin Chuan was fighting for the first time using the power of martial arts, and his assessment of his true battle power was a bit less accurate. A mouthful of blood hit Bill's chest as he looked incredulously at the teenager in front of him. You're not level 2. You lied to me." Qin Chuan walked over one step at a time and looked down at a bay. "When did I say that I'm level 2? Biao's eyes were bloodshot and red as he looked at Qin Chuan in despair. The difference between himself and this teenager was like a cloud of mud. The other party wanting to kill himself was no different from killing an ant. Stop! Only to see a loud bang not far away. A middle-aged man came. The other party was none other than Zhang Tianhao. He was in the nightclub and saw that his men had not returned for a long time. In his heart, he guessed that Bill was afraid that he had gotten into some kind of trouble, so he personally came out to check. As a result, after coming out, he saw his most capable henchman actually fall to the ground. "Little brother, where do you hang out?" Zhang Tianhao asked without moving. Qin Chuan squinted and replied, "You don't deserve to know." Zhang Tianhao froze, then laughed out loud. "Little brother, it looks like you can fight. However, in this society nowadays, what's the use of being able to fight? I've seen someone who can fight better than you, but what happened to him in the end? Oh, the person who can fight again. I only need a phone call, and he will go to jail tomorrow. Business to do." Zhang Tianhao, this class, say there is no one behind is impossible. The Jianghu is not a fight. The Jianghu is about human affairs. He desperately used official words to threaten Qin Chuan. "Oh, now you know you're afraid? I despise you martial artists the most. You only know how to move your fists and feet. You don't know how to use your brain at all. Let me tell you, you've offended someone you can't afford to offend today. If you kowtow to me now and apologize, and let your girl play with me for 7 days and 7 nights, I can consider letting you go." Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes showing killing intent. If Zhang Tianhao was not resolved, I'm afraid that Xiao Yan would be in trouble for the next period of time. But if he resolved it now, the problem would become tricky. Just as he was considering his next step, suddenly the phone in his arms rang. Chapter 27, Lifting a Stone and Stoning Your Own Feet. Qin Chuan frowned, took out his cell phone from his arms, and looked at the caller alert. Xiao Chen? Upon seeing Xiao Chen's name, Qin Chuan was first puzzled as to who the other party was. Then he remembered that Xiao Chen seemed to be Kung Fu's bodyguard. After thinking about it, he still picked up the phone. Hello, how are you? Is this Mr. Qin? I'm Xiao Chen. The old man is coughing badly again today. The young lady asked me to ask you if you can spare some time to come over and take a look. On the phone, Xiao Chen's voice was very respectful. Qin Chuan paused for a moment and returned. I've encountered some small trouble on my side, and I may not be able to get through for a while. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly asked, Mr. Qin, what kind of trouble have you encountered? Can you tell me about it? The old master once said that Mr. Qin is a benefactor of the Kong family, and your business is the business of the Kong family. Although I'm only a guard by the old master's side, I can still solve some minor problems for you. Qin Chuan thought for a moment and said it was at the entrance of MIXXX. There was a man named Hao who said that he wanted my girlfriend to accompany him for 7 days and 7 nights, or else he would kill me. When Xiao Chen heard this, he looked nervous. Brother Hao? Kyoto has never heard of this character. The sound of starting the car came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. Is MIXXX in front of the door? I'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan was not amused. Zhang Tianhao stood in place and watched Qin Chuan finish the phone call without any intention to stop him. Damn it, a youngster driving a Mercedes C. What kind of power can there be behind him? It's useless even if you find 100 helpers. I tell you kid, you are kicking the steel plate today. Now your woman is not played by me to waste. This matter will not pass. Bill lay on the ground, showing his teeth. Kid, even if your martial arts strength is higher than me, so what? In front of absolute power, you are nothing. When Hao finishes playing with your woman, I won't let her go either, and I'm going to tie you to a chair and watch me play. Qin Chuan looked at Bill on the ground and wanted to give him another kick, but right now, he didn't know how to control the strength of a peak level 4 martial Dao. With another kick, Biao would definitely not be able to see tomorrow's sun. So, Qin Chuan directly raised his foot and stepped on Bill's mouth. Instantly, Bill's entire mouth crumbled and broken teeth filled the entire mouth. Bill whimpered in pain, no longer able to speak. Seeing Bill's miserable state, Zhang Tianhao angrily rebuked kid, you wait for me. With that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Team Lu, Tian Hao, came to Jingdu today to talk about business. As a result, someone is now trying to make threats against me, and he even injured my men. 10 minutes? Fine. Thank you Team Lu. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of MIXXX. After saying that, Zhang Tianhao retrieved his cell phone. Kid, let me tell you, you're finished. Your whole life is finished. In less than 10 minutes, only 2 black and white cars were seen coming. It was the car of the public security department, and a plainclothes policeman stepped down from the car. He got out of the car, puffed out his chest, saw Zhang Tianhao and walked slowly. Zhang Tianhao hurriedly went forward, took out a cigarette, and handed it over Team Lu. I'm really sorry to trouble you. Team Lu looked arrogant, his gaze full of disdain and pride. He took the cigarette and put it in his mouth. Zhang Tianhao hastily pulled out a fire and lit it. Zhang Tianhao, if you're not reformed, why are you still causing trouble? It's just that you're causing trouble, and you're even causing trouble in Kyoto. There was displeasure in Team Lu's tone, which was a demonstration from the higher-ups to the people below. Zhang Tianhao had a humble face. Team Lu, what are you talking about? I came to Kyoto City today to talk about business. How could I have imagined that I would run into such a brat, who out of the blue injured my men? Team Lu frowned and scanned the scene, seeing 4 big men lying on the ground. He asked with some surprise how many people are on the other side. One. Team Lu was even more surprised. Zhang Tianhao pointed at Qin Chuan who was a few steps away. That's him. Team Lu. Intentionally hurting someone like this is the same as murdering a person for money. He attempted murder. He has to be sentenced severely. Team Lu sneaks a glance at Qin Chuan and the car behind him. Seeing that the license plate is not a special number, Qin Chuan's face is also very familiar. His heart put down a stone. Lu Team saw Qin Chuan stood still. No intention to act rashly, then opened his mouth and asked you, what is called? Why hurt people? Qin Chuan, I did it because they molested my girlfriend. Team Lu pointed at the 4 people on the ground. Whatever the reason, did you move the people on the ground? Qin Chuan sneered. Is it hard to believe that self-defense is wrong? How dare you? What is your status to dare to talk to me like that? Just answer yes or no. Qin Chuan understood that the other party was obviously digging a pit for himself to jump into. If he answered yes, it would be exactly what the other party wanted. You are in league with Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao saw Qin Chuan was Lu Team. 3 words to say. Cannot help but begin to be pleased. Kid, we are a gang. How? I told you a long time ago. You can't fight me. I let you live, you live. I let you die, you have to die. Lu Team said. You are refusing to cooperate with the investigation of our security department. Do you know that this is to be added to the crime? The two sides stalemate. A bit of a sword. Mr. Lu was ready to greet his team members and arrest Qin Chuan. A black Audi S6 came whistling and stopped in the middle of the two sides. From the car stepped down a tough man with a shaved flat head, wearing a camouflage top, military pants and military-style leather shoes. The man was the same Xiao Chen who had just spoken to Qin Chuan. He got out of the car and briefly looked at the surrounding situation, then walked to Qin Chuan. Sorry, Mr. Qin, I'm late. Are you alright? Qin Chuan nodded. It's fine. Seeing Qin Chuan safe and sound, Xiao Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhang Tianhao and Team Lu behind him. The moment Team Lu saw the Audi license plate, his face was already abnormal. When Xiao Chen saw Team Lu, and saw that he was standing close to Zhang Tianhao, he instantly understood what was going on. He angrily shouted, Lu Chang, what are you doing here? Lu Chang fiercely tightened his body and stood upright. Chen, brother Chen, I'm investigating a case. Investigating what case? This boss Zhang said that person committed murder and hurt people. Xiao Chen stepped forward and smacked up, smacking Lu Chang, who stumbled and almost didn't stand still. Put your mom's bull ********. Don't think Zhang Tianhao what kind of person I don't know. I'm telling you, this Mr. Qin is a friend of the old master, a VIP of the Kong family. Lu Chang sniffed and looked at Qin Chuan with a face full of incredulity. He's a friend of the old master? A VIP of the Kong family? In Lu Chang's impression, the one from the Kong family was already over 80 years old. Which of his friends was not a person who was close to old age, with a high position and amazing status? This young man in front of him, who looked to be around 20 years old, how could he be the old man's friend? What? You don't believe my words? The old master hosted a banquet today and personally sent me to receive Mr. Qin as a guest in his residence. It dawns on Lu Chang that it's not hard to explain why this A6 specialized vehicle would appear here. This special car was assigned to the old man by the state to reward him for his contribution in defending the country. This kind of car, generally will not be opened out, but where it is opened out is bound to receive very important people. Xiao Chen sidled up and respectfully asked Mr. Qin, how do you think this matter should be handled? Qin Chuan at this point has already seen Kung Fu identity is how special. Since this was the case, he did not need to do it himself. I do not wish to see him outside again. Qin Chuan said expressionlessly. Chapter 28, follow through to the end and start with no time to live. Completing a new mission, gaining rewards, and upgrading skills. Xiao Chen's sharp gaze looked at Lu Chang. You must give Mr. Qin an explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, the old man's anger, your life will come to an end. Lu Chang had a jolt and immediately realized the meaning, and hurriedly returned. Yes, I understand. I will immediately go back and report. Set up a special case team to investigate all the wrongdoings of Zhang Tianhao, and deal with them severely. When Zhang Tianhao, who was on the side, heard this, his entire scalp went numb. What's the situation? How come the rescuer I moved to become the one who wants to arrest me? Team Lu. He was just about to open his mouth when he saw a silver bracelet fly in and cuff him firmly. Zhang Tianhao, it is now suspected that you are related to multiple injury cases, now arresting you. I hope you don't resist to cooperate with us properly. Zhang Tianhao felt like the sky was about to collapse. He just came over to have a drink and pick up a girl. How come you're going to turn over my past? What on earth is that young man? His legs went limp and he knelt on the ground, kneeling towards Qin Chuan and making a bow. Brother Qin. Mr. Qin, I have eyes and I don't recognize them. Tai Shan, I am an asshole. I drank a few more mouthfuls of horse urine, and I went blind. I shouldn't have offended you. I was wrong. Please let me go. I'll get out of Kyoto right away. Right away. I won't dare anymore. Qin Chuan retracted his gaze, no longer even looking at Zhang Tianhao. He said to Lu Chang, with his case record, can he be sentenced to life imprisonment? Team Lu was horrified in his heart. This young man was really ruthless. He hurriedly replied, I will definitely track it down properly and investigate it thoroughly to the end. With my understanding of Zhang Tianhao, at least a life sentence to start with. Qin Chuan nodded. Good. I will send a flag when the time comes. Hearing this, Zhang Tianhao's eyes went black and fainted. Then he was framed by Lu Chang to take him away from the scene. Mr. Qin, the matter is settled. Please come with me. Seeing that Xiao Chen had solved the trouble for himself, Qin Chuan could not refuse at this time. He first pacified Su Xiaoyan, then called a chauffeur to send Su Xiaoyan back to the University of Finance, and took Xiao Chen's car to go to the Kong family himself. Su Xiaoyan is a girl who knows and understands things. She saw that Xiao Chen helped Qin Chuan solve the immediate crisis. A person with quite a lot of energy. When a man does something, it is better for a woman not to follow as a burden. So after hugging Qin Chuan tightly for half a minute, she left first. Qin Chuan sat on the A6 and drove toward the northern outskirts of the city. Just got on the car. Qin Chuan immediate system prompts rang. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side mission, eradicating evil. Mission reward, 100% experience reward for medical skill. Promotion to level 2 medical initiation. As the reward prompt dissipates, the character attribute panel emerges. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, peak level 4. Medical Dao, level 2 introductory. The Dao of medicine has advanced to the second level? After Qin Chuan closed the system prompt interface in front of him, he only felt that his entire brain was forced into a vast amount of medical knowledge. The knowledge disease was accompanied by many clinical experiences, techniques. Most importantly, one's knowledge of the original liquid of life had been further enhanced. Qin Chuan, who had received all the information, felt physically and mentally exhausted. He handed his entire person over to the rear seat of the A6 and lay down on it, gasping for air in small gulps. This A6 was a bit old, as could be seen from the headlights and the shape of the car as well as the relatively retro CD player in the center control. However, the leather seats inside the car, as well as the roof of the tumbled leather is still polished as new, and the entire chassis still has a solid texture. It can be seen that the owner's family rarely use this table, and the maintenance is very good. Xiao Chen drove the car and looked at Qin Chuan through the rearview mirror. Mr. Qin, I'm sure you're very curious about the identity of the old man. Well, this one is not an ordinary car. Before getting on the car, Qin Chuan saw the Warzone license plate on the front of the car as well as the Warzone pass on the windshield. He had already realized the true value of this car in his mind. Xiao Chen nodded. Since he was going to pick up Qin Chuan to go there, it was better to tell him about the old man's identity beforehand. The old man joined the army when he was young, and later participated in countless battles, both large and small, guarding the southern border and making his mark. He and the other 7 generals became the 8 great war gods of Huaxia. 8 great war gods of Huaxia. Qin Chuan was slightly moved. This title had been gradually forgotten in today's peaceful world, but a few decades ago, it represented the guardian gods in the hearts of countless Chinese people. Qin Chuan looked at the peaceful traffic outside the car and secretly made a decision. No matter what, this god of war who has made significant contributions to China must be cured. The car drove along the third ring, all the way out of the city center. After passing through a lush and dense forest and lake, it stopped in front of a green brick and green tile gate, behind which was a compound surrounded by a tall and solemn fence. Mr. Qin, this side is the Northern Warzone Senior Sanatorium, and inside are all retired senior Warzone military officers. The old man. Oh no, to here should be called the old chief. He also lives in here. After saying that, Xiao Chen led Qin Chuan out of the automobile and to an electric sightseeing car. Mr. Qin, the people living inside the sanatorium are all big names who have fought for the country. They are already old, so in order not to disturb their recuperation, they all need to switch to the electric sightseeing car after entering the gate. Xiao Chen explained, starting the electric car with ease. Qin Chuan did not mind this. He held high respect for these old generation who fought for the country. The electric car traveled along the quiet path, and on the side of the road came and went old men and white-clothed caregivers. Each of these old people is a legend, despite their age, but the essence of the spirit is still deeply imprinted on the body. Xiao Chen saw an electric car not far away, also traveling towards Kong Lao's house, and with a closer look, he could see the person in the car. Big Miss also came on. Big Miss? Qin Chuan asked in confusion. Xiao Chen busy explains Missy refers to the old head's daughter. The head has a total of 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest Kong Xiang inherited the mantle of the old man to serve the country, guarding the southern border. The second daughter, Kong Meng, is a workaholic, unmarried, now working in Kyoto TV station. As for the youngest son, alas, Xiao Chen wanted to stop talking, and finally said, as for the youngest son, he has always used his family's connections to act recklessly outside. In Kyoto, Jizhou, Jiangning generation activities, although not as good as the elder brother and sister, but it is also considered to be a mix of a man and a dog. Qin Chuan nodded. He wasn't too concerned about other people's family matters. The main reason he was here today was because he had promised Kung Fu to save his life. Xiao Chen's speed was faster, and he quickly stopped at the entrance of a villa along with the car in front of him. Getting out of the car, he turned to the woman in the car beside him and respectfully greeted eldest Miss. The Kong Meng in the car was estimated to be around 30 years old, and the whole person was very well maintained. There was not a single wrinkle on her fair face, looking no different from a girl in her 20s. Her exquisite and generous makeup, coupled with a well-tailored lady's suit, emphasized her competent aura. Kong Meng glanced at Xiao Chen, and when she saw Qin Chuan in the car, she said in a solemn tone, Xiao Chen, who is he? This is Mr. Qin. He's here to treat the old chief. Oh, which hospital? Xiao Chen was momentarily in a dilemma, not knowing how to respond. Qin Chuan spoke frankly. I'm not a doctor. I'm a freshman at the University of Finance and Economics. Hearing Qin Chuan's self-introduction, Kong Meng's originally indifferent face suddenly turned angry. Xiao Chun, you're messing around. What kind of person did you find to treat my father? Chapter 29. Clowning around to gain my Kong family's attention. Kong Meng grew up in a high-ranking family, and all the people who came and went were the top powers in the country. Naturally, she exuded an overbearing aura from the inside out. With her question, even the battle-hardened Xiao Chen couldn't help but thump in his heart. But his old head's order in front. Xiao Chen cannot disobey. He was sorry. Miss, this is all the old head's intention. My father is old and occasionally confused. You are someone close to him. Could it be that you are also confused? Cough. 2 coughs broke Kong Meng's lecture, only to see from within the villa's gate, a young and beautiful teenage girl, assisting an old and decrepit old man, slowly walked out. The young girl, Fong Qiong, was wearing a white sports suit, looking energetic. The slightly loose fit of the sportswear was somewhat compacted by her proud figure. The old man, Kung Fu, was dressed in a dark blue satin practice suit, and his entire person appeared ethereal and illusory. Little dream, are you scolding me behind my back for being confused? Kung Fu asked majestically. Kong Meng was startled, and hurriedly bowed and stepped forward. Dad, I told you earlier, you have to believe in science, you have to believe in doctors. Little Meng, your father I have not reached the point of dementia. I know what is right and what is wrong. Kong Meng sighed and shook his head. Every time he talked to his father about his condition, he always used these words to put himself off. Today, when he himself was in a meeting at the station, he received a call from Fong Qiong, the girl that his father had adopted, saying that her father's body had an abnormality. She hurriedly left the meeting behind and hurried back home. Dad, it's useless to say anything today. I invited Dr. Wang from Kyoto City's second hospital to the house. He's a world-renowned internal medicine specialist. Hundreds of lives have been saved in his hands. With him treating you, he will surely be able to cure your stubborn disease. After saying that, Kong Meng assisted his father back into the house. He then stood to the side himself and made way for Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang, thank you. Dr. Wang nodded and proceeded to prepare the equipment. Kong Meng was at the side and gave Kung Fu a serious introduction. Dad, Dr. Wang is the leader of the younger generation of doctors in Kyoto City's second hospital, becoming the youngest chief physician in the hospital at the age of 30. A handful of internal medicine can be said to be famous in China. The whole country comes to seek medical treatment. The appointment number has already been grabbed until next year. Dr. Wang stroked his glasses, looking calm and confident. Having practiced medicine for many years and won countless awards, he had the capital to be confident. Dr. Wang walked forward and first gave a look at Kung Fu's tongue, then listened to the heartbeat. Immediately after that, he carefully looked at Kung Fu's MRI results, CT, the ultrasound and a series of conventional and unconventional radiological examinations. Then the blood tests were adjudicated. Half an hour later, Dr. Wang combined all the judgments and stood up. Kong Meng rushed forward. Dr. Wang, how is it? My dad his illness. Dr. Wang smiled as he rolled up the stethoscope in his hand and said, the old man's illness is nothing serious. The radiological test results show normal. At his age, it's normal for him to cough and feel weak. After all, his age is right there. Only the blood test, a few values are low. I guess it is nutritional bias. The old man picky eaters, resulting in, said. He looked at Kong Meng calmly. Kong Meng was stunned. Busy to answer. Dr. Wang can be really God. Simply look at it. Know that my father picky eaters. He likes to eat meat, and he also likes to eat five-flour meat. Fat meat. Dr. Wang smiled. That's right. Just eat meat cannot be our old master. We need balanced nutrition. Otherwise the body can be less of a certain nutrient element. People will have problems. I used to have a patient is like this. After the operation diet does not pay attention to nutritional lack of systematic supplementation. People day by day more and more thin. I immediately gave him a checkup and treatment, and then prescribed a vitamin B12 injection. Less than a month, he gained 5 pounds, and his body is much better, and now he can even swim in the winter. Kong Meng heard, eyes put out light, and quickly asked Dr. Wang, my father specifically how to do. It's a small matter. I'll prescribe some nutritional supplements for the old man, then you can buy them back and give them to the old man on time. Condition properly for half a year, and he'll be fine. Kong Meng looked at her father, Kung Fu, with a pouty face. Dad, look, it's all a small problem. You're dragging your feet and refusing to see a doctor. How did it turn out? Once Dr. Wang came, he solved your years of problems in half an hour. Kung Fu laughed and got up and said to Dr. Wang, Dr. Wang, is it really like what you said? As long as I take a few tonics, I can be cured? Don't worry old master. Dr. Wang. Still have confidence in this bit of my medical skills. Listen to me and you'll be right. He. A disdainful laugh came from the back of the crowd. Kong Meng's face sank and looked over. What are you laughing at? Only Qin Chuan stepped forward and said, laughing at your ignorance. If the old master doesn't hurry to be treated in the right way, I'm afraid he won't live for more than 48 hours. When he said this, the whole room was silent. Dr. Wang frowned and said, nonsense. The old man's body is very strong, just lacks some trace elements. Kong Meng said angrily, how dare you curse my father? Xiao Chen, blow him out of the room. Where did this person come from, trying to clamor for my Kong family's attention? Xiao Chen lowered his head in some embarrassment and stood in place. He thought for a moment and turned his gaze to the old head. Seeing his daughter being so overbearing and powerless towards Qin Chuan, Kung Fu was so angry that he got up and wanted to argue a few words. But just as his buttocks lifted an inch in height from the chair, he violently coughed violently and spat out with blood. A few moments later, Kung Fu fainted without warning, and his entire body collapsed on the sofa. At once, everyone in the Kong family gathered around to check on Kung Fu's condition. Fang Qiong was so frightened that she even shouted, Grandpa, Grandpa. Kong Meng gently shook her father's arm. Dad, Dad. Xiao Chen stepped forward and extended his index finger to probe his nose. Seeing that there was still faint hot air exhaling from his nostrils, his heart was slightly relieved. Dr. Wang's face suddenly changed. How did the old man pass out properly? Mo is not deliberately playing me. He quickly took out his stethoscope and ran forward to check. Listened to the heartbeat, and then flipped the eyelids. Heartbeat, pupils are not particularly large. Abnormal. Dr. Wang was horrified. At this time cannot care too much. First save the people matter. He first gave Kung Fu did artificial respiration, and then pressure. A set of first aid process down, no effect. Under no circumstances, he ran back to the car, took out the portable stunner, ready to Kung Fu for the highest specification of first aid measures. Kong Meng saw the electroshocker and panicked a little. This thing is going to be used. Even if his old man wakes up, he will have to lose half of his life. Dr. Wang, there's no other way. Do we have to use the taser? Dr. Wang's brow furrowed, and he said with a straight face, this is the golden period of the patient's resuscitation. If it is delayed any longer, it will definitely be life-threatening. Ms. Kong, you have to trust me. Kong Meng was now the person with the most power of speech in this villa. Only if she opened her mouth could Dr. Wang carry out the next step of administering the rescue. Dr. Wang held the electroshocker in both hands and waited for Kong Meng's nod. Ignorant. What you're doing is no different from murdering Elder Kong. A voice came from behind the crowd. Chapter 30. Anyone who insults me will be a slave for 10 years, to show a small punishment. At this time, Kong Meng no longer cared about the manners of a young lady from a large family, and shouted, Xiao Chen, didn't you hear what I said? Throw him out. Xiao Chen has seen Qin Chuan take care of Kung Fu's scene, that bottle of golden potion. Kung Fu immediately regained his sanity, and his spirit is more vigorous compared to before. You know, before this, Kung Fu has seen all the famous doctors in the country. All have no effect. Against Kong Meng's words, he turned to Qin Chuan and cupped his fists. Mr. Qin, please help save the old chief. As long as I can save the old chief, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Xiao Chen was so sincere that tears flowed down from his eyes. Kong Meng was so angry that her face turned red, but she didn't have time to care about so many things right now. Dr. Wang, please administer help quickly. I'm afraid that if we delay any longer, my father's life will be in danger. Dr. Wang actually didn't have much certainty in his heart. This was because Kung Fu was all normal from all physical characteristics. The electroshocker could only be used on patients who were on the verge of dying. If it was used on a person with a normal body surface, it would damage that person's normal internal organs, an irreversible first aid measure. Dr. Wang, Kong Meng was anxious and urged again. Dr. Wang thought for a moment, and his teeth clenched. A dead horse is a live horse. With that, he unscrewed the power and prepared to press the two discus into Kung Fu's chest. Just as his hand was about to fall, Fang Qiong pounced forward and blocked in front of Grandpa Kung Fu. Her tears had long since blurred her delicate makeup. Auntie, if the electroshocker goes down, Grandpa will be paralyzed even if he is saved. Xiao Qiong, do you know what you are doing? Quickly get out of the way. Auntie, just let Mr. Qin give it a try. Kong Meng was furious. It was just fine for Xiao Chen to be like this. He was always an outsider. But even Fang Qiong, whom her father regarded as his granddaughter, was like this. She couldn't understand it. She pulled Fang Qiong away as soon as she could. But how could she, an ordinary person, fight against a girl at the level 1 martial Dao minor achievement realm? Little Qiong, I didn't agree for you to learn martial arts so that you could use it against your own aunt one day. Fang Qiong ignored her aunt's rebuke and turned her head towards Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I implore you to take action to save Grandpa. Fong Qiong's words completely enraged Kong Meng. Fong Qiong, do you know what you're saying? You are a member of the Kong family in Kyoto. How dare you beg in such a lowly manner? Do you know that you've disgraced our Kong family? Saying that, Kong Meng walked towards Qin Chuan, pointing at him and said, I've seen a lot of people like you climbing up the ladder. You're just waiting for an opportunity to get close to our Kong family. It was a fluke that you saved my father's life last time. And I didn't take it personally because my father was fine at the time. Today you still want to fool around. I, Kong Meng, will never agree. Qin Chuan's pupils shrunk slightly and said icily, your Kong family is not worthy of my Qin Chuan's climbing. I am just thinking about how much I admire Elder Kong for fighting for his country. So I am willing to heal his wounds. If you guys forcefully use electric shock to wake up Elder Kong, his condition will definitely worsen and even become paralyzed. A bunch of nonsense. MS. Kong, time is urgent. Please make a quick decision. Dr. Wang reminded from the side. Kong Meng once again stepped forward and wrapped her hands around Fong Qiong to hold him away. Dr. Wang immediately pressed the 2 iron pieces onto Kung Fu's chest. With a current zipping sound, Kung Fu's body was like a leather ball, leaping up high and then falling down. Qin Chuan could not bear to watch and exited the room alone. Walking outside, inside the house, Dr. Wang saw that Kung Fu did not wake up, and his forehead began to sweat. This blow, it seemed, was ineffective. He turned the knob and adjusted the current of the device up 1 notch. Immediately afterward, the pressure continued. Kung Fu's body popped up again, 2 times in a row. Kung Fu still did not wake up. Everyone on the scene began to get a little nervous. Fong Qiong cried out. Xiao Chen's fists clenched tightly. A rare panic also appeared on Kong Meng's face. Dr. Wang's heart was beating wildly. He took a sharp, deep breath and adjusted the power of the device to maximum. Another electric shock came down. Cough cough cough. Finally, Kung Fu's small cough broke the crowd's taut nerves. Fong Qiong broke away from her aunt's hand and pounced to her grandfather's side. Grandpa, Grandpa. Kong Meng also went forward and looked at her father. Dr. Wang let out a long sigh of relief. Little Qiong, little Meng. Kung Fu slowly raised his eyelids, his mouth whispering to his granddaughter and daughter. Dad, I'm here. Kong Meng held up her father's hand. In the next second, Kung Fu's pupils contracted as he said in shock, why can't I move my body? My hands. How come I can't feel my hands? Kong Meng was startled and let go of his father's hand, only to see Kung Fu's hand fall down like a fallen leaf. Kong Meng hurriedly questioned Dr. Wang, what's going on with my father? Dr. Wang's beads of sweat dripped down as he hurriedly checked. After a quick examination, he did not see what was wrong in the slightest. Old master, he stammered, not knowing how to answer, but the expression on his face had already betrayed him. At this moment, Kung Fu looked up to the sky and shouted, Why is this happening? Dad, don't worry, let's go for a checkup, a full-body checkup, get another doctor to take another look. The corner of Kung Fu's eyes shed unyielding tears. Xiao Meng, why did you harm father? Kong Meng was puzzled. Dad, how am I harming you? Just now, you passed out and it was Dr. Wang who woke you up. The current situation is also better than losing your life just now, right? Kung Fu's eyes revealed despair and disappointment in his daughter. I invited Mr. Qin to come and was originally able to save my life, but my daughter obstructed it at every turn, and now she has caused me to be paralyzed all over, thinking that I, Kung Fu, have spent my life in the military. Even though I can't be a horse leather, I can't be an invalid. Meng, your father can't stand this kind of life. I beg you, give me a pain. Kong Meng's heart ached when she saw her father like this. The scenes of her childhood when her father carried her on his back to play in the mountains and the sea were vivid in her mind, as if it was yesterday. Kong Meng bent her legs and knelt in front of Kung Fu, crying bitterly. A moment later, she seemed to remember something. Hurriedly running towards Qin Chuan outside the house, she flung herself down and knelt in front of him. This was the eldest young lady of the top family in Kyoto, a heavenly daughter that many people sought after and admired. Now, she was as humble as a maidservant in ancient times, kneeling in front of Qin Chuan. Her words were cheap, begging, Mr. Qin, please save my father. As long as you can cure my father, how much money you want is fine. No matter what your conditions are, I will agree. Qin Chuan put his hands behind his back, lowered his eyes and looked down at the dignified and elegant woman in front of him. He opened his mouth and said, I have plenty of money, and I don't care about your Kong family's savings. I can save people, but you just denigrated me. Unforgivable. Want me to save people can. From now on, you serve me as a slave for 10 years. To show discipline, this is my condition. Chapter 31, What's so hard about being reborn with a broken limb? For me, Qin Chuan, everything is as easy as a slap in the face. Kong Meng's willow brows knitted tightly. She had never been humiliated so much. 10 years as a slave and servant girl. serving this college student in front of her who was only in his early 20s. Not to mention that she is the top miss of Kyoto's rich and powerful family. Just counting her status as the director of Kyoto television station, she can't condescend to degrade herself. Agreeing to Qin Chuan's conditions would mean that she, who was just 30 years old and at the peak of her career and emotions, would have to lose both her career and her love. Kong Meng bit her lips, heart infinite struggle, but looking behind her, because of her own stubbornness, insolence led to paralyzed father, her eyes released in despair, using the most important 10 years of light in her life, in exchange for her father's health. Okay, I promise you, as long as you can save my father, I am willing to be a slave and a servant girl for 10 years, serving you around. Kong Meng trembled and said reluctantly. Qin Chuan ignored her and walked straight towards the house, walking towards Kung Fu's side. Mr. Qin. The paralyzed Kung Fu could no longer turn his head. He could only lean back and call out softly. No need to say anything, I will cure you. Saying that, Qin Chuan put his right hand on Kung Fu's wrist pulse. Closing his eyes, he carefully felt the pulse beat. Everyone in the room held their breath, waiting for Qin Chuan's result. A minute later, Qin Chuan opened his eyes and said indignantly, the old man was originally only on fire and his meridians were disorganized. Now after the electric shock, the fragile meridians are broken, especially the meridians connecting the spine at the neck, but also by the high voltage generated by the electric shock is broken. Even if the strongest doctor surgery cannot be connected. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Kung Fu ha 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 laughed. The meridians are all broken. The meridians are all broken. Ha 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 ha. Thank you Mr. Qin for letting me die before I die. I can live to see the country peace and quiet. The people live in peace and work happily, is considered to be contented. Mr. Qin, please give me a hand, so that I can go easier. I really can't stand being like a living dead person. Although he knew that it was impossible for a paralyzed person to have a chance to recover again, but Qin Chuan's words were still like a sharp knife stabbing into everyone's heart. Xiao Chen, with a handful of snot and tears, kept wiping himself. Fang Qiong sobbed uncontrollably, lying on Kung Fu's chest. Dr. Wang had long since sneaked away, and Kong Meng watched without stopping. Everything was caused by her arrogance and prejudice. At this point in time, even if she was a slave or a servant, it would not help. She understands her father. Living in the world is impossible. That is no different from torturing him. Kong Meng took out her cell phone in despair, ready to call her two brothers, informing them to come back to the old man for the aftermath. But she didn't wait for her to make the call. Qin Chuan's reply surprised everyone. Old master, with me here, even if the meridian is annihilated, I can still make it grow back. Besides, this small injury of yours is nothing in my eyes. It only requires an upgraded version of the original life liquid. The moment these words came out, everyone present had their pupils violently shrunk. There wasn't even a precedent for the rebirth of a severed limb yet. Qin Chuan actually said that he could reorganize annihilated meridians. What was this if not a fantasy? Not caring about that much, Kong Meng knelt and crawled to Qin Chuan's feet, hugging his thighs. Please, let my father get back on his feet. Qin Chuan glanced at Kong Meng and let out a cold smile, then looked at Xiao Chen. I now need a caddy of water of heaven and earth as a medicine guide. Xiao Chen looked confused. Water of heaven and earth? Qin Chuan sighed. The second-level medical Taoist medical book knowledge in his mind used all the words used in the ancient times. He blurted it out in his haste without going through his brain. So Qin Chuan changed his words. The water of heaven and earth is dew. The dew I need must be 10 minutes before dawn and 10 minutes after dawn. The container to catch the water can only be ceramic, not other materials. With this explanation, Xiao Chen instantly understood. It was a good thing that the sanatorium was in the middle of the woods on the outskirts, the most convenient place to get dew. If it was in downtown Kyoto, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to pick up even 10 milliliters a night. After he received the order, he immediately ran out and mobilized everyone to catch water together. Qin Chuan wrote another prescription of herbs, and although none of the herbs in it were famous or expensive, but there were a few medicines that only martial artists could recognize. After writing it, he gave the prescription to Fang Qiong. You go and grab the medicines according to the prescription. Remember, each medicine is 3 taels and 2 coins. You go and return quickly. Fang Qiong did not dare to delay for a moment, took the prescription and ran out. Qin Chuan slowly put Kung Fu's hand back into the blanket, then soothed Master. You rest for a while. When they have gathered all the ingredients, I will treat you. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Kung Fu's eyes glistened with tears and were filled with longing. Mr. Qin, do I still have a chance to stand up? Qin Chuan laughed out loud and said, ha 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 ha. Old master, not to mention standing up, you will have no problem climbing Mount Tai at that time. With these words, Kung Fu broke into tears and could not help but be excited in his heart. The prostrate kneeling Kong Meng also raised her head, looking at the person in front of her, the master she would be serving for the next 10 years. Her eyes were complicated, At this moment, she imagined hundreds of things that might happen in her mind. As a TV station director, she had seen countless amounts of news material. The more capable and the calmer the man on the surface, the more evil thoughts often prevailed. Thousands of strange tricks would play with people as if they were as good as dead. After putting Kung Fu to sleep, Qin Chuan walked to the window with his arms folded and said, "The contract between us will take effect from now on for a period of 10 years. Within 10 years, you may not go against my wishes, but only obey. But whenever you move your little mind, you will be responsible for the consequences." Kong Meng didn't dare to say more, and could only clasp her hands together, lower her head, and agree. The man in front of her was unpredictable. Being able to cure her father also meant being able to keep her father paralyzed without her knowledge. "Yes, master, I would never dare to have second thoughts. You don't have to follow me on a daily basis. Continue with your shift. Turn on your computer 24 hours a day on weekdays and go to the villa on weekends. At your disposal." After saying that, Qin Chuan no longer glanced at Kong Meng and walked to the sofa at the side to sit down and rest. For Kong Meng's kind of pampered, unseen, luxurious daughter from a young age, Qin Chuan was disdainful. Growing up with a golden spoon in her mouth, the people around her were obedient to her and would only flatter her. Let these people have developed. What they say is the truth. Their cognition is the right idea. Unbeknownst to them, the world is so big that there are people stronger than them all over the civil world. Not Kong Meng is also considered to be for the Kung Fu taught under the daughter. The dawn before the break of dawn, the most quiet. There were only 3 people left in the villa, the sleeping Kung Fu and the speechless Qin Chuan and Kong Meng. Soon, the eastern sky splashed with a hint of gold, and the sunrise rose. Xiao Chen carefully held a Celadon porcelain water bottle and walked in. "Mr. Qin, the water is fetched." Fong Qiong followed closely behind, carrying a bag of herbs. Chapter 32 Reward 50% of BYT Group's shares. Lying down can earn a fortune. All the things gathered. Xiao Chen looked at it. Basically there is no very special thing. This way, can it work? He muttered in his heart. So he tentatively asked Mr. Qin, "Is this all you have to say about the original life liquid?" Qin Chuan nodded and then counted the items. Although Xiao Chen wanted to raise his question, he was worried that he would be too abrupt and offend Qin Chuan. He could only swallow his curiosity back into his stomach. Although it was Qin Chuan's first time making the life original liquid, his strength in grade 2 medical Dao allowed him to handle it with ease. During the process of making it, Qin Chuan was also secretly thankful that he was now at the peak of level 4 martial Dao, possessing the strength to externalize the power of martial Dao. One of the most important medicines in the life original liquid was the power of martial Dao of a strong martial Daoist. Every 10 milliliters of the required martial Dao power was the entirety of a peak level 1 martial Dao and half of a peak level 2 martial Dao. As for Qin Chuan, he was a peak level 4 martial Dao. What he consumed was a quarter of his martial Dao power. After externalizing his martial Dao power, he would need a long time to recuperate before he could recover. The loss of martial Dao power was fatal to a martial artist. The amount of martial Dao power Qin Chuan used to make a bottle of life original liquid was enough for his strength to fall by 1 step. From the peak of martial Dao level 4, he fell to martial Dao level 4 grand completion. And the upgraded version of the life original liquid that he was making now would at least cause him to fall to martial Dao level 4 initiate. But even so, Qin Chuan didn't care. For being able to save a hero like Old Kong who had shed blood and sold his life for the country, what was the harm in sacrificing a little bit of combat power? After a whole day of production, finally in the evening, a vial of 10 milliliters of the upgraded version of the original life liquid was produced. Qin Chuan immediately took it and went to Kung Fu's side, calling out "Master." Kung Fu slowly opened his eyes and drank the life original liquid under everyone's gaze. "Dad, how is it?" Kong Meng anxiously asked. "Grandpa, must get better." Fong Qiong knelt at the side and prayed. Xiao Chen clenched his hands into dead fists and watched with unblinking eyes. Kung Fu's eyes drooped, looking breathless. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. In the next second, Kung Fu only felt that his originally senseless body felt like it was strung together by a rope. Each blood vessel was like a waterway through a canal, constantly circulating blood. Within the dantian, a nameless fire began to burn. The body was like an internal combustion engine starting to run. He dabbed and sat up, taking a deep breath. Afterward, turning his body, he stepped his feet onto the ground and stretched hard. A needle could be heard in the room, and the only thing that was quiet was the sound of the people's breathing. What was this? A medical miracle? Even Fong Qiong and Xiao Chen, who had seen the power of the life original liquid, could not believe what was in front of them. Kung Fu, who had just been paralyzed all over, was now actually able to stand up and stretch. Looking upwards, he was still in high spirits and seemed to be in a better state than before. Kong Meng's mouth was slightly open, also startled by the scene before her. She thought that Qin Chuan's administering of help was a gradual, month-by-month progression, but it never occurred to her that the effect was so fast. At this moment, She had a subversive understanding of Qin Chuan. The best way to conquer a strong woman is to be stronger than her and crush her three views with strength. Kong Meng's heart was beating wildly, her chest undulating. When she looked at Qin Chuan again, there was no longer any trace of disgust or hatred, only admiration for him remained, and there was even the expectation of a young girl in love. Ignoring the surprise of the crowd, Kung Fu ran towards the front yard of the villa. Under the bright moonlight, he wantonly stretched his muscles and bones, and played 2 sets of Kong family fist technique. Painful, painful. It's been more than 10 years since old me had such a painful feeling. I feel like I've returned to the light of my 30s. Mr. is truly a man of God. Kung Fu finished his fist fight and smiled as he stepped into the house. Qin Chuan fell asleep sitting on the sofa in the corner because he had used up too much of his martial power. Xiao Chen excitedly wanted to go wake Qin Chuan up, but was stopped by Kung Fu with one hand. Don't disturb Mr. Qin. He used up too much of his mind to heal me. Xiao Chen, you go and clean up the guest room. Xiao Chen, you carry Mr. Qin to the room. Feng Qiong and Xiao Chen led the way. Inside the living room, only Kung Fu's father and daughter remained. Kong Meng knelt down in shame. Dad, I was wrong. Kung Fu sighed and helped Kong Meng up as a father. How could you blame your own daughter? Little Meng, Mr. Qin is a man of great talent. He will definitely have a great future. Furthermore, he has benefited our Kong family. You can't be rude to Mr. Qin like that again in the future. Kong Meng nodded. Father, I won't. In fact, she still wanted to say that she was willing to follow for the rest of her life, but in the end, she was too shy to say it. The next day, early in the morning, before dawn, Qin Chuan opened his eyes in a trance. His body showed some fatigue after dropping 2 levels of cultivation in a row yesterday. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, Fallen Realm Rescue. Mission reward, 50% of the shares of the BYT Group. BYT Group is the second largest rechargeable battery producer in Blue Star, with businesses in 4 major industries: automotive, new energy, electronics and rail transportation. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. This time the reward was actually 50% of BYT Group's shares, which was 20% more than Wanda Group. BYT Group was a domestic industry giant not weaker than Wanda Group. Qin Chuan gasped slightly, even if the system no longer directly stuffed money into him. With the shares he currently owned in these large groups, the dividends brought in each year was an objective amount. Qin Chuan looked around. He was lying on a large 2-meter bed, with one person sitting beside the bed. Kong Meng was sitting with her head propped up on one hand, leaning on the edge of the bed. She was wearing a muslin nightgown. Her voluptuous figure was hidden. The unique charm of a 30-year-old woman was embodied to the fullest. Qin Chuan glanced at his cell phone. The time was 4:15 a.m. He secretly said a bad word. Today is the first class of the school. There was a reminder in the main quest that one must finish school unconditionally without a single class being delayed. Qin Chuan immediately got up and prepared to dress. His movements woke up Kong Meng, who asked with surprise and caution, Master, it's only 4:30, won't you sleep for a while? Qin Chuan did not even look at her and coldly said, I have a class today. I must rush back to school. After saying that, Qin Chuan put on his clothes and went downstairs. A flash of loss flashed through Kong Meng's eyes as she looked down at herself. Could it be that the master still holds a grudge against me for yesterday's outburst, and is not even looking at me today? Not thinking much, she also immediately changed her clothes and went downstairs, chasing after her. Master, Xiao Chen is still asleep. Let me send you to school. Qin Chuan looked at the time and could only do so. The two drove all the way to the Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. The sanatorium was located on the outskirts of Kyoto, and when they got onto the third ring road, the road started to become congested. Countless workers in Kyoto all choose to live in the suburbs, for no other reason. The price of housing in the suburbs is cheaper. This also causes everyone to concentrate in the morning. 4, 5 o'clock to go out into the city. The road into the city is then congested every day. When Qin Chuan and his duo came out of the sanatorium, it was already close to 5 in the morning. Even though Kong Meng changed lanes all the way to overtake the car, it was 8:50 a.m. when they arrived at the University of Finance and Economics. As soon as the car stopped, Qin Chuan unbuckled his seatbelt, pulled open the door, and prepared to get out of the car. Master, then Kong Meng weakly called out. As I said, you can still go to work during weekdays. You don't need to follow me. Qin Chuan dropped these words and hurriedly left. Looking at Qin Chuan's back, Kong Meng muttered, but I want to follow you all the time. University of Finance, Moral Education Building, 3rd floor, trapezoidal classroom. At this time, the classroom was already filled with students. Qin Chuan stepped on the class bell and entered the classroom from the back door. On the podium, a tall girl wearing a college-style halter denim skirt was wiping the blackboard. Chapter 33, If You're a Good Sister, Vini 10, 000, Old 4, this. Tang Yuming bent over and called out to Qin Chuan in a low voice. Qin Chuan walked over and sat down. Who is she? A teacher? She's called Tian Xin. She's not a teacher. She's at most an active member of the class, not even the class president. Taking advantage of the early start of the school year, she climbed into a relationship with the homeroom teacher, and is now considered a substitute homeroom teacher. But she is quite cute and has a good personality, so everyone has no problem with her being the substitute class president. Qin Chuan realized that there would always be one or two outstanding performers in every class. Teachers would pay attention to them at first glance and entrust them with important tasks. Of course, this also had the benefit of allowing more teachers and school leaders to recognize them. It's easier to do things at school afterward. Today's class was only a half day, and there would be no class in the afternoon. Qin Chuan planned to go to a supermarket and purchase some food for healing. Having fallen 2 realms in a row, even though he had the system boost, he hadn't even triggered the realm enhancement reward recently. He checked the navigation and prepared to pack his backpack and go out. Just 2 steps out of the school gate, a Volkswagen Golf sped up on the road. A shared bicycle ghost probe appeared at the intersection. The Golf violently and sharply hit the steering wheel, crashing towards Qin Chuan on the side of the road. Fortunately, he possessed the talent of a 4th-level martial arts path and backed up in time. Since there was a river ditch behind him, Qin Chuan could not retreat and could only physically carry the damage. There was a clang. The Golf came to a sharp stop. The driver of the car turned white with fear. Hit someone. She hurriedly got out of the car to check, only to see the front end of the Golf and the knee of the man in front of her pressed against each other in a hand-to-hand position. The front bar of the car was dented. The driver looked up. Qin Chuan? Tian Xin? The 2 men were in the same class. Tian Xin said with a guilty face, Sorry, Qin Chuan, I did not mean it. I was avoiding the bicycle just now. Qin Chuan waved his hand. It's fine. Having a body in the 4th-level martial Dao realm is completely capable of resisting the impact of a full-speed sedan. This little bump was no different from scratching an itch for him. Tian Xin didn't know anything about this and kept shouting to take Qin Chuan to the hospital for a checkup, arguing for half a day. Qin Chuan did not agree. Since you don't agree to do a checkup, then where do you want to go? I'll send you. As an atonement for you, I want to go to the supermarket. Tian Xin's eyes light up. It just so happens that I'm also going to the supermarket. So Qin Chuan gets into Tian Xin's car and the 2 of them set off together. After more than 40 minutes of driving, Tian Xin brings Qin Chuan to a foreign-branded supermarket, Mountain Mother Supermarket, located on the edge of Kyoto's western 3rd Ring Road. This Shanmu supermarket has a huge space of 20,000 square meters plus 2 floors. The shopping experience inside is very smooth and does not seem crowded. Tian Xin didn't actually plan to come to the supermarket. She just felt guilty and wanted to compensate Qin Chuan. She made up her mind to grab a single checkout at the checkout to apologize. Qin Chuan pushed the shopping cart and walked in front, while Tian Xin checked her prestige balance at the back. When she saw that there were still more than $2,000, she was relieved. Secretly said okay, should be enough. Just looked up, but saw Qin Chuan reached into a small cabinet to take a plastic box packaging goods, put into the shopping cart. Tian Xin pretended to wander around, walked to the side of the cabinet, glanced at the commodity price tag. Lightly dried Liaoshan 500g, 20 to 40 heads. Price, 11888. Tian Xin instantly felt bad about the whole person. What the hell? A sea cucumber that cost more than $10,000 a caddy. What does Qin Chuan want? Eat it to cultivate immortality? But Qin Chuan had already walked away, and Tian Xin wanted to cry without tears. Gritting her teeth, she followed, sending a message to her best friend Huang Wenwen for help in the meantime. Tian Xin, Wenwen. Jianghu Rescue, is a good sister to V10,000 to me. Huang Wenwen? The other side thought that Tian Xin was stolen number. Directly pull her black. Tian Xin had no choice but to make a phone call, and carefully told the ins and outs. Xin, you're stupid. How can you take him to the Mountain Mother? Even if he doesn't take the sea cucumber, the things inside will cost you $1,000 or $800 if you just take them. Wenwen, don't talk about me. I think he should have done it on purpose. After all, his leg was hit by a car like that. Alas. Xin, you're too kind. Okay, I'll lend you $1 first. You can't get trapped. Stop his crazy spending in time. Hola, good sister. Love you yo. Wada. After hanging up the phone, Tian Xin caught up with Qin Chuan. Next, Qin Chuan purchased things that were relatively normal. Basically, it was fresh food, meat, and aquatic products. Even so, the huge shopping cart was already stuffed to the brim. Tian Xin followed behind. One by one, calculating the price, has exceeded 20,000 yuan. In the middle of the journey, she was saved once more by the rivers and lakes. Watching Qin Chuan head towards the cashier, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally coming to an end. She went up and forced a smile. Qin Chuan, you bought so many things, Putting them in the dormitory will spoil them, right? Qin Chuan stared blankly. This is something I didn't think of. According to Tian Xin's script, Qin Chuan should have taken out some goods at this time, but instead, he saw him pushing the shopping cart, going up the straight ladder on the side and returning to the upper floor. Tian Xin had a black line. This is a joke. Have no choice but to follow, only to see Qin Chuan come all the way to the home appliance area and call the staff. Hello, want one of these? Qin Chuan pointed at a 588-liter Panasonic refrigerator and said. Tian Xin took a look at the selling price, 2,299. Without waiting for her to react, she saw Qin Chuan pointing to a Miele washing machine. I want one of these, and the matching dryer, and the Hisense laser TV, and the Bananeo A9 stereo. The staff wrote down, sir, do you think these appliances will be pulled away by yourself or will we deliver them to your door? Home delivery, tomorrow. Okay sir. Tian Xin on the side has looked dumbfounded. After a rough calculation, the appliances Qin Chuan had just ordered had exceeded $100,000. Qin Chuan, are you moving to a new home, and buying up home appliances? No, these were bought for the dormitory. Tian Xin's heart was dripping blood. Now if she was to juggle anymore, her best friend would have to run over and beat herself to death. She followed Qin Chuan to the cashier with a crying face. What to do? More than $100,000. What to do? Call mom and dad to confess? I bumped into a classmate and brought him to the supermarket to make up for it. Then the other guy bought over $100,000 worth of goods in less than an hour. Mom and dad had to beat their little cotton coats into rags when they heard that. Just when Tian Xin was torn whether to persuade Qin Chuan again and close his hand, the cashier politely reported the price. Hello sir? A total of 138,769 yuan was spent. Swipe the card. Ta-da-day. Hello sir, this is your small ticket. Please keep it. Welcome to next time. Tian Xin felt like he was hallucinating. $130,000 of spending and he paid for it himself? Aren't you going to buy anything? Qin Chuan turns back to Tian Xin who is dazed and confused and asks. Chapter 34 Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Used as a grocery cart. Tian Xin was a bit incoherent. I don't have any more to buy. He. Along the way she was kicking herself for how she had imagined Qin Chuan as that kind of bad guy who blackmails people. The two of them put everything in the car. Tian Xin inserts the key and prepares to start it. Going back to school? Qin Chuan thought about it. The refrigerator has not yet arrived. Things to pull back to school for fear that it will be bad. Send me to Shun District first. I'll freeze the stuff first and take it back to the dorm when the fridge arrives. You have friends who live over there, too, and it just so happens that our friends are having a party tonight. So why don't you come and play together? I can't. It's okay. Come on. They are very nice. Tian Xin face a pitiful look. Let Qin Chuan a moment difficult to refuse. See, Qin Chuan did not object. Tian Xin happy ready to start the car. However, it didn't start 3 times in a row. The car is broken? What can be done about this? Qin Chuan also got on and tried, and found that there should be a problem with the engine. I guess I can't drive it. I'll call a tow truck to tow the car to the store to fix it. Tian Xin beamed. This could only be done. Then, Qin Chuan went to open the taxi software, but found that the number of people in the queue had already reached 3 digits, waiting for the queue to themselves at least more than an hour later. The traffic in Kyoto, horrible as it is, Qin Chuan could not wait. Most of the things in the trunk are frozen refrigerated goods, cannot be exposed to room temperature for a long time. He got out of the car and looked around in a circle. Why don't I buy a car? There just happens to be a car sales store on the side. Tian Xin thought that her ears were out of order, and a confused what do you mean? I'm saying, I'm short of a grocery cart. Why don't you buy one, so I don't have to take a cab every day? Tian Xin is still confused. Get off the car and follow Qin Chuan behind. Wow. The automatic glass door sensed the arrival of the customer and opened automatically. Welcome. The male salesman blurted out the welcome phrase. The next second saw 2 student-looking boys and girls hurriedly walk in. Qin Chuan walked straight to the front of the male salesman. Your store. Which car has a current car? Not far from the side. 2 female salesmen rolled their eyes in unison, whispered to each other. These days there are a lot of people who are pretending to be a bully, and once you open your mouth, you need a car, and we have this kind of luxury car sales store. How can we not have a car? There is a car you buy? That is, to pretend not to choose a what Honda, BYD's store to pretend. Come to our place, it's funny. The male salesman gulped and said, our entire showroom is filled with cars. Sir, what kind of car do you want? Qin Chuan thought about it. Space should be big. The male salesman nodded. Oh, I see. It's to meet family traveling needs, right? Qin Chuan shook his head. No, I just bought too many groceries. Need a big space to put those meat and vegetables. The male salesman was speechless. What kind of bullhorse reason to buy a car? Buy vegetables car you go out and turn left to buy yachty go ah. You come to me here for what? The two female salesmen laughed out loud, laughing me to death. Almost laughed out of tears. Quickly, take out your cell phone to take a picture. This year rely on this joke for the new year. Tian Xayan's face was filled with embarrassment. She pulled Qin Chuan's coat corner. Qin Chuan. Are we in the wrong place? Qin Chuan looked around the showroom. Appraisal backed did not come to the wrong although this store is not a professional single brand 4S store, but the models he sells are large in size. Just what I need. Tian Xian ahead of Blackline Big Brother. This is Rolls-Royce, Bentley and Maybach. Of course, the model big. Qin Chuan frowned. I recognize these car labels. The male salesman wipes the sweat from his forehead. The conversation between the two people in front of him is too weird. Are they not a couple? Then what are they doing? Acting for me? Or are they mystery shoppers from the head office? There was no way out. The salesman held on to his heart and led Qin Chuan to the side of a full-size SUV. He introduced with trepidation. This is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB edition. Rolls-Royce's first SUV, which has an improved 6.75-liter V12 twin-turbocharged engine that produces 563 horsepower, while guaranteeing the right amount of torque, 850 Nm, at a low speed, 1,600 RPM. The entire car has been given a special smoked finish, and the sculpture of the goddess of Jubilee on the front of the car is especially unique. This car, sir, are you looking for a test drive? Sorry, this car is not available for test drive for now. As you know, luxury cars are very concerned about its kilometers, and every kilometer of wear and tear is quite expensive. And, just in case, I say just in case it cuts and rubs, it's hard to say. The saleswoman covered her stomach and laughed ha 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 ha. So after half a day it's to rub the license plate Little Hui is too poor. Almost finished work, but also by the strange customers to screw. The two saleswomen hid in the corner and sneered. Tian Xian realized that Qin Chuan was waiting for a taxi for too long, so he came over to test drive the car to kill time. If I had said so, I wouldn't have been scared. We are all consumers. Normal store to see test drive is not illegal. Just when Tian Xian felt that she saw through everything. But see, Qin Chuan pulled out a bank card. I don't test drive. I'm in a hurry. The meat is about to spoil. You hurry to get the car pickup formalities done. The provisional license hit. I want to drive away immediately. The whole scene was dead silent. The showroom backing music inexplicably stopped. Qin Chuan's surroundings were all silent, as if time had stopped. Didn't you hear what I said? Qin Chuan raised the volume of voice to the male sales said. The other party then came back to his senses and took Qin Chuan's card in shock, turned his head and ran toward the finance office, but did not run 2 steps, and then turned back. Sorry sir, this car is Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB version. The top option. The price is higher than the ordinary version of about 1.7 million. The package landing price is almost 10 million or so. Qin Chuan The male salesman was puzzled and asked, sir, do you want to reconsider? After all, it is 10 million na. The other party's attitude is too childish. Also used to load vegetables and meat. Take Rolls-Royce as a grocery car. President Wang did not do so. See sales do not go. Qin Chuan anxious hurry to swipe the card to do the formalities to go my food is going bad. The male salesman sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Nima, this guy is what a god rich. Less than 5 minutes to buy a 10 million Rolls-Royce. He couldn't care less and immediately went to do the formalities, not daring to delay a moment. The two saleswomen were shocked and their jaws were about to drop. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Where can someone buy a Rolls-Royce like this? This single, the commission at least 10W. They just missed it. Both of them regretted. The heartache of the stockings are to be pulled by the hand to break. Male sales efficiency is fast. Not a few moments to do the whole set of processes. The provisional license to play well. Qin Chuan took the key. Directly drive away. Tian Xian is like a dumb melon, stupidly standing on the edge of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, motionless. Chapter 35. Do you think I'm suitable to be a star? Kyoto. Third ring elevated. Shun district direction. A brand new SUV was traveling on the road. On the immensely crowded third ring elevated. This car was the only one that was empty all around. All the other cars coincidentally kept a distance of 2 cars from it. In a Chang'an Dong online car, the passenger patted the driver's shoulder and said, Master, the first day out to run the car speed is only 30 miles per hour. With the front car to maintain such a long distance. Super red net car master that is sweat buddy. You see clearly what car is not. Rolls-Royce Cullinan or BB version. BB version is not the baby version. Very powerful? Net taxi master Hola speechless buddy. So to speak. I want to overtake accidentally hit. I have to go home to sell the house. Passengers were shocked. Nima. That car is so expensive It's estimated to be $1,000. The car suddenly quieted down. and the passengers did not want the driver to overtake the car. Inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Tian Xian sat inside the car that had a starry sky roof and Hermes orange interior. The whole person was still confused. Before this, the most expensive car she had ever sat in was her best friend's Porsche 718. Suddenly sitting in a $10 million level top-class luxury car, she was completely not in the mood to be excited or pull out her cell phone to take a selfie. Instead, her legs were tightly clamped, not daring to move her body freely. The luxurious and incomparable interior showed the taste of money everywhere. Every place is carefully crafted by artisans, and every position in the car is soft package leather. Tian Xian was afraid that she moved, accidentally rubbed, not where. He could not afford to pay for it even if he sold his golf ball. Just when she was constrained and did not know how, she saw Qin Chuan in the driver's seat suddenly stretched out his hand. Tian Xian's heart tightened. The other party reached over at an angle, precisely in the direction of their thighs. Today there were no stockings on, and underneath the short skirt were her own long bare legs. Tian Xian closed her eyes in fear, did not dare to resist, and could only allow the other party to touch. But after several seconds, she did not feel the temperature of Qin Chuan's hand. She opened her eyes and saw that the other party's hand was reaching for the center control area on her side to press a lever on it. After Qin Chuan pressed the lever, Tian Xian felt the cool wind swishing in front of her. Stop. You're shivering hard. Just turn off the air conditioner if it's cold. Don't freeze, Qin Chuan said with some reproach. Tian Xian was embarrassed. What was I thinking just now? How could Qin Chuan be that kind of person? And where am I cold? I am scared. Okay. Of course, Tian Xian only dared to spit these words inside and was too embarrassed to say them. Thank you. Tian Xian was the kind of girl with a big personality, just reserved for more than 10 minutes before letting go. In her heart, she thought that people were hundreds of times richer than herself anyway, not so much as to have bad thoughts about a minion like her. So she slowly let go of her guts and stretched out her long legs, adjusted the seat, the whole person half lying down. Qin Chuan was quite fond of this kind of girl, getting along with Tian Xian without so much bending and hooking of emotions. Hey, Qin Chuan, what does your family do? How come you're so rich? A $10 million car is bought when you say so. My parents are both workers in a garment factory in Jiangning, Qin Chuan replied, never shying away from what kind of people his parents were. He didn't discriminate against his parents' origins and professional status like some children who suddenly became rich. You started your own business? Sort of. What kind of program do you do? Do some small business, also do a hotel, sell cars and so on. Recently also want to enter the film and television industry. Tian Xian combed through, muttered in his heart. Oh, the original is to do B&B, used car. No wonder so rich. Also enter the film and television industry. That is, doing small video cackle. Tian Xian smiled and asked, so what subject matter are you going to shoot a video on recently? See if I can make a cameo. Hey, I want to try the feeling of being an Edison. Qin Chuan looked at Tian Xian, 1.7 meters tall with long legs close to 1 meter. Today, she was wearing a loose green pullover bodysuit, and the lower half of her body was a pair of black ultra-short hot pants. The length of the bodysuit covered the hot pants, better emphasizing her unmatched long legs. Her features look extremely similar to Yang Chaogui, head-tied double high-pill head, the overall appearance of youthful and lively, playful and cute. It matched perfectly with her big-hearted personality. The style was diametrically opposite to Su Shaoyan, but the face value was not unlike Su Shaoyan. Your condition is quite good. I'll go to the company and tell them at that time, and give you a try at the mirror if I have the chance. Really? Great. Tian Xian danced happily. Then holding her delicate face, she said with a longing face, if I'm hot, I might have a chance to work with Hotba in the future. Do you know Reba? My favorite actress. She looks too good, the goddess in my heart. And Boss Yang. If you meet Reba, you can definitely meet Boss Yang too. My whole family loves her plays, especially that 3 Lives. My mom has watched it N times. Looking at Tian Xian's excitement, the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth moved. He was about to open his mouth. You just work with them. You don't have to wait for later. Tian Xian, however, pointed to the front not far out and said, Qin Chuan, over there, is that neighborhood? Qin Chuan stopped speaking and drove the car in the direction of her finger. Thank you, Qin Chuan. Then come over after you put your things away. Oh, I'll wait for you. Qin Chuan nodded his head. Since he promised the other party, he would have to come tonight no matter what. After Tian Xian left, he opened his navigation and found that this neighborhood was only a step away from his Kyoto Manor. Just turn a corner and he was there. Kyoto Manor, Villa 1. When Qin Chuan returned, the villa was empty. Xiao Churan was not here. He took out his cell phone and dialed Xiao Churan's number. Where are you? Why aren't you at the villa? Is it that you don't want this job anymore? Xiao Churan stammers and swallows. Boss, I I haven't finished handing over some things from the TV station before. On the other side of the phone, Xiao Charan's background sound was a bit noisy, like she was at a dinner party. From time to time, a man scolded, "Xiao Charan, what are you doing? Who are you talking to on the phone? Do you know the rules anymore? Come over and toast to Mr. Wang." Xiao Charan hurriedly said to Qin Chuan, "Boss, I promise, to complete my handover of the work at hand, I will return to the villa." I did not finish, Xiao Charan. That end came busy tone, as if by someone forced to hang up. Qin Chuan looked at the phone that had hung up. Heart vaguely feel a hint of wrong. Xiao Charan, this person everything is good, is too strong sense of responsibility, now must be bumped into something difficult. It seems to have to find the day after school to go over and take a look at it. Chapter 36, he's not from the same world as us. Kyoto, Shun District, Shouchuang Shiroa Villa Community. Huang Wenwen went to the entrance of the neighborhood to greet her good girlfriend Tian Xin. Xin, why are you so late? Did you send that classmate of yours back? No, my mom's car broke down. My classmate sent me here. Huang Wenwen thought that the boy had called an online car to send, and didn't care, laughing. Why? He's interested in you, and sent you here specially. Tian Xin's cute face suddenly red, small fist raised pretending to hit people. No thing, how can he look at me? Yo, with your family conditions, how many boys are waiting behind to chase you? Huang Wenwen's words were true. Tian Xin's parents were both middle managers in state-owned enterprises. The family's annual income was close to $1 million, a figure that would be considered middle class in the whole of Kyoto. Huang Wenwen continued, where does his family live? What do his parents do? He said his parents were workers in a garment factory in Jiangning. Huang Wenwen frowned. From a small place, not from Kyoto? Parents are still workers in a clothing factory in a small place. Xin, you have to be careful. You can't be fooled by this kind of boy. Now how many foreigners want to settle in Kyoto? And some of them will even cheat marriage to get a household registration. Tian Xin said with a serious face. Wenwen, you underestimate Qin Chuan. He's very capable. He owns a used car business, opens a bed and breakfast, and makes videos with Douyin. Huang Wenwen snorted in disdain. He can't make a lot of money with those little endeavors. Qin Chuan isn't a small-time business. Huang Wenwen poked a finger at her best friend's head. You're just a love brain. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this Shouchuang Shiroa Villa community we're in now. A square meter will sell for 40,000 yuan, and each house will be at least 10 million yuan. Xin, $10 million nah. He would have to struggle for several lifetimes to earn it. Tian Xin tilted her head and faintly said Qin Chuan just spent $10 million on buying a car. Huang Wenwen had a question mark on her face, then pouted. Tian Xin, are you even listening to me? Stop being love-brained and wake up. Why are you still talking nonsense for him? Tian Xin, some anxious, straight stomped his foot and said, oops, people did not say nonsense. People say are true. See girlfriend, some anxious eyes. Huang Wenwen tone weakened a few points. Okay, then you say. Just what happened? Why he bought a car for good reason. Tian Xin began to say in a serious manner. Originally Qin Chuan did not have the idea of buying a car, but because my car broke down, the internet car, and have to line up for a long time, he was worried that the meat and seafood he bought in the trunk would go bad at room temperature, so he dragged me to buy a car. Toward the end, Tian Xin also felt that Qin Chuan's motive for buying a car was really a bit absurd, and it was a bit weird to describe it to herself. The corner of Huang Wenwen's mouth twitched. This is the most ridiculous reason for buying a car that she has ever heard in her life. Just because there's a line for an online car, and you're afraid that the meat and seafood you bought at the supermarket will go bad, you turn around and buy a car? Tian Xin, are you questioning my intelligence? I'm not. Tian Xin's head shook like a rattle drum. Huang Wenwen clasped her hands to her chest, her 34D breasts being held up by her entire body. The angry gasps made her breasts bulge more and more. Then you keep making it up. Oh no. You keep talking. What kind of car he bought? Tian Xin thought for a moment and said Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Oh yeah. Or BB version. It's the Cullinan Black Badge model. Huang Wenwen's eyes dropped, as if she was looking at Tian Xin. Xin, let me run through it and see if things are like this. Oh, you mean to say that your college classmate, a classmate from a small county, Qin Chuan, who makes used cars, drives a famous car, and shoots Douyin, because of the queue to call the net car, and then afraid of waiting too long just bought meat and seafood to spoil, so turned around and went to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB version, right? Tian Xin opened her own big black and bright eyes and nodded vigorously. Right. How much does this Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB edition cost? Huang Wenwen's tone was very soft and cordial. $10 million. Huang Wenwen raised her small hand and clapped. Wow, $10 million. Tian Xin pursed her lips. She felt her best friend's yin and yang. Afterwards, Huang Wenwen suddenly changed her face and started ranting into her bestie's ear. Tian Xin, are you treating me like, where under the sky is such a person? His family money is falling from the sky? You don't think for yourself how outrageous this story is before you make it up. After saying that, she pulled Tian Xin up with one hand. You stop talking. I don't want to hear it. I called you here today to solve your lifelong matter for you. Ah, what lifelong matter? I don't want it. Just think of it as meeting new friends. Tian Xin shook off Huang Wenwen's hand with one arm. Wenwen, if you don't make it clear, I won't go up with you. Huang Wenwen saw this and had to tell her. It's that he Shu Hua, he Xiao. Last time I saw you on my birthday, he kept pestering me, saying that he was in love with you. You ignored him last time and left early. This time, he specially invited you to come and play at a banquet at his home, and the rest of us are just green leaves to accompany him. Tian Xin's pink face showed rare anger. Wenwen, why didn't you tell me the truth earlier? If I told you the truth, you wouldn't have come. Tian Xin turned her head and was about to leave. That he Shu Hua is arrogant and cocky. I don't like him. Xin, he Shu Hua is arrogant. He has the capital to be arrogant. Look at the neighborhood where he lives. The house alone is worth $10 million, not counting the $5 million decoration. His father is the president of the Hua Bank branch. No matter whether it is social status or connections or first-class existence, that Qin Chuan, even if he is rich, can he be as rich as He Xiao's family? Can he have the social status of He Xiao's father? Huang Wenwen persuaded her bitterly, but He Shu Hua didn't give her any favors. She was doing this completely from the bottom of her heart, wanting her sister to have a better life. Xin, we're all adults. This kind of thing, love, a little bit is good. Don't be too obsessive. A man may be handsome and treat you well, but as long as he doesn't have money, it's all bull. Be realistic, my little cutie. Huang Wenwen said as she cupped Tian Xin's delicate white face with both hands. At this time, Tian Xin's cell phone rang. She hurriedly picked it up. Hey, this is Qin Chuan. I've put my things away, and I'm now at the entrance of this neighborhood. Tian Xin's eyes lit up. A plan came to her mind, and she hurriedly replied, you wait for me over there. I'll come out to pick you up. Huang Wenwen's small mouth pouted. Very unhappy look. Xin, don't blame your sister for being too hard on you. I am also doing this for your own good. Outsiders are always in a different world from us Kyoto people. Chapter 37. $10 million mansion. Kyoto, Shun District. The first Shiroi Villa District Gate. Tian Xin ran to Qin Chuan in front of her. She put her hands together and cried, Jianghu rescue. Jianghu rescue. Qin Chuan, you have to help me. Wait to say that I do not care what I say. You have to cooperate with me. Okay, please la. Qin Chuan, ahead of question marks, but in the face of a classmate, had to nod. Seeing the other party agreeing, Tian Xin's turns from worry to joy, immediately revealing a loving smiling face. She came up and wrapped her arms around Qin Chuan's arm, startling him so much that he subconsciously wanted to take his hand back. Tian Xin had expected dead tug, lowered his voice and said, you promised me, do not regret. Huang Wenwen after a step to see girlfriends embracing Qin Chuan, it is angry, and look at Qin Chuan in casual clothes, ordinary, only slightly handsome, so said in a bad mood. The car into it. He Xiao home parking space is very large. Certainly put down your Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Qin Chuan smiled. The car didn't drive in. I saw that the two sides are close together, so I walked over, because he fell 2 realms in a row. Qin Chuan needed more time to exhale and cultivate his body. Shun District was far from the city and was the best place to practice. Huang Wenwen couldn't help but pull down her face. Sure enough, he is a liar. Scum. As soon as it is time to check the authenticity, just lie about something like the car broke down, put it at home, and today the driver drove away with this kind of excuse. On the way to lead the two to the villa, Huang Wenwen secretly sent a message to He Xiao. Let He Xiao be ready. Must dismantle the scums and save his good girlfriend. A few people arrived in front of a townhouse, and Huang Wenwen rang the doorbell, only to see a youth with a white shirt and white pants walk out from the house. The other party had long hair. The hair was combed back with hair oil, looking meticulous. The white shirt had a very good texture and was drapey, and it appeared sprightly and ethereal when worn on the body. The loose straight pants were paired with a pair of flip-flops, a very rich school dress. He Shu Hua opened the door with a smile on his face, and a glance fell on the sweet and lovely Tian Xin. He pretended to be calm and enthusiastic. Welcome to the two beauties. Please come in, please come in. Then, he asked, who is this brother? Huang Wenwen picked up. He is Tian Xin's classmate. Tian Xin retorted. No, he's my boyfriend. He Shu Hua's face flashed a cold smile that he couldn't easily detect. Then he kept his smile and said, come on in, everyone's here. After saying that, He Shu Hua took the lead and led the three into this multi-million-dollar mansion. Walking into the small courtyard of the villa, Huang Wenwen said enviously. In Kyoto, where every inch of land is expensive, those who can have a townhouse can be considered successful. If the villa also has a garden of 20 to 30 square meters in front of it, it is simply a winner in life. Tian Xin looked at the arrangement of the small courtyard of this villa and exuded a fond look. He Shuhua spoke proudly. This garden is not a random mess. My mom invited a designer to specially design and plant for it. And there is a world of difference between those farmyards where vegetables and fruits are planted. When it comes to our kind of conditions, we have to pay attention to the quality of life. Huang Wenwen sighed. It's really good to have money. He Xiao. The greening of your neighborhood is also great. Walking in has a feeling of returning to nature. That's not true. The green area of our neighborhood has reached 45%. After all, there are only villas here. Not that kind of small suite of 100 or so square feet. Tian Xin sniffed and opened her mouth to ask Qin Chuan. Your neighborhood is not in this neighborhood. How is its green area compared to this neighborhood? Is the difference big? Qin Chuan thought about it and remembered that his own garden should be 1,500 square meters. So he said I guess it should be more than 50%. He Shuhua laughed out coldly. How can more than 50%? The developer does not earn Brother, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Huang Wenwen was embarrassed for her best friend. She pulled Tianxin Xinshin. Let Qin Chuan stop bragging. Inside are all the big names in Kyoto. One. What if Qin Chuan didn't brag? You probably can't underestimate them. Huang Wenwen rolled her eyes. Her own BFF looked truly hopeless. He Shuhua shook his head, not bothering to bother with Qin Chuan anymore. In his heart, the gap between people when it reaches a certain level is not bothering to hit the face. Has anyone ever seen a Hangzhou horse go and show off his wealth to a lower-level employee? People will only say I'm not interested in money. I've never touched money. With this kind of listen to the very Versailles words to stimulate you, and you can't find any reason to refute them, because people have that capital to be so pretentious. Several people walked into the villa. The villa was decorated very luxuriously. The 18th century Baroque architectural style everywhere highlights the strong financial strength of the owner of this house. The 5 or 6 meter long crystal chandelier hung down from the top of the 10 meter high living room. Sofas imported from Europe and marble floors imported from Italy. Every inch of the house was the flavor of money. Even Huang Wenwen and Tian Xin, who had seen some of the world, couldn't help but whisper in awe. It's too luxurious, isn't it? He Xiao. How much did the decoration cost? Huang Wenwen couldn't help but ask. The corner of He Shua's mouth curled up, hiding his smugness, and said, it's only $6 or $7 million. The two girls sucked in a breath of cold air. 6 or 7 million? With the money spent on renovation, you can buy a property in Kyoto. He Shuhua laughed. A house is not as good as the more you have. It's all about refinement. After all, people can only sleep in one bed every day, right? Qin Chuan looked around full of unconcern. Seeing this, Huang Wenwen secretly said in her heart, you're a scumbag from a small county. Coming to this kind of high-grade decorated villa reveals your face, right? I have to reveal your true colors today. She pretended not to notice and asked Qin Chuan, see, you look so carefully. The first time to see this style of decoration, right? No wonder. Baroque architectural style is an architectural and decorative style developed on the basis of Italian Renaissance architecture. Its main feature is that, when decorating, you need to use a lot of expensive materials to decorate, but also colorful atmosphere. There is no way for a normal small bungalow to be fitted out with this sense of historical gravity. Qin Chuan nodded. Huang Wenwen's analysis was considered relatively correct. What you said is right, but there is one point that was not mentioned. That is that the most important characteristic of the Baroque architectural style is the flaunting of wealth. Huang Wenwen froze. The other party actually knew what she was talking about. Qin Chuan continued, however, the Baroque style of this villa still lacks some flavor. It should not have hired a top Italian designer, but someone from somewhere else. Inside the lack of some Italians characteristic of the sky, in the frescoes and chandelier selection, tend to be conservative. The floor marble was also not selected to be of superior quality. It looks like it's just first-class quality. Qin Chuan's analysis. A few people listened to, a few dumbfounded. Chapter 38, Your Plan. I didn't agree to it. He Shua's face showed his displeasure. Huang Wenwen knew his temperament, quickly jumped out to round off the situation. Qin Chuan, what do you know? The internet learns a couple of phrases and then comes out to show off. The person decorating a few $1 million. The decoration material can be poor? He then pushed He Shuhua to go in and let him introduce his other friends. When she entered the living room, Huang Wenwen turned back and glared at Tian Xin Xinshin. This is the last time I'll help you. You tell Qin Chuan to keep his mouth shut and stop acting like a pussy. He Shuhua was a bit upset in his heart. He didn't want to bother with Qin Chuan beforehand, but he didn't expect people to stomp on his nose. Several people walked to the living room, only to see 4 almost big young people sitting in the hall. 2 men and 2 women, each dressed in fashion, covered in expensive clothing, luxury brand bags. He Shuhua introduced the three people on the board, reached out to introduce this as Zhang Haoyu Zhangyang. His family is open restaurant. The recent very hot net red hot pot Zhang Hezhuang is their family's industry, but also invited a star endorsement. The country now has 500 stores. Next to his girlfriend, Huang Wenwen hurriedly owed her greeting, looking very enthusiastic. Zhang Haoyu, with one arm around his female companion, glanced at her, hummed in a small voice, and didn't bother. He Shuhua pretended not to see and continued to introduce the other one. This is the founder of TT Group, Long Tian, Mr. Long. When Huang Wenwen heard it was TT Group, she immediately said excitedly, TT Group, Long Tian. I know. It's that beauty brand store TT that is found inside the national malls. I love this brand of cosmetics so much. Oh, every time I send out my living expenses, I'm going to go and spend it. Long Tian heard a fan touting, put down the cocked legs, handed over a bottle of beer and said, I am honored to have a beautiful fan's favorite. I am Long Tian. In a few days, the company is going to come out with new winter products. The beauty left a contact information. When I send you a set. Huang Wenwen was flattered and went forward to receive the beer with both hands. Thank you. I will definitely support TT all the time. He Shuhua appeared to be introducing in a cloudy manner, but in reality, he was selling his connections. Speaking out the strength of his close friends at home was also a way to show his strength. Afterwards, he introduced Huang Wenwen. This beauty is freshman Huang Wenwen from the Kyoto Film and Television Academy, our future movie queen. He shall. I'm too embarrassed when you say that. Huang Wenwen spat out her little tongue and said in a joking manner, hearing that it was a freshman from the Kyoto Film and Television Academy, the few people in the audience immediately became excited. They had seen many beautiful women and were tired of playing with them. The future stars, however, must not be seen more often. Zhang Haoyu was no longer indifferent and finally turned his head and sized up Huang Wenwen. Then, he Shuhua introduced Tian Xan again. This beauty is a senior student of our Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, called Tian Xan. Upon hearing this, several people's interest was not that high. Although Tian Xan's face value was comparable to Huang Wenwen's, her figure was even taller. However, there were many good-looking female college students in Kyoto, so it was nothing unusual. However, he Shuhua's next sentence provoked the interest of several people. He said mysteriously, our girl Xinxin is the one who has been spotted by the mysterious guest tonight. Mysterious guest? Mystery guest? Mysterious guest? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, completely baffled by he Shuhua's words. Even Huang Wenwen, who had been helping out, was shocked. He grabbed the corner of he Shuhua's coat. Young he, what do you mean? How come I don't know anything? He Shuhua grunted and laughed, not covering up at all. I'm not the main character in tonight's game. The protagonist is someone else, a big shot. In order to invite him, I have spent countless manpower and resources, and climbed many connections to do so. Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard he Shuhua's words. There was a big shot coming today, and they were completely unaware of it beforehand. The two had come to he Shuhua's home tonight as guests solely because the business had some financial problems. It wanted a bank loan, and he Shuhua's father was the head of the branch of the Hua Bank in Kyoto. Because of this relationship, they came to be guests. He Shuhua, why didn't you tell us beforehand? Zhang Haoyu was a bit angry that he Shuhua's actions had left him in the dark. Based on this, he thought that he Shuhua had not given himself any face at all. Long Tian said he shall. Emotionally, you're using us as pawns. The two men's words were sharp and did not give he Shuhua face. However, he Shuhua laughed and said, Mr. Long, Mr. Zhang, you've overstated your case. I'm just trying to keep a secret. Today, this big man just need a word. Your little trouble will be a fart. If he moves his finger a little, everything will be solved. Long Tian tasted the flavor of the other party's words and said, oh, well, he Shuhua has gone to great lengths to help us. What do you want? He Shuhua said bluntly, I just like the young dragon fast, so, I help you two to pull no less than 500 million in financing. You give me 1% of the company's shares. How about it? Very reasonable. Long Tian, Zhang Haoyu sniffed. His eyes narrowed slightly. In their hearts, they said, son of a he Shuhua, so he's here to be a fixer. Although the two of them cursed he Shuhua in their hearts for taking advantage of the fire, but now in the way of the company's capital chain problems, the urgent need for large sums of money into, they can only continue to sit with their heads held high. Zhang Haoyu said, he young, as long as the money is in place, the matter of shares can be discussed. Long Tian said, who was that big shot you said first? Just as he Shuhua was about to reveal the mystery, Tian Xin yelled, he Shuhua, what do you take me? Tian Xin, for a tool of your wealth? When he Shuhua heard this, he glanced up at Tian Xin with disdain. It's your good fortune that people are attracted to you. You don't look at what kind of goods you are. Huang Wenwen didn't expect things to reverse into the current situation. She pulled Tian Xin up Xin. Let's go. What kind of bull ***** young man is actually a pimp for others? But just as she pulled up Tian Xin's hand, he Shuhua leisurely spoke. Tian Xin, if you dare to leave this door today, your father's loss of $10 million will not be covered by anyone. Tian Xin violently stopped in her tracks, stumped on the spot. How did he Shuhua know about his father's embezzlement of public funds to speculate on stocks and losing $10 million? He Shuhua laughed, haha, Kyoto Circle is so big. Your father's little scandal, how can it be hidden? The good thing is that the company is in the way, letting your dad make up for the shortfall in a limited period of time, so they can be lenient. Time is running out, only 3 days left. Tian Xin lowered her head. She knew about her father. The family has long been in a mess. The company has a deadline of 7 days to make up the $10 million hole, but the family's $6 million house has been hanging for a few days. The agent did not intend to help out at all, but also a pressure on the price. Seeing that time is approaching, $10 million is impossible to pay back. Can you lend me $10 million? Tian Xin let go of her best friend's hand and asked in a low tone of voice. That's natural. As long as you serve the big man well, $10 million is just a grain of sand in his hand to him. Tian Xin sighed in despair. Good. He Shuhua sniffed and laughed to the sky. Tonight's bureau, everything was within his grasp. Suddenly, a voice came from the corner. Your plan. I didn't agree to it. Chapter 39, in my eyes, everyone here is garbage. Everyone present followed the sound and looked, only to see that the person who spoke was a man wearing ordinary casual clothes, except for a slightly more handsome appearance. The rest was mediocre. He Shuhua got up and cynically walked forward. Oops, sorry, I forgot about your Tian Xin's boyfriend. Then can you bear the pain and give up your girlfriend? He Shuhua did not put Qin Chuan in his eyes at all and spoke recklessly. In the face of such trashy provocation, Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he clenched his fists in his hands, killing intent rising and falling. Seeing this, he Shuhua was fearless as he pulled out his bulging wallet from his pocket and drew out a thick stack of $100 bills from it. He threw them one by one at Qin Chuan. Little Yakuza, I've tolerated you for a long time. From the moment you walked in the door, you've been acting like you're so proud of yourself and full of self-importance. Who the hell do you think you are? I can smash you to death with money. When you're in the Kyoto Circle, money is king. I'll give you a chance. I'm in a good mood right now. Sprinkle as much money as you can fit. Go ahead and pretend. Then take the money and get the hell out of here. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said icily with this strength. You dare to bark in front of me. Tian Xin was in deep despair. At this time she couldn't feel the words and actions of the people around her. She just lowered her head dumbly. Huang Wenwen is a sensible girl. She is incapable of helping her best friend. Then she can only pull her best friend's boyfriend. She walked to Qin Chuan's side and said, Qin Chuan, let's go. Their strength is too strong to be fooled by a word or two of bravado. The matter of Xinxin's father is too big for you and me to help. For her sake, you give up. Qin Chuan coldly snorted. What kind of bull ***** strength can two small bosses of small micro-enterprises and a trash fixer who only relies on his father's connections have? In my eyes, everyone here is trash. You, what kind of cow or horse are you that you dare to talk about us like that? The good-natured Zhang Haoyu was the first to get up, pointing at Qin Chuan and said angrily, a Yakuza who learns how to act like a pussy in the small video of Douyin and actually doesn't have a single penny in his pocket. Don't disgrace yourself here. Long Tian often brushed Douyin, watched too many episodes of the Dragon King's Flunky, exactly the same as Qin Chuan now. However, he simply did not believe that Qin Chuan could have any strength to call their bluff. He Shuhua got angry and said in a loud voice, talking to me about strength. Right. Well, I'll tell you what strength is. You look down on the design of the villa when you enter the door. This is to invite the domestic top designer Su Shirguo personally hand-designed. Spent 500,000 yuan. You look down on the chandelier. Is the original Italian imports? Spend $150,000. You think the low-quality marble flooring, the whole house with a total amount of 1 million. These alone are savings you couldn't afford to save even if you graduated for the rest of your life. Everyone in the room was shocked when they heard this. Just the design fee, the chandelier, and the flooring alone cost nearly $2 million. This amount of money was beyond the reach of even the two company founders. After all, their value was mostly stock value. The actual free money in their hands was not that abundant. Trash house. I really don't understand. A townhouse you have the nerve to show off. With such a low eye level, you still have the delusion of being a fixer to earn the difference in information. He Shuhua was flushed by Qin Chuan's words. Okay, this is a garbage house. If you have something better than this, let us see it. I'd like to see what other villas in Kyoto can compare to mine. Yes, go now. Saying that, Several people went to drive together and headed to Qin Chuan's house to see it. When they arrived at the parking lot, the three of them got into Long Tiantian's Range Rover, and Qin Chuan pulled Tian Xin into Huang Wenwen's Volkswagen Polo. Zhang Haoyu rolled down the window, shouted at the Volkswagen Polo, "Not even a car. What the hell are you pretending to be?" To point the face, "Okay." Inside the car, Huang Wenwen looked embarrassed. "Qin Chuan, why don't I send you to the subway entrance and you go by yourself?" Qin Chuan did not pay attention to her words, said, "You go out to the east door, and then go straight. Turn right at the traffic light to the southwest door of my neighborhood. That door is closer to my home." Huang Wenwen saw that she really couldn't be persuaded. She could only sigh gently and gave up. At this time is 8 o'clock in the evening. The sky is already dark. Huang Wenwen carefully drove her own small car, traveling out of the neighborhood, following Qin Chuan's instructions. Land Rover car, Zhang Haoyu cursed. ********. What kind of car that drove? 30 miles per hour speed. We can only get there tomorrow. Long Tian sneered. "Oh, you really think that kid took us to his home? Is not it?" He Shuhua said he probably wants Huang Wenwen to put him at the subway entrance and then run away. Several people in the car laughed out loud. The next moment, several people looked up. They saw the Volkswagen Polo stop at an intersection. "You guys see? I was right. He Xiao is a god. He can even guess this. He Xiao is awesome." But next, the Volkswagen Polo in front started up again and turned right. The three people were speechless and followed resentfully. After turning at the intersection, the Volkswagen Polo drove straight to the entrance of a neighborhood built with giant stone pillars. The security guard stopped the car and said seriously, "This is a private neighborhood. Foreign vehicles are not allowed to enter." Huang Wenwen lowered the window. She was the first time to see such a magnificent community gate. For a moment, she didn't know how to talk to the security guard. Qin Chuan in the back of the car lowered the window and said to the security guard, "These are my friends. I'm taking them home." And the Land Rover behind them is also together. The first time the security guard saw Qin Chuan, he recognized him. Kyoto Manor Building 1, the owner of the king of the building. This time, he didn't even need face recognition, and directly let the car in. "Okay, Mr. Qin, have a nice life." Huang Wenwen drove the car into the neighborhood. She felt her entire being fluttering with an unbelievable feeling. Long Tian's Land Rover followed closely behind. A few people who knew their way around. Upon arriving at the gate of Kyoto Manor, they had realized that something was wrong. Here they all knew. It could be said that as long as a person with a little bit of money in Kyoto, they all knew. The house in Kyoto Manor was the dream house of every rich person. It was a status symbol, but the ridiculously high selling price dissuaded 99,999% of the people. Living here could only be the top 0.00001% of the world's bigwigs. He Shuhua only wanted to find a crack in the ground at this moment. The two cars drove into Villa one after the other. Then, both got out of the car. When stepping onto the 1,500 square feet of garden, it was as if they were in the Versailles Palace in France. Huang Wenwen pulled the disoriented Tian Xin and walked in this big garden. Everything was so dreamy. Qin Chuan really had a house in Kyoto? At a glance, the specifications of this neighborhood were countless times more advanced than He Shua's neighborhood, the kind that crushed his neighborhood. Inside this are detached villas. Townhouses are a slag. There are also gardens. More than 1,000 square feet is the garden. He Shua's house is at best a flower garden. Qin Chuan led the way at the front. Huang Wenwen pulled Tian Xin right behind her. He Shua's three were like three little chickens, speechless all the way, following closely. Chapter 40, You dare to molest my girlfriend without weighing it up? On the way to the villa hall, Huang Wenwen secretly took out her cell phone. Baidu, Kyoto Manor Building 1 information. Soon, the search results came out. She looked at the screen and read Kyoto Manor. Villa 1 is the king of the district. The interior decoration is luxurious, all with the top materials. The entire villa plus garden covers an area of 10 acres, building area of 3,300 square meters, with 12 bedrooms, 10 oversized parking spaces, and indoor and outdoor international standard swimming pools, spa, wet and dry steam, jacuzzi, billiard hall, gym, audio-visual room, and other supporting recreational facilities. According to the latest news, the king of the building is currently being bought by a mysterious customer, and a conservative estimate of the transaction price is no less than $1 billion. Seeing the end, Huang Wenwen couldn't help but exclaim, $1 billion? This house is worth $1 billion. She looks at her best friend Tian Xin beside her and puts her hands on her shoulders. Xin, you've earned a lot. Qin Chuan is a stealthy tycoon, living in a $1 billion house. He is worth at least 10 billion upwards. Tian Xin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but quickly dimmed. I told you that Qin Chuan is not an ordinary person. Xin, it's my fault. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai, why are you still sad? Your boyfriend is so rich, your father's matter is just a matter of numbers to him. Tian Xin smiled helplessly to herself. 1. Qin Chuan is not my boyfriend at all, he is just my college friend. Besides, he has already helped me a lot. How can I have the face to ask him for money to help out again? And it's still $10 million. Huang Wenwen hugged Tian Xin, showing sympathy on her face, and a trace of grateful joy flashed in her heart. The faces of He Shua's trio were as ugly as if they had eaten. How arrogant they had been just now. How embarrassed they were now. In front of a mega-rich man like Qin Chuan. What the founder of a 500-store nationwide net red-hot pot restaurant. What the main manager of a well-known beauty brand. Were all. The capital that the two men's businesses had to finance by working hard and being cows and dogs was not enough to pay for a house. Two people's faces are hard to see the extreme. Afraid of their own business. And Qin Chuan have any connection. The other party is not happy. Directly sniper blocking them. Then it is finished. Several people entered to the villa hall, only to see the house French-style decoration. Extremely luxurious. All sorts of furniture, decorations, chandeliers at a glance all look expensive. Qin Chuan stood on his feet, turned to the crowd and pointed at He Shua. Compared to my villa and his, whose is better? Long Tian said. Yours is good. Your villa compared to He Shua's villa. It is called a difference between mud and clouds. Qin Chuan was not accustomed to this kind of villain, and did not take any notice. He pointed to the crystal lamp on the ceiling and said this crystal lamp is the cheapest Swarovski crystal chandelier in the house. It costs 1.88 million, and the marble floor on the first floor is worth 5 million. He Shua, I really can't figure out how you have the nerve to talk to me about strength. He Shua was choked and didn't dare to squeak, and could only lower his head. In front of the absolute strength gap, he was useless even if he was the strong-mouthed king of Aeolian. Suddenly, He Shua's cell phone rang. He pulled it out and saw that the caller was none other than tonight's big shot. Before he answered the call, he had a plan in mind and hurriedly ran outside the house. A few minutes later, He Shua walked in with his head held high as if he was a different person. He pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and said, Qin Chuan, I didn't expect you to have two brushes. Relying on the dumping of second-hand cars, engaged in B&B, shooting Douyin earns such a wave of money. I admit, standing on the wind, the pig can also fly, but fast money is just a little bit. You're only worth $10 billion. Compared to the big shots tonight, you're still a younger brother. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. He Shua continued, as the saying goes, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Your tens of billions of dollars is not worth mentioning in front of the big shot and his family. He has a bad temper and dislikes it the most when people steal his woman. I still advise you not to interfere. A woman. I'll find you another one some other day. We are all decent people with status. No need to get upset. He Shua's words, on the surface looks like good advice. In reality, it was a threat. A fox and a tiger. Qin Chuan sniffed and was somewhat curious in his heart. Just what kind of person was it that still couldn't look at a $10 billion rich man? At this time, Qin Chuan's cell phone rang. It was the cell gate security. Hey, Mr. Qin, there is a friend of yours at the cell gate who wants to pay a visit. May I ask if he is released? Qin Chuan was stunned. He hadn't invited anyone to come. Then it occurred to him that this person was probably the big shot He Shua was talking about. So he replied back, release. Thank you. He Shua immediately got energized when he heard the word release. The big shot is here. He immediately spread out his retreat and ran towards the outside of the house to personally greet him. The rest of the people stayed inside the villa, quietly looking in the direction of the gate. 10 minutes later, only to see the cast iron gate weighing 3 tons, 10 meters long and 5 meters high slowly open. A red Rolls-Royce slowly drove in. He Shua attentively pulled open the back door of the Rolls-Royce. The back seat of the Rolls-Royce walked down a man dressed in casual clothes and wearing a duck-tongued cap. He Shua bowed and led the way like a dog. As the two walked into the villa, He Shua's aura completely blossomed. Everyone, this is the big shot that has been mentioned to everyone. The Crown Prince of the Wanda Group, Wang Tsong Wang Jr., Long Tian, Zhang Haoyu, and the others were stunned. What the hell? He Shua had actually invited the Crown Prince of the Wanda Group. This Nima was too unreal. This kind of super mega rich, the Crown Prince of a powerful family, completely not in the same class as a small minion like them. Long Tian, Zhang Haoyu rushed up to do their own. I introduced. Wang Xiao is the one who owns an angel investment company and is the real gold master father. He Shua slightly raised his chin and looked at Qin Chuan. I seem to say, you damned now goat. Your tens of billions of dollars is simply not enough to look at in front of others. Not enough, even if you have a mansion. So what? Rich further up is to talk about the family. Talk about industry. There is no physical industry. Ultimately are bubbles. The people who speculate on the coin circle are the previous lesson. He Shua hurriedly pulled Wang Tsong to Tian Xin. Wang Xiao, this is the Tian Xin you have been talking about. Miss Tian, It took me a lot of effort to help you invite her here. Miss Tian has also admired you for a long time. Isn't that right, Miss Tian? He Shuhua made a wink at Tian Xin, who helplessly lowered her head. Well, he Shuhua, you kid understands my heart quite well. Wang Song laughed. He was attracted to sweet and cute girls. Previously, after meeting Tian Xin once at a banquet, it was unforgettable. He Shuhua could see through Wang Song's mind, which was why tonight's bureau came about. Just as Wang Song wanted to further chat with Tian Xin, Qin Chuan sitting on the sofa, coldly said, Wang Song, you do not dare to molest my girlfriend? When these words came out, the room suddenly quieted down, and everyone held their breath. Qin Chuan actually dared to provoke Wang Song. That was Wanda Group, the crown prince of a company with a market capitalization of nearly $1 trillion. Qin Chuan, has he gone crazy? Chapter 41, only $300 million of business, also worthy of talking to me? When Wang Song heard someone talking to him like this, he instantly wanted to burst out and curse his mother. The old man Hall Wanda Group prince, the only son of the chairman of the group. Actually, someone let me weigh. Wang Song's character is hot, has openly sprayed several big brother, but also wants to 1 against 4. Angrily sprayed the capital 4 young. He quickly turned his head, opened his mouth to spray ******** nay. But when he saw the person in front of him, he froze. You're Qin, boss Qin? Wang Song asked in shock. Qin Chuan sneered, hee, it seems you still know who I am. Suddenly, Wang Song realized that he had come to Kyoto Manor. Isn't that mysterious major shareholder of the group who owns 30% of the shares living here? When the Wanda Group was shocked by someone buying 30% of its shares overnight, it shocked the entire group. Everyone had speculated that the other party was some kind of international consortium. Which financial giant? But later, his dad Wang Lin told him, the one who bought 30% of the shares of his own group was a 20-year-old young man. It was important to know that the first largest shareholder of the Wanda Group was their Wang family, accounting for 41% of the shares. The second largest was the young man in front of his own eyes. Boss Qin, this Tian Xin girl is your girlfriend? Qin Chuan nodded, his eyes looking at Wang Song with a hint of hostility. Wang Song swallowed his saliva. It wasn't true that his Wang clan was the largest shareholder of the Wanda Group and had the highest say, but this was the entirety of the Wang family. People's second largest shareholder, a 20-year-old young man, owned 30%. But what a concept. It can be said that the shares of Wanda is just a small investment. This kind of handful of rich people, the real strength behind it, would only be far higher than their Wang family. His own father is respectful to him. When the other party said to fire an executive, the father immediately sent a letter from the whole group to fire that person. Visible, even father are afraid of the character. How can they offend? Wang Song rich and arrogant is not false, but rich does not mean that people are stupid. In the past is sprayed big brother, that are some with their own business cannot play a relationship with the people. The only mistakenly sprayed people. He apologized at the door afterwards. Obviously, Qin Chuan was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Boss Qin, I'm sorry, the big water washed away the Dragon King temple, and I don't recognize my own family. Wang Song had a stale attitude and looked around. Picking up a bottle of whiskey, he poured himself a glass. Boss Qin, I'll drink this cup. This matter is considered to be over. Do you think it's okay? Qin Chuan nodded, but remained expressionless. Seeing this, Wang Song tilted his head and drank a full glass of whiskey in one go. The crowd looked dumbfounded, unable to believe everything in front of them. Was this still the young Master Wang who stirred up the storm on the internet, and would talk if he didn't like what he saw? How come he was so humble and even took the initiative to give himself a cup of punishment? Everyone looked at Qin Chuan with the eyes of a monster. What exactly is his identity? It's too scary. Long Tian and Zhang Haotian had the heart to strangle He Shuhua. You're the son of a broken branch governor. What kind of big head are you pretending to be to save tonight's bureau? They have offended people they shouldn't have offended. He Shuhua's face was pale, his legs were weak, and he was so scared that he almost urinated. Wang Song is still a character he can't offend. Then wouldn't Qin Chuan be an even more invincible existence? His knees went weak and he knelt on the ground. Young Qin, He Shuhua, am blind. I've offended you tonight, so just treat me as a fart and set me free. He was in tears, crying bitterly. He was afraid that if Qin Chuan was unhappy, his small He family would have to go up in smoke. He was lucky that he was idle all day and had his father, the governor, to support him. If his father lost his job, the whole family would be finished. Qin Chuan put his legs back an inch, afraid to touch this. He slowly opened his mouth and asked Wang Song, is this your dog? Wang Song immediately denied, I'm not familiar with him. Tonight if he did not say that there is a beautiful woman here, I do not pay attention to him. After saying that, Wang Song suddenly realized that he seemed to have lost his words, and immediately closed his voice. Young Wang, I've worked so hard to please you, How can you kick me away? Wang Song angry **********. I am very familiar with you? I even scolded you. What kind of goods dare to save the bureau, causing me to almost offend Boss Qin? Wang Song kicked He Shuhua away. He Shuhua, who was originally dressed in white and elegant, rolled twice on the ground. Qin Chuan looked at He Shuhua's face full of snot and tears, a bit of revolting, voiced out, "Hurry up and get out of here. Don't dirty my home." He Shuhua heard, as if amnestied, rolled and crawled out of the villa. Long Tian knew that he had offended Qin Chuan tonight, and the financing would definitely not be available, so he ran away. Zhang Haoyu is stronger than others, and thinks that the other side will not reach out and hit the smiling man. Today, his business to the time of life and death crisis. Zhang Haoyu gave up, rubbing his hands, full of smiles. "Qin boss, Wang Xiao, I'm Zhang Haoyu, the founder of Zhang Hezhuang Net Red Hot Pot Restaurant. Our hot pot restaurant has 500 stores across the country, with an annual revenue of 300 million. Now because of expansion needs, we are in dire need of investment from big brothers, as long as..." Without waiting for Zhang Haoyu to finish his idea, Qin Chuan glared at him. "What qualifications do you have to talk business with me? A small business with an annual revenue of $300 million has the audacity to look for my investment. Get lost." Qin Chuan's voice was not loud, but it seemed like a thunderclap, scaring Zhang Haoyu and making his back wet. He hurriedly bowed his head and ran out of the villa in ashes. After seeing the trio leave, Wang Song originally wanted to stay and sit down, but felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. There were two big beauties around him, and he didn't dare to touch any of them. In case the other one was also Qin Chuan's girlfriend, he wouldn't be in trouble. "Boss Qin, I still have some things to do tonight. This way, next time I'll be the host and we'll go out and have some fun. How about it?" Seeing that Wang Song's attitude is not bad, Qin Chuan nodded. "Okay, you add my prestige. Contact me then." Wang Song was overjoyed, and hastily added a prestige. "Alas, I tell you, I saved the bureau. What beauty, net red, young model stars, everything. You come to ensure that you are not happy." After saying that, Wang Song raised his eyebrows and made a you-know-what expression. Thus, he hurriedly left after adding his friends. There were 3 people left in the room. Qin Chuan was sitting steadily on the sofa, while Huang Wenwen and Tian Xin only dared to stand aside, not daring to breathe a single breath. The two of them were considered to be the lowest level of existence amongst all the people tonight. Any other person was a big brother that they looked up to, but when these people spoke to Qin Chuan, they all groveled and were careful. How could the 2 little girls dare to make a move? Tian Xin's heart was like ashes when she saw that her last hope was gone. The originally optimistic and cheerful little girl now had a sad face, completely unable to see a trace of life. "Sit, why are you two standing?" Qin Chuan opened his mouth. Huang Wenwen pulled the corner of Tian Xin's coat, signaling her to sit with her. Having missed out on Wang Song, Tian Xin's hope for everything now was only the man in front of her. She did not sit down, but instead kneeled on both knees. "Qin Chuan, can you save my father?" Chapter 42. Giving you $10 million comes with a price. Huang Wenwen was shocked and hurriedly pulled Tian Xin up. "Xin, what are you doing? Don't be like this. Let's think of another way." "Wenwen, there is no other way. There are only 3 days left. My family can't get $10 million at all. Don't mind me." Tian Xin shook off Huang Wenwen's hand and continued to kneel. Huang Wenwen couldn't stand it and slapped Tian Xin. "Tian Xin, wake up. How can you be so depraved? Wenwen, aren't you just trying to introduce me to rich people tonight? Now Qin Chuan isn't a rich man." Huang Wenwen was at a loss as to how to retort at Tian Xin's words. Tonight, she had originally introduced her girlfriend to a rich young man as her boyfriend, but that was limited to the extent of He Shuhua. The subsequent Wang Song and the Qin Chuan in front of her, how could she possibly give up her hand? As a student of the Kyoto Film and Television Academy, the future of the domestic film and television industry's rising star, the boyfriend can only be a dragon and phoenix among people, the best in the world. Just as Huang Wenwen was still thinking about what to say in her next sentence, Qin Chuan opened his mouth. "I can lend you $10 million to help you tide over your difficulties." Tian Xin's desperate eyes burst with hope. "Really? Qin Chuan, are you really willing to help me? But what benefits can you give me if I help you?" Tian Xin fell silent. She understood that any gift in the world of man had a price tag already marked behind it. What did she herself have now? 1 had no technology, 2 had no industry. The huge debt of $10 million. When could it be repaid? She lowered her head and looked at her body. Now only this skin is worth money. She gritted her teeth. "Qin Chuan, as long as you're willing to lend me $10 million, I'll do whatever you want me to do." "Do anything?" Qin Chuan asked coldly. Tian Xin was unwilling, aggrieved, stoic tears welling up in her eyes as she nodded her head vigorously. Qin Chuan leaned back, handing his body over to the leather sofa beneath him. "That's good. For my 4 years in college, All the meals in school will be cooked for me by you personally. You also know how hard it is to eat in our school cafeteria. I like light. Every meal must have soup. Whatever soup specifically. Xin froze. What kind of condition was this? She lifted her pretty face that had already cried, blinking her big eyes, asking doubtfully, cooking. That's it? Qin Chuan nodded his head yes. Specialize in cooking and delivering food to me every day. What? Is it difficult? Xin felt that the man in front of her was an angel sent from heaven to save her. She wiped her tears and broke into a smile. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. People's cooking is delicious. I promise. I will cook and deliver food to you every day for 4 years in college. Huang Wenwen was dumbfounded. Her mouth grew wide. Could this be a rich man's bad taste? $10 million? Hiring a little beauty to cook for you every day? What's wrong with this world? Are rich people so capricious? Qin Chuan didn't talk nonsense and transferred $10 million to Xin on the spot. His first impression of this little girl was good, a bit like his own sister. If he did not help her, he will certainly go astray. This was something Qin Chuan could not bear to see. $10 million? For ordinary people, maybe a lifetime of unattainable huge money. For Qin Chuan, it is just an ordinary number. According to the shares of several groups that he currently owns in his hands, the annual earnings added up to a conservative estimate of over 5 billion. When translated down, every day when he woke up from a nap, he would have an income of $14 million, using less than a day's income to save a little girl's life. It's the same as someone with a monthly salary of $5,000, spending $100 to save a lost girl. No one should feel that it's a loss. For this deal, Qin Chuan felt it could be done. A big stone fell from Xin's heart, and her face resumed its previous sweet smile. She stood up, stretched her waist, and said in a glutinous manner, I didn't even realize when I came in just now. Qin Chuan, your house is so big. Xin, who was no longer gloomy, pulled Huang Wenwen up to visit the villa carefully. Wenwen, look, I like this chandelier so much. The flowers in the garden are also pretty. Qin Chuan, how many rooms do you have in your house? Will you get lost at night? Your toilet is bigger than my living room. It's too much. If these words were to come out of someone else's mouth, they would be full of compliments and jealousy. Whereas, coming from Xin's mouth, it would be like a child marveling in awe while strolling through the park. The two of them kept fooling around until late at night. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Chuan invited the two to just stay at the house. Apart from the master bedroom and the butler's bedroom, the other 10 oversized bedrooms were at the disposal of the two of them to pick at random. Xin chose a room overlooking the entire garden at once. After tossing and turning all night, Qin Chuan was finally able to turn out the lights and lie down on his bed. A familiar beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, give and save. Mission reward, obtain the divine prop, do more signs. Mission reward, obtain the divine prop, do more signs. Note, the prop do more signs can control the rise of a single stock by 100%. Note, this prop is a one-time item, and will be automatically destroyed when it is used up, so please make sure the challenger cherishes it. As the tip bar dissipated, the attribute bar appeared on the interface. Character attributes. Qin Chuan, gender, male. Martial arts, peak level 4. Medical Dao, level 2 introductory. Single prop, do more signs. Qin Chuan was a bit surprised. This time the reward was actually different from the usual rewards. It was actually a prop reward. So it turns out that the system still has this function. Do long sign can be used to go long on stocks. This is a sharp weapon equivalent to directly sending money. Qin Chuan closed the attribute bar with satisfaction. The scene before his eyes returned to the normal world. Just as he was about to close his eyes and fall asleep, suddenly, the neural defense system that came with his rank 4 martial Dao powerhouse activated. His perception ability instantly captured the movement at the bedroom door. Someone is spying on me at the door? Qin Chuan pressed on and pretended to be asleep, only to see that the door to his 300 square feet bedroom room was quietly opened, revealing a doorway. A tall, thin figure tiptoed in through the doorway. The other party's figure was light and walked on the thick woolen carpet without any sound at all. Qin Chuan's mind's consciousness was able to clearly surface all the movements of the other party's painted shadows. The other party's every move was in his grasp. That person slowly walked to the side of Qin Chuan's bed and climbed onto the bed. The arm quietly reached over. Just as it was about to approach Qin Chuan's neck, he violently rolled over and rode on top of the other person, firmly controlling him under his body. His left hand stuck on the other party's throat. His right hand clenched his fist, poised and ready to give the other party an all-out blow. The other party was startled by Qin Chuan's action and subconsciously screamed ah. Qin Chuan frowned, loosened his hand. The whole person jumped off the bed and asked, why did you enter my room? Chapter 43, One Night Recharge of 10 Billion. Shocking Douyin Headquarters. Qin Chuan turned on the lights in the house and sat down on the sofa opposite the bed. Huang Wenwen clasped her hands on her knees and leaned back on her pillows. As a freshman at the Kyoto Film and Television Academy, Huang Wenwen's face value reached a score of 8 or more. On a palm-sized melon face, her features were delicate and three-dimensional. Looking closely, it was quite a bit like a little young me, a charming bone delicate incomparable. It is difficult to let people can hold. Huang Wenwen said, I'm afraid to sleep alone. Then you go find Tian Xin. Do you know that your actions just now almost killed you? Qin Chuan asked coldly. Huang Wenwen walked out of bed. Her slender jade feet, on tiptoe, stepped on the soft carpet. Taking small steps, she walked over to Qin Chuan's side and squatted down. Xinxin is asleep. I couldn't bear to disturb her. You were so powerful just now. You held me down with one hand, but it was too hard. I'm a bit sore now. Help me rub it. Saying that, her body tilted and fell towards Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan ignored her and said, I'm very tired. I need to rest. Then change me to give you a press. My technique is very powerful. No need. You go back. Huang Wenwen didn't move. Just stood there quietly. Qin Chuan said with slight anger, didn't you hear what I said? Huang Wenwen spoke in a low tone and whispered, why? You all like Tian Xin and no one likes me. I know. In your men's eyes, women who look like me are cheap and humble. Tian Xin is a good match, but what did I do wrong? My looks were given to me by my parents, and I'm all charming bones. What can I do to change that? Qin Chuan coldly snorted, seemingly smiling. So you want to rely on your looks to seduce me? How much do you want? Huang Wenwen's face changed. That kind of timidity and fear disappeared. Humiliation appeared on her face. Money? Oh, if I want money, I can go to those small bosses. Where do they need me to flatter them? Just hook the finger. Will obediently send money to me to spend. Then what do you want? Huang Wenwen sat down on her butt and sighed softly. I just want a sense of security. The career path I chose, you and I know exactly what I will encounter in the future. It's just that the circle is so full of deceit and hooking up with each other. If you want to stay in the game, how many people can keep their heads above water and not be contaminated? I'm not asking you to give me a penny. All I want is a safe haven that will allow me to film in peace, be a good actor and not be harassed by those people. That's all. Huang Wenwen leaned on the soft sofa, curled up her body, her eyes looking towards the moonlight outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and continued, I know that since I chose this path of being an actor, I'm bound to need to pay. Since the result has long been predetermined, my only thought is to pay for only one person. After saying that, she leisurely looked at Qin Chuan, silent. Qin Chuan suddenly understood that the other party wanted herself to be her backer to cover her. How chaotic the circle was could be seen from the daily gossip news. For example, next door to the stick country, they're showbiz actresses. None are spared. They are all playthings of the plutocrats. Many were tortured into insanity and ended up ending themselves. The young girl in front of her also merely wanted an asylum. Qin Chuan withdrew his disdainful gaze and thought that he had just acquired a media company. As the owner, recruiting a potential actor is considered to bring in a fortune for the company. So he spoke, if what you want is my shelter, then I can promise you, I'll make sure that you can finish your studies in peace, shoot movies in a serious manner, accept your own suitable scripts, and put off the messy drinking games. Huang Wenwen's eyes fiercely blossomed with light as she ran to Qin Chuan. Unbelievably, really? Are you really willing to help me? Qin Chuan still coldly said, do I look like someone who would joke with you? Huang Wenwen hugged Qin Chuan, followed by a kiss. The soft and boneless body was tightly attached to Qin Chuan's body. Qin Chuan pushed her away. Alright, since your purpose has been achieved, go back to sleep. Huang Wenwen is a little surprised and a little lost. Don't you want me to accompany you? Or do you dislike me? Don't worry, you are my first man. After saying that, she lowered her head in shame. Qin Chuan waved his hand. The help for you is that I hope to develop an outstanding actor. The way you're acting right now will make me feel like it's a deal between you and me. Huang Wenwen's lost eyes instantly lit up. She didn't expect Qin Chuan to actually think like this. The favorable impression of him in her heart went up a few notches. But since Qin Chuan had said so, she could only stop. Not today. Another day. Huang Wenwen had just closed the door to her room. A familiar beep sounded. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, shelter. Mission reward, receive 10000000000 yuan Docoin reward. Qin Chuan was a bit confused. He had just saved a little girl who was about to fall in 1 foot, and then the system rewarded him with 10,000,000,000 Docoins in the next foot. Was this asking him to save the entire Douyin hostesses? There were still more than 90,000 carnivals in his hand that hadn't been sent out yet. Still not letting people study properly. Qin Chuan closed the system interface and angrily slept. Kyoto, High District, Douyin headquarters. Song Shifeng, the head of the operations department, who had been busy all day, sat down at his workstation and stretched out. Today was already the 8th consecutive day that he had worked overtime. Recently, Due to the bad environment, the number of people watching Netflix PK online had dropped all the way down. The big brothers in the live room are stingy with their rewards. Some time ago, the ID called Qin Chuan's tycoon that popped up also disappeared after rewarding 154 carnivals. As a matter of fact, this should not have happened, and he checked the account information of the tycoon. There were over 90,000 carnivals lying inside, which almost didn't scare him to death. But if these carnivals weren't rewarded out, they didn't count as performance at all, and people could choose to refund them. Song Shifeng took a deep breath and got up, ready to pack up and go home. Suddenly, his buzz vibrated. Messages kept coming in from the flying book group. Asterisk. This. Song Shifeng cursed. He thought to himself that it was probably the manager assigning tasks again, asking for feedback on today's performance. Song Shifeng originally wanted to be invisible, but flying book's read function made him go and click on the dialog box to show his face. To his surprise, the one who sent the message was not the manager. Instead, it was the boss of the wind control department in the back office of Douyin. The other party was in the big group at everyone and attached a screenshot. Any colleagues in the technical department who are there? The wind control side has received a major risk alert. Please quickly troubleshoot the situation and report back with the results of the resolution. Song Shifeng curiously clicked on the screenshot below, and after taking a look, he violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, only to see that in the screenshot from the boss of the risk control department, it was clearly a user who had recharged 10 billion Douyin tonight. For a moment, everyone in the large Douyin group was shaken out by this message. The bigwigs from various departments had already read the message and spoke out to demand that the IT department investigate it closely. This was likely a deliberate attack by hackers for profit, and if it wasn't handled properly, Douyin would suffer immeasurable losses. The bigwigs from various departments in the group were filled with righteous indignation, and all of them came out to verbally attack, and some of them had to call the police to deal with the matter. Recharging 10 billion Douyin in one night, an unheard of event. The IT department's boss personally went on the machine to check. After half an hour of investigation, the IT department boss said everyone in the group. After the department's investigation, the user with the ID Qin Chuan belongs to the normal recharge consumption. There is no card bug and other violations. A short message was sent out, and instantly all of them have been read. The flying book group fell into a dead silence. No one continued to speak. Chapter 44, I'll teach you how to do business. Kyoto, on the third ring road in the direction of the city. Today was Tuesday, and the ring road was congested. It wasn't because some drivers had randomly changed lanes and caused an accident. Rather, it's because a multi-million-dollar luxury car is traveling at turtle speed on the ring road. All the other cars were moving away from it. Tion Xin, drive faster. It's okay, be bold and don't be afraid. I'll be responsible for any crashes or cuts. Qin Chuan sat in the back and urged. Tion Xin adjusted her entire seat to a position where it was almost attached to the steering wheel. Her hands were shaking with nervousness. I'm not the one who's scared. It's just that the car is too big and I didn't adapt it once. Qin Chuan was speechless, originally thinking that he would be able to sleep more if he pulled Tion Xin as the driver. As a result, the car was still on the third ring road after he had finished sleeping. The Kyoto University of Finance and Economics is just 2 blocks away from the Kyoto Film and Television Academy. Huang Wenwen got out of the car happily after hitchhiking. She stood outside the car and gave a heart to Qin Chuan in the back seat, then hurriedly ran into the school. Tion Xin continued to drive and got into the University of Finance and Economics with a scare and pressure. Qin Chuan is still the first time that his hands are nervous and cold sweat. This is if the system is judged to be late. Just take back which reward? Are the existence of the loss of more than 1 billion? He took a long breath and said, Tion Xin, you almost caused me to lose more than 1 billion. Tion Xin skimmed his mouth. Do not say so exaggerated. Well, people are not safe to send you to school. Forget it, car keys you keep usually buy food with it. Finished, Qin Chuan first got out of the car, went to the classroom. Tion Xin was overjoyed. She will be a fairy with a multi-million-dollar luxury car to buy groceries. But the next second, she saw the fuel consumption on the dashboard, 23L/100 km, at once, to cry out, who can top this gas consumption? Qin Chuan, I'm not driving, the car is back to you. University of Finance, Moral Education Building, 2nd floor classroom. The young male teacher on the podium glanced at Qin Chuan, who had stepped into the classroom, and said nothing. Instead, he continued writing on the blackboard. This was his first lesson for this class. It was necessary to give all the freshmen below a head start and establish some prestige. Otherwise, in the future, they would be led by the nose, only to see him write on the blackboard. Su Gongqing 3 big words. Students, hello, I am the teacher of everyone's business management. The stage was quiet. Such a young teacher? Everyone was in a bit of disbelief. Su Gongqing stroked his glasses, obviously anticipating something. He continued, I'm 29 years old, graduated with a doctorate from the University of Finance and Economics, and have worked for many Fortune 500 companies, with my highest position being the operations director, the youngest director the company has ever had. When Su Gongqing said this, the students in the audience were in an uproar. I didn't expect the teacher Su in front of me to be so young and have such an amazing resume. A Fortune 500 executive. My goodness, how many people have to stay up for more than 10 years to climb up to the position? Mr. Su is too powerful. Su Gongqing was flattered to see the admiration of the people on the stage, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At this time, Qin Chuan's cell phone vibrated, and when he looked at it, the caller was Xia Ying, the secretary of the Zilton Group. Hey, I'm in class, don't disturb me. Without waiting for Xia Ying to speak, Qin Chuan hurriedly hung up the phone and returned to his position. Su Gongqing frowned slightly when he saw this, but he didn't say anything. He continued to say in a calm and collected manner, this class of ours, we are talking about business management. I would like to ask everyone in the class a question. Those whose parents run a business at home, please raise your hands. A quarter of the students in the classroom raised their hands. Immediately after that, Su Gongqing continued to ask those whose parents run a business at home and employ up to 10 employees, please raise your hand. Half of the students who had just raised their hands put them down, leaving only 3 students with their hands up. This is all in Su Gongqing's expectations. He continued to ask then these 3 students, your parents' business employs more than 100 people, please raise your hand. 3 people looked at each other, put down their hands. No one raised their hands. Su Gongqing got the answer he wanted, so confidently and frankly said, the rule of a large country is like cooking a small food. Management of a business is also the same. At the beginning, a few people's small workshop business, relying only on personal charisma can be managed, but when the business grows bigger and bigger, the bottlenecks and obstacles are even bigger. There's a world of difference between managing a double-digit and a triple-digit staff. He paused at that point to see the reaction of the people on stage. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came. Su Gongqing followed the sound and saw that it was that classmate again. The other party softly walked out of the classroom to answer the phone. Su Gongqing's face got a little ugly. Although Qin Chuan going out to answer the phone didn't affect anyone else, but to Su Gongqing, this was clearly a sign of not giving him face. He forced down his anger and continued his lecture. When I first assumed the position of Director of Operations, my daily work was a myriad of tasks, and managers not only had to consider the situation of their own department, but also had to communicate with other departments of the company, and do a good job of stringing together, so that the people under their hands could function in an organized manner. Su Gongqing deliberately paused, then continued, when I was at my peak, I managed nearly 1,000 people under my hands. When he finished, there was another gasp in the classroom. Mr. Su is awesome. My dad's company only has more than 30 people, so he was worried all day long not knowing how to manage. Teacher Su manages 1,000 people by himself. It's awesome. Mr. Su, how much was your annual salary at that time? Tell us about it. The flow of Su Gongqing's lecture today was the result of his thousands of hours of practice after several classes. He had a good grasp of what he was going to say and how the stage would react. He smiled shallowly, as if all of his previous accomplishments were not worth mentioning. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he again saw the student in the last row, gently going out to answer the phone. And this time, that classmate, in a rare occurrence, threw a fit in the aisle. I told you, I'm in class, don't ever call me again. That little business can't even do a good job. Tell them all to get lost tomorrow. Qin Chuan angrily hung up the phone and returned to the classroom. This time, Su Gongqing couldn't hold back any longer. 10 times in the first class of the school year, there had never been such a situation. He sneered and asked, what is this student's name? Listening to the voice, it seems that you have already started a university business, and the scale is not small? Su Gongqing's words carried a hint of a mocking tone. Others in the classroom also heard the flavor and laughed in line. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Su, his name is Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, with teacher Su here today, tell him about your business. Right, Qin Chuan, maybe if Mr. Su makes a move, your business will break $1 million next year. The crowd chimed in intentionally or unintentionally, and Tang Yuming, who was in the same dormitory, felt that it was very harsh. He said, you people don't know, Qin Chuan's business is huge. Millions of dollars. Chapter 45. I never cared about business. Tang Yuming's words silenced the rest of the class for a moment. Su Gongqing's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly wary, and asked what kind of business does student Qin do? Not waiting for Qin Chuan to open his mouth, Tang Yuming grabbed the words used cars. B&B. Tang Yuming's words shocked everyone. What? Freshman year you know how to dump used cars and open a bed and breakfast. Amazing. I can't believe there are entrepreneurs in our class. Qin Chuan, what's the name of your B&B? How much does it cost a night? Can I get a discount? I just recently dated a girlfriend. I want to get a $3,000 Mercedes-Benz. Can you help me get one? Watching the attention of his own students on the stage turn to Qin Chuan, Su Gongqing felt that his face was a little embarrassed. How could he let someone else steal the limelight in the first lesson of the school year? So, he coughed dryly and said, not bad. Very good. Qin is so young and has such an achievement. I'm sure your family has given you a lot of help, right? Su Gongqing's words had the appearance of praising Qin Chuan, but in reality, he was implying that Qin Chuan's ability to have such an achievement was mostly due to his family's sponsorship. Wu Ming, as the older brother of the dormitory, could hear the meaning of Su Gongqing's words. He defended his family's senior teacher. Qin Chuan's parents are both frontline workers in the factory. Wu Ming's implication is obvious. Qin Chuan's parents simply will not give him the first bucket of money to start a business. Su Gongqing was quite surprised by this and re-examined Qin Chuan. He had sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and was a good-looking man. Between his eyebrows, there is a sense of majesty of the superior, like the demeanor of those top bigwigs. This made Su Gongqing surprised. Student Qin, why don't you tell us how your business is? We can also use your personal experience to explain it on the spot, which might help you take your business to the next level. Su Gongqing's words made those students whose families were doing business jealous. Their family businesses, no matter how big or small, had encountered management problems. What was missing was the help of this kind of expert who could set things right with a single word. They opened their notepads and took out their pens, ready to record something in the next conversation, going back so that they could teach their parents about Su Gongqing's management experience. Tang Yuming poked Qin Chuan with his elbow. Lao Si, just talk to Mr. Su, maybe he can help you move your performance up a bit. Wu Ming said, right. Lao Si, having a famous teacher to guide you will definitely take your business to the next level. Qin Chuan sat in the last row, sighed softly and spoke, teacher, I actually don't quite understand how the business at hand is actually doing right now. Qin Chuan's words caused everyone to be shocked. Ah, your own business. You're still not clear about it? What's going on? Making fun of it? Qin Chuan, are you hiding it and not saying it on purpose? A few good male students spoke out. Su Gongqing's face was calm as he continued to ask, Qin, can you tell us what your current inventory of used cars is? Turnover days is how much? How much is the gross profit per unit? Qin Chuan said back, I'm not sure. Su Gongqing stroked his glasses and continued to ask, what about the B&B business? How many rooms? What is the occupancy rate? Qin Chuan, 3 words, do not know. How to ask 3 don't know. Qin Chuan, in the end there is no entrepreneurship. Oh, not blowing awesome it. I guess so. Used cars and B&B at least invested hundreds of thousands of dollars. Whose family dares to give their children such a large sum of money to start a business during college? Tang Yuming saw someone questioning his family's oldest, indignantly said, you guys know nothing. We Qin Chuan earned a lot, out of the millions of dollars. Tang Yuming, come on. Everyone knows that you 511 dormitory a few people wear the same pants. Good feelings. Maja from dormitory 512 next door chided back. Su Gongqing raised his hands and made a gesture to press down, causing the classroom cacophony to suddenly quiet down. Classmates, please don't question fellow student Qin Chuan. As a teacher, I believe that student Qin Chuan is entrepreneurial. Teacher, then how do you explain that he doesn't know anything when asked? Su Gongqing smiled and said, this involves the problems in our specialized classes. Our class was created to address the problems that student Qin Chuan encountered. Teacher, another big smart spoke up to interject. Without waiting for him to finish, the person beside him covered his mouth and let go before signaling Su Gongqing to continue speaking. Student Qin just started his business and is still in a rough management mode. Sloppy management mode means, through the entrepreneur's own ability, to take care of everything. All the problems and problem solvers are one person. If this person is very capable, then everything will run smoothly. If the ability is lacking, then the management will be full of holes and lose sight of the other. Su Gongqing's words were understood by the college students on stage. His performance analyzed a pattern of Qin Chuan's entrepreneurial management. In reality, he secretly deprecated Qin Chuan's incapability. Su Gongqing see not almost continued, however, Qin students have the courage to dare to start a business during the freshman year, is worth learning. Luck plus hard work, is able to earn money. But, when he said but, Su Gongqing bought a pause, deliberately pausing to look at the reaction of the students on the stage. Teacher, just say it quickly. Anxious to death. This teacher how always loved to learn the net writer to engage in chapter breaks. Su Gongqing see fire almost. First drink a mouthful of tea, then slowly and methodically said, however, such a sloppy management mode, is to maintain a short time. Human energy is limited. It is impossible to work all the time. People's luck is also limited. It is impossible to make money every day. Teacher, do you mean that Qin Chuan's business is going to be yellow? Su Gongqing revealed a meaningful smile as he looked up at Qin Chuan. Qin The other students in the class seem to be concerned about your business. Do you want teacher to give you a few pointers so that you can take fewer detours and avoid unnecessary losses? Everyone turned their heads to look at Qin Chuan, waiting for him to say yes. This kind of class on practicing cases was too interesting, and everyone couldn't stop listening to it. Qin Chuan raised his eyebrows and slowly spoke, "Thank you, teacher. I don't need your guidance." Everyone sniffs, all shocked and speechless. Qin Chuan, what a cowhorse, actually dares to positively reject the guidance of a famous teacher. Where did he get his backbone from? Maja has long been displeased with the 511 dormitory. Several people spoke out. Teacher, let's not help him. Look at him to fool. Su Gongqing pushed his eyes. Calmly said, Qin students, do you really want to continue to operate in both eyes? Teacher, the enterprise is under my name. There are top professional managers are helping me to take care of. There is no need for me to bother. I just wait for the quarterly dividend income. Qin Chuan said this. The classroom was dead silent. Chapter 46. 10 billion decision-making is a small matter. It is not worth me asking about. Ma just saw everyone did not speak. The first jumped out and said, professional manager? Ha ha ha. Qin Chuan, your mouth can be really powerful. That little business also pulled on the professional manager. With him taking the lead, the other students couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker as well. Some girls opened Douyin, clicked on the Dow watermelon strip special effect, and started recording. Families, who understands? The scum of the class is really down in the dumps, and once class starts, he's all kinds of blowing awesome. The boys, on the other hand, began to want to secretly film Qin Chuan, ready to go to the forum to post. Wu Ming and Tang Yuming, as well as Kong Huijun, got up and blocked in front of Qin Chuan, stopping the others from filming. Su Gongqing shook his head, only feeling that this student was hopeless. A fortune obtained by chance will inevitably be lost if not properly managed. Suddenly, the front door of the classroom was pushed open. Poking his head in, a middle-aged man came in. The other man was dressed appropriately and looked professional. He raised his hand in embarrassment and signaled to Su Gongqing. Su Gongqing asked, who are you? The man politely replied back, I'm sorry. I'm Du Wei, the general manager of Tiancheng BMW 4S. Su Gongqing frowned slightly. BMW 4S? What's the matter? Du Wei apologized. I'm really sorry to bother you, because yesterday, our boss pulled a car back to the store for repair. Today it was repaired and I specifically sent it over, but the boss's cell phone was turned off, so I had to hunt down the classroom. Dewey's voice was not loud, afraid of disturbing the students inside the classroom. However, his words were heard by everyone. Tiancheng BMW 4S store? The owner? Asterisk. There are students in our class whose family owns a 4S store, or a BMW 4S store. Nima. I didn't realize that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the class. Just now when Mr. Su asked for a show of hands to say family industry, how come no one raised their hands? For a while, the entire class began to look around, to see just whose family was so powerful that they could actually open a BMW 4S store. Du Wei saw that Su Gongqing didn't stop himself, so he tiptoed on his own and probed, looking around the class. Finally, his eyes landed on the last row inside the classroom. Du Wei trotted up and came to Qin Chuan's side, humbly and respectfully presented a Volkswagen car key with both hands. Boss Qin, the Golf you sent yesterday has been repaired for you. It was a small battery fault, just replace it with a new one. We also did a full inspection and maintenance to make sure it's foolproof. Du Wei kept his head down, not daring to look directly at Qin Chuan. This boss in front of him was the god of death, afraid that he would offend him if he was not careful. The end will be the same as the sales department's manager Wang. Roll cover and get out. Qin Chuan, face slightly angry, said, who let you into the classroom? Do you know that this is disturbing our class? Upon hearing this, Du Wei's legs went weak and immediately said in a trembling voice, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'll leave now. After saying that, Du Wei carefully put down the key and then exited the classroom. The classroom was dead silent. Qin Chuan's was actually the owner of a 4S store? His so-called used car business was actually selling BMWs. Everyone was shocked beyond words, and the few people who had just been mocking Qin Chuan, now they can't wait to dig into the ground and hide inside. That was a BMW 4S store, without $100 or $200 million. How could it be done? Su Gongqing was shocked. He never thought that Qin Chuan could actually own a BMW 4S store. His eyes, which were hidden behind his glasses, revealed a sharp light and began to seriously observe Qin Chuan. Just as he was about to open his mouth, suddenly, the classroom door was knocked. Su Gongqing walked off the podium and opened the door, only to see two people standing outside the door. One was his colleague, the teacher who taught tax law, Zhou Pei. Zhou Pei was followed by a middle-aged man in a suit, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hanging on his face. He appeared to be a gentleman. Su Gongqing opened his mouth and asked, may I ask what's the matter? Zhou Pei smiled and introduced Mr. Su. Sorry to bother you. This is the legal representative of BYT Group. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and greeted politely, "Hello, Mr. Su, I'm the BYT Group's legal representative. My name is Qiu Xinfa." Su Gongqing froze and repeated in a low voice, "Which BYT Group?" Qiu Xinfa smiled and nodded. "It's the BYT Group that deals with automobiles, new energy and batteries." Su Gongqing sucked in a breath of cold air. Now the BYT Group. But the new energy automobile track, such as the existence of a giant in the sky. The annual sales of cars exceeded 1 million units. Moreover, it is the only enterprise with a whole industry chain. It is truly self-sufficient and dominates the new energy. Su Gongqing hurriedly said with a serious face, "Hello, come today. Is there something?" Qiu Xinfa smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm interrupting, because our group has recently had a change in equity. Some of the materials need the signature of the major shareholder to take effect. Because it involves a transaction of nearly $10 billion, I was forced to fly over from Deep City early in the morning. The matter on top of the documents is rather urgent, so I'll trouble Mr. Su to be accommodating." Qiu Xinfa had just landed today and called the major shareholder. As a result, the other party turned off their phone. There was really no way but to contact the shareholder's school teacher, his old classmate, which brought him here. Su Gongqing's brain began to sweat at this time. He had a bad feeling. "Please, may I ask, who is your major shareholder?" Qiu Xinfa did not hesitate and immediately replied, "Qin Chuan." Su Gongqing's legs went limp and he almost didn't stand still. "What's the situation? My ass, what's the situation?" Inside his heart, 100,000 Chao Nyama were running wild, trampling on his little heart to keep on beating. Qiu Xinfa thought that Su Gongqing didn't hear him and repeated, "Qin Chuan." Su Gongqing's face was pale at this time. He knows the business. Only shareholders with shares as large as a certain level would need to personally sign documents within the group. This also meant that Qin Chuan was a pivotal figure within the BYT group. Inside the classroom, the students were talking about what had happened and why Mr. Su's face was so ugly. However, he saw Su Gongqing waving his hand at Qin Chuan as if he had lost his soul. "Student Qin Chuan, come here for a moment." Qin Chuan walks to the door and sees Qiu Xinfa. After the other party elaborated on his intention, Qin Chuan signed with an angry face and then said, "Can't you see that I'm in class? In the future, this small matter, don't need to find me. I fully entrust the group CEO to deal with it." The three people at the door were speechless. Nearly $10 billion of transactions, in Qin Chuan's eyes, is actually a small matter. Su Gongqing thought of before. He also mocked Qin Chuan professional manager idea. Now he could not wait to give himself 2 slaps. When he sent Qiu Xinfa away, Su Gongqing returned to the classroom in a state of dismay. He ignored the students' questions and instead gave himself a pep talk. "Su Gongqing, you're the best. Qin Chuan is just a rich broad, while you're a business management genius." Not waiting for Su Gongqing to finish reassuring himself, only to see that it was the director of academic affairs, Ho Yud, who pushed open the classroom door and walked in. Chapter 47. Arm wrestling with me. Does he have that strength? Su Gongqing was very surprised. The director of the academic affairs office of the University of Finance was a pivotal person in the school. On weekdays, it was very difficult for a small teacher like him to meet him. At this time, Ho Yud ran to his classroom, so there must be something urgent. Su Gongqing hurriedly went forward and wanted to strike up a conversation. Ho Yud raised his hand in front of his chest. "Nothing. I came to look for someone." "Looking for someone?" Su Gongqing was confused. Could it be that his student had made some mistake? "Everyone be quiet. Director Ho of the Academic Affairs Office has something to say." Although it was unclear, but as a teacher, Su Gongqing still had to preside over the order in the classroom. Hearing that it was the Director of Academic Affairs coming, everyone sat back in their seats, not daring to breathe a breath. Ho Yud looked around and his eyes landed on the last row. He hurriedly jogged forward, leaned down and whispered to Qin Chuan, "Qin student, the Zilton Group's people came and said that they must see you today." Just in time, the class bell rang at this time. Ho Yud obediently said to everyone, "Students, class is over. This classroom, the faculty office requisitioned. Everyone pack up and disperse." Everyone wanted to stay and watch the show, but they were driven away by Ho Yud's words. What do you think Qin Chuan has done to get caught by Director Ho? It must be a big deal. Director Ho is famous for his ferocity. I guess it's because Qin Chuan took advantage of his own 4S store to do wrong. A girl silently opened the Douyin, clicked on the watermelon bar effect, and began to record. Families, who understands the dirtbag in the class doesn't know whose belly he knocked up, causing the head of the faculty to come to the classroom to arrest someone. When all the students dispersed, from the back door of the classroom came a group of foreigners with blonde hair, blue eyes, and different skin colors. These foreigners were fully dressed in brand-name clothes, dressed very professionally rich. The perfume on their bodies instantly filled the entire classroom. Su Gongqing was dumbfounded at the scene, not understanding what was going on. Ho Yud stepped forward and pulled his clothes. "Mr. Su, let's lend the classroom to the Silton group first. Let's go out first." Su Gongqing violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air and exclaimed, Silton Group? Oops, that's the Westin Group of the Westin Hotel. You a business management teacher still don't know this? Su Gongqing of course know the Westin Group. That is the world's top 500 companies. A giant company with an annual income of nearly 100 billion US dollars. They come here to do what? Ho Yud smiled proudly and said, to find Qin Chuan. He's the big boss behind the Silton Group. What? Qin Chuan is the big boss of the Zilton Group? Su Gongqing's jaw dropped to the ground in shock. Ho Yud had anticipated the other party's reaction and continued. Not only that, he is also the second largest shareholder of the Wanda Group, and I heard that he recently bought 50% of BYT's shares. Su Gongqing's face turned green. The major shareholder of the domestic giant, the boss behind the world's top 500. There is a BMW 4S store in his hands. What kind of person is this? He just wanted to show off in front of him. Talk about business management, but also to guide him to improve performance. Now think back. Their behavior is simply the public in front of the sword, not self-conscience. Su Gongqing felt incredibly ashamed, bowed his head and hurriedly left the scene. As he walked to the door, he brushed shoulders with a girl wearing a black silk wraparound skirt and a white blouse. Xia Ying stepped into the classroom with her Prada heels. She held a document in her hand and handed it to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan took the document and slammed it on the desktop, saying with a furious look on his face, you've already interfered with my class. Xia Ying was a bit cowed when she saw Qin Chuan's unruly face. She lowered her head. Boss, take a look at the document. The matter is very urgent. Qin Chuan flipped open the document and glanced at it, only to see dense data printed all over it. Then a familiar name appeared inside. Gaosheng Consortium. Qin Chuan raised his eyes and asked, the Gaosheng Consortium of the meter country wants to snipe our Zilton? Xia Ying nodded and said, yes, since the boss you wholly acquired the Zilton Group, alarmed those consortiums in the United States. They began to sit down, to snipe us. From not long ago, there are high-rise consortium-led shorting action quietly began. We Silton Hotel continues to break negative news. The stock price has fallen 40 US dollars, currently stabilized at 95 US dollars per share. With the current trend, there is still a possibility of a downward spiral. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness and said in a cold voice, what is the purpose of the Wall Street people? Xia Ying face, she thought for a moment, said their purpose is to force you to transfer the sale of the Westin Group, or else to target the group's listed companies. The Westin Hotel sniper. Oh, that group of insatiable people on Wall Street. How could they look at a business that is so slow to come up with money? They aren't looking at the business of the Silton Group. It's just. Qin Chuan slapped the table and snapped, just what? Don't stutter in front of me. It was the first time Xia Ying had a meeting with her boss. She completely did not expect that a 20-year-old young man, his imposing majesty, could be so strong. Deadly pressure on herself gave her an indescribable sense of suffocation. Claude, the president of the Gao Rice Consortium, said that as a noble Mizuno, he would never allow a Chinese to control and manage a Mizuno company. So he must make a move. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Just with his Gaosheng Consortium, he also wants to arm wrestle with me. Does he have that strength? Xia Ying sniffed and only felt that his boss, he was crazy. Boss, that's the Gaosheng Consortium, established over 100 years ago, a top financial consortium of the world's top 500. Qin Chuan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, you talk to me about 100 years of history. If 100 years of history is useful, the Qing dynasty would not have died. Xia Ying originally had a glimmer of hope that her second-generation rich boss would be able to do something, but I did not expect the other party from beginning to end only in the hard words. A little action program are not. Alas, maybe it's good for the group to be bought back by the MiG. Otherwise sooner or later will be defeated in the hands of this second-generation ancestor. But Xia Ying was a bit unwilling. Claude, the president of High Rise Consortium, those harsh and discriminatory remarks in her mind for a long time could not be dispersed. What me nationals are supreme. Me nationals are prioritized. Chinese people are only worthy of lowly jobs and don't deserve the same rights and treatment as the me nationals. Forever only able to live at the feet of the me nationals and eat the leftovers of the me nationals. Every time she recalled these remarks, Xia Ying's small fists were clenched to death. Unfortunately, she was only a secretary and couldn't do much at all. She had brought a group of executives to Qin Chuan today, just to have a meeting to discuss a proposal. But now, she gave up. Instead of talking nonsense with this dude, it would be better to go back to the company and ask the directors below what they can do. Boss, sorry for disturbing your class. We'll go back now. Just as she was packing up the papers on her desk, Qin Chuan pressed one hand onto them. Go back? You guys are leaving without asking my opinion? Is there any way to treat me as a boss anymore? Chapter 48. What rules in the mall? In my place, I am the rules. Qin Chuan suddenly spoke out, and everyone was startled. Looking back at their young boss, Xia Ying hesitantly said, Boss, you have a strategy to deal with it? It's simple. Aren't they short? Let's go long and go against them. When the crowd heard this, they cursed in their hearts. What bull strategy. Completely nonsense. Boss, this won't work. Right, boss. Before they went short, they already released a lot of negative news about our group. Now in the secondary market, it's all about panic and selling our shares. Boss, I don't think we should fight hard with the Gulfstream consortium. We should send a negotiator to talk to them. A foreigner with blonde hair and greasy hair said in not-so-fluent Chinese. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the person. The other party immediately introduced himself. Boss, my name is Mark. I'm the global CEO of the Silton Group. Qin Chuan was expressionless as he asked negotiate with them? How to negotiate? Seeing Qin Chuan's detailed question, Mark puffed out his chest and took out his notebook. Looking at the strategy already written on it, he said, we should give full understanding to the proposal of Mr. Claude, the president of Gulfstream Consortium. His requirements are two. One is, let the boss sell 51% of the Weston Group equity. Boss, you must agree with their requirements. After all, compared to Silton Hotel being forced into bankruptcy and reorganization, just losing 51% of the group's equity is nothing. Moreover, through the 51% equity bundle, we will be firmly and tightly united with the Gulfstream Consortium, and we will be sheltered forever. The corner of Qin Chuan's mouth rose. Mark thought that the other party agreed with his point of view, so he continued. Claude's second request is that Mr. Claude has his eye on your house, boss. That is, the villa in Kyoto Manor. He is willing to pay a huge sum of $50 million to purchase it. Having Mr. Claude stay in your house is also considered your honor. As long as these two conditions are met, Mr. Claude promises that he will immediately stop all short-selling sniping against the Silton Group. Mark closed his notebook and looked at Qin Chuan with confidence. Although Claude's two requirements were rather harsh, but he was faced with a corporate bankruptcy and a forced short-selling takeover, sacrificing a little equity in house for a piece of peace. Mark believes the Chinese people know how to weigh the pros and cons and make choices. You are a fish on the chopping board. What else can you do? Qin Chuan sneered and asked. Finished? Mark smiled and nodded. Qin Chuan nodded and faintly said, okay, you're fired. What? The pupils of the executives in the classroom shrank violently. What was the situation? The group CEO was suddenly fired. Everyone looked at Qin Chuan incredulously. Boss, Mark is the CEO of the group now. Boss, the group is now being shorted by the Gulfstream Consortium, so you can't mess up your own position. Several regional managers spoke out. Mark himself was stupefied, completely not expecting things to develop to the current situation. He was a bit angry. A noble Migoi man himself. It's just as well to work for you Chinese. How dare you fire me? Qin Chuan, how dare you fire me? I'm a me national. Qin Chuan raised his eyes and looked at Mark coldly. Do you think it's still 100 years ago, when Chinese people were bullied by foreigners who didn't dare to resist? Do you think we Chinese still need to cede land and make reparations to do business? Lick your foreign lord? Let me tell you, those are all history. Now, only we Chinese bully others. Anyone who tries to snipe me, I will return the favor tenfold. Qin Chuan, you don't understand business at all. You don't understand the rules of the game and the mall at all. If you dare to rebel against Gulfstream Consortium, what you'll bring will only be even more violent shorting. Mark growled. What rules in the mall? In my case, I am the rules. You will be punished. You are no longer part of our group now, so please, get the hell out of here. Qin Chuan's voice was as loud as a bell, and for the first time, he used his internal energy to make a sound. His voice subdued everyone present, and even Mark was scared to death. Seeing this, a few regional managers hurriedly framed Mark out to avoid a fight. Xiaoying was a bit confused. How did he fire the CEO for good reason? Boss, you are too impulsive. Qin Chuan snorted coldly. Those without ability are called impulsive. Those with ability are called decisive. Xiaoying didn't want to fight with her boss and directly asked, boss, then you give a plan. Now that there is not even a CEO, I'm afraid that the military is unstable. It's good to not have a CEO. I'm appointing you as the CEO of the group now. You only need to report to me. Once again, everyone was dumbfounded. Some of the regional managers who had been doing this for a long time had dreamed of climbing up to the CEO position. Now they were being sat on by a yellow-haired girl. Their hearts went cold. Xiaoying was completely confused. A secretary by herself suddenly became the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. The classroom was silent. After a few minutes, there were a few regional managers from a few countries that resigned and left on the spot. The original classroom of more than 10 people changed to only 5 people all of a sudden. Qin Chuan, Xiaoying, and 3 executives from the China region. Xiaoying sat down on her chair, like a deflated ball. The group's executives had left half of the group in an instant. As long as this news comes out, there is no need for the Gulfstream Consortium to issue a report on shorting. They themselves can fall at a 50% down. Qin Chuan smiled and touched Xia Ying's head. Why? Are you not happy to be the CEO of a Fortune 500 company? Although this girl was not exactly polite to herself, but with that arrogance in her body, Qin Chuan quite liked it. I'm afraid I'm the world's shortest-lived CEO. Xia Ying sighed. At this rate, I'm afraid that the Sultan Group will be killed off within a month. Then, it was forced to be liquidated and then reorganized. It won't happen. With me here, you'll be able to work in your position until retirement. Xia Ying let out another long sigh. Boss, don't comfort me. Qin Chuan continued. You listen to me. Now go back. Do more for me to the death. Reverse to work with Gao Sheng Consortium. Target 100%. Boss, do you know how much that would cost? Do as I say. It's a war now, not a game. Don't hide and think about the future. Use all your reserves. Qin Chuan said without question. Xia Ying had no choice but to listen to her boss. When she went out of the door, she was all set to download a boss direct recruitment and submit a resume. Seeing that people were all gone, Qin Chuan's consciousness mobilized and the system's interface surfaced. He clicked on Character Attributes. The interface quickly jumped and Qin Chuan's basic information surfaced. Qin Chuan, gender, male, martial arts, peak level 4, medical Dao, level 2 introductory, single prop, do more signs, single prop, do more signs. Qin Chuan clicks on single prop, do more signs, single prop, do more signs. System prompt. Whether or not to confirm the use of this prop. Qin Chuan clicks confirm. Subsequently, a light flashed before Qin Chuan's eyes. Then the system interface dissipated. He returned to the real world. Qin Chuan looked around. It seemed that everything hadn't changed. However, he wasn't worried. He was sure of the strength of his own system. So, Qin Chuan packed up his school bag and prepared to go back to his dormitory to rest. For 2 days in a row, there was a clamor in the international financial market. That shorting sniper battle of the Gao Rice Consortium of Rice against the Sultan Group still continued. Sultan Group in this battle has once again dropped 10 US dollars per share of the share price. Wednesday morning, 8 o'clock. Just when everyone thought that this short selling would end with a big win for the Gosen Consortium, a flash report appeared in the headlines of various financial newspapers and websites. Chapter 49, Consortium collectively goes down, dividing and nibbling away. At the same time, all the financial newspapers, and website headlines carried a piece of news. Shocked, the world's top 500 Sultan Group executives' collective departure, suspected of shorting with Gao Sheng Consortium related. For a while, the international financial market, the storm clouds rolled. The financial giants that were still on the sidelines before, such as Wall Street's Magic Root Consortium, DuPont Consortium, and Mellon Consortium began to jump at the chance. They realized that the young man who had acquired Sultan Group had begun to disrupt himself. There was a huge internal conflict in the Sultan Group, and it was about to fall apart. The traders of several consortia immediately drew up a joint sniping plan and joined the ranks of the shorting led by the High Rise Consortium. On Wednesday morning, the spokespersons of each consortium held a press conference. The announcement was made on the television. The spokespersons of several major consortia used almost identical speeches and said to the reporters in front of them, "Recently, we have discovered that the Sultan Hotel has serious management problems. There have been a series of problems such as misrepresentation of guest traffic, financial fraud, and so on. All of this we have reason to believe is due to the low management level of the Chinese. When the Chinese do business, they only make false claims and do not operate in good faith. It's not like us, the people of Rice, who regard credit as life. With their low level, they can only do low-end industries and can't manage large-scale enterprises. Therefore, our consortium adheres to our duty to act on behalf of heaven and maintain world peace, to step in and short the Sultan Group, so that the Chinese people understand that he is not worthy of managing the group of companies that we, the me people, have built up. We hope that through a fair market game, let the boss behind the scenes in China know how much he weighs, then hand over the industry that belongs to us, the people of Rice." At the press conference, the spokesperson of the consortium spoke extremely discriminatory remarks. However, none of the reporters present felt it was inappropriate, and even let out playful ridicule, mocking other ethnic groups. They might lose their lives and jobs, but mocking the Chinese, they still had to reflect behind closed doors and then lick their faces and come back to apologize. An exploding family. What does he know about the Fortune 500? What does he know about management? We've only been developing for more than 10 years. Where do we have the experience to manage a big company in Rice? We don't learn more from the bigwigs in the U.S. We just jump around when we have $2. Now we've been taught a lesson. How dare the Chinese man himself AWOL on the acquisition of Sultan? Do not know beforehand to consult with Wall Street, to see if they agree with this deal? The face of our Chinese people as a country of etiquette has been disgraced. And other people still think that our Chinese people are all such arrogant people. The three Chinese reporters spat at each other. They only felt that their compatriots' acquisition of the Sultan Group was an extremely stupid and unselfconscious act. After spitting, they had wanted to dabble in a meal arranged by the consortium. As a result, they had just arrived at the entrance of the hotel, was stopped by a black security guard. "You Chinese are not allowed to enter." The reporters were anxious. "Why? We are also reporters. Boss said that you Chinese are the most treacherous, and when you go in, you will eavesdrop on secrets and leak them to China." One of the reporters hurriedly took out his Rice ID card. "I'm from Rice. I immigrated here a long time ago." The black security guard still shook his head. "Boss said, as long as you are a Chinese face, you are not allowed to enter." The three looked at each other, their teeth itching with anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "It's all because of that damn thug." "That's right, it's not good to mess with anyone. Messing with the Rice people. Now it's good. Even we have to suffer." The reporter who took the Rice ID card and just immigrated here, putting away his camera, he said to the two people around him, "I'm not going to eat with you. I have to hurry to buy food. Go back to cook for the Rice people around," and sincerely apologized to him to explain, lest they think that all of us Chinese are impolite. Wednesday, 1400 hours p.m. The joint statement of the consortia had just been released not long ago in the morning. Xia Ying, the new CEO of the Sultan Group, was in her office in the state of China to receive a report from the financial news station in the state of China. Xia Ying faced the camera and directly denounced the shameful behavior of the Western consortium, and announced on the spot that she had gotten the approval of the company's big boss, will be fully bottoming, at all costs, to support the stock price of Weston. Once this interview came out, the domestic and international financial and securities markets were in an uproar. All of them are questioning this young new CEO. The ABC TV commentator in the United States confessed that he had never seen such a headstrong CEO in his life, and dared to go against Wall Street. A reporter from the stick country believes that this is the new CEO inheriting the Chinese vice of greed for success and will push himself into the abyss. A financial expert from Japan commented, "The ego of the Chinese will destroy the century-old Sultan." International public opinion was in full swing, but at the same time, inside the stock exchange market of the United States, a certain trader was surprised to find that under the huge short pressure, in addition to the Sultan Group, there are actually people in the reverse operation, brainless long, and the volume of long is directly pushing the volume of short sellers to short. The downward trend of Sultan Group was eased at once. On China's largest and most authoritative stock forum, the Oriental Stock Forum, someone posted, elaborating on what they observed. Surprise! Hidden bigwigs are operating Sultan Group in reverse, going against several large consortia. The comments below were almost one-sidedly bearish. Forum ID, Milk Snow's White Sun, said, "How could there be a little cutie going against the consortium? You're out of your mind." Forum ID, Pipe and Bow said, "I heard that the boss behind the Sultan Group is a Chinese. Could it be that the top management is helping out?" Forum ID, Scratch the Itch says, "No way. The senior management will only mediate, not directly intervene." Forum ID, Tipping the Scales said, "Why don't the Chinese owners of Sultan reflect on why they were sanctioned by Wall Street? What they are doing now is like adding fuel to the fire, making Wall Street hate us even more." In the forum, the pro and con sides debated with each other. It was a heated mess for a while. One side thought that the Chinese should keep a low profile, should bide their time, admit defeat, and should not fight the MiGs head-on. One side believes that in today's situation, if you have the strength but still keep a low profile and hide your light under a bushel, that's pure stupidity. If you are humble and hold back, people will get an inch. Thursday, Sultan Group, CEO's office. Xia Ying's desktop was already filled with a bunch of resignation applications. Without exception, they were all foreigners in the group. These people weren't all from Rice. There were also bonobos, stickmen, Tianju, and so on, people of all colors and races. At first, after they learned that the big boss was from China, all of them were unbalanced in their hearts, and they couldn't accept that they were working for a Chinese. However, due to the stability of the work of the Weston Group, generous salary, only reluctantly stayed to work. Today, the Weston Group is being pinched by the financial giants on Wall Street. Yesterday, Xia Ying rebuked the Western Consortium, saying that the resolution to support the stock price at all costs, it made these wallflowers decisively choose to resign and run away. Xia Ying threw these resignation applications into the trash can. The entire person laid down on the boss chair, only feeling mentally exhausted. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. Xia Ying took a look and it was the group's finance director calling. Her heart thumped and she felt no seconds. Since yesterday, the group had used all of its reserve funds to support the stock price. Despite this, the stock price only held firm for more than 10 minutes before continuing to fall. "Hey, what's the matter? Is there no money in the account?" General Manager Xia, "This matter can't be said in a sentence or two. You'd better take a look at the stock market." Xia Ying took a deep breath and clicked the mouse, selecting the time chart of the Sultan Hotel stock. The scene in front of her eyes shocked her. Only the time-sharing chart of the Westin Hotel showed a V-shape. In the last 10 minutes of the closing bell, huge amounts of money were madly pouring in, constantly encroaching on the shares that were being sold off from above, directly pulling the stock price of Silton Group to $130 per share. Xia Ying's entire body froze. Chapter 50 Reverse Shorting. To kill you. On Friday, the Rice stock market opened. Silton Hotel shares from yesterday's closing price of $130 per share, directly scampered up to $150 per share. At once, the Rice Stock Exchange wailed a piece. Magic Root Consortium, DuPont Consortium, and Marone Consortium traders, their entire scalps went numb. Only yesterday, the consortiums that several traders belonged to announced that they were attacking Silton together. In just 24 hours, a mysterious eastern force swept through the entire United States of America stock market. With the destructive force, directly to the faltering Westin stock price rose to $150 per share. And, look at the situation. The rising trend continues. Rice stock market opened less than half an hour. Magic Root Consortium, DuPont Consortium and Malone Consortium all issued a statement. Because of the global economic fluctuations, in order to investor interests, the recent abandonment of all shorting action, they have withdrawn from the ranks of sniting Silton. On the surface, a few consortia because of investor interests, and give up shorting, and people on Wall Street know that these several consortia, less than 24 hours, it was dried by the powerful Eastern forces to burst positions, an average net loss of $2 billion each. Magic Root Consortium, President Damon in his office, waving the newly bought golf clubs, smashing the luxuriously decorated office to pieces. Maleficent, which son of a proposed shorting Silton? Let him out. DuPont Consortium, President Pierre signed several documents in a row in his hands. From the moment the blowout began, he ordered that the entire wind control management department be laid off. Not a single one left. All get out. Mellon Consortium, is currently the Wall Street Capital Reserve's the most flourishing consortium? There is no one. President Charlie is holding a stack of photos in his hand. His back is sweating. On the photos, all the evidence of his prohibited behavior. Each set of photos was a crime. All of them were big crimes that started with life imprisonment and had to be blown out of the water if they went to jail. He held the cell phone tremblingly, and in extremely poor Chinese, pleaded, "Qin, Mr. Qin, please let me go." There is an old Chinese saying, "Say, my Chinese is not good. Can I express myself in English? If you don't know Chinese, learn it. No one is spoiling you." Qin Chuan snapped. Charlie was so scared that he almost couldn't hold the phone steady. Yes, it's fine to let you go, but there's one condition. Mr. Qin, you say, shorting Gao Sheng. Charlie couldn't help but shudder at the words Mr. Qin. It won't work. Claude, the president of Gao Sheng Consortium, is my distant cousin, my hand in glove. Qin Chuan smiled playfully. I also have Claude's information on hand. In this matter, either you torture you or he tortures him. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Without waiting for Qin Chuan to read the seconds, Charlie directly said in a continuous voice, I'll do it. Even if he is my hand and foot relatives and friends, I also want to be righteous. Rice, Wall Street, Gao Sheng Consortium President's Office. Claude's obese body, sitting on the main seat. The room was filled with executives and analysts of the Gao Sheng Consortium. High-Rise Consortium is currently the only remaining consortium that has not yet blown up. Someone please tell me what's going on here. Who is going long? Claude roared, questioning the people under his hand. The data analyst under his command stepped forward and said with fear and trembling, Mr. Claude, after we've traced the mysterious funds to a man named Qin Chuan in Kyoto, China. Qin Chuan? Claude had a questioning look on his face, as if he had heard of this stock name before. However, he wouldn't remember it at all, because he thought that the name of a Chinese person was not worthy of his brain to memorize. Claude's female secretary attached her ear and whispered, Mr. Claude, Qin Chuan is the boss behind the Silton Group. Claude sniffed and slapped the table heavily. How can that be? Falling is the general trend. He is going to buck the trend to save the game. The funds needed is more than double our shorting. The room was dead silent. No one could answer this question. Shorting Silton. Gao Sheng spent $30 billion, but to pull up the falling Silton Group stock price, it would require at least $50 billion. Claude raised his wine glass and smashed it against the corner, then asked, today is the delivery day. How much will we lose if we buy enough goods? According to the current market, buying back the short-sold shares, Gao Sheng will lose at least $10 billion. An executive stepped forward and said. Claude felt gold stars in front of his eyes. The short selling he led was actually lifting a stone to hit his own feet. The money did not earn, but also backed up $10 billion. Claude long sigh. Asked if the burst position? Executives flipped through the hands of the tablet. Enter the relevant data. Said in horror if it is a burst position, then it will lose 30 billion US dollars. Claude only felt the blood rushing up, almost back out of breath, slowed down his strength, looking at the screen as the sky, upward non-stop climbing of the Western stock price, said helplessly, close the position, lose 10 billion for the next time to earn back. Experienced a number of financial crises. Claude, the face of tens of billions of huge losses of the scene, still looks unperturbed, although the color of disillusionment on his face is obvious, but he himself still maintains the manners that the aristocrats of the United States should have. Son of a Chinese, next time, Gao Shang must be packed one by one. Suddenly, inside the office, everyone's cell phone received a breaking news, pushed by Fox News app in unison. Everyone clicked in, only to see the news. A large avatar photo surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. The person in the photo was officially the president of High Rise Consortium, Claude. This was a news series compilation. Each phrase clicked in was a news report. Billionaire Claude bribed the mainstream media with $150 million to campaign for his friend's election. Claude, a high-rising consortium, was accused of offering X services to top executives in the U.S. The video of the shooting of the reporter was revealed, and the murderer was Claude of Gao Shang Group. Claude recruited male models for his office, high-definition pictures and video exposure. At that moment, Claude's face was like ashes. He could not believe that these things would actually be exposed. These things, for the rich white people in the rice country, is a family affair. Hidden well, nothing happened. However, once it comes to light, that is the rebellion. Who touches who together with the bad luck? Claude trembling clicked near the news page, which every evidence photos, video, audio, all clearly show his crime. He knew very well that all the evidence was real. Quick, call Fox News. Tell them to pull all of this news. If they don't agree, they'll stop sponsoring them next year. Claude roared frantically. His assistant immediately led the order and was ready to rush out of the office to make the call. But just as he pulled open the door, he ran head-on into an employee of the wind control department who hurriedly ran in. The other person pushed the assistant away and yelled at a group of bigwigs in the room. Boss, it's not good. Quickly look at the news. Everyone in the room looked at him with eyes. The manager of the wind control department only felt that his subordinates were also too impolite, and said unhappily, we all know about the scandal. It's not something you should care about. The employee froze. Boss, what scandal? Are you not talking about those scandals of the president? No boss, it's the financial news. The Meilong Consortium suddenly announced that they are shorting our Gao Shang. Inside the president's office, it was suddenly quiet. Everyone unbelievably opened their cell phones and checked the news. Chapter 51 Pretrial Against the Right, Deserves to Die. ABC News with the headline, Claude, the president of the High Rise Consortium, is backsliding, and the Meilong Consortium has decided to sever all ties with him. In the news, it was a video of an ABC News reporter interviewing Charlie of the Meilong Consortium. In the video, Charlie was sitting in his office, interviewed with a serious face. May I ask, Mr. Charlie, why did you choose to short High Rise? I heard that Mr. Claude is your cousin. Charlie's face was overflowing with indignation. Please watch your words. Claude is just my distant cousin. I don't have a good relationship with him. He has acted recklessly, trampling the laws of Rice under his feet and not taking the citizens of Rice into consideration. What he has done is outrageous. As a responsible entrepreneur, I am obligated to step in and sanction him, and I will never condone it. The video of the news interview with Charlie of Meilong Consortium came out. The entire Wall Street exploded. The two top consortiums that originally wore the same pants actually engaged in infighting at a critical time. No one knows what happened. For a time, Wall Street was in a state of panic. Other consortiums do not dare to act rashly, sitting on the shore to watch the fire, quietly watching the two families strangle each other. The two big news stories were sent out around the same time. Gao Shang Consortium executives simply cannot react. The entire company into a pot of chaos. Rice Stock Exchange. In just 1 hour of trading, Gao Shang Consortium's stock price directly plummeted, from $320 per share directly to $240. Dumbfounded all the investors. Some people then realized that the entire news page was pushing the Goshen Consortium President Claude scandal. The investors, as if they had lost their lives, rushed out of the stock exchange and went straight to the Wall Street headquarters where the Goshen Consortium was located. Demonstrations along the way, demanding that Claude step down directly and take the blame. When they walked to the Goshen headquarters, their cell phones pushed the news that the Meilong Consortium had announced that they were shorting Goshen Consortium. The stock price was directly ed from $240 to $140. Amortized, each person's loss amounted to $2 million. All of a sudden, the investors in the meter country were dumbfounded. What is this situation? It is to the death of the whole law. Instantly, the rice investors broke defense. Instead of asking Claude to take the blame and resign, they asked Claude to kill himself on the spot. There was a lot of shouting and killing downstairs. The 70th floor president's office of the Kaohsiung Consortium building is quiet and scary. Inside the office, all the executives who graduated from the Ivy League universities in the United States, all of them became mute, and there was no way to do anything at all. Things were moving too fast, too quickly. Many people have high-rise stocks in their own hands. It was too late to sell them off. Now almost everyone is on the verge of bankruptcy. A recently promoted executive fell to his knees and cried out, "It's over. It's over. It's over. It's gone. It's all over. I still have over $5 million in loans to pay off." Claude smashed a glass. Maleficent. Someone. Throw him out. Claude's orders had always been a holy decree within Kaohsiung, but today, it was as if his words had lost their magic. The executives inside the room, the security guards at the door, none of them made a move. "What are you guys still standing around for? Don't you all want to work?" There was a long silence. One of the executives spoke in a flat tone. "Everyone, if Kaohsiung's stock price continues to fall, the entire group will go bankrupt. The fact that Kaohsiung is in this situation is all because of Claude alone. I have reason to believe that as long as Claude is gone, those actions of shorting against our Kaohsiung consortium will end." At that moment, the gazes of everyone in the office fell on Claude in unison, looking at him in a cold sweat after being, "You, what are you guys doing?" Another female executive stepped in to stop it. "Guys, stop it." Claude rejoiced. "Maria, you're doing a great job. I'll promote you." The executive named Maria raised the corner of her mouth and smiled sarcastically. "Everyone, don't do it yourself. Let those investors downstairs in. Let them come." Claude sniffed and immediately wanted to go get his cell phone and dial 911, but his obese body was slow to move. The cell phone was snatched away by his assistant and fell to the floor in a heap. Inside the house, the security manager intercom rang. "Boss, the demonstrators I have let in. They are rushing towards the president's office." Claude heard it and fell like an ice cellar. China, Silton Group, CEO's office. On the CEO's desk, there were two displays. One showed the stock and the other showed domestic and international news. Before the market break, Silton stock had risen to $190 per share. In less than a week, it had actually bottomed out at 100%. Xia Ying's entire body was dumbfounded. All the previous negative news, the company's bankruptcy and so on, all became a joke. Because of listening to Qin Chuan's advice, reverse long, Silton Group this battle. In turn, net profit of about 10 billion US dollars. Originally, Xia Ying wanted to call Qin Chuan at the first time, taking the opportunity to invite some credit, but she turned her mind to calm down, then cancelled the idea. At this time, do not dare to take it lightly. She is now facing the world's most cunning group of capitalists, especially the Kaohsiung Consortium that shorted them. The Kaohsiung Consortium was never one to eat people without spitting out bones. When her gaze turned to another screen, Xia Ying's pupils shrunk violently. On the homepage of ABC News in the country of meters, a news compilation about the Kaohsiung Consortium's Claude had been released. The name of the collection was High Rise Consortium CEO Claude's Crime Feature. Xia Ying clicked her finger on the mouse and entered the feature to take a look. She sucked in a breath of cold air. Inside, every subheading was densely packed with evidence of the crimes committed by Claude. Xia Ying looked at them one by one. Inside the video, photos, documents and so on, all the evidence. At a glance, clear. The crime that Claude had committed could almost reach the point of sentencing him to life imprisonment. Xia Ying suddenly thought of something, and immediately inquired about Kaohsiung's stock price. The moment she saw Kaohsiung's real-time stock price, Xia Ying was dumbfounded. At this moment, Kaohsiung had fallen to $99 per share. The next second, the bottom right corner of the computer screen, instant news push probed. Kaohsiung's stock price plummeted. The top management of Rice Country made a move. The stock market of Rice Country suspended trading for 1 hour. Without waiting for Xia Ying to click through the news details, the next second, another news popped up. Claude, the CEO of Kaohsiung Consortium, was attacked in his office and was pushed down from the 70th floor office by an angry investor, and died violently on the spot. Xia Ying only felt a chill down her back and trembled. Everything happened suddenly. It was too unbelievable. Kyoto, University of Finance and Economics, Dormitory 511. Tang Yuming had been paying close attention to how things were developing at the Silton Group for the past week. His blood boiled when he saw the new CEO Xia Ying declare war on Wall Street. When he saw that on the Oriental Stock Forum, there were always some two-biters disparaging Xia Ying and touting foreigners. Tang Yuming immediately registered an ID, seeing a needle to fight back on the forum. When he saw that a mysterious big brother entered to go long, President Kaohsiung's scandalous exposure was finally pushed down the stairs. Tang Yuming freely roared in the dormitory, to vent pressure within the depression of the emotions for a long time. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open. Chapter 52 1,000 words into a sentence. The person is the opposite door 510 dormitory Chen Fei. He poked his head into the Tang Yuming. What's wrong with you? Roar what roar? 3 roommates are not in the dormitory. Tang Yuming's excitement cannot find a vent. Seeing someone to the door, quickly ran to the other dormitory. Will this week, the story before and after the incident of the Weston group, complete and whole recounted. Chen Fei was also very excited to hear cowhide. Really ing relief. That is, those Wall Street consortiums, each looking down on our country of China. This time to get rid of one. Next time directly dry over the whole Wall Street. The two bragged to each other and danced around. I say, people are making money. What are you two excited about? Tang Yuming, did you buy Silton stock? Lu Wei from dormitory 510 mocked. Tang Yuming was choked speechless. Silton people are rice stocks. His own heart is more than enough. At this time, the other 3 people from dormitory 511 came back, only to see the 3 of them each carried 2 large bags of food. Kang Huijun even held a pot. Chen Fei curiously said, are you guys in dormitory 511 going to make hot pot? Kang Huijun laughed. Yes, Lao Si said that he had made some money in stocks and wanted to treat his brothers in the dormitory to a meal to celebrate. We were afraid that he would spend money recklessly, so we said that we would buy some ingredients and go back to the dorm to cook it ourselves. You 511 dormitory can be really powerful. Each is a stock expert. Earned how much? Lu Wei asked with a disdainful face. 2 or 300. Qin Chuan said flatly. Lu Wei froze 2 or 3 million? No. Lu Wei heard. Happy *******. Lousy they thought how much money you earned. $200 or $300 in this pose what broad. Qin Chuan lazy to take care of this kind of minion. In his eyes are some small children, so carry the dishes into the house. But Lu Wei is not happy. You just earned $200 or $300 of people. In front of me stink powerful what strength. He leaned on the door yo. Thought the university earned $200 or $300 is great but also dare to throw face to me. Kang Tang Yuming was not happy to hear. You can say I cannot say my brother. You know what the hell. Our family Lao Si is doing big business people. Lu Wei sneered doing big business? How big? He just said himself. 2 or 300. Since it is not 2 or 3 million, is it 2 or 3 billion? This sentence, to Tang Yuming said silence. He knew that his family's oldest business was not small. 2 or 3 million that was definitely possible. But Qin Chuan himself admitted the unit is not 10,000. And 2 or 3 billion. Tang Yuming never dared to imagine. Lu Wei saw Tang Yuming's heart is weak. Cold snort. He took out his cell phone and clicked on an app while saying you guys, the pattern is too small. When you make a few $100s, you start celebrating. You really haven't seen the market. In the middle of the sentence, he showed the screen of his cell phone, only to see that the screen was a virtual currency interface called Puppy Coin. In the column of earnings, it clearly showed 134, 834, over 130, 000. Chen Fei from the same dormitory exclaimed in shock. Lu Wei put away his cell phone and said smugly, it's only 130, 000. It's nothing. Lu Wei's face is light and breezy. Inside, he has long been his own wave of playing a pig to eat a tiger to the cool. Chen Fei saw his roommate's strength is so strong. With honor, he quickly praised him. Wei, I can't see that you're so good. During the freshman year, you can earn more than 100,000 people. Investment genius. The next Asian outstanding youth. You must be on the list. Lu Wei pretended to be calm, waved his hand a little too much. I just a little investment talent. However, I believe that I can definitely earn $1 million this year. *********. Then Mr. Lu cannot forget brother me. We are a dormitory. Lu Wei, the corner of his mouth rose. That's for sure. Not to mention, I'm sure to let my brothers eat and drink when I'm developed. You do not like Apple computers well, then give you a whole one. Our dormitory, I think we also have to arrange. Such a large area. Empty. Chen Fei heard, immediately rejoiced. Mouth is more. Lu Wei boasted to the sky. I didn't expect our dormitory can come out of a god like a hero. I want to send a circle of friends. I want to send a scarf. Send Douyin to show off properly. Chen Fei also saw Tang Yuming's unimpressed look. Went up and poked him with his elbow. What's the matter? Seeing our dormitory god is so generous. A little red-eyed and moved? Want to change dormitory? But go ahead. Our oldest family is also a great man. People also said to send Apple computers before, but they were all rejected by us. Tang Yuming was not wanting Qin Chuan to send something, only that he was good at face saving and was dead set on holding out. Oh, is that so? Chen Fei smiled sarcastically. He could see through Tang Yuming's deadening at a glance. Just as Tang Yuming wanted to speak out in defense, Qin Chuan's voice came from inside the room. Elder, I didn't say I'd send an Apple computer. At this moment, Tang Yuming only felt like he wanted to find a crack in the ground. He was slapped in the face by his own good brother. It was really too humiliating. He lowered his head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Lu Wei laughed and beckoned off. Don't irritate them. If you invite someone to eat hot pot in the dormitory, how much money can you have and give away computers? Go, I'll take you to eat Hai Di Liao. Chen Fei immediately smiled. Way generous. To eat a meal of sea-bottom fish shall not $200 or $300. Sprinkle water, said Lu Wei, ready to wear his nightclub robe, LV's blue jean jacket out, just ready to taunt the opposite dormitory again. Suddenly, there was an extra group of people in gray uniforms around him. The other party was so numerous that they crowded the entire hallway, and they were also carrying several large cardboard boxes. The leading man asked Lu Wei with a smile on his face, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin Chuan?" Lu Wei froze and shook his head. "I am not." Qin Chuan wiped his wet hands and walked out of the dormitory, saying, "I am. Hello, I'm from the Mountain Mother Logistics Department. According to the time you arranged, we are now delivering the washing machine, refrigerator and other appliances you purchased. The installer is also following along and can install them for you right away." Qin Chuan nodded and sidestepped to make way. The staff began to carry the appliances to the 511 dormitory. For a while, the entire dormitory hallway ran out to watch the fun. Previously, in the dormitory, only people bought small appliances like hot water kettles and rice cookers. Today, someone actually bought a washing machine and refrigerator. Is this a person who came to school? It's not a vacation. The three people in dormitory 511 were also dumbfounded. But Wu Ming reacted quite quickly and immediately cooperated with the staff to select a location for the appliances, only to see the staff take the lead in moving a 588-liter Panasonic refrigerator into the dormitory. Someone stole a glance at the refrigerator model, and then immediately opened the Jingdong shopping mall to check the price. This refrigerator actually sells for more than $20,000. After hearing that the price of the refrigerator was more than $20,000, the building resounded with rising and falling voices. Chapter 53. First time to speculate on stocks. Directly on the list of the world's billionaires. After the refrigerator was transported in, it was followed by a washing and drying splitter. That is, a washing machine, a dryer. Just after checking the price of the refrigerator, someone else checked the price of the washing and drying split machine. This washer-dryer set costs $40,000. The asterisk that had just subsided spread throughout the building again. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and stood in the crowd and yelled, "You guys buy so many appliances in dorm 511. Don't you have to be afraid of the electricity bill?" This sentence resonated with the crowd for a while. During the college years, paying the electricity bill has never been a problem. Dormitory good relations. We do not care how much each other used. Each time the money can be calculated equally. Can encounter each other, do not deal with. Calculating, it is difficult to do. Together to pay the electricity bill. Like a war, each other feel that the other is taking advantage of their own. Who knows? This sentence just said. Standing in the doorway, commanding Kong Huiju leisurely said, "Our family Qin Chuan just charged 10,000 electricity bill. Enough for 4 years. This sentence was exported. The crowd was choked speechless. It is their own pattern is small. After carrying the washing and drying machine, it was followed by a smaller sized appliance. Qin Chuan removed the packaging at the door, and what was inside looked like a black drum. Someone recognized it at a glance. I'll be damned. It's a Banon AOA9. What's that? A Bluetooth stereo from Bang & Olufsen, the world's top audiovisual brand. Ugh, it's just a Bluetooth stereo. Is it as good as my Apple HomePod? The other party looked at the Apple stereo user and said lightly, "Yours costs $2,000. His costs $20,000. The Apple stereo user shut up on the spot, did not answer the question, and silently withdrew from the conversation. When the last big thing, 100-inch Hisense laser TV moved into the dormitory, someone took the price of all the appliances and took a look at the final result. 1,100,000. The people watching the building were all silent. This Nima is what Tycoon living dormitory also spend more than 100,000 to decorate. Chen Fei looked at the opposite side of the instant from ordinary dormitory, upgraded into the top apartment model. In his heart, there is some excitement and envy. However, he thought carefully and restrained his envy. He muttered in a low voice, "Let's go, brother Wei, let's eat Hey DeLeo. Ha, what is the use of buying so many electrical appliances? It's still not following the light to enjoy. It's not even coming to a computer that's practical." Chen Fei just turned around, and a Jingdong Logistics brother wearing red overalls hit the face. The other party did not expect the building blocked so many people. For a moment can only pull the voice roar, "Which is Qin Chuan? Which is Qin Chuan?" Qin Chuan raised his hand and the little brother picked up the large box and walked to him. "Hello, Mr. Qin, right? Our company has a rule that for valuables, We must ask the customer to open the box and inspect the goods in person. Qin Chuan was communicating with the master who was installing the TV and couldn't spare any time. He said to Tang Yuming, Lauer, do yourself a favor and open the box for inspection. Tang Yuming took a craft knife and looked at the large craft box, guessing that it was probably an oven or something like that. He carefully scratched open the craft box. The moment it was flipped open, his entire body was dumbfounded and staggered in place. The art knife in his hand almost didn't grip tightly and fell to the ground. Chen Fei curiously probed and looked at it. Couldn't help but exclaim asterisk. Alien laptop. Jingdong Xiao brother Busy said yes. This is the Alien X-17 top match. It's the first time I've seen someone buy 4 in one go. Hearing that there were 4 aliens in this box, Tang Yuming only felt a wave of hot air go straight to the sky. His body became stiff and unable to move. It turned out that this was what Qin Chuan meant when he said he wasn't going to give away an Apple computer just now. What people were going to send were alien computers. Seeing this, the Jingdong guy hurriedly reminded, hello, please make sure to check each one. These 4 top-of-the-line alien laptops are worth $50,000 each. If anything goes wrong, I can't afford to pay for it. Qin Chuan finished working on the TV in the house and walked outside. Seeing Tang Yuming not moving, he urged Lauer, hurry up and sign for the computers. Come in and eat hot pot. The computer color scheme is the same. There is nothing to pick. The 4 of us all use white. Qin Chuan's voice was not loud, but the entire building heard clearly. What does it mean? Spend 200,000 yuan. Buy 4 sets of top-match alien laptop to send roommates? The people who had just been silenced by the entire hallway, now directly by Qin Chuan a sentence dry broken defense. Some people call the counselor on the spot, requesting to change dormitory. Some people see the change of dormitory cannot even want to change majors, with Qin Chuan a class. Chen Fei and Lu Wei were dumbfounded at the entrance of the 511 dormitory. Lu Wei only felt his face burning hot. Just now, he was bragging about having a deposit of $130,000 at a young grade. As a result, people were offering $200,000 just to give away computers. Tang Yuming leisurely probed through the body to earn 13 million to show off. You are really a tadpole on the text frog. You are showing your mom, said. He held the alien computer back to the house. 511 dormitory, all still new. Wu Ming, as the eldest brother, was busy dealing with the ingredients. Just now, he said that Qin Chuan had bought too many dishes and had no place to put them if he couldn't finish them. Now it's good. There is still a refrigerator for the ones that can't be eaten. The washing and drying split machine solves everyone's laundry troubles at once. Kang Huijun was the first to throw in all the dirty clothes hanging by the bed. Tang Yuming loaded his new computer with games while debugging the 100-inch laser TV hanging on the wall of the house. In passing, he connected his cell phone to Bluetooth and played powerful DJ dance music. Qin Chuan was alone in their seats, waiting to eat. Looking at the excitement on the faces of each of the few brothers in the dormitory, Qin Chuan was also very happy in his heart. The 3 of them had stood by themselves no matter what time it was. This righteousness alone, Qin Chuan would remember it in his heart for the rest of his life. Suddenly, a familiar system voice rang out. Single prop, do more sign used up. The system will recover the support funds, and the remaining portion will be the challenger's profit funds. The system is settling. Please wait. Settlement successful. This time, the challenger has made a profit of 31,376,921, 285 US dollars. This time, the challenger has made a profit of 31,376,921, 285 US dollars. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The profit figure was a bit more than what he had imagined. With this long trade alone, he would be able to squeeze into the top 50 of the global rich list. The system interface continued to display prompts, whether or not to exchange into Chinese currency. Qin Chuan did not hesitate and clicked, exchange. The system is converting according to the exchange rate of the day. The conversion was successful. This time a total of 215, 421, 390, 774 Chinese yuan can be exchanged back. Due to the huge amount, to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, the challenger is required to provide at least 5 bank card numbers in order to store the funds. Qin Chuan had black lines on his head. This system suddenly became less intelligent. He also needs to provide 5 bank cards by himself. Still currently had a Hua bank card in his hand, which still had more than $900 million of pocket money in it. Thus, Qin Chuan consciousness drive. Input card number. The system is operating. Please be patient. The challenger can view the progress of the payment in the personal attributes interface. Immediately after, the system flashed. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of the side quest, Desperation. Qin Chuan's heart fluttered. There was actually a mission reward. Chapter 54. I'm not talking about 10,000. I'm talking about billion. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, desperation. Mission reward, Eclipse Yacht. Qin Chuan was instantly energized. He knew something about the Eclipse. It was the world's largest private yacht, worth over $1.5 billion. The whole yacht is about 167 meters long and 21.5 meters wide, with a displacement of 13,000 tons. The yacht is equipped with a stage, an exhibition hall, 3 restaurants, 2 kitchens, an aquarium, a disco, a bath, a swimming pool, a gymnasium with a sauna, and a steam bath. The entire yacht can accommodate 100 people. Luxury no longer describes this yacht, because its best feature is safety. The yacht is also equipped with security and defense facilities such as radar, missile defense system, proximity weapon identification system. In addition, all guest rooms are installed with bulletproof glass. It can be said to be the safest private yacht in the world. For the system's reward this time, Qin Chuan was very satisfied. After all, this system's mission reward level has always been in a strongly fluctuating situation. Every time he thought of this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but want to spit. There were still 10 billion do coins and more than 90,000 carnivals lying in his Douyin account. These things were of no use at all except for pretending. But he was not a person who liked to pretend. Qin Chuan sighed slightly and closed the system interface. Right now, even if he was given more private airplanes and yachts, he wouldn't be able to use them himself for the time being. After all, the mainline quest had not been completed yet, and academics were the most important. Old 4, what are you gawking at? Wu Ming peeled a shrimp and put it in Qin Chuan's bowl. Qin Chuan closed the system interface. Oh, nothing. Kang Huijun took a piece of Liaoshin and said as he bit into it, Lao Si, my brothers know that you are rich and you are righteous, but so many things. During the university years, it was not strange to invite guests to dinner and give gifts. However, a shot is to 10,000 units is rare. Tang Yuming put down his computer. Huijun is right. Lao Si, you have money. A few brothers are also happy for you, but such an expensive gift, really unnecessary. Wu Ming also interjected, yes, old 4. Look at how you've made the dormitory whole. It's like a resort hotel. And you even gave such an expensive computer. All 3 of us are a bit over the moon. Qin Chuan smiled and said, they are all small objects. You 3 maintain me everywhere, just like my relatives. I see it in my eyes. Recently, I've made some money from stocks, so I'll use this money to improve everyone's lives. When Tang Yuming heard the topic of stocks, he became interested. Lao Si, you really play stocks? Nah, I just thought you were talking to them blindly. Well, it's the first time I've played. Qin Chuan was telling the truth. First time playing? Just earned so much. Tang Yuming was a bit surprised. Lao Si's family has a thick base. Wu Ming chimed in. Kang Huijun nodded his head repeatedly. The 4th person to play stocks. Certainly a time to invest 1 million or 800,000. Casually catch a stop is more than 100,000 profit. You think they are like you? A few $1,000s of capital. Let you up a week cannot earn a few dollars. The 2 said so, aroused Tang Yuming's interest. After a few cups, everyone is a little dizzy. Tang Yuming, heart always curious, so took advantage of the strength of the wine and asked Lao Si, honestly, with the second brother, how much this time earned? Qin Chuan hesitated and said, more than 300. Tang Yuming sucked in a breath of cold air. ********. Well, not really, more than 3 million. Kang Huijun also froze at the sight. Old 4, how much money you are invested? Nah. Only the oldest brother Wu Ming still remained calm. Lao Si, a few brothers know that you have a strong ability to earn money, but you are still young. In the future, it's better to spend less money when you're spreading it out like today. Save when you can. Qin Chuan pressed one hand onto Wu Ming's shoulder and smiled. It's all small money. Hey, Lao Si, how is it small money? Your business also needs working capital to support it. 3 million for a BMW 4S store is just a top of the line 7 series inventory. You are kind to your brothers. Your brothers appreciate it. It's better to think more about yourself in the future. Kang Huijun nodded. Yes, Lao Si, listen to your brothers. Holding the money steady is most important. Tang Yuming, on the other hand, was more concerned about the details of the stock, and asked Old 4, which stock did you buy? Silton. Silton? Tang Yuming stared blankly. Rice stocks? Qin Chuan nodded. Tang Yuming instantly sobered up a lot. His tone began to tremble a little. Then the 3 million you said, is it US dollars? Wu Ming, Kang Huijun sniffed and all sucked in a breath of cool air. Nima. Lao Si speculates on rice stocks and plays with knives and music. 3 million US dollars is more than 20 million Chinese dollars. The 3 people in the room felt like their chi blood was going straight to the sky. But in the next second, they saw Qin Chuan shaking his head no. Only then did the trio's blood pressure slowly drop. Kang Huijun picked up a sea cucumber and put it into Qin Chuan's bowl, and said angrily, damn it, Lao Si, why are you panting when you speak? You scared us to death. Tang Yuming took a deep breath. I was almost scared out of my wits. Wu Ming patted Qin Chuan's shoulder. Lao Si, no matter if it's Chinese currency or US dollars, you're good. Keep up the good work. Qin Chuan took a sip of beer and said indifferently, I earned US dollars. Tang Yuming put down his chopsticks and asked suspiciously, then what did you mean when you said it wasn't just now? I mean, the unit after 300 is not 10,000. Kong Huijun hemmed and hawed. If it's not 10,000, is it still 100 million? Qin Chuan hummed. Kong Huijun, Wu Ming, Tang Yuming. The room was suddenly quiet. In the dormitory, there was only the sound of the hot pot boiling and gurgling. Other than Qin Chuan, the other three were stagnant, their mouths slightly open, their eyes mesmerized, their sense of hearing, their vision suddenly became a little blurry. Tang Yuming's jaw twitched twice, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and tremblingly said, Old 4, what you mean, is that, you made 30 billion US dollars from this stock speculation? Qin Chuan had a frank face. The last thing he cared to do was to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. He was also starkly honest with his three brothers. Well, 30 billion US dollars, but I've converted it all into Chinese currency, about 200 billion. As he spoke, he was still blandly pinching and scalding his vegetables. It was as if $200 billion felt the same as $2,000 when spoken out of his mouth. Kong Huijun left a tear in his eye. Originally, Qin Chuan said that he would invite them to eat at the Michelin restaurant, and he felt that it was too costly to insist that the dormitory eat a couple of bites. Now he was regretting it. Three people together coaxed, let Qin Chuan order a takeaway plus a dish. At this time, Qin Chuan's cell phone rang. He paused the banter between the brothers and looked at the caller. Xiao Churan. Qin Chuan frowned slightly and answered the call, only to hear Xiao Churan's helpless plea coming from the other end of the phone. Boss, save me. Chapter 55 Angry Hair. Xiao Churan, where are you? Qin Chuan got up violently and yelled into his cell phone. I'm at the TV station. Just as Xiao Churan's words fell, she seemed to realize something and hurriedly hung up the phone. Television station? Which other company was she in? Qin Chuan was a bit puzzled at this time though, but he still did not hesitate to put on his jacket, although Xiao Churan was only a small housekeeper by her side. However, the same she is the person belonging to Qin Chuan. Whoever touches the person beside himself is equivalent to dealing with himself. You guys eat first, I'm going to run some errands. The other three people in the dormitory nodded and made way for Qin Chuan. He went out of the dormitory and realized that he had been drinking, so he called Tian Xin. When Tian Xin saw that it was Qin Chuan's call, a flash of surprise flashed across her face and she hurriedly picked up. Go out with me, you drive. Qin Chuan didn't give Tian Xin a chance to open her mouth and directly ordered. It was the first time Tian Xin heard Qin Chuan's tone so grave. She put on her clothes without saying a word and hurriedly went downstairs. Because the Rolls-Royce Cullinan was just too eye-catching, Tian Xin parked her car at the Manhwa International Office Building at the edge of the school every time she parked. She arrived at the office building first and went straight down to the basement to get the car. Qin Chuan arrived at the back foot, couldn't wait, and also had to go down to the basement. Just about to walk down the slope, a uniformed security guard in his 50s ran over and blocked Qin Chuan's way. Hey, what's going on? Getting the car. My friend parked the car below, Qin Chuan said. The security guard looked Qin Chuan up and down. He had no impression at all of this student-like person, and said Volkswagen, Toyota, Honda, these cars are parked above. You go to the top to see. What do you mean? I told you my car is parked below. What do I mean? I mean very clear. You are driving a BMW or Mercedes-Benz or Audi. Neither. Then don't go down. Our Manhwa International Office Building in and out of the social elite. Driving our brand-name luxury cars. Your kind of small broken car, go to the ground parking lot to see. I don't have time to bull asterisk with you. Get the hell out of my way. The security guard got excited all of a sudden. Hey, how do you talk to this little kid? Do you believe I'll whip you? Saying that, the other party raised the defense roll in his hand and was about to swing it towards Qin Chuan. Old Zhang, what are you doing? A middle-aged man with a big belly droned out. The security guard turned his head to see that it was his own captain, hurriedly bowed and smiled. Team Chen, why have you been startled? Chen Team negative hand, holding out his belly, stomped his feet twice, sked tsk, after dinner came out to take a walk around. As a result, I saw you making a lot of noise. Old Zhang looked aggrieved. Chen Team, this is not my fault, it is this bastard. He insisted on wandering into the basement of our office building. Upon hearing this, Team Chen narrowed his eyes and sized up Qin Chuan. A human face was constantly recalled in his mind, which was the security captain's base drill, sort of a way of looking at people. After a moment, he was sure that he was meeting the other party for the first time, so he opened his mouth and said, young man, it's not that we're deliberately making things difficult for you, Our Manhwa International Office Building is a grade A office building. Inside are all large enterprises and multinational offices. Below are parked Mercedes-Benz BMW, this kind of high-class luxury cars. Old Zhang chimed in. Right. Such an expensive car. What if you damage it? Youngsters like you like to stand on the hood of other people's cars and take pictures, pretending it's your own car. Team Chen hummed his voice and continued, I know that you youngsters nowadays love to shoot doo-doo and like to go down to take pictures of luxury cars. I can understand that. But you also need to sympathize with my work, not go play somewhere else. Old Zhang secretly gave the captain a thumbs up. The captain is the captain. Speak is cultured. At once this youngster was bluffed. Qin Chuan was already in a hurry, and encountered two such people. Angrily said, you two stop me again. I guarantee that you two will be laid off today. Chen team smelled. A moment of fire on the up *******. Toast to refuse to eat penalty wine. I am in a good mood today. And you say a few more words. You ing stump on the face is not. Qin Chuan saw the situation. Picked up the cell phone, dialing Xia Ying's phone. The phone has just been connected. Qin Chuan with an undeniable tone said the Manhwa International Office Building to me to buy down. Immediately. After you buy it, fire all the security guards and security chiefs who are guarding the basement today. Xia Ying was stunned, and before she could react, Qin Chuan hung up the phone. The old Zhang saw the situation. The captain cannot be tensed. He cannot be abashed. He pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and said, Bull ******, son. You are crazy out of bounds, is it? Let the old man lay off. The old man first give you a head. Said. He raised the defense roll to charge. Ba. A few sharp car horns interrupted old Zhang's attack, and all black Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly drove up. Old Zhang and Team Chen were people who knew what they were talking about. As soon as they saw the small mark of the goddess of celebration on the front of the car, immediately, they put their feet together, straightened their backs, and saluted. After the salute, Team Chen was full of smiles, ready to go forward to personally guide the other party out of the parking lot. But in the blink of an eye, the young man from earlier was one step ahead of himself, pulling open the passenger door and sitting up. When they saw this scene, both old Zhang and Team Chen were dumbfounded. Damn, this kid is not saying that he does not have a BBA. But on second thought, the other party is indeed not a BBA, but a Rolls-Royce. Team Chen gulped, and when the Rolls-Royce drove past him, he still piled on the smile and pretended that nothing had happened. Qin Chuan lowered the window and said expressionlessly, I've already bought this office building. You two get out of here today. After saying that, the Rolls-Royce kicked the gas and drove out of the parking lot. Old Zhang shivered and went forward. Team Chen, what can we do? We're going to be fired. I still have an online loan that I haven't paid off yet. I can't be without a job. Team Chen shook his fat body and laughed. What should we do? You believe the words of a rich second-generation pretender. Manhwa International Office Building is a grade A office building, worth $3 billion. That kid said to buy you as a vegetable market to buy vegetables. Hearing his captain say this, old Zhang came back to his senses. He slapped his head. Right. This is a ing office building. Even if that son of a is a second-generation rich man who can buy a house and a car with his eyes closed. But he can't just say that he can buy an office building. He really thinks that his father's money came from the wind. After cursing Qin Chuan at each other, the two men walked towards the duty room. Suddenly, Team Chen's cell phone rang. He fixed his eyes and saw that it was the property manager of the office building calling. Without hesitation, Team Chen clicked to answer and respectfully said, Hey, what's the manager's order? Chen, a dog. You, what the have you offended? Chen team confused manager. I did not do anything. I just finished eating out on duty. You still dare to say that you did not do? If you really did not do anything, the new boss of this office building can be named to say that you fired? Hurry up and pack your bag and get out. Don't involve me. After saying that, the property manager snapped and hung up the phone. Team Chen was instantly confused, muttering, What? I've been fired? Chapter 56, a minion like you, not worthy of my hands yet. The car drove at top speed towards the Kyoto TD headquarters. Tian Xin held the steering wheel with both hands. Qin Chuan, this car of yours? Why don't you take it back and drive it yourself? If I want to buy groceries, I'd rather ride a bicycle. What? Not satisfied with this car? Tian Xin hummed in embarrassment. No, it's just, the gas is a bit expensive. Qin Chuan did not say anything. Direct cell phone direct transfer to you transferred. Should be enough to your year's gas money. Tian Xin put her hands on the steering wheel. Did not bother to look at the prestige transfer. Hey, this is your voluntary I did not force you, since the gas money is out. You'll be a good person to the end, and pay the parking fee for me. I don't dare to park your car at school. Every time I park in the underground garage of Manhwa International Office Building, parking there, it's going to cost $1,000 a month. Qin Chuan put away his cell phone and did not look like transferring money. He looked out the window and said flatly, you don't need to give it in the future. Just say it's my car directly. I've already bought the office building. In the future it will be my own property. Tian Xin braked sharply and parked the car on the side of the road. What? You bought the Manhwa International Office Building? Why? For parking convenience, Qin Chuan said lightly, as if buying an office building is the same as buying a cabbage. Tian Xin is clear that Qin Chuan is rich, and the Rolls-Royce Cullinan is used to buy food cars, but in order to park conveniently, buy an office building, this is also too exaggerated. In the car, Qin Chuan's face is grave and his brows are locked. Concentrate on driving. Oh, Tian Xin restarts the car. It was the first time she saw him so uneasy. She couldn't help but ask Qin Chuan, what's wrong with you? My housekeeper ran into some trouble. Tian Xin's mind loosened slightly. So it was his housekeeper, a little old man who was probably the same as Batman's butler. The car traveled for about an hour and finally arrived downstairs at the Kyoto television station. Qin Chuan stepped out of the car and dialed Xiao Churan's cell phone again, when the other party's color ringtone came from his phone. Not far away from the entrance of the open-air parking lot, a cell phone incoming call tone sounded at the same time. A man and a woman were heading to the interior of the parking lot. Qin Chuan saw at a glance that the girl's back was none other than Xiao Churan. Xiao Churan crossed her arms at this moment, tightly protecting her chest, shrugging her shoulders and slightly shrinking her neck. She had a look of obvious nervousness and helplessness. The man walking in front of her heard the cell phone ringing and snatched Xiao Churan's satchel and snatched the cell phone out of it. Xiao Churan, how many times have I told you? Don't bring your cell phone. Put it away. Do you not understand human language? The man picks up Xiao Churan's cell phone and slams it heavily to the ground. A Mi Family 12 Pro cell phone was shattered to pieces in response. The incoming music came to a screeching halt. My cell phone. Xiao Churan timidly squatted down, going to pick up the already disintegrated cell phone. The man kicked away the scattered motherboard and angrily said, a broken cell phone is just a broken cell phone. If you make that big shot happy tonight, I'll buy you an Apple phone. Xiao Churan was trembling and begged manager phone. Don't, please let me go. I will work hard to make money and compensate the TV station. The other party stood, condescending, coldly looking at Xiao Churan on the ground, said in a contemptuous tone, compensation? The one you lost was an advertisement contract worth $5 million. What are you going to pay for it? Take your current internship salary of a few $1,000s to compensate? Xiao Churan shook her head hard. No. Manager Feng, I have found a job that pays me $1 million a year. I'll try my best to save up. I'll be able to pay it off in 5 years. Please Manager Feng, let me go. Oh, $1 million a year? What job can make you earn $1 million a year? Butler, my boss is a hidden tycoon. Manager Feng kicked Xiao Churan in the shoulder, knocking her whole body to the ground. You. Being a housekeeper can make millions of dollars a year. How come I can't touch it? The last few dinners, it's just that you didn't go. Today, this is the president of China Bank. If you don't give me a good company, I will sue you tomorrow. You don't have the money to pay for it. Just wait for jail. Don't. Manager Feng. Xiao Churan's tears flowed and she had already cried and blurred her makeup. Seeing this, Manager Feng snorted coldly and crouched down. Churan, you said you're a little girl from out of town. How hard it is to come to Jingdu to fight. It's a blessing for you that the other person, Governor He, is looking at you now. He said, as long as you behave yourself tonight and send in next year's advertising budget, you can then not have to lose that $5 million. Manager Feng wanted to reach out, to wipe Xiao Churan's tears, but was dodged by her. Manager Feng was not angry, and continued to explain, if you follow Governor He has so many houses, and if he casually arranges a set for you, you will have to struggle for more than 10 years less. Brother, I am a man of the past, when also like you, penniless to Kyoto. I came to Kyoto with no money and no one to turn to. At that time, if there was a rich woman who wanted me, I would have bowed my head without saying a word. Suddenly, Xiao Churan's eyes became firm. Feng Zhong, not everyone is like you. They can sacrifice everything for money. Even if I go to jail, I will not betray myself. Feng Zhong heard this and was thunderstruck. You really think I can't do anything about you? You do not go today also have to give me to go. I still have 2 million loan card in his side. Just missing you this step. If you spoil my good deed, I will beat you to death. Feng Zhong raised his hand high, ready to slap him. Xiao Churan closed her eyes in despair, but after waiting for a few seconds, the slap did not fall. She tried to open her eyes, and the scene in front of her almost made her shed tears again. She only saw Qin Chuan grab Feng Zhong's hand and then shake it off. Lifting up was a kick that sent Feng Zhong flying a few meters away. It almost didn't burst the other party's liver with the kick. Qin Chuan walked in front of Xiao Churan, and on his unperturbed face, there was a hint of anger and a hint of pity. He said in a flat tone, you've been absent from work for a week. Don't you want your job? This sentence directly makes Xiao Churan break his defense. Qin Chuan's arrival. for Xiao Charan, is like a god coming down from heaven. She hugs Qin Chuan's leg and cries, "I'm sorry boss." "What happened?" Qin Chuan asked. He paid no attention to Feng Zhong, who was kicked off behind him. Xiao Charan choked and spoke with sobs, telling all the causes and consequences of what happened. Qin Chuan frowned. "Just because of this? You made the flowers in my yard wither twice." Xiao Charan lowers her head guiltily and repeats in a small voice that she is sorry. "Who the are you? How dare you kick me?" Qin Chuan turned around and stood up, directly facing Feng Zhong. Qin Chuan. Feng Zhong froze. "Qin Chuan? Never heard of it." Looking at the other party's clothes, it was obvious that he was a college student. Feng Zhong coldly asked, "Which school are you from?" "University of Finance." Suddenly, Feng Zhong laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, nowadays college students, really damn tiger. They really dare to reveal their names in schools. I know your principal very well. I tell you, today's matter is not over. I'll make sure you get expelled and written up. Don't think you'll be able to get a job in the future." Qin Chuan snorted coldly. "You shouldn't think about me. You should think about whether you can still keep your own job." Feng Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a grim tone, "A trash who has never been out of society. Don't think I don't know. Don't think I don't know. You don't just want to write a small essay to slander me. Go ahead, try it. I'm in the media business. I don't care what kind of essay you post. I'll immediately delete your post and block your account." Xiao Charan pulled Qin Chuan's leg, trembling with fear, and said, "Boss, what he said is true. Our station is familiar with all the platforms. No matter what you post, it's useless. They will all immediately delete the post and seal the number." During Xiao Charan's internship, he had seen Feng Zhong operate like this countless times. How many interns had no place to air their grievances after being harassed by Feng Zhong? He was the one who had the strength and the wrist to control everything. Xiao Charan knew that Qin Chuan had money, but that could only help himself to pay out the money for the contract. It could not help Feng Zhong at all, only to see Qin Chuan took out his cell phone, dialed a number and said, "Who said I want to post a small essay? Little minions like you are not worthy of my hands." In the next second, the call was connected. "Where are you?" Qin Chuan's voice was stern, with a condescending reprimand in his tone. "I'm in the open-air parking lot. Get your ass down here right now." Chapter 57, Master. "The matter has been taken care of for you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You think you're the only one who can make a phone call." Feng Zhong pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Hey, little Li, does your defense section eat free food? What is it? How dare you ask me what's up? I was beaten up in the parking lot. Hurry up and bring someone over here. If you can't make it within 5 minutes, your department's year-end bonus is gone." After hanging up the phone, Feng Zhong flung his arms in an overbearing manner. Not more than 2 minutes later, a uniformed defense section chief, with 4 or 5 defense section members hurriedly ran to. "Mr. Li," nodded his head at Feng Zhong. "Manager Feng, I am sorry, the brothers were negligent." Feng Zhong coldly grunted, "Damn, why did the station raise you bunch of losers?" Several security guards heard this, and some immediately lost their temper. They were about to go up to argue, but were pulled back by the section chief. Feng Zhong pointed at Qin Chuan and said, "That's the kid who did it. You guys get him under control." Section chief Li turned his head and looked at Qin Chuan. Seeing the crying Xiao Charan behind him, his heart immediately guessed 1, 2, 3. It must be that this mother asterisk 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 or Feng Zhong was hobbling other girls, causing the other's boyfriend to seek revenge. Although reluctant, but Feng Zhong after all is his boss, section chief had to open the mouth. "Buddy, what is the matter to our security section to say it? Do not stay here to affect the traffic." Qin Chuan contemptuously grunted, "I'm not going." Section chief froze, did not expect the other party did not have any fear. The bottom of the heart cannot help but born a trace of admiration. Feng Zhong saw the presence of the defense section. He took 2 steps forward, close to Qin Chuan, sneered asterisk 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 asterisk. "Boy, just now you are not very powerful? How now, wimped out? Do not dare to move. I am standing here. You come to hit me. Qin Chuan did not hesitate. Without saying anything, raised his hand and punched down. Feng Zhong covered his stomach and knelt on the ground. He only felt that his kidneys had been blown out. Seeing this, the section chief secretly shouted, "But the duty is in the body. He cannot stand idly by." So opened his mouth and said, "Buddy, if you do not cooperate, brothers can only force please. Brothers, take people." At this time, from not far away came a threat. "I see who you dare to do it." A loud and majestic female voice came. Feng Zhong, who was kneeling on the ground, turned his head to look and instantly froze. Strongly bracing himself against the severe pain, he jogged forward and said fawningly, "Director, why are you here?" The section chief trembled. Why did the station manager personally come? Today's point was too backward. A small accident led to the station chief's personal visit. He hurriedly lowered his head and waited with trepidation for what was going to happen next. Kong Ming's behavior was already thunderous. Walking with a strong woman's domineering style, She wore a competent short hair today, and her upper body was a slim white shirt with a suit. The lower body was tight jeans with long leather boots, and the whole person looked queenly. I just heard someone trying to take someone out. Do you know what this place is? Do you still think this is a TV station? Kong Meng chided loudly. Her overbearing temper was clear to everyone in the entire TV station. Countless interns in the station had been scolded by her and cried. Even the choreographers and anchors could not escape her scolding if they made a single mistake. Although she had a charming and attractive appearance, everyone in the station respected her. Feng Zhong shivered and said with a trembling voice, "Director, it's that kid. That kid is causing trouble." But in the next second, Feng Zhong violently realized that something was wrong. It seemed that the station manager was called down by that kid. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on Feng Zhong's back. Xiao Charan, as an intern, had only seen the station manager from afar once when he first joined. At that time, even if it was separated by dozens of people, she could feel the majesty and severity emanating from the female station manager. All the interns didn't dare to look at her squarely, including Xiao Charan. Now, Xiao Charan no longer cared about the other party's identity. She didn't want to involve Qin Chuan and hurriedly ran to Kong Meng. When Kong Meng saw Xiao Charan, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Some surprise and some jealousy and resentment. Xiao Charan tries her best to restrain her inner panic and tells the whole story. When she heard the $5 million contract, Kong Meng's eyes narrowed slightly and looked at Feng Zhong. What advertising contract? $5 million? Which company? Why would the contract pass through the hands of an intern? Feng Zhong's eyes flickered and he looked away. Director, I'll talk to you about this later when I get back. The main thing now is to arrest that kid. In broad daylight, he dared to commit murder in front of our TV station. He turned against him. What Feng Zhong did not expect was that Kong Meng did not look at Qin Chuan, but continued to stab her gaze onto him. Why go back and say it? The interns are all here. Just say it here. Feng Zhong was confused for a moment. What is this situation? I went back to say it means I don't want to say it. Station manager. That. Say it. Kong Meng was enraged and bellowed. This angry shout almost didn't make Feng Zhong roar and piss his pants. He shivered and said, "Director, I have no choice. Mister, he has a crush on Xiao Xiao and wants her to drink with him. I did this for the sake of the station's advertising sponsorship. As for the contract, it's all fake. It was all Governor He's idea. I just cooperated." Upon hearing that the contract was fake, Xiao Charan felt that a string that was tightly taut all over his body suddenly snapped. The shoulders that had been unconsciously shrugging were naturally lowered. Afterwards, she realized something and began to frantically pound Feng Zhong. "Why are you fixing me? Why are you fixing me?" Feng Zhong hid behind Kong Meng and muttered in a low voice, "Who let you have a demonic face to be looked at by others?" "Feng Zhong," Kong Meng called out coldly. Feng Zhong's heart was in turmoil and he did not dare to answer. "Starting from today, you are suspended and begin to undergo an internal investigation. Once anything is found out, you will be directly brought to justice." When Feng Zhong heard this, he directly knelt on the ground and begged, "Director, it can't be like this. I am doing this for the good of the station." Station manager. Kong Meng looked to the side of the defense section. "People, take him away." "Director, you can't do this to me. I can't lose my job." "Director, I still have a family to support. I still have loans to pay back. Everything was Governor He's idea. It's none of my business." Station manager, "I'm innocent. Spare me. Without saying a word, several people from the defense section directly framed Feng Zhong out. Suspension. Internal investigation basically meant going through the motions, but whenever it comes to this point, it is tearing the face off and waiting to go to the station. A few people from the security department have long been looking at Feng Zhong in the wrong way. Today it is good to finally catch the opportunity to teach him a good lesson." Seeing the people go away, Xiao Charan wiped her tears and wanted to say thank you to Kong Meng. Before she could say anything, Kong Meng ignored her and walked towards Qin Chuan. When she stood in front of Qin Chuan, her queen-like aura was completely gone. Her entire body exuded the gentleness and charm of a lady of the house. She bowed respectfully and said, "Master, things have been done for you. Your girlfriend is fine." Qin Chuan nodded and said, "Good. However, she is not my girlfriend." "Not a girlfriend?" Kong Meng was shocked when she heard this. There was more than a hint of flushing on her originally cold white face. "The banker he in that person's mouth just now. What kind of person is he?" Qin Chuan asked in a low voice. Chapter $58 million gas fee. Kong Meng hurriedly replied, "He is the president of the largest branch of China Bank in Kyoto. He is the head of the largest branch of the Bank of China in Kyoto. He Sometimes when the station needs a loan, he is the one they turn to for help. This person is arrogant and conceited by nature, and he has been living an indiscreet life. But because of his strong personal ability, he has a huge network of connections. He is good at pulling in deposits and getting results. He worked his way up from a teller to the position of head of the largest branch in Kyoto, and I heard that he's going to be promoted to the head office by the end of the year. Does he have a son named He Shuhua? Kong Meng froze and replied yes. Master, you are acquainted with his son? Sort of. Kong Meng hummed. She vaguely sensed that Qin Chuan held hostility towards He Hai, so she said, Master, you have to be careful of this person He Hai. He is narrow-minded and extremely vindictive. In today's case, I can deal with Feng Zhong in my capacity as the station manager, but He Hai, for someone who was about to be promoted to the head office of Hua Bank, Kong Meng her strength was not yet able to have any effect on him. Since we know that he's this kind of person, then we definitely can't let him enter the head office and gain more power as he wishes. Otherwise, it will plague even more people. The most crucial thing is that he moves someone he shouldn't have, offend someone he can't afford to offend. Qin Chuan said. Kong Meng nodded. Master, you are right, but He Hai's connections are too hard and his abilities are extraordinary. There are a handful of people who report him every year, but he still remains unharmed. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. His connections are as fragile as a piece of sandpaper in my eyes. Kong Meng lowered her head and did not respond. The master was young after all, not understanding the darkness of society. In today's environment, as long as you can bring benefits, then there will be people who will bail you out, even if you make some mistakes. As long as the crime is not to death, at most, you will be transferred or demoted. When the wind passes, you will be back in your original position again. Then master is trying to move him? Kong Meng asked tentatively. If this person is not removed, heaven will not tolerate it. Kong Meng nodded. At this moment, she wholeheartedly followed Qin Chuan. Since Qin Chuan wanted to deal with He Hai, she could not stand by and watch. Thus, Kong Meng took out her cell phone and rummaged through her contacts to find the people she knew. Hello, Bureau Meng? I'm Xiao Meng, Kung Fu's daughter. Uncle Lu, I'm Xiao Meng. When you came to see my dad, I was right next to him. Auntie Wang, I beg you for something. Kong Meng made more than 10 calls in a row. The characters on the other end of the line were more famous than the others. There were father's former subordinates. There was Big Brother's current comrade in arms. There were also contacts that he himself had operated for many years. All of them were courteous and smiling when they answered the phone. However, once Kong Meng made his intentions clear, the opposite side were all dumbfounded and hung up in a hurry. Only Kong Meng's longtime friend, one of the top officials at the Huaxing headquarters, kindly persuaded him. Xiao Meng, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. You don't know that person He Hai. Over the years, he has operated a network of relationships in all walks of life. The senior management of our Huaxing headquarters is very optimistic about his ability. You have to know that the branch under his jurisdiction is known as the 100 billion deposit branch. It can be said that as long as he doesn't kill or set fire to anyone, the headquarters will protect him. For you to do so is tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Is there really no way out? Kong Meng was undeterred and pursued. The other party hesitated for a moment and spoke. Alas, if your family's old man hadn't abdicated, with his connections, he might still be able to maneuver with He Hai. But now, your old man retired for many years. The words of his best friend came to an abrupt end, and without saying what followed, Kong Meng also knew, after all, to say 1,000 words, bringing down He Hai had no direct benefit to these people. No one would be willing to offend a future senior member of the Huaxing headquarters for a woman's words. When one was in the world, one did not rely on fighting and killing, but on human feelings. Kong Meng hung up the phone, pursed her lips and looked at Qin Chuan with some loss. She shook her head. Master, He Hai's power is too big. No one is willing to help us. Qin Chuan's face was flat, without a trace of joy or loss. He said, no matter. Qin Chuan, act. Why do I need to rely on others? Kong Meng lowered her head guiltily. She only blamed herself for her lack of ability and position. Unable to help Qin Chuan. Master, please give me 1 more year. 1 more year and I will be promoted to the ministry. During this year, let's slowly collect evidence on He Hai, and when the time is ripe, we'll expose him in one fell swoop. Qin Chuan waved his hand and did not say anything, but turned around and walked towards the road. Outside the Kyoto television station, a temporary parking space on the side of the road, Tian Xin sat in her car waiting for Qin Chuan to return. Upon seeing the car's computer displaying less than 1/3 of the fuel left, she realized that she had to go for gas again and was going to hemorrhage money. Every time I get gas people wanna cry a lot, Tian Xin muttered. Suddenly, she remembered that on the way here, Qin Chuan seemed to have sent himself a red packet for refueling, so Tian Xin quickly took out her cell phone, opened her Weixin, and clicked on Qin Chuan's avatar. The next second, her entire body was dumbfounded, only to see that in the chat box, the memo for the transfer box for gas. It was a 1 and a long string of zeros. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Tian Xin's entire body was stunned. Qin Chuan transferred $1 million and gave it to her as gas money. Cold sweat broke out on Tian Xin's forehead. Just when she was hesitating whether she should accept it or not, Qin Chuan and other people back, respectively on the car. Seeing Qin Chuan with two beautiful women with outstanding temperament, Tian Xin beamed, immediately clicked on the collection, then angrily questioned, didn't you say to take over the home? Where are the people? Xiao Chuan sat in the back seat and weakly raised his hand and said, I'm the housekeeper. Tian Xin froze. Now as a housekeeper, is the face value requirement so high? Then she turned her head and asked, who is this sister? Kong Menghui said, I am the master's servant. Tian Xin was speechless. These two behind her, their face values are both 8 points or above. No matter where they were the existence of 10,000 people pursuing them. But now they had all turned into Qin Chuan's housekeepers and servants. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was as if the cake that belonged to her had been divided. Qin Chuan didn't give her time to think blindly and directly ordered her to drive to the largest Hua Bank branch in Kyoto. Dakian Street, Huaxing. Qin Chuan got out of the car alone and approached the business hall. There were 9 ordinary windows and 1 VIP window in the business hall. There was only one teller working at the ordinary window. The rest were vacant. In front of the VIP window is empty. The teller sitting on it is minding her own business. An 80-year-old grandmother with a bank card in her pocket stood pacing back and forth in the spacious lobby. She looked at the VIP window and saw no one there, so she sat down. Girl, please help check if the pension in the card has arrived yet, and withdraw $100 for me. The teller at the VIP window raised her eyelids and coldly said, this is the VIP window. You check the balance and withdraw money yourself on the machine outside. The old man was already old. His hand couldn't be raised for a few seconds, and then he hung down with no strength. Miss, my eyes are blurred. My hands and feet are not good. I can't read the words on the machine clearly. The machine is too complicated for me to use. Please help. The teller snorted coldly. Hey, why can't I talk to you, little old lady? It's none of my business if you're blind and don't know how to use the machine. You find your children and let them come over to teach you. The old man's eyes were suddenly hollow for a moment, and he whispered, my son was killed in battle at the border defending his family and country. Now I am the only one. Girl, do me a favor and help me out, or I won't have any money to buy rice today. The teller intentionally clicked the mouse a few times, and said with an impatient face, you little old lady, why can't I make myself clear to you? I told you, this is a VIP. This is a place for rich people. Either you go to the machine to check your account and get the money, or seek help from the street yourself. Don't get in my way. I'm most annoyed with you old men and women. You've got a lot of work to do day in and day out. Chapter 59, $900 million deposits. Seeing that no matter how much she said, the old lady hadn't left yet, the teller, who was at the counter, started to launch a temper. She furiously struck the keyboard and mouse as if she was gambling, deliberately making a huge commotion, in order to vent her feelings of dissatisfaction towards the old lady. The old lady originally wanted to leave, but she was just too old and her legs were slow. At this age, the old man's greatest fear was that he wouldn't be able to stand still for a moment and fall over. She was just about to stretch her legs to stand still, but she was scared by the sound of the teller gambling and smashing the keypad, and her heart trembled. A foot did not step steadily. The body slipped from the chair. The teller saw the situation. Immediately anxious eyes, you a dead old lady. Why is the heart so vicious? Do not abide by the rules, not to mention, you also want to come to touch me. I can tell you, the bank is full of surveillance. But shot clearly, I didn't touch you. If you want to blackmail someone, get out on the street. The old woman gripped the edge of the counter with one hand and held herself up to keep from falling. Seeing this, none of the surrounding people dared to come forward to help, for fear that if they did, the rest of their lives would be taken in. Just when the old woman to hold on, a pair of hands reached from his side, a hand to help her right. Sitting back on the chair, the old lady herself was relieved. Seeing that the old woman did not fall down in the end, the teller also breathed a long sigh of relief. Damn, you dead old woman, if you really fall down, shall not cause me to write a check tonight. The old lady looked up to the young man who helped her and said, thank you, kid. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost my life if I hadn't fallen. The teller rolled her eyes, then snorted coldly, humph. It's not better to be gone, to meet with your dead son. Qin Chuan turned his head and glared angrily at the teller. You have the guts to say that again? Qin Chuan's gaze carried the intimidation of a strong man, making people shudder and not dare to look directly at him. The teller immediately turned his head away, not daring to look directly at him, and said in a low voice, damn, I've seen a ghost. I'm going to work today. And what kind of people did I run into? Call out your bank president. Qin Chuan said angrily. The teller first froze, then smiled. What? You want to complain about me? Let me tell you, I didn't do anything. I stick to the company's rules and regulations. It's useless even if you complain to the headquarters. Your regulations is bullying the old and weak? Your system is to mock the families of martyrs? Qin Chuan asked rhetorically, word for word. You youngster, you've watched too many TV dramas and think you're a superhero. Your hair hasn't even grown before you come out to learn how to weed out the strong and help the weak. Let me tell you. Here, what I say is the regulation. What I do is the system. What can you do to me? Qin Chuan looked at the teller with a cold gaze. Fine. I'll give you a lesson according to your rules and regulations. Saying that, he pulled out a Huaxing bank card. Now, immediately, take out my money. All of it. I say, are you boy deaf or illiterate? Didn't you see 6 hanging on it? The P word hadn't even been uttered. The teller's afterglow glanced at Qin Chuan's bank card. It was a card that was white gold in color. The teller instantly recognized that it was his bank's top-tier platinum card. The Hua Bank Platinum card was a privilege that only VIP guests could have. The deposits inside started at least in the millions. Instantly, the teller's voice was dumbfounded and his attitude shifted 180 degrees. That, how much to withdraw? All of it, Qin Chuan said word for word. The teller sweated coldly and cursed in his heart. Damn it, I've had bad luck today. This year's performance hasn't even been completed yet, and now the money will be deducted again. Approaching the performance appraisal period, everyone is carrying the deposit task. At this time, the lobby manager who just came back to relieve himself saw the situation at the VIP counter. Walking slowly over, he whispered to the teller. What happened? The teller glanced at Qin Chuan and similarly lowered his voice. I ran into a rich second generation, pretending to be a hero here. He wants to withdraw all the money in the card. The lobby manager sniffed and frowned slightly. You were already short of $1 million in deposits last month, and now you're going to let someone withdraw another amount. What about your appraisal later? If you fail the appraisal for 2 consecutive months, you will be dismissed. The teller gave a blank look and grunted. Humph. Big deal. I'll let my dad deposit another $2 million of the company's money. What a big deal. The lobby manager sighed softly. Alas, family money is good. The teller was so proud of her job that she relied on her father to deposit $10 million in the bank. Only then did the bank president personally open the back door for her to come to work. Let him withdraw $1 million or $800,000. So what? I'll go back to sleep, forget everything, and still come to work next week. Saying that, she hit enter. The computer screen jumped to the information on Qin Chuan's bank card. In a flash, the teller and the lobby manager froze at the same time. The balance in this bank card. How is it so much? The lobby manager gulped and said incredulously. The teller was already dumbfounded. She kept rubbing her eyes before looking at the screen again. After double-checking, she muttered. How can there be more than $900 million? The duo's fearful gazes looked at Qin Chuan together. What? Are you guys deaf or blind and can't understand what I'm saying? Take out all the money inside, Qin Chuan said with a stern voice. The teller's legs trembled in fear. This kind of person who relied on his family to have a little money. Most of all, they would bully the soft and the weak. They always loved to hit the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled, as well as those who are not as good as themselves, and they are aggressive, and they are coy and obedient to the strong. Like a grandson, the teller had been scared out of his wits long ago. His own family's assets of $18 million were nothing in front of this teenager in front of him. Not even a fart. If the other party really wanted to withdraw these more than $9 billion, her dad couldn't plug the hole even if he went to buy insurance and jumped off a building. First, sir, your balance is simply too much. Root. According to the regulations. Over. The teller had panicked to the extreme, forgetting for a moment the amount in the regulations. The lobby manager lowered his head and surreptitiously added $5 million. The teller woke up with a start. Yes, $5 million. According to the regulations, large cash withdrawals, over $5 million, must be booked. Yes, it takes a week to make an appointment. After saying that, the teller finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were rules and regulations to pull a 1-week buffer for himself. During this period, just go and beg the governor to step in. With Governor He's ability, he would definitely be able to persuade the other party. After all, almost all of the $100 billion of deposits in this branch were pulled in by the governor. Oh, there's also this regulation, Qin Chuan said with a smile on his face. The teller did not notice the change in the other party's expression. She handed the card back with both hands and said in a fluke triumphant tone, Sir, I'll make an appointment for you today, and you can come back to the bank next week to communicate about withdrawing cash. Wait, I didn't say I won't withdraw. I'll withdraw 10,000 at a time. Qin Chuan paused and continued until the withdrawal of 900 million. Chapter 60, Bohemia Mansion. A great battle is imminent. When these words came out, the counter clerk instantly became angry and bloodied. Without taking a breath, with a rumble, he fell backwards and fainted. The lobby manager rushed out, busily apologizing. Respectful as a grandson, Qin Chuan had nothing to do with him. This kind of person was no different from heir to him. Call your bank president out. The lobby manager dipped a layer of cold sweat behind his back. Shivering, he said, Sir, the bank president is not here today. He should be having dinner with a client at this time. Where? Should. It should be at the Bohemia mansion. Qin Chuan's gaze condensed as he said meaningfully money. Upon hearing money, the lobby manager hurriedly folded his hands and pleaded as if worshipping Buddha. Sir, I am really very sorry for what happened today. For that behavior, I will definitely report it to the headquarters and deal with it seriously. She is a supernumerary. It is very simple to deal with. Directly dismissed, never hired, and put a mark on her personal file. None of the formal enterprises or institutions will hire her again. Qin Chuan heard this before nodding slightly. You make a setting on my card to transfer $50,000 to the old lady's card every month. At the beginning of each month, ask her to come to the bank to withdraw the cash in person. Also, all of my large customer sympathy gifts for the New Year's holidays will be sent to the old lady's house. The lobby manager was relieved and said yes again and again. Qin Chuan turned around and left, getting into a Rolls-Royce and heading straight to Zijing Mansion. Kyoto, Zijing Road, Zijing Mansion. The Bohemia Mansion is a private club, and the people it receives are all prestigious super VIPs. Any one of them would be a big shot in the industry, a businessman or a tycoon. This is a private residence hidden in the busy downtown area, and the privacy is considered to be the ceiling level in Kyoto. According to the Jiangnan garden construction, there are small bridges and rockeries, pavilions and the sound of silk and bamboo. It seems to be a quiet and peaceful place. Qin Chuan just arrived at the gate, then vaguely aware that something is not right, he looked a little. He concluded that this place is unusual. Behind the scenes, it is estimated that there is not a lot of dirty to the extreme hook. The flowing water in the courtyard. I don't know how many of them are the tears of young girls. The sound of the pavilion. I do not know how many people's sadness. Qin Chuan let the three women go back first. Alone, he walked into the Zijing public house. Just entering the public house, he was greeted by a woman, dressed in Japanese attire. Seeing the other party dressed like this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The woman slightly owed her body and said, "Sir, this is a private public house. I've come to find someone." The woman showed a difficult face. Qin Chuan took out a bank card and said, "I came to find he Hai." The woman took a look. It was a platinum card from Hua Bank. She immediately guessed that the identity of the man in front of her was extraordinary, and quickly bowed and said, "Yes sir, please follow me." The woman leads Qin Chuan through the long corridor to the door of a private room. She made a gesture of invitation. Qin Chuan was not polite. He directly pushed the door in, only to see that the box was surrounded by smoke, and there were three men sitting on a large round table. In addition to the man on the main seat, the remaining two had a young woman in their arms. A man smoking a cigar cursed under his breath. Kumiko, why did you bring a man in here? Kumiko, who was following Qin Chuan, stepped forward and smiled slightly. Boss Song, this is all at the behest of Governor He. Boss Song sniffed and turned his head to look at He Hai, who was sitting right in the middle. Boss He, you called someone else for today's card game? He Hai, dressed in a designer black suit, sat squarely in the center. He flicked his cigar ash and narrowed his eyes with a smile. Feng Zhong can't come today. Ah, what's the situation? Why didn't you tell me in advance that he couldn't come? He Hai pointed at Qin Chuan in front of him. This is the kid that sent Feng Zhong in. The two people beside He Hai sniffed and immediately got defensive. Who are you? Boss Wang on He Hai's right-hand side asked vigilantly. Qin Chuan sneered, walked to the table and sat down. Qin Chuan, Song and Wang looked at each other before shaking their heads. Each other said that they did not recognize such a person. He Hai was calm and composed as he opened a rosewood box on the table and took out a cigar from the box. Then, he placed the cigar on the round table and turned the glass turntable on the table. The cigar circled clockwise and turned to Qin Chuan. Since you're here, have a smoke, He Hai said. The corner of Qin Chuan's mouth curled up in disdain, and with a wave of his right hand, he knocked off the cigar on the table. He Hai's face showed slight anger, but still maintained an inscrutable smile. Ha 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 ha. Kids nowadays, they are just young and impetuous. He Hai, you yourself have done something, you remember it clearly. I'll give you two choices. 1. You turn yourself in and maybe get a chance to confess and be lenient. 2. I'll send you in and guarantee you a life sentence to start. When Song and Wang heard this, they were both startled and turned their heads to look at He Hai. He Hai, on the other hand, let out a loud laugh, and he laughed somewhat openly, tears spilling out from the corners of his eyes. After a few dozen seconds, He Hai's laughter weakened and playfully asked Qin Chuan, I'd like to hear how you plan to send me in. It's very simple. Let the headquarters of Huaxing personally investigate themselves. Your internal stains over the past few years, the letters of report, are enough for you to sit in jail for the rest of your life. To deal with someone like you, there's no need to dirty my hands at all. Qin Chuan, it's just for a woman. Why bother? In this society, as long as money is in hand, why worry about not having a woman? As long as you make friends with me, He Hai, if you want a few, I'll give you a few. Even if you want a star, a host, I can have a way to get them for you. You're wrong. What I want is justice. He high froze, then scoffed. Justice? Qin Chuan, you are a ing talent. Justice is worth a few dollars? I don't lack money. I lack justice. He high's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a cold voice, then there's no more to talk about. Qin Chuan picked up his cell phone and smiled sarcastically at He Hai. He Hai, it seems you chose the second option. He Hai slammed the table and said angrily, you little brat. I haven't settled the score with you after you moved Fengzhong. Now you actually dare to speak out in front of me, wanting to bring me down. Do you think that I, He Hai, who has been operating for so many years, is a poser? He Hai intentionally raised his volume, one as a response to Qin Chuan's insouciance, and the other as a deterrent to the two bosses beside him. Seeing the two people around him lower their heads, He Hai got the result he wanted. He continued, yes, you can call and report me, but if I can get a single thing wrong, I'll take your name. Qin Chuan turned the cell phone screen to himself, while operating the phone, said, who said I'm going to call to report? I said, to move you. There is no need for me to do it myself. He Hai's eyes narrowed slightly, mocking like a sneer. You do not just want to transfer 900 million from my branch, in order to blackmail me. Chapter 61, how can you give up your favorite general? He Hai's words startled the two bosses around him. $900 million? This kid has $900 million in savings? He Hai clapped his hands and continued angrily, Qin Chuan, do you think I won't know what you just did inside my branch? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Do you think you can take me down with your measly $900 million in deposits? Do you think that I, He Qian Billion, got my name casually? He pointed his finger to Boss Song on his left and said he, Song Wentao, owner of Flower Arts Media Corporation, a listed entertainment company with a market capitalization of $3 billion. After that, He Hai pointed to his right side and said, he, Wang Lime, chairman of the Fine Aluminum Group, with an annual water flow of $10 billion. He Hai also pointed to Qin Chuan with my ability. Even if you take away 900 million, what's the harm? You think that if you miss a big customer, the headquarters will fall on me? Oh, joke, I can make it up in minutes. My He Hai's connections are in existence you can never imagine. He Hai was very pleased with this wave. He had earned face and deterred the two bosses he had just worked with. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Qin Chuan sneered, oh, is that so? After saying that, his cell phone rang. Qin Chuan pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone was the voice of a middle-aged man. The other party's tone was soft and respectful. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Hao Jiandong, Risk Director of Hua Bank Headquarters. Just now your personal balance transfer application popped up in the background. May I ask if I'm operating in person? It's me. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. We've confirmed your funds. There's no problem. You can transfer the money. However, may I ask a personal question? You ask, because you have always had a good relationship with our bank. Why did you suddenly transfer your deposit to another bank? Is it because the other bank is giving you a higher interest rate, or is there some other aspect of the service? As the largest bank in the country, I can personally guarantee that our Hua Bank will give you better service and interest rates. I'm not transferring the money because of any better preferential treatment from other banks. Rather, I found out that there's a branch head in your Hua Bank who commits adultery, coercing and forcing women to engage in unlawful deeds, and has offended those around me. Mr. Qin, please tell us which governor it is, and we will definitely deal with it strictly and seriously internally. Dakian Street Hua Bank. He Hai. Alright, Mr. Qin, I received your feedback. We will definitely take an internal investigation and give you an explanation. After hanging up the phone, Song Wentao, the owner of Flower Art Media Corporation, looked at He Hai in shock. Governor He, this kid really reported you. He Hai took a sip of tea and said calmly, if it was useful to report me, I would have gone to jail a long time ago. Hearing that even the headquarters risk department was not afraid, Wang Lime, chairman of Fine Aluminum Group, immediately lit a cigarette for He Hai. Governor He really has extraordinary means. My corporate loan. The corner of He Hai's mouth curled up. Boss Wang, I'm just short of $900 million here, and you're mentioning the loan to me. Wang Lemon understood and hurriedly took out a red paper bag from his side and stuffed it over. Seeing this, He Hai grinned. Boss Wang, what are you doing? Alright, your loan. I'll go and rush it. At a rush. Next week. Next week is definitely no problem. Wang Lemon wiped the sweat on his forehead and thanked him. At this moment, He Hai's phone rang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are all the people in the risk department eating idle food? 900 million only. As for that, he picked up his cell phone and answered it, but the voice on the other end of the phone made He Hai's back go cold. The caller was Duan Zongwei, a member of the board of directors and the executive director of Huahang. Duan Zongwei came up with a scolding. He Hai, it's not good for you to offend anyone, but you went to offend a big client and even screwed his girlfriend. Duan Zongwei, as the biggest support behind He-Hai, is also an important figure in recommending He-Hai to enter the headquarters. He-Hai was naturally respectful to him. Seeing He-Hai currying favor, he said, my good leader, what kind of person am I, He-Hai, that you don't know? I'm doing this for the sake of performance. He-Hai spoke without any scruples. He just wanted to let Qin Chuan know his strength in front of him. By the way, he once again showed his strength to the two new bosses. He continued, that woman is I didn't want to screw her either. She sent herself to the door, and I didn't do it for myself. It was all for. He-Hai looked around, then smiled and said, it's all for the cooperation with Flower Art Media. Boss Song himself told me that he wants to transfer all the business in China Merchants Bank to our Hua Bank. Song Wentao had a bitter look on his face. He had been dragged in as a backdrop for good reason, but what could he do? His company's listing was still introduced by He-Hai. Consider it as returning a favor to him. See, the other end of the phone is silent. He-Hai said, leader, not just 900 million, I guarantee that, within half a month to pull you to 10 billion. Oh no, 2 billion, He-Hai complacently said, and then looked at Qin Chuan coldly. Even if you turn off 900 million, so what? With my He-Hai's ability, it's still not saved the day. But after He-Hai finished speaking, the other end of the phone was surprisingly quiet, which made him feel a hint of doubt. A moment later, Duan Zongwei said in a loud voice, He-Hai, at this point in time, you still don't know the seriousness of the matter, and you're still playfully snarking in front of me. He-Hai was confused by what was said. Leader, don't call me leader, damn you. You still don't understand the situation now, do you? Do you know how much the Qin Chuan is going to transfer? He's going to transfer 59 billion, not $9 billion. He-Hai stumbled and almost didn't stand still. He incredulously repeated What? 559 billion. Now people are holding this $50 billion, explicitly blackmailing the headquarters to investigate you thoroughly. Think about all the things you've done. Once it's investigated, you'll spend your next life in jail. When they heard He-Hai say 50.09 billion, Song Wentao and Wang Lemon beside him were both jolted. Such a young teenager in front of them was actually carrying more than $50 billion. How was this nigh impossible? The two of them had been in the social business world, crawling and fighting for decades. Only then did they exchange their social status and wealth today. But the two personal family together, a total of less than 5 billion. This also has a lot of real estate and stocks. And the Qin Chuan in front of them, actually one person has more than 50 billion. That is real money deposits, without any stocks, funds and options, that kind of virtual value. This $50+ billion of cash money, no matter which bank it was placed in, it was the most top-tier customer, the VVVIP of VIPs. It could be said that as long as Qin Chuan wanted to have some fun, he could even directly replace He-Hai, become the president of He-Hai's branch. It could be seen how explosive and terrifying a figure of more than $50 billion was. Duan Zongwei saw that He-Hai had been scared out of his wits, and he didn't continue to curse. He-Hai as Duan Zongwei devoted all his efforts to focus on supporting the object, cultivating the pawn for more than 10 years. He can't easily give up He-Hai. I'll give you 2 months to plug the hole. If you can't plug it, go to jail yourself you. Chapter 62 My $1 trillion fortune is not something you can fight against. Duan Zongwei pushed his heart and soul. He-Hai, who was dumbfounded, grabbed a life-saving straw. Please rest assured. 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 I will. After hanging up the phone, He-Hai's entire body went limp in his chair. It was as if he had gone through a huge battle and was exhausted. $59 billion. Even for him, it was also an astronomical figure. It was only through more than a decade of operation that he had pulled in $100 billion in deposits and gained the reputation of $100 billion bank president. Relying on this honor, it was only then that he had the capital to advance to the headquarters of the Hua Bank and go to the next level. Today, just a little bit short of that, his decades of operation would all go down the drain. He-Hai had a moment of fear. Waves rippled within him. He even felt like he was going to vomit out his stomach acid nervously. After calming down for a long time, He-Hai slowly came to his senses. He propped his hands on top of the round table and stood up as a whole. Standing proudly within the box, He-Hai said excitedly, Qin Chuan, I admit, I was too careless at first and did not properly investigate your background. I would have thought that you, this age of people, at the end is a playboy second generation. Take a few $100 million given by the family to the mixer day. But, I did not expect, you actually have more than $50 billion. You're hiding it so well that even the rich list didn't investigate you. Qin Chuan glanced at the balance inside the Huaxing app. 50.09 billion. This was the money that arrived from the last system call. He ignored He-Hai and instead looked at the time and continued to press his cell phone. He-Hai enjoyed the soothing feeling after the robbery. This feeling made his body secrete huge amounts of dopamine. The more He spoke, the more excited he became. It's useless. No matter how many more lifting messages you send, it's useless. You think a $50 billion can bring me down? Do you think that as a $100 billion bank president, the future top management of the headquarters of China Bank, I am that easy to be abandoned by the leaders above? Qin Chuan, as I said, you're too young. Society doesn't function with only black and white, 1 and 2. Everything is profit. Everything is a transaction. You want to use $50 billion as blackmail to get headquarters to give me up. If it were anyone else, you might have succeeded. However, you misjudged one thing, and that is that I am more valuable than $50 billion. He soundly finished his monologue, and he himself felt that his entire emotions were completely released. This was a feeling that was even more pleasurable than the pleasure of men and women. He enjoyed this feeling of putting his life on the line. He looked at Qin Chuan, wanting to see the frustration on the other party's face after his plan failed, to see the other party's disheveled look because he couldn't sanction himself. But what shocked He was that the Qin Chuan in front of him didn't have a trace of loss. Instead, he was smiling, or the kind of smile that carried mockery. What are you laughing at when it comes down to it? I'm laughing at how a fool like you got into this position. He was shocked. What do you mean? Suddenly, his cell phone rang again. The caller was still Duan Zongwei. He immediately calmed his mood and then pressed answer. Hello, leader. Duan Zongwei spoke in a calm tone and opened his mouth. The chairman of the headquarters and the president of the head office personally ordered that an investigation team be set up within Huabank to conduct a thorough investigation on you. You have now been suspended. I advise you to turn yourself in immediately to fight for leniency. Duan Zongwei's words were calm as water, but in He's ears, they were like thunderbolts from a clear sky. He asked incredulously, Leader, didn't you say that you helped me suppress it? Why would the chief banker still give this order? Do you think the $50 billion I promised is too little? I can go and fight again. 70 billion. No, 100 billion. No matter how much, I can pull it off within 2 months. Duan Zongwei gently exhaled the smoke in his mouth and said I advise you not to struggle. Do you know who that person you're facing is? He froze and didn't reply. He is a member of the board of directors of the Wanda Group, the largest shareholder of the BYT Group and the boss behind the Silton Group. Just now, the 3 groups above called the head banker at the same time, requesting to cut off all cooperation with Huabank and turn to ICBC afterward. Do you know these 3 groups? What is the volume of their business? Can you carry them alone? Because I forcefully defended you just now. I'm now a clay bodhisattva, unable to protect myself. Duan Zongwei finished speaking and hung up the phone. Hi's cell phone was loud. The 2 Wangs and Songs sitting beside him heard Duan Zongwei's words clearly. The 2 of them immediately broke out into a cold sweat behind their backs. The Wanda Group and the BYT Group were both their A-side dads, the biggest business contacts. He had actually offended the other party to this point of no return. Wang Lemon immediately stood up. A cup of tea splashed at He. I didn't expect you to be such a heartless person. Wang Lemon, was blind to eat with you at the same table. Wang Lemon casually picked up her bag and prepared to run away. When passing by Qin Chuan's side, he hurriedly bowed and made a bow. Mr. Qin, today, Wang Mao has offended a lot. I hope you will not forget the little man. My old mother is dying. I have to go back to see her one last time. Some other day, I will definitely come to the door to apologize. After saying that, Wang Lemon ran away in a huff. Song Wentao was 1 step behind Wang Lemon. However, he also cursed at He, and then performed a scene of cutting off his robe. Then he came to Qin Chuan's side and knelt down on one knee and said, Mr. Qin, I'll do the same. Qin Chuan looked at Song Wentao coldly. Your mom is also dying? Song Wentao shook his head. No, it's my wife who is about to give birth. Mr. Qin, let's leave it at this point and apologize later. After saying that, Song Wentao also ran away. Seeing this, He crawled to Qin Chuan in despair. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. He frantically pumped his mouth. Please, Mr. Qin, let me go. I'll agree to whatever you say. Saying this, He suddenly realized, this great god he was facing seemed to lack nothing. With the resources Qin Chuan possessed, it was not too much to say that he was worth trillions. As He thought about it, a point suddenly occurred to him. Mr. Qin, as long as you spare me, I can tell you a secret. Just as He was speaking, the martial power within Qin Chuan's body then warned. He sensed a bullet being shot behind him. Qin Chuan immediately dodged it with a flash of his body. However, He in front of his seat, he was hit by a bullet and was directly killed. Qin Chuan dodged the shot and looked towards the direction the bullet came from, only to see 5 people walk into the doorway. At the head was that Japanese woman Kumiko. Qin Chuan resized up the other party. Kumiko was wearing a set of black and white traditional Japanese clothing. Her face was coated with a very white foundation, and her flaming red lips were paired with 2 dashes of blush on her cheeks. It made for a bizarre look. Kumiko wore white over socks and had her feet in her herringbone clogs. She took small steps forward and gave a disdainful glance at High Chinese people just don't have the spirit of contract and can't keep secrets. Kumiko was followed by 4 burly men who were over 2 meters tall. They wore black sunglasses and full black suits. Without smiling, they stood in a straight posture. Qin Chuan's gaze stared peak level 2 martial Dao? Chapter 63, a person who is an earth chicken and a dog. A person who inserts a label and sells his head. Kumiko was a bit surprised as she resized Qin Chuan. Then she smiled wryly and evilly. So you are also a martial arts practitioner. Then I will give you a chance to live. Join us and work for us. I can spare your life. Qin Chuan's gaze was dead-locked on the woman in front of him. The other party's words were already obvious. This battle was inevitable. Suddenly, a prompt from the system appeared before Qin Chuan's eyes. Congratulations to the challenger. Triggering the hidden mission, Japanese spy house. Mission description, Purple Bohemia Mansion. A spy outpost operated by the Japanese state in China for many years. There are a number of Japanese spies hiding in it, who ostensibly run the affairs of the public house, but in fact secretly spy on China's confidential information. Challenger mission, defeat the enemy forces. Note, every time you kill a spy, you will receive a corresponding martial arts experience value. When the experience value reaches 100, you will be automatically promoted to the next rank. After a short prompt, Qin Chuan's vision returned. He discovered that a value in yellow font had been added to the heads of the 5 opposing people in the room. The experience value of all 5 people was 25. Qin Chuan was overjoyed. This meant that as long as he defeated these 5 people, he himself would be able to advance 1 rank, from his current level 4 martial Dao initiation, to level 4 martial Dao minor achievement. Kumiko saw Qin Chuan standing still and hesitating, and her heart snickered with joy. Her own 4 great Vajra were indeed a powerful deterrent. Ha 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 ha. The few people on my side are the Yamada Group's 4 great Vajra. Individually, their battle power is at the peak of level 2, and acting together, they can look down on level 3 small adult battle power. After Kumiko finished speaking, she looked at Qin Chuan playfully, wanting to see how the other party would bow his head in obeisance. However, she had not thought that Qin Chuan did not kneel down and beg for forgiveness like she wanted. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and looked down indifferently. Disdainful cold snort humph. I see you and others. Like inserting a label to sell the head ear. Kumiko was furious. She had been in China for many years and had never been so greatly insulted. Asterisk 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 him for me. The organization will give you merit rewards. The 4 black-clothed men immediately became excited as if they had gone mad upon hearing about the merit reward. They clenched their fists fiercely and their clothes exploded all over their bodies. Amazing power erupted from the inside out. Kumiko saw this and laughed. You 4, you're making too big a deal out of this. Against a garbage Chinese, you don't need to use your full strength. Looking at him like that, he's at least a grade 2 martial arts introductory. One of the black-clothed men laughed evilly and said, Kumiko, don't blame me. It's really the merit reward. The temptation is too strong. Kumiko turned her head to look at Qin Chuan, unknowing Chinese. You no longer have a chance to regret. When the 4 great Vajra burst forth, heaven and earth will change color. She had wanted to see Qin Chuan fearful and begging for mercy, but what surprised her greatly was, the young man on the opposite side seemed to be even more excited than the 4 great Vajra. It was as if the few of them were the prey and he was the hunter. This caused a pang of doubt to rise in Kumiko's heart. After a few breaths, all 4 black-clothed men fell to the ground. Congratulations to the challenger. Gained 30 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger. Gained 30 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger. Gaining 30 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger. Gaining 30 experience points. After 4 consecutive reminders of gaining experience value, the system finally issued a promotion prompt. Congratulations to the challenger. Promoted to level 4 martial Dao minor achievement. Immediately, a thick force of martial Dao surged out from Qin Chuan's heart. It spread to the entire body. Qin Chuan felt that he had gained an unprecedented feeling of exhilaration. Kumiko blared angrily, panicked, and backed away asking you, who are you? Are you from the battle dragon? Qin Chuan coldly laughed. The generation of a dirt hen is not worthy of inquiring about my name. Kumiko felt bad when she saw the killing intent in Qin Chuan's eyes. She was just about to reach to her waist to fumble for her shuriken. In the twinkling of an eye, Kumiko fell to the ground with a black eye. If the opponent was an ordinary person, or even an ordinary Japanese, Qin Chuan wouldn't have been so deadly, but if the other party was a spy agent, then there was no mercy to speak of. Just follow the international custom. Congratulations to the challenger. Gained 30 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger. He has defeated the spy liaison agent. Congratulations to the challenger. Gained 3 minutes of double experience time. Upon seeing the double experience, Qin Chuan froze. Double experience. Still playing like this? Without hesitation, he immediately mobilized the power of the martial Tao within his body, sensing the entire internal environment of the Purple Bohemia Guild Hall, searching for the remaining Japanese spies. In an instant, he locked onto 3 rooms, all of which had strange movements inside. Qin Chuan rushed straight to the first room. He opened the door with a kick, only to see an 80-year-old man with a wrinkled face. He was prostrate on top of a wonderful woman. The woman was tied up and had a rough cloth stuffed in her mouth. Although she couldn't speak, the tears dripping from the corners of her eyes as well as her violent struggles already said it all. The old man saw that someone had spoiled his good deed and angrily cursed Baga. "Who are you? Dare to trespass my box?" Old Baga had only 25 experience, but because of the double experience bonus, in the end, the experience value above his head showed 50. Qin Chuan's face was slightly angry. "You don't deserve to know who I am, Baji Ayalu." Old Baga twisted his head and was about to fetch the Japanese sword hanging on the wall, but before he could take a step, the back of his neck seemed like it was hit by a jackhammer. Clicking and snapping, Old Baga's entire body went limp and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, his mouth spitting white bubbles. Qin Chuan hurriedly went up to free the bound woman. At the same time, took off his white sports jacket and draped it over him, then walked out of the room and went to the second box. Inside this box were 2 middle-aged men, one with a characteristic Japanese mustache and the other a Chinese. They sat facing each other, and a map was placed on the table. Qin Chuan saw the text on the drawing at a glance. It was a drawing of the construction of a sea-crossing bridge in the south of China, and there were a few red dots labeled on it for the weak locations of the bridge. The Japanese man saw a Chinese intruder and angrily shouted, "Baka! You betrayed me." The Chinese trader opposite him hurriedly waved his hand to explain, "Sasaki-kun, you've misunderstood. I didn't." Without waiting for the man to finish, Sasaki pulled out his gun and directly gave the other man a blow to the center of his eyebrow. Then, as soon as Sasaki collected the map on the desktop, just as he was about to point his gun at Qin Chuan, in the next second, he only saw his gun-wielding arm, showing a 90-degree bend. Sasaki screamed in pain. "Ah, my arm." Qin Chuan took another step forward. Sasaki ignored the pain and hurriedly knelt down. I said, "Don't torture me. I'll tell you everything I know." Qin Chuan looked down at the other party and said coldly, "You don't have to say. I'm not interested in knowing." Rolling his eyes, Sasaki's neck slumped and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Qin Chuan did not stay and went straight out the door. Right now, for him, time was the most precious. Annihilating the spies and gaining double experience was the top priority. The last place was located at the southeastern corner of the Purple Bohemia Mansion, a hut built with bamboo. This place was secluded and dark, seemingly isolated from the world. Qin Chuan stepped forward and was about to force his way into the house. Suddenly, the door of the hut opened from inside. Inside the house rushed out a woman in rags with bloodstains on her body. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old. She had long, flowing hair. On her delicate melon face, she had a pair of big watery eyes. The clothes on her body were destroyed, and she was merely using a red cloth to protect her chest. The entire person looked like she had been forcibly defiled. The woman's body was covered with bloodstains, obviously after a fight to the death. When she saw Qin Chuan, she immediately cried out, "Sir, save me. I'm a female student at Kyoto University. They kidnapped me. They wanted to sacrifice me to those big shots. I fought to the death to knock out one person and ran out." The woman fell into Qin Chuan's arms at once, trembling and sobbing. Qin Chuan pinched her arm and laughed coldly. "Your acting skills are good, but it's a pity that you won't have the chance to act again in this life." Chapter 64, Returning to the Peak, Getting a New Skill Pack Reward. The woman's entire arm was firmly locked by Qin Chuan. A sharp dagger slid down in response. The woman looked at Qin Chuan in horror and viciously asked, "How did you see the break?" Qin Chuan didn't answer and directly overpowered her. He then said indifferently, "I don't even need to scream because you have 50 experience points on your head. Congratulations to the challenger. Gaining 50 points of experience value. Congratulations to the challenger. Gained 50 points of experience value. Congratulations to the challenger. 50 points of experience value. Congratulations to the challenger. Promoted to the peak of level 4 martial Dao." Qin Chuan felt a long-lost power returning to his body. This was the feeling of returning to the peak. Without waiting for him to savor it, the system continued to prompt immediately afterward. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of hidden mission, Japanese spy agency. Mission reward, global language skill pack. Qin Chuan froze, puzzled. Global language skill pack? In the next second, his mind was flooded with countless dictionaries. English, French, Spanish, Cantonese, Menon, Trump, Wanzhou, West African Indigenous, AIX Lanta. Amazing. There were languages that he had never even heard of. And there was also a strange text mixed in. When the system force-fed the meal, the moment Qin Chuan opened his eyes, It was as if he had gained a layer of sublimation. The things in front of him, he was able to describe them all at once in other languages off the top of his head. In the mainline quest, it was the quest requirement of not failing a course that was included. Qin Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like I don't have to worry about my English 4th grade. Kyoto, North Gate. Beside the towering skyscrapers, next to the ancient courtyard, quietly stood a 5-story office building with an ordinary, even inconspicuous appearance. This place was the headquarters of all of Huagoan. A 30-year-old middle-aged man hurriedly ran to the office at the other end of the corridor. Before he entered the room, he knocked on the door in accordance with the rules. Only after a dignified reply came from inside did the man twist the door handle and walk into the house. The display inside the room was very simple, with only simple office chairs and computers. The only difference was that there were massive files of documents throughout the house. In front of the desk, there sat an old man who was about 60 years old. The old man had a head full of white hair and was wearing a pair of brown-framed presbyopas, and was prostrating himself in front of the desk to read the documents. In the middle-aged man's respectful tone, there was a hint of urgency as he said, "Minister, just now, inside the Bohemia mansion, a gunshot was heard." The old man looked up sharply. Underneath the thick lenses, was a pair of sharp gazes staring at the middle-aged man. What? The Japanese made a move? Are there any national casualties? It's unclear for now. I'll leave for the Zijing public house immediately after reporting. The old man said bitterly, if I had known this, I should have closed the net as soon as possible. Alas, it's my fault. I was determined to put in a long line to catch a big fish. The middle-aged man lowered his head and exited the office. Kyoto, South Gate. A location that could not be viewed on a satellite map. On the vast school field, a burly man sprinted with unrivaled speed. He was so fast that he rolled up sand and dust on the ground as he ran. Placed in the north and south corners was a light armored vehicle. The man rushed straight towards the armored car and blasted it with a heavy punch. The armored car was directly knocked over. ******* Lone Wolf. When did you get promoted? Knocking over an armored car with one punch. You shouldn't be at the peak of level 2, right? Falcon. You're underestimating me too much. I've already been promoted to level 3. The man codenamed Falcon was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. You're less than 30 years old and you've been promoted to the 3rd level? Lone Wolf. You've broken our Battle Dragons team record. Lone Wolf stood tall, as the strongest warrior selected by pooling the efforts of the entire Chinese nation. He had this qualification to be proud. A man in green camouflage uniform walked briskly. Lone Wolf and Falcon immediately stood upright and saluted him. Captain. The person who came was none other than Battle Dragon's captain, codenamed Song Dome. Seeing that the captain's face was not quite right, Lone Wolf spoke. Captain, what happened? There was a gunshot from inside the Zijing mansion. I need to go over and take a look. Is it that Japanese spy house? Didn't the Ministry of Chinese Security say that they are putting up a long line to catch a big fish? So let's not intervene. Song Xiong said with a grave expression. A few days ago, I received information that the Yamada group from the Japanese country had deployed their 4 great warriors to escort a liaison and secretly sneak into my country, China. When they come to China, their first stop will definitely be the Purple Bohemia Mansion. If that's the case, the comrades of Huan will be in danger. The Yamada group's 4 great heroes? That's 4 peak level 2 characters, the 4 of them fighting together. I'm afraid that their battle power can at least reach the level of level 3 minor accomplishment. Falcon's face sank. Captain, I've been promoted to level 3. I'll go with you, Lone Wolf said as he took a step forward. Song Dome shook his head. No need. I'm enough alone. Falcon grinned. Lone Wolf, you'd better keep practicing against that armored car. The captain's peak level 3 hangs the 4 great Kongs like it's a game. If you go, the captain will still have to take care of you. Lone Wolf glared at Falcon. I'll practice on you first. Kyoto, in front of the Zijing public house. At this time, the sky was darkening and drizzling. The police cordon had long been drawn all around. Dozens of vigilantes were maintaining order at the scene. A middle-aged man wearing a navy blue jacket lifted his leg and crossed the cordon, walking into the Bohemia mansion. Seeing this, a security officer immediately stepped forward to block it. Security officers are handling the case. Idle people avoid. The middle-aged man took out a document from his pocket. I am the director of the 1st level office of Huagoan, Shi Ming. The security officer took a look at the ID and immediately straightened his back. Good day, leader. Shi Ming put away his ID and asked, what's the situation inside? The security officer replied, a murder case occurred inside the Bohemia mansion. After a preliminary investigation, there are a total of 10 dead people. 2 of them are Chinese nationals and the remaining 8 are all Japanese. Shi Ming nodded. Because it involves people from other countries. Block all news before it is clearly investigated. Yes, leader. But what? Speak directly. But of the 10 killed, 2 men of Chinese nationality died from gunshots. The other 8, it seems, were killed by someone's bare hands, with a single blow. Unarmed? Killed in a single blow? Xi Ming's brows were furrowed. Things seemed to be more complicated than imagined. It was the work of a strong martial artist. A muffled voice came from behind Xi Ming. Song Qiong stood in a straight posture, standing between the two of them. Song Qiong? Xi Ming stared blankly. Song Qiong nodded as a greeting. He then said to the vigilante, I am the captain of the Battle Dragon team. Song Qiong. When the vigilante heard that, he violently sucked in a breath of cold air. Captain of the Battle Dragons? That was a special unit that was rumored to be guarding the borders of China. The team numbered only a dozen or so, but each was an elite amongst elites. Due to the special nature of its battle team, it had been very mysterious, and its battle record and strength were unknown. The only event that was publicized is the general of a regiment of the Three Kingdoms, in an interview with the foreign media, lost his voice and accused the War Dragons, claiming that more than a dozen of its people wiped out his own 3,000-man regiment that had accidentally crossed the border, resulting in him now becoming a bare-bones commander. The security officer immediately gave Tsang Dom a military salute to show his inner reverence. Xi Ming spoke. Is the live video intact? The magistrate nodded. Everything is intact. If you two want to see it, we can go to the surveillance room of the Zijing mansion to find out. Song Qiong and Xi Ming nodded their heads in unison and followed the security officer to check the surveillance. Soon, the three of them arrived at the surveillance room. On the screen of the surveillance room, there were images of all the boxes, both internal and external. The security officer operated the surveillance and adjusted the screen to the position 1 minute before the gunshot. At a glance, Xi Ming saw that there was an abnormality on screen number 3, and he pointed his finger over. Screen number 3, what are those two doing? Chapter 65, The Heavy Weapon of the Nation, Counterintelligence Talent. As soon as Xi Ming's words left his mouth, a person in screen number 3 suddenly fell to the ground. It was being shot in the head. Immediately after that, 5 figures appeared on the screen. Song Dom whispered in shock. The 4 Great Vajra? Xi Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The 4 Vajra? Are you talking about the 4 Vajra of the Japanese Yamada group? Yes, Song Qiong said in a heavy tone. The 4 Vajra of the Yamada group had too much guts. They actually dared to commit murder in broad daylight. Immediately after, Song Qiong found another person and said, look, in front of the 4 Vajra is the Yamada group's liaison officer, known as the smiling poisonous woman Kumiko. Xi Ming was horrified. What exactly does the Japanese country intend to do by sending such a high-profile team this time? The two men looked at the screen as the 4 Vajra and Kumiko conversed with a young man. They were deep in thought. The vigilante on the sidelines couldn't help but feel a chill on his back just listening to the two men's introductions. Today's case seems to be beyond my ability, right? Later on, it must be thrown to the Chinese security department to deal with it. Just as the three of them were having their own thoughts, in the monitor, the picture changed abruptly, only to see that the young man who had just been conversing with the 4 majesties, Kumiko, in an instant, he launched an attack on them. Just a few breaths later, the 4 Great Vajra and Kumiko were killed by the young man. Immediately after that, the young man moved quickly. With precise guidance, he rushed into one box after another. Japanese drinking elder Taro Yamamoto, Japanese agent Zero Sasaki, Japanese snake beauty Yuko Ogura. One by one, Xi Ming named the people in the surveillance. All 3 were internationally renowned Japanese agents. Whenever a person's identity was named, the other person was killed by that godlike young man in a single strike. In less than 3 minutes, all of the internationally notorious Japanese agents were overpowered. Inside the surveillance room, there was dead silence. Xi Ming was shocked. He himself had been the director of the Chinese security department for many years. It was only recently that he had obtained the real-looking photos of the 3 agents. And the young man in the surveillance actually had no trouble. Just found the Japanese agent and killed him. Was this a natural defense force? Xi Ming immediately made up his mind to find this young man. Assuming that there was no problem with the other party's political scrutiny, he must invite him into the Chinese security department. This was a 1-in-a-million counterintelligence talent. Song Qiong saw that in the surveillance. The young man had transcended the 4 Great Vajra and Kumiko in just a few breaths of time. This was something that even he couldn't do. Song Qiong trembled and was very excited. If this young man in the monitor was of good character and rich in responsibility, he must pull him into the battle dragon himself. This is a national weapon. Male children have such a body. How can they not protect the family and defend the country? The two of them at the same time toward the magistrate asked, who is that young man? The security officer touched his head and said, I don't know, but don't worry. I'll bring the image back to the security department and use Heaven's Eye to check. Song Qiong and Xi Ming took out their business cards at the same time and handed them over, saying, when you find out, notify me at the first opportunity. Kyoto, Shun District, Kyoto Manor, Building 1. When Qin Chuan arrived home, it was already late at night. He walked into the hall, only to see 3 women with outstanding face value sitting or lying on the sofa in the hall. There were sweet and adorable, plump and mature, as well as churlish. Kong Meng, who was a light sleeper, was the first to wake up. Seeing Qin Chuan return, she hurriedly ran up to him. Seeing the blood stains on his clothes, she asked with concern, "Master, what are you?" Qin Chuan looked down and said, "Oh, it's nothing. It should have been stuck on when that actress pounced on him just now." Kong Meng's pupils shrunk violently. What? Actress? Pounced over? And blood. But when she thought about it, for someone as rich as her master, there must be a lot of women around him. She was just a servant. How could she dare to criticize her master? However, Kong Meng's heart was still torn and hurt for a moment. She quickly changed the topic. "Master, did you find he high? How was the result?" Qin Chuan faintly said he died. Kong Meng was shocked. "Master, you gave him." Qin Chuan shook his head. "It wasn't me. The one who killed him was a Japanese spy." Kong Meng was confused. Why did a Japanese spy suddenly appear? Qin Chuan continued, "Although enemy spies are not protected, but in this case, we need to ask your father, Mr. Kong, to step in." Kong Meng nodded solemnly. "Yes, master, I will definitely speak to my father." "Well, I'll go back to my room to bathe and sleep. Find yourselves a room to stay in," said Qin Chuan as he walked upstairs. "Master, let me serve you to bathe." At this time, Xiao Charan and Tian Xian on the sofa woke up at the same time. Xiao Charan hurriedly gets up. As a housekeeper who earns millions of dollars a year, to this day, she hasn't even worked for a minute. And she also let Qin Chuan stand up for her. Xiao Charan quickly said, "Sister Kong, let me do it. I should be the one to serve the troublesome boss today." Tian Xian on the sofa furrowed her brows and pouted again. She also wanted to say something, but realized that there seemed to be no reason for her to steal the work from them. So she muttered, "Qin Chuan, I didn't eat all night and sat around waiting for you to come back. As a result, as soon as you came back, you had to go to bed." Qin Chuan stops walking and looks at Tian Xian. "Then what do you want?" Tian Xian blushed. "All of a sudden you have to treat us to a big meal as compensation." Qin Chuan went upstairs without looking back and said one word, "Good." Xiao Charan and Kong Meng follow closely behind, leaving Tian Xian alone downstairs. Tian Xian was so angry that she jumped on the sofa. She took out her cell phone and opened the review website. Filtering by price from highest to lowest, pick the most expensive restaurant in all of Kyoto and eat you up. The next day, Saturday, Xiao Charan and Kong Meng have a tacit understanding to go to the kitchen together to prepare breakfast. Qin Chuan lay alone on the bed to rest. Yesterday's battle had consumed some martial power. Resting was the best way to ensure battle power. Suddenly, a silhouette popped up beside his bed. Qin Chuan snapped his eyes open, only to see Tian Xian lying on her back not far from him, crossing her two small feet covered with white cotton socks. She turned her cell phone screen towards Qin Chuan. "I want to eat this one." Qin Chuan fixed his eyes. "Rongfu banquet?" Tian Xian retrieved the cell phone, turned over, lying on her back, and said, "The place to eat is you let me choose. Oh, you cannot back out. Rongfu banquet is the top Jiangnan restaurant in Kyoto. Is the star Big Boss Net red card mecca. The price, hey, is so a throw high. Per capita 1,000. Humph, who let you upset this girl yesterday?" Qin Chuan was confused. "What did I do yesterday?" Tian Xian, "Two big long legs swinging madly up and down you. What did you do? You are in a clear mood yourself." "Not clear," Qin Chuan said coldly, then picked up his cell phone and dialed Su Xiaoyan's phone. "Hey, Sister Xiaoyan, let's have a meal together today on the weekend." "I'm sorry, Xiao Chuan. I'm rehearsing recently and can't find the time to come," Su Xiaoyan said guiltily. "Rehearsing? Well, before, I made a Douyin video for the school, and it accidentally caught fire. Recently, Douyin held the most beautiful university competition, and tomorrow night it will be broadcast live on the entire network PK. This competition is very important to the school leaders, so I do not dare to slack off when it comes to the key. Xiaochuan, I'm sorry, when the competition is over, I'll be sure to accompany you." The two of them chatted briefly and then hung up the phone. Suddenly, the martial power in Qin Chuan's body suddenly issued a danger warning. Chapter 66, Top Eatery. Extravagant Dinner. Qin Chuan twisted his head to look, and the one emitting the killing aura was Tian Xian beside himself. Tian Xian's eyes were filled with a look that wanted to knife Qin Chuan. "Who is Sister Xiaoyan?" Qin Chuan gets up and stretches, and smoothly returns, "My girlfriend." Suddenly, a pillow came crashing down on him. Kyoto, the center of the city, Rongfu Banquet Hotel. The hotel was converted from a prince's residence. The entire mansion was constructed in an imposing and overbearing manner. An SUV traveled to the front of the hotel and stopped. The attendant at the entrance saw the incoming car, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. He hurriedly ran forward to guide it and opened the door. A man and three women came down from the car. The man had a straight figure and a dignified appearance. The three women, their styles varied, but they were all extremely beautiful women. Qin Chuan's group of 4 people stepped into the mansion. Upon entering the mansion, a concierge lady wearing a cheongsam with a shapely figure receives the 4 people. She led the 4 of them, walking leisurely within the entire royal residence. While walking towards the private rooms, she introduced the architecture of the mansion as well as the strange rocks and trees. After Tian Xin entered the royal residence, she turned on her cell phone. From time to time, she would take a selfie or shoot a small video to send out Douyin. The environment here is so great. I have the feeling that I'm playing scripted kills. After about a 10-minute walk, several people were brought to a private room. After being seated, the waiter brought the menu and delivered it to each person. The moment the menu was opened, everyone except Qin Chuan was stunned. Tian Xin almost didn't scream out. The prices on it were simply ridiculously high. It could even be said to be unbelievable. It was completely different from the price one saw on the internet, and had doubled several times. Other than that, a single stir-fried seasonal vegetable would cost $199. Looking at the picture, that's just a simple stir-fried kale. The back of the slightly meat and fish are 4 figures to start. Before coming, Tian Xin thought that the per capita here to last $1,000. The result was never expected. $1,000. It might not even be enough to pay for the service in the box. She sneaked her head sideways, looking at Qin Chuan, wanting to see what his reaction. But Qin Chuan's face was peaceful. He smiled lightly. What do you want to eat? Just order. The 3 women looked at me and I looked at you. No one said anything. Casually ordering a few dishes is tens of thousands of dollars. Who can afford it? Even Kong Meng, who was from a big family, had never been so extravagant. Seeing this, Qin Chuan closed the menu and handed it back to the waiter. Since they won't order, you can let the chef prepare our meals. May I ask what kind of wine does sir need to drink? Qin Chuan thought about the last time he missed the opportunity to taste Romane Conti in his own hotel. So he said there's Romane Conti, right? At these words, the waitress almost jumped up happily. She was close to putting the joy in her heart on her face, and hurriedly said, yes, there is a bottle of 1986 Romane Conti in the store. This bottle of Romane Conti was the treasure of Rongfu Banquet. There was a case of it when the store opened, and now the last bottle left was sold. The price of a single bottle was at 200,000 yuan. The waiter did the math. If he pushed out this bottle of wine, the service fee share that he can get his hands on in the end can reach 15,000 yuan. Just simply open a bottle of wine. They can earn 2 months' salary. Who would not be happy with that? At this time, Tian Xin jumped out, beeping, pulling Qin Chuan's arm, pouting, said, what is the Romane Conti? Have never heard of. Can you change a 82 Lafite? I see that Douyin has a bottle in hand. It should be quite good. Qin Chuan shook off her hand in disgust and nodded helplessly, then changed it to a 82 Lafite. The waitress's heart was about to break. From $200,000 of wine to $50,000, her commission all of a sudden became only $3,000 or so. She carefully collected the menu and went out to place the order. Soon, the waiter brought a bottle of Lafite. First to Qin Chuan test. After confirming that there is no error, then open the wine. Another waiter served the first dish. Just see the white ceramic plate. Put half a chicken. The waiter began to introduce, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Kwai spiced salted chicken. The legendary most expensive chicken in Kyoto. The most expensive chicken in Kyoto. Shouldn't it be Golden Phoenix's Hainan chicken? Tian Xin, as a snacker, was still quite knowledgeable about ingredients. She picked up the menu in disbelief, and in the next second, her entire face froze, only to see that the half-salted chicken on the table was priced at $600. In her knowledge, the most expensive chicken was only $200. Not waiting for Tian Xin to finish her surprise, the waiter brought the next dish. This is the drunken green paste crab. I know, green crab is also known as red sturgeon in Min province, and has always been known for its rich paste and fat meat. Tian Xin snatched the answer. She estimated in her heart that an ingredient like crabs couldn't be cheap, but there were almost only 3 of them on the table. Anymore, the price shouldn't be too much. Tian Xin secretly checked the price again. Drunken green paste crab, 3,000 yuan, converted down to $1,000 apiece. Tian Xin gulped in fear. A few cold sweats broke out on his forehead. Then the dishes after that. Choking red scallop, typhoon shelter sand-tip fish, sea intestines and bird scallop and fish sauce practice, kung pao beef, fried asparagus and so on were all normal license plate noodle dishes. And when the main dish of black bean pepper popped ao lung on the table, Tian Xin felt a little bad. Previously those dishes are on the menu with pictures and prices, and she looked through the entire menu, did not see the price of this black bean pepper burst Australian dragon. Immediately after that, the waiter brought up a pot of white shells. This dish is clear chicken soup with shishir tongue from Zhanggang, Min province. Each shishir tongue weighs 7 taels. After washing it, our chef will cook it together with the list of simmered earth chicken. After displaying the ingredients, the chef pushed a cart in and skillfully began to operate. Tian Xin quietly walked over to the waiter and asked in a low voice these two dishes. How come they are not on the menu? Ma'am, it's like this. If a customer chooses a meal preparation service, our chef will make recommendations based on the freshness of the day's ingredients. Fresh ingredients are not available every day, so the prices are seasonal prices. When she heard the seasonal price, Tian Xin only felt her head buzz. Then how much are these two dishes? The waitress glanced at the ordering device in her hand and replied with a smile, black bean pepper popped Aolung is 6,000 RMB, and Shisher tongue is 8,000. What? So expensive? Even though Tian Xin had already built up her mental defenses, such a blown-up price was too unbelievable. However, the waiter still maintained his smile and said, Miss, the money you just saved for Mr. Qin is much more cost-effective than these two dishes. Tian Xin was confused as the other party continued the Romane Conti that Mr. Qin ordered just now costs 200,000, while the Lafite that you requested to change only costs 50,000, 50,000. Tian Xin was even more confused. She immediately pulled out her cell phone and clicked on the Douyin Mall, carefully comparing the 4 bottles of 199 Lafite in the mall with the Lafite Ho on the table was different. After half a day of searching again, she finally realized. The name of the red wine sold in the mall is called 82 Lafite. The two were almost exactly the same packaging, with only a slight difference in the name. Tian Xin only felt that her entire body was dizzy. The whole meal was still a good experience for Qin Chuan. Drunken green paste crab. The red paste is soft and sticky and melts in a sip. Kwai spice salted chicken. Tender meat and fragrant skin. Black bean and pepper popping Oolong. Lobster meat is smooth and tender. Soy sauce with the flavor of chili peppers, skillfully blended into the lobster meat. The scalded sisal shells in clear chicken broth, on the other hand, were refreshingly sweet and fresh. Putting aside the price, everyone ate to their heart's content. When the crowd had finished eating, Qin Chuan got up to pay the bill. The final checkout amount plus the service charge totaled 120,000 RMB. Qin Chuan looked at the bill. This meal had to use up almost 2 hours of his deposit interest. Just as Qin Chuan finished settling the bill, 2 strong men passed by him. The strong men were carrying a glass cylinder, carefully carrying it from outside the house to the inside. The glass cylinder was made of transparent high-strength glass on all 6 sides. The thickness could reach bulletproof level, and there was an opening at the top for ventilation. With just one glance, Qin Chuan's eyes were captivated by the object inside. Chapter 67. It's not too much to top up $50 million for a meal, right? Inside the glass cylinder was an extremely rare, gemstone blue king crab. The medical texts in Qin Chuan's mind surfaced with relevant information. The blue king crab was an absolute delicacy that was rare to come across once in 100 years. For ordinary people, no different from normal red king crabs. There was no difference in taste when eating it. But for Qin Chuan, this blue king crab, just one bite of it could help him break through to peak level 4 combat power, advancing to the 5th level of martial Dao initiation. Qin Chuan didn't even think about it and directly bought it for $60,000. The moment he finished paying, a system prompt surfaced in front of his eyes. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side mission, exotic treasures. Mission reward, acquire the skill golden pupil. Mission reward, acquire the skill golden pupil. Note, when the challenger uses the golden pupil skill, he or she can identify any item. Qin Chuan was overjoyed and immediately exited the system interface. Suddenly, his eyes went black, and then like a boot up, his vision changed from blurry to clear. The entire process lasted for 5 seconds. Qin Chuan couldn't wait to look around. Item, Celadone porcelain. Material, pottery clay. Age, modern. Color, 90% new. Quality, average. Qin Chuan didn't finish reading all the introductions and immediately turned his head to look away. Item, LV shoulder bag. Material, canvas plus poor quality cowhide. Age, modern. Color, new. Quality, poor. Summary, D goods. Qin Chuan froze. So this golden pupil is used to pick up leaks. In the future, he will not be the one who calls the shots in the antiques session. Just as he was about to switch his eyes back to their normal form, the eyes accidentally landed on the owner of the LV bag. Item, prosthetic filler. Material, silicone. Age, modern. Color, brand new. Quality, soft. Summary, soft to the touch. With a certain degree of authenticity, Qin Chuan was speechless. This can be appraised. This skill is a bit heaven-defying. He turned off the golden pupil skill, then asked the restaurant to make this blue king crab into a raw marinade. He ate part of it himself and packed the remaining half back to school to console Su Shayan. Soon, the back kitchen took the blue king crab to the back kitchen to make it. After getting the raw pickled blue king crab made on site, Qin Chuan couldn't wait to pick up a crab leg and eat it whole. Instantly, he felt a trace of blazing fire that surged up from his stomach. It immediately spread all over his body. Qin Chuan felt that his entire sinews and bones were reborn and strengthened. It became even harder. Congratulations to the challenger. Promoted to the 5th level of martial Dao initiation, Qin Chuan immediately clicked on the system panel. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, level 5 introductory. Medicine, level 2 introductory. Skill 1, golden pupil. Skill 2, global language. After determining his promotion, Qin Chuan closed the system interface. Tian Xin was holding a crab leg that had been a blue king crab and was feasting on it. It's so delicious. It's the first time I've ever eaten raw pickled king crabs, and they're still blue. Qin Chuan. This restaurant is a bit expensive, but the ingredients are really nothing to write home about. Qin Chuan was in a great mood after his promotion. He touched Tian Xin's head. If you think it's delicious, come often in the future. A meal doesn't cost much. If you like it, book a private room as a cafeteria. Tian Xin's eyes light up. Really? Qin Chuan rare eyes showed a trace of panic. Really? Mainly also let you come to learn the craft. Last time, your fried skinny eggs with tomatoes almost didn't send me away. Tian Xin sniffed and raised her small fists to whack at the 5th level powerhouse. As she spoke, the woman carrying an LV bag walked over with her arm around a man. The woman was wearing a tight-fitting ultra-short skirt and had a foxy-looking face. She tightly embraced the man beside her. Honey, the food made by Rongfu Banquet is really good. The man smiled. That's natural. A meal is worth nearly $10,000. The woman is surprised and happy. Wow, honey is too good to me. Today let you broke the expense. Again to send LV bag. Again to invite me to dinner. Saying that, the woman kissed the man on the cheek. The man touched the warmth after the kiss on his cheek, thinking to himself, tonight is done. Although the price paid was a bit high, but it was worth every penny. As long as you are happy, this amount of money is nothing. The duo passed by Qin Chuan. The man overheard Qin Chuan's sentence. A meal doesn't cost much. Book a box as a cafeteria. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why do college students nowadays love to pretend so much? And eating the Rongfu Banquet as a cafeteria. The woman glanced at Qin Chuan. The college student look-alike immediately echoed. That's right. The family gives some living expenses and then come out to create nonsense. She turned to the man, said, "Oh dear, your kind of man is mature and stable." The man was very pleased. Some people save up a year's money, come to spend once, think they are crowded into the upper class. The woman snorted coldly and said, "Humph, the Rongfu Banquet is worth tens of thousands of dollars if you just order 2 dishes. Even the son of the richest family would not dare to eat like this every day." At this time, dressed in Cheongsam waitress small steps toward Qin Chuan. Behind her followed almost the entire staff of the restaurant. The chef. She respectfully curtsied and handed over 5 cards with both hands. The hotel employees behind her also bowed. "Your 5 recharge cards, sir, have been processed. Each card has been recharged with a good $10 million for you." The Cheongsam waitress spoke with a slight tremor. Although she had worked in this top eatery for many years, the dignitaries had seen quite a few of them. But people who turned around and recharged $50 million after eating a meal, it was the first time she had seen it. Qin Chuan took the cards and gave them to the 3 women around him, each sharing one. "This restaurant tastes okay, usually when I'm not around. You guys don't want to cook for yourselves, so come over and eat." The 3 top beauties were dumbfounded. The men and women who had just mocked were also dumbfounded. Consuming $500 million for a meal. Truly Nima outrageous. His mom opened the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the point of being home. The man hurriedly pulled up the female companion beside him and left the scene at a rapid pace. Along the way he is still glad that his previous mockery volume is not big. The other party did not hear. The woman took 1 step and turned back 3 times. Eating can cost $500 million. In the future to be his woman. Will not raise his hand to send $100 million. I blame the stupid fork beside me for pulling myself away. Out of the door of the Rongfu Banquet. The woman borrowed the excuse that her aunt came, and directly skipped, leaving the man in place with a bewildered face. The next day, Sunday, Qin Chuan went back to school alone. He took the blue king crab with him and prepared to visit Su Shayan's class. Just arrived at the entrance of the auditorium of the Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. He then saw a crowd of people in the black. A group of students were clustered around a handsome-looking boy who was more than 1 meter tall. Some passing students thought that something had happened and followed behind, asking, "What is it, Mr. Ba came to our school and did a live broadcast." "You mean the hottest male anchor on Douyin right now, Mr. Criminal Ba? Yeah, besides him, who else can have such a strong appeal? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not going to hack with my roommates in the afternoon. I'm going to see Mr. Bully live." Flanked by everyone, Criminal Ba walked to the school auditorium. Along the way, he was actively interacting with his fans. Chapter 68, refusing $1 million a year. Xingbao walked among the crowd with a wireless microphone, and his assistant followed closely behind, holding a cell phone to give him a live broadcast. Brothers, we have now arrived at the auditorium of Kyoto University of Finance. Look guys, who's the one who's rehearsing on stage? The assistant shifted the camera over with the direction of Xingba's finger, only to see on top of the auditorium, a tall girl wearing a JK sailor uniform was holding up a microphone and singing. Her voice was extremely delicate and did not need the assistance of a sound card to seduce the hearts of the people. The fans in the live broadcast room opened their eyes wide and carefully went to recognize her. Who is this? Looks a bit familiar. Wow, a 9-point beauty. It can't be Mr. Bully's girlfriend, right? Don't let Mr. Bully's wife see you say that. I know, she's the school beauty of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. The enrollment video that was very hot a few months ago was shot by her. As soon as he heard the word school flower, the fans inside the live broadcast room immediately clicked on Douyin search, entering the keyword, Kyoto Finance University School Flower, revisiting once again, Su Xiaoyan's enrollment video. Some people shivered after watching it, then closed Douyin and started studying again. Inside the live broadcast room, *********. This girl is too good looking. Mr. Bully, get up there. We want to see the front face. The corner of Xingba's mouth curled up slightly when he saw the fan interaction in the live broadcast room. He really didn't come here in vain. He jogged onto the stage, not caring that Su Xiaoyan was rehearsing at this time. Hello Su Xiaoyan. Xingba went on stage by himself. He did not reveal his name. This was because Xingba thought that he was the anchor of Douyin's 10 million followers. It was impossible that there was still someone who didn't recognize him. Su Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Suddenly there were so many more people in the auditorium. She was a bit unaccustomed to it. Hello, is there something wrong? Xingba froze, incredulity flashing across his face, but he was trained in expression management, and immediately smiled and said it seems that our beautiful schoolgirl is very good at joking. I'm Chief Douyin Ba. Mr. Ba, what's your business? Su Xiaoyan remained flat. This kind of reaction made Xingba a little unhappy and unconsciously wanted to roll his eyes. He hurriedly said 2 sentences of cartwheels, praising Su Xiaoyan for her great singing. Then he said to the camera brothers, everyone should have seen that Douyin has a most beautiful university life PK event tonight. In the live broadcast room, there was immediately a class representative, who popularized this most beautiful university event. The most beautiful university life PK is a joint competition of 100 colleges and universities. The live broadcast opens at 2000 hours tonight and ends at midnight. At the end, whoever has the highest contribution wins. When he saw his little assistant finish controlling the scene, he immediately said, brothers, my achievements today are all due to the support of my brothers. Yesterday I made a decision to look for a grassroots anchor, build a stage for her, and let her become a 10 million fan anchor like me. I will use the entire company's resources to force her to win that most beautiful university competition. With an impassioned speech, Criminal Ba mobilized the emotions of the fans in the live broadcast room. Chief Bully Bullskin. This girl is simply favored by the goddess of fortune to have the support of Chief Bully. Total Bully is a real man. Fog lamp open mold. Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was almost over, the assistant went on a wave of bots. Instantly, the entire public screen was screened by Total Bully V5. The number of people in the background of the live broadcast room directly pushed to 1 million people. When Criminal Ba saw such data, his heart was overjoyed. He immediately took a wireless microphone and walked over to Su Xiaoyan. Little Su, say hello to the brothers in the live broadcast room. Although Su Xiaoyan was a bit disgusted by Xingba's actions, out of politeness, she still revealed a smile and waved her hand at the camera. For a moment, all the fans inside the entire live broadcast room fell. From a distance, I only think it's a 9-point little beauty, but from a close distance, it's not a replica of Lu Tianxian. Love, I'm going to take the University of Finance and Economics this year. I'm going to find Su Xiaoyan. Fans constantly swiped the screen and liked it. There were also those who took Interpol's live room as Su Xiaoyan's live room, started madly brushing gifts. For a time, flowers, sunglasses, billboards flying all over the sky. Criminal Ba looked at the popularity in the live broadcast room and was happy in his heart. This trip was not vain. From his assistant, he took a contract and handed it to Su Xiaoyan. Little Su, I just said that I'm going to give everything I have today to help a grassroots anchor, so that she, like me, can become a big anchor with 10 million fans. This is my company's contract for signing artists. As long as you're willing to sign it, you'll be paid $120,000 a year. Are you willing? After saying that, Dingba handed the contract and microphone to Su Xiaoyan. The live broadcast room exploded again. Chief Bully V5. A 120,000 annual salary right out of the gate. Is 120,000 annual salary a lot? Upstairs, people haven't even graduated yet. Just can have 120,000 annual salary, counting 10,000 a month. How much do you make per month? The entire fans in the live broadcast room were eagerly waiting to see if this Qin Chuan University schoolgirl would take this contract. Su Xiaoyan looked at the contract in front of her and smiled politely. Thank you for Mr. Ba's kindness. I can't accept this contract. When these words came out, there was another explosion in the live broadcast room. Criminal Ba held his forehead with one hand and made a look of regret. His remaining light sneaked a look at the background data inside the live broadcast room. Seeing the interaction rate as well as the heat climbing, the number of online live streamers broke through to 1.5 million. He smiled evilly, then threw the contract in his hand to the side. This move scared the fans on the scene and in the live broadcast room, before the crowd could slow down, only to see Interceptor took another contract. He held up the contract with one hand and said, "It seems that I didn't let Qin Chuan University schoolgirl feel the sincerity. Okay, I, Xingba, will revise the contract on the spot. This contract in my hand was originally prepared for a certain million-power anchor. Now, I'm giving this opportunity to Su Xiaoyan. As long as she signs this contract, her annual salary will be doubled 10 times. $2 million a year." When the last $2 million was said, the entire live broadcast room boiled over. On the public screen, it was densely packed with fans. Total bully bullskin. Ba General V5. Criminal Ba looked at the data that was rubbing up, and the fiery atmosphere. He had a smug look on his face. This wave of traffic was considered to be understood by himself. But 30 seconds, 1 minute, a minute and a half passed, and the contract in his hand was never picked up by Su Xiaoyan. Criminal Ba was slightly embarrassed and made a wink to Su Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, what are you waiting for? Why don't you pick up the contract?" Su Xiaoyan took a step back and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ba. I haven't thought about becoming an anchor. After this competition, I won't be broadcasting live anymore." The moment these words came out, the entire room was dead silent. Everyone was confused. There was actually someone who would refuse a $2 million annual salary. Criminal Ba's face twitched. He clammed up. With a hot head, he was about to go up and grab the retreating Su Xiaoyan. Chapter 69, Showdown. I'm the legendary Divine Magnate. A figure flashed onto the stage at a speed that was undetectable to normal people. With one hand, he slapped off Xing Ba's hand. Criminal Ba was confused by the sudden slap. He raised his eyes to see that it was a boy carrying around disposable lunchbox. The other party had a moderate build, a clean face, and a hint of ethereality. Criminal Ba subconsciously wanted to directly dry fight, but after slowing down for a couple of moments, he realized that he was still in the live broadcast camera. Can only first endure this breath. Fake smile said, "Brother, good hands. Who are you?" Qin Chuan didn't pay attention to Interceptor and turned to Su Xiaoyan. He spreads a smile. "Sister Xiaoyan, this is the raw pickled blue king crab I brought for you. It tastes good. You can try it." When Su Xiaoyan saw that the visitor was Qin Chuan, the tension on her face disappeared. Delightedly, she said, "Xiao Chuan, why did you come?" "Came to see how your rehearsals are going." Su Xiaoyan's small face turned red and lowered her head. "You didn't say anything before you came." "I didn't even put on any makeup today." Qin Chuan held Su Xiaoyan's face. "Whether you have makeup or not, you are the most beautiful in my heart." The scene in the auditorium of the University of Finance, and the fans in the live broadcast room, inexplicably fed a meal of dog food. The public screen that had just fallen silent was again filled with dense messages. "Who is that guy? Actually dared to touch my wife. Kill the scum and rob Xiaoyan. Mr. Ba, snatch Xiaoyan back for us." On the scene, in the crowd of fans in the auditorium, someone exclaimed, "Lao Si." Qin Chuan turned around and saw that the one calling him was Tang Yuming, the second oldest in the dormitory. Tang Yuming took 2 steps and ran onto the stage. He never dreamed that his family's oldest could actually be with the University of Finance's schoolgirl. His eyes were filled with the relief of an old father. Tang Yuming saw that the criminal bully was coming from a bad place. He immediately stood in front of his brother and blocked for him. Criminal Ba's brows furrowed. How come the students of the University of Finance and Economics aren't scared when they see a big netizen like me? This student. It seems like I didn't invite you on stage, Xingba said nonchalantly. Su Xiaoyan stood forward and said, "He is a student of our school. He is qualified to come up. On the contrary, it's you who has affected our normal rehearsals." The corner of Xingba's mouth twitched. Su Xiaoyan, "I was kind enough to help you, but you are actually enmity. Mr. Xing, I said from the beginning that I don't want to become a professional anchor, so there is no question of you helping or not. Since that's the case, what's there to talk about being gracious?" Su Xiaoyan was the vice president of the student council. Her mouth and logic were far superior to ordinary students. Criminal Bao was momentarily speechless from her dislike. He had wanted to just turn off the live broadcast and teach the opposite student a good lesson, but the popularity in the live broadcast room, because of the current saber-rattling situation. Instead, It went up a bit. As a 10 million network red anchor, he knew what his fans wanted to see. So Interceptor he didn't pretend anymore and directly started performing. Su Xiaoyan, you're bullying our criminal family for not having anyone, right? Brothers in the live broadcast room, those who want to see Mr. Bully give Su Xiaoyan a lesson, deduct 1 on the public screen. As expected, the Wu1 in the live broadcast room brushed up madly. Ba always V5. Ba total cowhide. Although I'm super fond of Su Xiaoyan, I'm more interested in seeing how Chief Bully punches his face. Seeing that the atmosphere had arrived, Criminal Ba took out his cell phone. Opening the Douyin app, he found the entrance to the most beautiful university competition. Brothers, I'm going to pick the least popular school directly above. Let's go there and give her the 1.2 million annual salary contract. I'm going to pull popularity and build momentum for her in tonight's PK. I'm going to rub Su Xiaoyan on the ground. He connected to a school anchor who was at the Kyoto Fashion Institute on the spot. After the other party learned of Interpol's idea, they agreed to work with him on the spot, and also kept disparaging Su Xiaoyan while connecting. The live broadcast room was abuzz. This trope of being abandoned by a goddess and turning around to make a small transparent into a big internet star was deeply appreciated by the fans. In the live broadcast room, flowers, sunglasses, the billboards started brushing up again. Criminal Ba, you have offended someone today. Someone you can't afford to offend. Criminal Ba froze and looked at the person who spoke, only to see Qin Chuan step forward and pick up the contract on the ground that Su Xiaoyan had just failed to pick up. This contract that you brought is full of unequal treaties. After signing it, when the anchor broadcasts live, you have to deduct 90% of the gross profit from bringing goods, the gifts that the anchor receives. You also have to walk in cutting 90%. The so-called annual salary of 1.2 million, that is required to meet certain preconditions. The condition is to help the company earn 12 billion. The capitalists in the meter country don't even dare to be like you. When on the stage, Qin Chuan used the golden pupil and made a scan of this contract. In the system summary, all the pits of the contract were listed. Criminal Ba's face instantly darkened. What Qin Chuan said was not wrong. He said in a low voice, dude, which company? Are you here specifically to smash the scene? Qin Chuan coldly said, you don't deserve my attention yet. You, Criminal Ba gasped and gnashed his teeth. He had never seen a person who could be so pretentious. But the other party did not say much. He could not find a breakthrough at all. Brother, the company operation doesn't cost money? Live broadcast equipment doesn't cost money? Douyin traffic does not cost money? I put in money and effort to put in people to support a newcomer. Isn't it reasonable for me to draw some percentage? If it wasn't for me, you'd see if Su Xiaoyan could win the championship. With me, Qin Chuan, the champion won't be anyone else. The moment these words came out, the live broadcast room exploded. I've grown up so much. I've never seen such a pretentious person. Look at his clothing. It's very ordinary. And his feet aren't limited edition sneakers. What makes him dare to talk like this? Families, his name seems a bit familiar. In the public screen, someone suddenly pointed this out. Qin Chuan. I remember some time ago, there was a godly hero whose ID was also named Qin Chuan. Yes, I remember that too. It's the same ID that rewarded anchor Xiaomei with 154 carnivals and 2 bottles of Romane Conti, causing her to increase her fans by 3 million overnight. Just after confirming Qin Chuan's identity, some people were in the live broadcast room, and started to swipe the screen. Father Shenhao, you finally appeared. Criminal Ba looked at the fans' analysis and then looked at the young man in front of him. He asked vigilantly, are you the Douyin ID Qin Chuan? In person? It's me, Qin Chuan said with a big smile. Acknowledged. Showed his hand. Wildly brush 154 carnival. Casually send more than 400,000 divine wine. Make the anchor burst with 3 million fans. It is the honored one. Xingba sucked in a breath of cold air. This is also a side proof of why people can be so pretentious. Although Criminal Ba is an anchor, he is from the bottom to climb up. For the Society of Human Affairs, proficient in the heart, he is very clear. In front of him this kind of segment of the God Ho, the real strength behind it is something he can't fight. Since he can't fight, he will join. Multiple friends have multiple paths. He slightly thought about it, and he now made a 360-degree face change, acting out this matter as if it was scripted. On the one hand, he could turn a war of words with God Ho into a peace, and on the other hand, he could hype up another wave of traffic. I'm a ing genius, Xingba said triumphantly in his heart. Just as he was about to make a big change, 2 uniformed vigilantes came out from the crowd. The other party went straight onto the stage and walked up to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, you are suspected of a murder case of 10 people. Please come with us. Chapter 70, a surprising crisis. Behind bars, inside the large auditorium, a needle can be heard. The whole place is dead silent. No one would have predicted that things would actually turn out like this. Originally, It was a battle between a 10 million fan netizen and a godly man. It turned out to be a drama where the god Ho was arrested. On the public screen, fans coincidentally typed out question marks. The students watching the scene also exploded. This is a script, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It shouldn't be a script. That vigilante looks real at first glance. I went to the restroom. Did I miss something? How come there's still a play for the vigilante? The godly man was arrested? All sorts of remarks flew off the stage. The vigilante pointed at the criminal bully assistant to shift the camera away. Don't film indiscriminately. We're on duty. The two men then escorted Qin Chuan on the left and right, taking him away from the scene. Su Xiaoyan was confused. Tang Yuming was confused. Criminal Ba was also confused. Su Xiaoyan, who was the first to react, pulled the hand of the security officer. Comrade security officer, are you guys mistaken? How could Xiaochuan he be involved in a murder case? The case is under investigation. No comment. Tang Yuming pulled another security officer. Comrade security officer, my brother couldn't have committed a crime. He studied very hard. Are you guys mistaken? The security officer glanced at him. Please let go. The surveillance camera at the crime scene captured it clearly. It's not that he's innocent just because you say he is. We're all about evidence. Saying that, he shook off Tang Yuming's hand. Tang Yuming turned to Qin Chuan. Lao Si, what happened? How did you get involved in this kind of thing? The incident was sudden. The vigilante did not give Qin Chuan any time to talk to his friends and family. Pulling Qin Chuan up, he left. Su Xiaoyan and Tang Yuming followed closely at Qin Chuan's side. Sister Xiaoyan, don't worry. I'll be fine. Don't worry about the competition. I'll be back soon. Turning his head, Qin Chuan said to Tang Yuming, Elder, you let boss and elder rest assured. I'll be back soon. A vigilante pressed Qin Chuan into the car. You have no right to speak now. If you talk to them, we will take them back for questioning as accomplices. Then the security department's car sped away. Su Xiaoyan looked at Tang Yuming. What now? Tang Yuming pondered for a moment. I believe Lao Si. He would never do anything illegal. It must be a misunderstanding. I'll go to the principal. He will definitely be able to get the security department to release him. Su Xiaoyan, don't worry about this matter. Listen to old 4, race at ease. After saying that, Tang Yuming immediately spread his legs and ran towards the principal's office. Su Xiaoyan looked at Qin Chuan's direction of departure. Tears could not stop leaving her eyes. Xiaochuan, gu, I thought Qin Chuan was some kind of godly man, talking so tough. It turns out to be a criminal. No wonder. All hostile. No positive energy at all. Criminal Boss swaggered out. At the time of his own live broadcast, there was actually a scene of vigilantes arresting a criminal. And the prisoner was also the godly hero who had previously exploded on the Douyin platform. These few gimmicks were mixed together. It caused the popularity of Criminal Ba's live room to soar, directly drawing up to the #1 position in all of Douyin. The heat directly crushed the second place, coupled with the fact that Criminal Bar immediately had the company operations request for more hype on the topic. Very quickly, Chief Bully live broadcasting room to catch fugitives. 10 million netizens live broadcast room surprised murderer. Entertainment live broadcast turned into rule of law live. A series of hype topics spread like wildfire on social software such as Douyin, Scarf, Little Pink Book and the Circle of Friends. In a short period of time, the heat of the criminal bully soared to the first on the whole network. Looking at the rubbing up fans as well as the heat, Criminal Baba was practically smiling. He immediately contacted the major suppliers and signed a betting agreement, requesting that during tonight's Most Beautiful University live broadcast, perform a side band performance. Su Xiaoyan, regret it now. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. You wouldn't have imagined that your gold master's boyfriend is a fugitive from justice. Su Xiaoyan spat. Xiaochuan is not a fugitive. Xiaochuan must have been misunderstood. Ha 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 ha. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, he definitely doesn't have a chance to come to your live broadcast. In this way, I still have a 100,000 annual salary contract in my hand. You sign it. Let's put aside all suspicions and make money together. Bah, I won't work with people like you. Xingba raised his hand and was about to slap over, but he could only stop because there were too many people at the scene. Su Xiaoyan, you are honoring the wine and refusing to eat the penalty wine. Okay, you wait. When the live broadcast is finished, I'm going to send out videos all over the net, and properly tell the netizens the story of your fugitive girlfriend. I'll see what you do in the future. After saying that, Criminal Ba changed into a cordial smile and walked to the crowd to take pictures with the campus fans. Kyoto, Security Genus, Team Feng, the person has been brought back and is in the interrogation room, a vigilante said to the middle-aged man in the chair. The middle-aged man nodded. His name was Feng Yiming, the vigilante captain, with many years of experience in handling cases. Got it. What kind of person is it? Didn't argue, didn't make a scene, didn't admit it either. Very calm. Feng Yiming nodded. Well, This kind of felon has always been a tough character with excellent mental quality. Let's air it out first, put some pressure on it, and observe it. At this time, a female vigilante rushed in despite the crowd. Her face was full of tears and her eyes were swollen from crying. Li Ping, why did you come? Didn't I let you take 2 days of annual leave? Feng Yiming frowned and asked. Li Ping wiped the tears on her face, showed her teeth and said, Feng team, I heard that the person was captured back. I came to interrogate. What are you interrogating? You go back to sleep. No, Sasaki died so tragically, how can you let me sleep? Team Feng, I am a professional vigilante. I know the limits. Please make sure you let me do the trial. Li Ping resolutely said. Feng Yiming's anger that had just risen slowly died down after seeing Li Ping's crying and swollen eyes. He spat out a mouthful of tea inside. Li Ping, I know that your fiancé's matter has dealt a great blow to you, but for you to bring your emotions to work, that would be irresponsible to me. And the suspect. Li Ping thumped the table and said hysterically, Team Feng, what responsibility is there to speak of to a murderer? The CCTV footage captured it clearly. He brutally killed Sasaki. As she spoke, Li Ping cried out in pain. She clutched in her hand. Her fiancé sent her engagement token. A long time cannot help themselves. Feng Yiming shook his head, alas. Then you will listen to it. Do not be the main trial. In the case of the Zijing public house, the video evidence is conclusive. The final result can be said to be capped, but the basic process still has to go. This is the rule. Feng Yiming first let the group have a bite to eat, then looked at the old-fashioned clock on the wall. Let's go. Let's see what the guy who exterminated 8 people with his bare hands looks like. Chapter 71. Have you been kneeling for so long that you don't know what it's like to stand up? Kyoto, Public Security Department, Interrogation Room. Qin Chuan was wearing locking handcuffs, quietly sitting on the interrogation chair. He was resting with his eyes closed, his face calm and relaxed. With his current battle strength of a 5th-level powerhouse, a pair of locking handcuffs and an interrogation chair could not trap him at all. Even in a heavily guarded security genus, he could come and go as he pleased. However, Qin Chuan did not do so. If he left by force, the school would definitely not be able to return. He would be wanted nationwide. Once the mainline mission was not completed, the consequences were unimaginable, and Qin Chuan thought that what he did was not wrong at all. There is no wrong thing, why hide? Feng Yiming walked into the house, and when he saw Qin Chuan, his first reaction was one of immense surprise. The young man in front of him was dignified and decent looking, a vast and righteous aura, emanating from the inside out. Although he looked unruly, he did not have the slightest bit of hostility. Feng Yiming lightly sked TSK, Xiao Yang, how is he? What did he explain? Team Feng, he didn't say anything. Li Ping saw Feng Yiming talking to the others and not paying attention to her. Then she swooped headlong towards Qin Chuan. You murderer, why did you kill my fiancé? Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his head slightly. Your fiancé? Who is it? Feng Yiming was shocked and hurriedly pulled Li Ping back. Li Ping, he shouted angrily. Team Feng, Sasaki is gone. I don't want to live anymore. Let me die with him. Feng Yiming pushed Xiao Yang beside him. Quickly pull your sister Li back. Without saying a word, Xiao Yang went forward and pulled Li Ping back. He then moved a stool for her and made Li Ping sit behind himself and Feng Yiming. Li Ping, you should be clear about your own identity. You are a national vigilante, not a street hooligan gangster. Feng Yiming said angrily. Li Ping hid her face and sobbed, her eyes full of hatred and killing intent. After pacifying Li Ping, Feng Yiming took out a cigarette, walked to Qin Chuan and passed it towards him. I don't smoke. Feng Yiming put the cigarette into his mouth and lit it. He then returned to sit down opposite Qin Chuan. Say something. Say what? Qin Chuan asked rhetorically. Xiao Yang slapped the table heavily. Be honest. We all have evidence. Don't play tricks with us. Feng Yiming patted Xiao Yang's shoulder. Then I'll ask. You answer. Qin Chuan nodded. You went to the Zijing public house yesterday. What were you doing? Looking for He Hai. He Hai? Feng Yiming froze. Xiao Yang explained. He Hai is the first deceased in this case. Kyoto Hua Bank, the president of the Diqian Street branch. Feng Yiming nodded, facing Qin Chuan and asked. What did you find him for? He Hai designed and coerced my butler to go for his pleasure. I went to the Bohemia mansion to find him to ask for a statement. Feng Yiming's eyes narrowed slightly. So, you went to the Zijing public house to seek revenge and finish him off. There is no need for me to finish him off at all. He was originally going to be sued by Huaxing to jail. Moreover, you guys can totally see in the surveillance that I didn't have my hands on him to hurt him. Feng Yiming was deliberately blowing up Qin Chuan, because according to the scene's surveillance, He Hai's death was done by another Japanese. However, he couldn't hear the conversation inside the surveillance, so Feng Yiming wanted to rely on this method to extract the truth. Okay, even if He Hai's death has nothing to do with you, but the Japanese who talked to you at the scene. What happened? What did you guys say? Why did you take out the 5 of them? Are you blackmailing them? Qin Chuan sneered. They don't deserve to be compared to me because they are Japanese spies. With these words, the atmosphere in the interrogation room suddenly became weird. Feng Yiming looked at Qin Chuan openly. You said that those 5 Japanese were spies. What evidence do you have? Qin Chuan shook his head. He really didn't have any evidence. This was because he had determined the identity of the other party based on his Divine Magnificence System hints. Now, he couldn't say anything about the Divine Magnificence System. That would be no different from provoking the vigilante. It could only be exchanged for a more targeted interrogation. Feng Yiming grunted and took the case file, flipping through the photos in it, then asked, since you don't have the means to tell us about those 5 people, tell us about your visit to room number 1. That old Japanese man, why did you take him out? He kidnapped a girl and did something untoward to her, to defile and toy with her. Feng Yiming flipped the information in his hand. How did you decide that the person was forced to do it? Wasn't it a case of playing with love? Qin Chuan, who originally had his eyes hanging down, suddenly opened his eyes. As a Chinese, your own compatriots were humiliated, yet you say such things. Qin Chuan, you have to see clearly who is interrogating whom now. As a vigilante, I ask questions. Is there a problem? Feng Yiming said in a loud voice. He wrote down a few words on his book and pushed it to Xiao Yang beside him. The paper reads, has the person been found yet? Xiao Yang read the note and shook his head. Feng Yiming's afterglow skimmed Li Ping behind him and saw that she was still sobbing, so he adjusted the order of the information in his hand and then asked, why did you take out the Japanese woman in front of the hut? She was a Japanese agent, and she was about to assassinate me at the time. I was acting in self-defense. Feng Yiming looked at the photo in his hand. A Japanese shuriken. With your skills, you can completely dodge it easily. Why didn't you dodge it and chose the worst way to deal with it? Why should I dodge? Enemy spy agents, by nature, do not enjoy any protection. Feng Yiming angrily slapped the table, got up and pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and said, enough, don't talk to me about spy agents. I don't have time to go around in circles with you. Qin Chuan, let me tell you, because the case now involves Japanese, the impact of this matter will be very huge, and our Chinese nation will be under a lot of international pressure. Suppose, if you are really as patriotic as you say, you should tell the truth in a big way. Qin Chuan slightly sank his face and said, everyone is punished for enemy spies. What evidence do you have to prove that he is not? In the second room, the agent made a deal with the traitor from China. Why don't you mention it? The agent shot the Chinese traitor. Why did you turn a blind eye to that? I have my own way of interrogating. Feng Yiming angrily returned. Ha, your way of interrogation? If it involves a Chinese, you hit hard. If it involves a Japanese, you avoid it. Have you been kneeling for a long time and don't know what it's like to stand up? You. Feng Yiming pointed at Qin Chuan's nose, forcibly holding back his anger. Suddenly, Li Ping swished and got up. She stared angrily at Qin Chuan and yelled, why did you kill my Sasaki Jun? I was in love with her for 2 years, and I was finally able to follow him to the Japanese country to marry and live. Everything I had is now ruined by you. I will kill you. After saying that, Li Ping got a fruit knife from somewhere. She took advantage of the fact that the 2 people in front of her didn't react and immediately raised the knife and rushed towards Qin Chuan. Chapter 72, The Game in the Interrogation Room. Kyoto, University of Finance, Principal's Office. Qin Chuan had just been taken away not long ago. Tang Yuming rushed to the principal's office. It was only when he found no one there that he realized. Today was ING Sunday. How can the principal work? He grabbed a teacher on duty. Teacher, may I ask where the principal is now? The teacher on duty wearing glasses looked at Tang Yuming and slapped his hand away somewhat angrily. This student, please pay attention to your words and behavior. It's Sunday today. The principal must have his private life to attend to. Come find him tomorrow if you have something to do. Tang Yuming's hand wasn't slapped off. Instead, his grip was deathly tight. There's no time. My roommate Qin Chuan was arrested by the vigilantes. The teacher on duty froze. You had a fight? 1 or 2 sentences, can't say it clearly. Now he has been arrested to the security department. I must find the principal and ask him to step in to take a look. There must be a misunderstanding in there. Qin Chuan is innocent. Classmate. The principal won't care about this kind of behavior from students. Everyone is an adult and is responsible for their own behavior. The teacher on duty pushed Tang Yuming away and ran away in small steps. The current Tang Yuming had no one to turn to, so he could only take out his phone and call his boss. Hey, boss, Lao Si has been arrested. Tang Yuming didn't follow Qin Chuan's explanation of not letting his brothers worry. He brainstormed Qin Chuan's matter. Wu Ming sniffed and pondered for a moment. Then he said, Lao Er, you go back to the auditorium first. See what Su Shayan needs help with. Lao Si is not here. Help out. This side I call the counselor. Let him see what can be done. I don't believe Lao Si would do something like this. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yuming immediately fell into a situation where he didn't know what to do. He paced back and forth. Damn, when it comes to the key time, I don't have any connections. I can't do anything. Thinking about it, He can only listen to the arrangements of the boss. To find Su Xiaoyan, taking a step back, even if Qin Chuan goes in, he himself only needs to take care of Su Xiaoyan. It would also be considered worthy of a brother. Tang Yuming hurriedly left. The teacher on duty hiding in the corner was slightly relieved. The student's appearance just now was too frightening, scared his little heart to the point of thumping. There was a student in the University of Finance who was taken away by people from the Public Security Department. This matter could be big or small. Today is his own duty. Thinking about it, the teacher on duty decided to dial the phone. He called Ho Yud, the director of the school's academic affairs office. Hey, Director Ho, alas, to bother you for a moment. It's something like this. There's a student in our school who was detained by the Public Security Department. I'll report it to you from my side. Ho Yud, who was reading a book, took off his glasses, looking very puzzled and annoyed. This year is the day to impact the World University ranking. The key time to give the whole this office. What person? What is the offense? What is it did not say clearly, but the name of the student is known. This year's freshman Qin Chuan. Hearing the word Qin Chuan, Ho Yud's strong tea in his mouth spewed out. Hearing the movement on the other end of the phone, the teacher on duty was startled and hurriedly wanted to say something else. However, he realized that his phone had already been hung up. Ho Yud hurriedly flipped through his address book and called Principal Chang to report the situation. Chang Woolley was attending a meeting in the suburbs today. After learning the news, he immediately moved and rushed to the security genus. At the same time, Ho Yud also immediately notified the Silton Group. After all, it was a large multinational corporation. Something happened to its own boss. Definitely have to step in. Kyoto, Public Security Genus, Interrogation Room. Li Ping stabbed Qin Chuan with a knife. This knife was full of grief and anger, full of despair. She knew that when she did so, she herself would be sanctioned by the law. However, the death of her fiancé had caused her great psychological trauma. The once sweet past of the two people had always haunted Li Ping's mind. Her own future happy life was suddenly all gone. It was all because of this young man in front of her. Li Ping has caught countless punks, all at this age, doing things without proportion, without considering the consequences. Just now during the interrogation, Li Ping had thought, if the other party will admit fault, if the other party is willing to say sorry, would he forgive him? However, all of this was denied by this young man. In Li Ping's eyes, Qin Chuan was full of arrogance and impudence. Not a single word out of his mouth was taking responsibility for his behavior. All of it was shirking responsibility. All of it was evading the crimes he had committed. Li Ping couldn't stand this kind of behavior. She would rather fall into hell herself. She could not see the devil left behind on earth. She took out the fruit knife she had hidden beforehand. She wanted to kill this devil herself, to avenge her fiancé Sasaki. When the tip of the knife was about to stab Qin Chuan in the heart, Feng Yiming held Li Ping from behind in a deathly embrace of the Lord. Years-old vigilante. His reaction was a dozen levels higher than the new comrade Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was stunned by Li Ping's action. For a moment, he did not know what to do. Asterisk. Little Young, what are you dumbfounded for? Hurry over and help. Take off the knife from Li Ping's hand. Feng Yiming let out a roar, pulling the wandering thoughts of Xiao Yang back to reality. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed the fruit knife. Sister Li, let go. You can't do this. We're vigilantes. Li Ping frantically twisted her body as a way to fight off her superior and colleague. Sasaki is dead. I don't want to live anymore. You guys let go of me. The evidence is overwhelming, and he's been brutally denying it. I can't let a devil loose on earth. I won't give him a chance. I want to avenge Sasaki. Sister Li, don't. In the end, Xiao Yang's strength was greater than Li Ping. Together with Feng Yiming's assistance, the duo eventually snatched the fruit knife from Li Ping's hand. Feng Yiming was so angry that he raised his hand to give Li Ping a slap, but his hand was in the air, delayed in coming down. In the end, he gave himself a slap. Li Ping, you shouldn't be doing anything foolish. Even if the evidence is conclusive, Qin Chuan needs to be handed over to the law. Neither you nor I have the right to resort to private actions. Li Ping saw that there was no hope of killing the murderer handily. She could only sit on the ground and bawl. Seeing this, Feng Yiming turned his head towards Qin Chuan. He showed his teeth and said angrily, Qin Chuan, look at this. You are the one who broke up a pair of newlyweds who were about to enter the newlywed hall. Alive. Feng Yiming took the case file and fiercely flung it in front of Qin Chuan. What you did was all captured by the CCTV, so don't make any more unnecessary sophistry or struggles. Qin Chuan flipped the case file with his index finger, then coldly said, how come I didn't see the video screenshot of Sasaki's dealings with the traitors? And how come the image of him raising his gun to shoot the traitors isn't in here either? Feng Yiming froze, and hurriedly went to look at the case file carefully. It turned out that this was really the case. Suddenly, he thought of something. Li Ping, it was you. You took away that evidence. Quickly give it to me. Chapter 73 My student, I protect him. Li Ping, who was sitting on the ground, revealed an oozing cold smile. Hee. Sasaki died so tragically. You guys didn't punish the culprits severely, and now you want me to take out some pictures that are not good for Sasaki. Feng Yiming, have you also lost your conscience? Feng Yiming froze. He did not expect Li Ping to turn out to be so this way. Li Ping slowly got up. Her eyes were swollen and her entire face lost the color of blood, like a walking corpse. Feng Yiming, Xiao Yang, you have met Sasaki. He is kind, polite, and knowledgeable. Even if he accidentally stepped on an ant, he would be extremely chagrined and repentant. Your so-called evidence of Sasaki is a bunch of videos and photos without sound. You guys have no idea what Sasaki was going through at that time. It's possible that he was coerced by someone. He must have had an unavoidable hardship. Feng Yiming shook his head. Crazy. Xiao Yang, bring her out to me. Feng Yiming ordered. Xiao Yang walked forward sisterly. Don't make it difficult for me. Go out. Li Ping knew that there was no hope for revenge, so she could only bow her head and go out, but without taking 2 steps, a cold mocking voice sounded behind her. Oh, and bitter feelings, off. These asshole words of yours, if our forefathers heard them, they would hate to come up and whip you to death. You don't believe a word of your compatriots' words, and the bonobos have the facts right in front of them, yet they turn a blind eye to them. Qin Chuan mercilessly rebuked Li Ping. Feng Yiming immediately spoke out. Qin Chuan, shut up, there is no place for you to speak here. He wanted to punch Qin Chuan's heart. Due to his status, he couldn't do that. Qin Chuan did not confess to the crime, and even if the evidence was conclusive, he still wanted to keep mocking. It was something that no one could endure. Feng Yiming's outburst did not stop Qin Chuan from speaking. Instead, it made him even more agitated. What makes it impossible for me to say? How did a foreign fawning fool like her get mixed into the ranks of the vigilantes? I even suspect that she has leaked secrets in the vigilantes during her interactions with the Japanese. As soon as these words came out, Li Ping's eyes instantly went hollow for a moment. Something deep inside, some fragment of suspicion. It was stimulated at once, but Li Ping rolled her eyes and suppressed those emotions. The death of a person is a great thing. Sasaki was dead. How could oneself? Li Ping turned around and was about to hit towards Qin Chuan. Luckily, Xiao Yan reacted quickly and held her in her arms. Qin Chuan, I don't share the same fate as you. Even if you are shot, I will dig your grave. Dig my grave? When you go back to your grave during the Qingming festival, I don't know how you're going to face your 18 generations of ancestors. Feng Yiming slammed the table and angrily said, Qin Chuan, that's enough. You should not provoke our bottom line again and again. Today, whether you say it or not, your crimes are too numerous to be erased. You'll just wait for the punishment of the law. You won't be able to go out again in this lifetime. Having said that, Feng Yiming was no longer interested in further interrogation. He was prepared to imprison Qin Chuan for a while longer, letting him repent alone in this hut. But what they never expected was, Qin Chuan did not growl, nor did he target Li Ping with taunts anymore. He wanted to lean back in his chair and faintly said, what time is it now? Feng Yiming subconsciously glanced at the time at 7 in the evening. There is still an hour to go before it starts. Feng Yiming was startled. The other party was talking like this. There must be some other hidden big event about to happen. He quickly turned back. What does 1 more hour mean? Do you still have accomplices? Are you still planning something? There is still 1 hour left before Xiao Yan's live broadcast begins. Feng Yiming froze. Xiao Yang also froze. The heart of Qin Chuan, whom Li Ping wanted to finish off, was ignited again. Qin Chuan looked at Feng Yiming and calmly said, Xiao Yan's live broadcast is tonight at 8 o'clock. I'm going to be out of the law and ordered genus by 8 o'clock. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. Qin Chuan, you're too arrogant. Qin Chuan's words. Even the always good-tempered Xiao Yang couldn't stand it. Qin Chuan, do you know what crime you have committed? You still presume to go out and watch the live broadcast. What kind of place do you think the security genus is? Just when the two were indignant, a security officer hurriedly ran in, reporting to Team Feng. What is it? The president of the Kyoto University of Finance and Economics is here to see you. Feng Yiming frowned. The principal of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics? Qin Chuan's principal? Due to the social status of the principal, Feng Yiming had no choice but to sell a favor. Taking another look at Qin Chuan, Feng Yiming felt that the principal's arrival might cause Qin Chuan to restrain himself. If he could make him take the initiative to give an explanation, perhaps it might not necessarily not be a good thing. Thus, Feng Yiming nodded. Have someone invite the principal to the interrogation room. Draped in a black trench coat, Chang Woolley took small steps and came to the interrogation room. Upon seeing Qin Chuan handcuffed to the table, he was somewhat disoriented, although he did not have many encounters with Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan was able to stand up for a security guard against Li Gang's family, and donated $10 million to the school. This proved that there was no problem with Qin Chuan's 3 views and character integrity as a person. Principal, This is your student. Persuade him yourself. The evidence is overwhelming. Don't put up any unnecessary resistance. Chang Wuli slanted a glance at Feng Yiming. He came to Qin Chuan and asked with concern, Qin Chuan, what's going on? Tell the principal. The principal believes that you wouldn't do such a thing. Headmaster, the Japanese were all killed by me. The moment these words came out, Chang Wuli was like falling into an ice cellar. The last ounce of fluke was gone. Feng Yiming handed Chang Wuli some photos of Qin Chuan, sanctioning the Japanese to look at. After looking at the photos, Chang Wuli's hands were shaking. Qin Chuan continued to speak. Principal, they are all Japanese agents, spies. They brutalized 2 Chinese people, plotting to blow up a bridge across the sea in the south. Spy agents are not protected in any way. I defended national security. I did nothing wrong. Chang Wuli listened to Qin Chuan's words and re-looked at the photographic evidence. Only on one set of photos, an old Japanese man was trying to take the Japanese katana on the wall. It was obvious that the other party was trying to take the sword, fighting with the bare-handed Qin Chuan, and beside the old man lay a woman who was tied up 5 times. The opponent was bruised all over, seems to have been abused. The second set of photos, it was a middle-aged Japanese man raising a gun, pointing it at the Chinese man beside him. Then in the next photo, the Chinese man has fallen dead, and then the next photo, the Japanese man raises his gun and aims it at Qin Chuan. The third set of photos, a Japanese woman snuggled up to Qin Chuan. It could be clearly seen that the Japanese woman was holding a handheld sword in her negative hand. Chang Wuli was the president of the University of Finance and had above-average judgment. He immediately questioned Captain Feng. From the 3 sets of photos, my students are clearly in a passive state, and the other party all have moves to commit murder against my students. Feng Yiming did not expect Chang Wuli to actually speak like this. He immediately withdrew the photos. When he was about to retort, a vigilante hurriedly ran in, reporting to Team Feng. What is it? The chairman of the Sultan Group is here to see. Chapter 74 Golden Scale is not a thing in the pool. The chairman of the Sultan Group? What is she doing here? Reporting a crime? The sheriff shook his head. No. She brought a team of lawyers. A team of lawyers? Feng Yiming was even more stunned. Recently, there did not seem to be any major cases that involved the international group, but Feng Yiming vaguely felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. He subconsciously looked towards Qin Chuan, who was sitting on the chair. Chang Wuli was slightly relieved. Captain Feng, I'm afraid you don't know anything. Feng Yiming's heart trembled. Principal, what do you mean? Chang Wuli pointed at Qin Chuan and said, this student Qin Chuan, he is the boss behind the Sultan Group. Him? Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cool air. How is it possible? He's only 20 years old. How could he own the Sultan Group? Moreover, I've checked his background. It's just a small county worker family origin. Chang Wuli smiled and shook his head. So what if a child from a county town? A golden scale is not a pool. Captain Feng, you have been a vigilante for many years. Do you not even understand such a simple truth? Feng Yiming was speechless. The world was a big place, and there were few capable people. Heroes do not ask for their origins. Think about when Liu Bang wasn't still a mud-legged man of origin. Zhu Yuanzhang was a monk for many years. They were all able to accomplish great things. Why can't the 20-year-old young man in front of him become the owner of a large company? Feng Yiming retracted what he had just said. He was thinking of going out to take a look, but he met up with a group of people in suits at the entrance. The leader was a young woman. The woman was wearing a white mink coat with a professional suit inside. Although she was young and beautiful, her overall appearance was filled with the condescension of a superior person. The face full of collagen was filled with anxiety and anger. The woman spoke forcefully. Team Feng, right? I'm Xiaoying, chairman of the Zilton Group. Feng team nodded, considered a greeting. Xiaoying did not speak nonsense. I want to see my boss. This. Feng team showed a difficult face. Xiaoying did not spoil him. She directly hooked her finger and the several lawyers behind him stood forward and came out. According to the relevant regulations, as the lawyers of our client, we have the right to meet with our client. Saying this, the lawyers handed over a thick stack of material documents. Feng Yiming's head grew big when he took a look at so many documents. Fine, but I must be present to watch. Qin Chuan is an extremely dangerous felon. Nothing can go wrong. Xiaoying stepped on her Prada heels and stepped into the interrogation room. When she saw Qin Chuan, who was handcuffed to a chair, her eyes moistened. That man who was once unrivaled and high above the rest, now he was actually confined to a chair. Boss, I'm sorry, I'm late. The woman who was arrogant and proud in the last second was suddenly in tears, tender to the extreme. She had long been conquered by Qin Chuan. That smoke-free battle to save Sultan and countersanction the Mi Consortium. It had deeply changed Xia Ying's heart. She only realized in the end that Qin Chuan's madness, Qin Chuan's arrogance was not without a reason. That is the strength to bring his confidence. He had the strength to look down on the world. Qin Chuan just smiled blandly. Just come. Quickly let go of my boss. Xia Ying wiped away her tears and yelled loudly. The lawyer beside him attaches his ear. Mr. Xia, this is not in line with the rules. What rules? I brought you here, not to let you talk to me about rules. Hurry up and do your job. Xia Ying angrily rebuked. Several of the top lawyers in the country sniffed and craned. The leading lawyer walked up to Feng Yiming. Teen Feng, right? May I ask what my client has committed? Feng Yiming brought the case file and handed it to the lawyer. Look for yourself. The lawyer received the case file and several people carefully studied it. At first, they thought it was just a simple assault case. However, every time they turned over the case file for a night, there was one more bead of sweat on their foreheads. 10 big cases. It also involved the Japanese country. This was a big international case. Why? Don't you guys tell me that there's no way. In my place, no excuses are accepted. Xia Ying's tone was like that of her own boss, non-negotiable and overbearing. Several lawyers looked at each other in disbelief. General Manager Xia, the case is too big, and the people involved are also elites from other countries. It's possible. We have to think long and hard. Don't say this to me. If you don't have a solution today, all of you get out of here. I'll directly terminate the cooperation contract with you. The Sultan Group doesn't lack a team of lawyers who are looking for the door. The lawyers of the lawyers team were simply going to cry out. There is no such thing as working like this. Come and look at the case file yourself. The evidence is solid, and the video and photos are gathered. This is a huge case that can be on the 8 o'clock prime time program. Where are we? A few people, casually overturned. A few people want to cry when the vigilante ran in again. Feng Yiming now saw someone running. His head began to get big. At first it was the president of the University of Finance, then the chairman of the multinational conglomerate. What kind of storm clouds did a 20-year-old young man have to stir up to have such a battle? Reporting to Teen Feng, the person has been found. Feng Yiming froze. People? What person? The security officer gasped and said it's the woman who was injured in the Bohemia Mansion case. We found her in a rented house on the outskirts of the city. Feng Yiming was overjoyed. The most crucial witness in this case had now been found. Qin Chuan, the human evidence and material evidence are here. I'll see what else you have to say. In the blink of an eye, the vigilante led a woman in. The woman's face was covered in scars, and she was wearing a long-sleeved sweater. Despite this, strangulation marks could be clearly seen on her bare wrists. The woman was brought to the interrogation room with trepidation and fear, making her not dare to raise her head. Feng Yiming asked in a low voice, "Are you Tang Xiaoyan?" Tang Xiaoyan nodded her head. "Yesterday, did you witness a Japanese old man in the Zijin mansion being killed?" Tang Xiaoyan nodded. Feng Yiming raised his hand. "Was it that person who did this?" Tang Xiaoyan raised her horrified eyes. The moment she saw Qin Chuan, her entire body froze. She frantically ran towards Qin Chuan. This action frightened everyone. Li Ping, who had been kept under control, sneered another bitter woman. "She should be like me. Her own closest relative was murdered. I really want to lend her the knife." Without waiting for Li Ping to finish, she saw Tang Xiaoyan kneel down in front of Qin Chuan. "Benefactor, benefactor, thank you for saving me." Tang Xiaoyan hugged Qin Chuan's leg and cried out in pain. It was the respite from the calamity that brought release. Silly. The entire interrogation room was dumbfounded. Li Ping opened her mouth. All her words swallowed back into her stomach. Feng Yiming was dumbfounded. "I asked you to come and point out the serious murderer. I didn't ask you to recognize the lifesaver." Just when everyone was in shock, the policeman downstairs ran up again. This was his fourth run back and forth today. A high-intensity aerobic toss and turn. It almost didn't send him away. He was just about to open his mouth to report, but he was preempted by the person behind him, only to see two people standing behind him. One was in a straight posture, wearing camouflage uniforms, his body full of masculine vastness. One dark green jacket with a pure white shirt, looking official. "You guys are?" Feng Yiming asked in surprise. The two men opened their mouths. "I'm Sun Dong from the War Dragons. I'm the first-level director of all of Huagua Security." Shi Ming,